Hey everyone, welcome to the Frontend Bootcamp 2022 singular YouTube video where we will discuss about everything that should be relevant as a front-end developer in 2022 and beyond. That includes starting from absolutely scratch with no prior knowledge to actual front-end developer. And this bootcamp will be discussing about HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React, Tailwind, React Query, and GitHub CI and CD. Now, these topics are extremely important as a front-end developer because they form the complete backbone of your application. From developing to building to deploying, everything is covered in this video. If you like this, make sure you check out the full stack learning path on codedamn to learn more about how to become a great full stack developer by building, practicing, and doing stuff right inside your browser. Let's go.
If you're new here, make sure you leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell icon. This is free of cost and helps the channel grow. Hello everyone, and welcome to the very first video and the very first course of full stack web development HTML and CSS fundamentals course. Now this video, you might see when I'm navigating the website that the content already exists sometimes, but this is a recreation, a reshoot of the content to make it more embedded with the hands-on exercises which you will be doing along the way. So if you're watching this updated content, congrats, you're seeing probably the best course you can ever find on HTML and CSS on the internet, and it's completely free. So just to give you a brief idea of what this learning path, what this course will be about, we will be starting with HTML and CSS from bare bones, from zero. You need not have any programming experience, any programming knowledge beforehand, and make sure you're coming from the internet fundamentals or whatever small courses are before this inside of our full stack web development learning path or front-end web development learning path, or as a matter of fact, any learning path which you have picked on codedamn. So this is a codedamn.com exclusive course. Hopefully you will learn a lot of new things and will have a lot of fun practicing in the in-browser exercises along the way and building projects as you go. I'm super excited to start this course with you, and hopefully you are too. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another video in which I want to quickly go through how you should use codedamn.com, the website, in order to actually learn effectively. So we're going to be exploring that, how we can start with coding and stuff very soon. But before that, I would just quickly like to point you towards one thing. First of all, create an account if you already haven't. And once you do that, from a computer, what you can do is go ahead and go to your dashboard. And right here, you're going to see something known as playgrounds. Click on the playgrounds part and start an HTML and CSS playground. When you start a playground like this, you will get a URL which will actually set up a development environment within your browser window. Now, this is something which we will not just be using exclusively. Obviously, you will be using your local editor as well. But this is something which will be super helpful for you when you are learning this course. Why? Because I would recommend keeping a playground tab open in one tab, and the second tab should consist of these videos or these learning paths or whatever. Why? Because although we will have embedded exercises along the way where you can experiment, this is just a free flow where you can do whatever you want, right? And I'll be using this as a place where we can also learn about HTML and experiment with them without actually just firing up all the things, although we will see that how that works as well. So when you create a playground like this, you will get a URL which automatically updates, and if you refresh this page, your code stays. That means you can just practice here whatever you want and come back at any later time, and this URL will still work. And this is a private URL, so it's only with you. Therefore, you are feel free to just use it however you want. So that is all for this video. From the next video onwards, let's get into the programming parts a little bit, setting up your text editor. What does that mean? And yeah, super excited to start. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I'm going to show you how to set up VS Code on your system. And why this is required in the first place? Because VS Code, Visual Studio Code, is the name of an editor which you can use offline to do the same thing which we will do here, but on your local system, right? So first things first, we are learning about web development, right? That means creating web pages. That means visiting URLs like these and writing the source code, which you probably see, something like this, for example. So you'll be writing this HTML. Don't be afraid of the minified syntax, but you will be writing this sort of code, and you need some text editor to do that, which provides you with all these colors and auto completions and stuff like this, because as programmers, we want to automate our job as much as we can. That's why we develop all this nice colors and syntax and things which tells us if there are any errors and so on. So what you need to do, first of all, is go to Google and write VS Code. And once you write VS Code, you're going to see that you get to Visual Studio Code website, which you can download and pick up any VS Code version according to your system, right? In my case, I will go with Mac OS, but if you're running Windows, you will select this. If you're running Linux, you probably have VS Code already or some sort of text editor. But once you do that, once you have VS Code or any sort of text editor, you can launch it. And the way you launch it is, first one is either you just go ahead, for example, on Mac, you can write code and it'll appear like this. On Windows, you can go to start and search for code, or from the terminal as well. So once you have installed, for example, on Linux and Mac, at least that's what I know, go to your command line, whatever it is for your terminal, whether you call it terminal, your shell, and write code and hit a space and a dot. Now, what does this mean? That means that open the current directory inside of VS Code. And you should know a little bit about this from, if you don't know, you can check out the Linux CLI Fundamentals course, which is again a course which will be there, but don't really worry about the syntax right now. Once you do that, something like this should open. And obviously now in your case, this folder would be blank. So once you open this, you'll see that this looks very similar to what we have right here in our online editor. So you have the VS Code, which gives you an editor, all these tabs and stuff, and you get similar things right here inside your codedamn editor as well. The benefit of this is you have these temporary playgrounds, which you don't necessarily need to care about, and you can create all these files and folders and just go ahead and use them. And when you do, you actually just get the updated output. So you can write your name is XYZ, and this will automatically reflect. We handle the heavy lifting for you. Plus, these URLs automatically update, so you don't necessarily need to worry about, your work getting lost, for example. So it's your wish. You can choose to continue this course on VS Code, which is also fine, or you can choose to stick to a codedamn editor, which will allow you to just focus on the important parts, that is setting up your HTML document correctly. But if you wish to do your course like this, what you have to do is, let me just go ahead and actually, don't worry about this command, which I wrote right here, but let me just go ahead and actually tell you how you can set up a development server here as well. So what you have to do, you have to create an index.html file here. You have to write whatever we will be writing. For example, let's just write hello world, for example. And what you have to do is go to this extensions tab here and search for live server, right? Hit that, click on the first result. This should be the icon. Install this live server in your VS Code. And once you do that, what you will see is that, okay, it's ready, right? The next thing you need to do is right click on this file and click on open with live server, right? And that's it. Once you do that, you will see that you have a browser window opened. And now if you do hello worlds like this, you will see, well, it does not automatically reload because you can see a small notice. Live reload is not possible without body or head tag. So we'll learn about body and head. Don't worry about that yet, but just make sure you write all your code inside body, for example. So once you do that, and now if I write anything, you'll see it automatically refreshes. But I mean, just to start, I would say rather stick to this because this is much more simple in terms of the changes which are reflected. You don't necessarily need to set up anything right here. But that's how you can and you should set up VS Code on your systems. It will be super important as a developer when you're working on your own projects. And make sure you have that. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and actually write our first ever HTML document. Now, first things first, well, we already have written one, but let me just go ahead and walk you real quick what exactly is happening here, because this, whatever is happening here, this is very close to how real world things actually work as well. There is no abstraction here. There's no magic work going on. So let me tell you. So the first thing is, you see right here, we have a terminal environment with us, and it gives you something where you can actually write stuff. So what is the difference between this and this file? Well, you see this computer right here, this is an actual computer which is connected to a computer running in the cloud. Now, you know from your Internet Fundamentals course that you need a server to deliver a web page to a client, right? Whenever you write google.com, for example, there is a server owned by google.com which sends you the HTML. So whenever you go to google.com, this HTML, this nice page which you're seeing, is actually this HTML code which your browser is getting. And how does this HTML code arrives at your browser? That is because some computer, some server, somewhere in the world, somehow figured out that, hey, this guy or this girl needs to see google.com and I need to send him or her this page, right? So that's how it works. But what is that computer? Where is that computer? I mean, as a user, you don't care. But when you're creating a website, when you're creating something, you need to care, because that computer is the one which will deliver the content. So what is happening here is that we have a computer here, which is a remote computer, and that is connected to this file system. So what do I mean by that? For example, let's say I create a new file. This is so cool.txt. Hit enter and go ahead and write ls here, which is list files. You see I get this is so cool.txt file here. If I write hello world in this file, for example, what is happening here is that we have actually modified this file on the server. So we can see that from this is so cool.txt, right? So you see we get hello world. So that's fine. This file system is synchronized to this remote computer, and this is our window of actually running any command on that computer. But how do we serve this file then? How does that appear here? The reason we do that is because we run a server. Now, you don't necessarily need to worry about this command, but whenever you refresh this page, whenever you do anything, this command automatically runs. And what this means is that we are serving this file at this page for you. So whatever you write here, if you open this in a new tab, and if I go to index.html and write hello, whatever you write here, that will automatically be fetched right here, just like your VS Code Live server extension, right? So you don't necessarily need to worry about any of these details. Don't necessarily need to go in any of these details. I just wanted to give you a picture of just telling you what exactly is going on, so that you don't necessarily feel lost when you're into this interface. But you will be using this interface in your exercises as well, which you will see along the way. And this will be super fun, because this is a real environment. When you're working on a local system, that's exactly what you will be doing as well. The live server which you use runs exactly this thing somehow, more or less, but abstracts away this terminal thing. So you can just, for here as well, you can just minimize that if that bothers you, and just keep on working here. So technically, a hello world document in HTML is just a hello world, and your browser will be able to actually show you hello world here. So you have written hello world, technically speaking, right? And we don't necessarily need anything else. I'm also going to delete this file. So that's it. Once you write an index.html file, once you create that, and if you're on codedamn.com, that's how you're going to write it. If you are on VS Code, for example, if I go back to VS Code and if I write hello world like this, hit save, and if I click on open with live server, you can see I get the same output, right? Pretty much the same thing which you get here. Now I have shown you on both the places, but I'm going to be continuing working with the codedamn playground. You can copy all of the things which you do right here, run it with a live server, and it will be exactly the same thing. So you can continue wherever you want. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you were able to write your first hello world into web development. This is the seed of something big. This is the seed of your web development tree, which will form, I'm pretty sure, all the best for your journey. And this journey will take time. It's not easy. It's not something you can learn overnight, but it'll surely and definitely happen if you keep on working on these practice exercises, these labs which you see on codedamn, these videos which you complete, and you will definitely get there. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and discuss about comments in HTML and quickly go over through why you would ever need them as well. So you see, although we don't have a perfect HTML structure, HTML document here, because if you go to sites like Google, for example, and view page source for them, you will see they actually include some cryptic, doc type HTML, and then I don't know exactly what that is, but you see that there is actually code here, but we haven't written any sort of code, right? It's just hello world as an English word. So that's fine. We'll get into that. But before that, you could see whatever I'm writing here, that's actually appearing on the page. And as developers, what we do a lot of times is we just leave comments at different places. Comments is just a fancy word of saying that, hey, I want to write some English sentence or something, but that necessarily is not a code, right? And I don't want it to be parsed as a code. So what we can do is we can go ahead and use this syntax, which is, if you look close enough, is a angular bracket, an exclamation mark, and 2 dashes. And you need these 2 dashes and everything in order, because syntax highlighting here would also help you. You see that syntax highlighting is not necessarily working here. And sometimes, you will see that it's still working kind of, because HTML is a really bad programming language if you say like that, because it is very forgiving. But the way comments start is like this, where you have an angular bracket, exclamation mark, and 2 dashes. And whatever you write inside of this, you can write anything and everything. It'll just be not rendered by browser at all, right? And the way you close the comment is 2 dashes again and a square and an angular bracket. So you see, if I write something outside this, that appears just fine, but nothing inside this comment block. So that is pretty cool. Also, if you go ahead and take a look inside this page's source code, you will see Google Chrome actually turns this into green. And this green block is usually means that this is a comment. So that's it. That's how you write a comment. So what you can do now is just under hello world, you can write something like, hey, I did my first HTML program ever. And you can include any sort of emoji, anything you want. Basically, like I said, nothing escapes the comment block. It's like a black hole for HTML. Whatever you write here, it does not get out on the page. Hey everyone, and welcome back to another video in which we'll be learning about tags in HTML. And tags is super important, the fundamental building block of an HTML document. And by document, I just mean this HTML file. So I'm going to remove this and we're going to head over to Google again. And if you take a look at Google's source code, which I did by right clicking here and clicking on this view page source, what we see is that this document, let's just ignore the doc type HTML for now. This document consists of these purple things, these purple stuff, right? HTML is purple, script is purple. If we go a little down, and I believe let's just enable line wrap as well. So if we go a little more down, you will see, Google is basically garbage. Let's not take example of Google. Let's go to example.com instead. Oops. And not the inspect, but right click and view source. Right. This is good. So you can see example.com consists of multiple purple tags. And what these things are actually called HTML tags. Now, what does that mean? Well, you see that the only information your browser is getting from that remote server, that remote computer, is a text document, right? It's a text file, but it has to construct a UI, a user interface, a beautiful user interface out of it. which might have a favicon here, like this fancy icon, which might have text here in the browser, which might have animations, which might have layouts, which might have colors and all that stuff. So we need to deliver a lot of information, like what is animation, what are the colors, what is the content, what's the font size, what's the font family, that means what's the font type, which thing is a link, which link should point where, and all this stuff. We have so much information to tell the browser that it's simply not possible if you start writing it in English or something, right? I mean, it's possible, but you don't get the idea that the browser will be confused what to do. So what we developed is actually called HTML, which is Hypertext Markup Language. And this language consists of a lot of tags. These tags tell the browser how to behave on a certain feature. For example, this title tag right here, which you see, example domain, is responsible for showing this example domain in the title. If I, for example, go ahead and use the same thing in my playground here, example domain 12345, like this, and open this in a new tab, you can see we get an example domain 12345 like this in the browser, right? So this title tag is one of the many examples, one of the many tags which we will use, but that's how the thing works. And you can see that although we are writing only title, it still works in our case, right? So why the hell has this person, whatever the developer was doing here, has written all of this stuff? What's the point? And we'll get to that. We'll get to that in the next video. But to understand what are tags are simple, fundamental building blocks of our HTML documents, which tell the web page somehow how the content should appear, or how the content should work, or even how the page should behave. In this case, just setting up the title. So we have a lot of tags. For example, a P tag, which stands for paragraph, can display just a paragraph, a div tag for division, and so on. We'll discuss that. Won't want to rush into that right now, but don't worry, we'll discuss that. So yeah, that's pretty much it for how the tags work. Tags 101. We'll get into more information about an HTML document, tags, attributes, and so on really soon from the next video. Hey everyone, and welcome back to another video on tags in HTML and CSS. We're going to stick with this for a long time, and we're going to be discovering a lot of tags along the way. But what I want to go ahead inside of tags is styling with simple HTML tags. Now, although we discussed like what could be the behavior could be colors, the behavior could be UI, the behavior could be style sheets, which we'll eventually get into. But the simplest one is headings, right? H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. This goes up to H6, and you can say I am H1 tag like this. So what's happening here? Let's take a look. Inside of HTML, the first thing you have to realize, there are two kinds of tags. The first kind of tag is where you open something, you open a tag like this, and then you close a tag. So if you look close enough, you will see that I'm closing it with a / like this, right? And then I'm writing the same tag name basically. So that means whenever you open a tag, you have to close a tag. Not necessarily with some tags, which we'll get into, but it is necessary in this case, right? So let's say, we have already seen title tag, how it works. So a title tag is also a opening and a closing tag. So it's not a self-closing tag. P tag is a paragraph tag. You can see it's also opening and closing tag. So all these tags of heading, you will see I am H2 tag. You also have to close them, right? That is the concept in HTML. You open a tag, you write whatever you want, and then you close something. If you nest tags, for example, let's just go ahead and see what nesting means. So I opened and closed a div tag. This is a block tag, which just means that, hey, you're trying to create some division on the page. This does not necessarily do anything on its own. That means if you just write content inside it, it'll just appear plain, just like P tag, but it's just for, web developers love to use div tags everywhere. So what do I mean by that? Let's say if I opened an H1 tag now, I have to close this H1 tag in order. That means you can see what's the hierarchy. Div opens, h1 closes, and then div closes. So it's not like div opens, h1 opens, div closes, and then h1 closes. You will see that it still works in the HTML, but let me tell you, HTML is a bad programming language. Don't consider HTML to be a good programming language because HTML is super forgiving, right? HTML will allow this code. HTML allows any sort of code. I mean, you can never really crash an HTML document as such because the browser will try to make sense of anything and everything you throw at it. That's why our hello world also works. Whatever we write also works without any tags. But technically, you need tags. Your browser needs tags to understand. So the one important thing is always try to make sure that your tags are closing in order. That means div, h1, h1, div. It should always happen in this way. If it does not, then your HTML will be considered as broken. Your browser still might be able to make sense of it somehow, but it could lead to problems. So that is one important thing which you should definitely keep in mind. The next thing is super simple. I mean, if you just keep on doing this, you will soon realize that, let's say, if I duplicate this for h4 and h5, you would see that after h6, I mean, you will see a couple of things. First of all, you see this is the h6, although, the text is wrong, but you can see it by the size. So h6, h5, h4, h3, h2, h1, but there is no h7. So you see h7 also does not get the syntax highlighting. So that's a little bit of hint from our codedamn website as well as the editor that, hey, this tag probably does not exist, right? So you can see whatever you write an unknown tag in HTML, it still is not gonna complain to you, but you can see that you lose that syntax highlighting and it also appears just like regular text, right? So you don't necessarily need to use this. So yeah, I mean, this is a very basic tutorial about tags again. You need to spend a little bit more time with tags. We'll be working a lot with a lot more tags eventually, but this is a start. Hey everyone, and welcome back to another video. And in this one, we'll be reviewing a super important thing, a super important concept, which is around attributes in HTML. Now, let's just go ahead and first of all, see what I'm talking about. So I want to create a link which takes me to codedamn.com. Fair enough. I have written that in English, but it does not work. There is no link here. So how do you create a link? Well, you guessed it right. You have to create another HTML tag, right? But a link is a very generic thing, right? So you cannot really just have a tag, for example, for go to Google, right? That wouldn't make a lot of sense because now let's say if I want to go to google.com/a, what would I do? There is no way for me to just create those many infinite tags. So what HTML allows you to do is that for these generic purposes where you can supply more information to your tag, this is, by the way, this stands for anchor tag, a tag, and it's used to link pages, different pages. That's like, the OG tag of the internet, because internet, literally the web literally means a web of interlinked pages. So a tag allows you to link one web page to another and so on. So what this a tag allows you to do, and a lot of other tags as well, is it allows you to set a certain attribute. An attribute is just some additional information to that tag, which may or may not be required for that tag to work properly. So what do I mean by that? In this case, in the A case, the anchor tag, the important attribute is to tell where do you want to go. Otherwise it cannot work, right? So what we use for that is an attribute called href. And the way we give an attribute is a space after the tag name and the attribute name and an equal to sign with the value inside quotes. Now, you would see some people just writing quotes without value without quote, and it works, but this is not recommended. This is not recommended because if your value has spaces, then this will break. So always try to put your values inside double quotes. Single quotes also work, but I prefer double quotes. So yeah, that's it. So now we can go ahead and do give it a link, https codedamn.com, and you can see it turns it into a different color because this is like the default browser style. Now, if I open this in a new tab, because it won't allow me to just go into, we'll talk about iframes later, but it will not work if I click it right here. If I go here and if I click on this, you can see my browser window got redirected to codedamn.com, right? So if I click on this again, you can see it works just fine. And you can see by default, when I'm clicking on this, you also see that it turns into red. And all of this behavior is browser's default things, which are customizable. You have that power to customize them. How? We'll look into that, but just know that you can customize all this behavior. So this tutorial was meant to do two things. First thing is introduce you to anchor tag, and second thing is to introduce you to attributes. And href is just one of many attributes which are there. Doesn't mean you need to learn them all, but that does mean that, hey, you need to be aware about what attributes fundamentally mean. They mean that you can supply additional information to the tags on the page, right? Hey everyone, welcome back. And let's just go ahead and quickly discuss about paragraph tag and also an important concept in this video. So first of all, if you can observe what's exactly happening here is that you will see that everything is in its new line, right? So h1, h1 tag is new line, h2 is new line, h3 is new line, and so on. So what is happening here exactly? So what I want to discuss in this is paragraph tag and a couple of other tags, but I also want to discuss the concept which is so important that you should be just make sure that you understand this, because this will be a very important thing which we'll also discuss in the CSS tutorials. There are two kinds of tags in HTML, roughly speaking, and majorly speaking actually. The first kind of tag is a tag which is called a block tag. Now what this block tag means, these are the tags which take up a complete block of a row on your HTML document. So you can think of these tags as, just completely taking up the space. So this h1 tag does not take the tag where the content ends, it actually takes the full tag, right? And I can help you with that if you just excuse me for using CSS here, right? Just excuse me for using CSS. This is just for demonstration purposes. Don't worry about the syntax. We'll discuss this when we start CSS. But if I go ahead and give an h1 of background red, you will see, what the hell am I even doing? h1 of background red, you will see that this tag right here, you can see it takes up the full space. It does not end here. So h1 is a block tag. Similarly, h2 is a block tag. Similarly, h3 is a block tag, h4 is a block tag, h5 is a block tag, and so on. How do you know that h1 to h6 is a block tag? Well, you don't. This is just something which is there, right? You will eventually know which tags are block, which tags are inline, the second tag. But yeah, right now, whenever you come across a certain tag, just try to put it a background. If it is trying to span the whole row, then it's probably a block tag. Now, second kind of tag is called an inline tag. Let's just change the selector from H6 to A, and you can see now the anchor tag which we have at the bottom is slightly different. You see it does not take the full width. So what's happening? Well, the thing which is happening here is that A, or the anchor tag, is actually an inline tag. So what's the difference? The difference is that if you have a sentence, let's say if I have a div tag, for example, right? And if I am writing a sentence, and if suddenly a block tag comes in, then it gets its new line, right? Block tag says, hey, dude, I'm not going to continue in your own line. I'm going to get my own new one. And that's it. And that happens again and again. But if I am writing a sentence like this, and then an inline tag appears, you can see it just continues in that, right? So this means I can just link to something in a paragraph. And if you think about it, it makes sense. I mean, the creators of HTML, people who actually designed these block and inline tags, they thought about this, that most of the people, when they will be writing content on the web, they would probably be putting links inside paragraphs, right? So the paragraphs need to just continue as if nothing happened. They don't necessarily want everything on a single new line. But for heading, I mean, it makes sense. You would not necessarily just be writing something in a paragraph and then suddenly the text become bold and 4 times larger and, you know, just continued working like that. So what we came across is the notion of these two things. The first thing is an inline tag. An inline tag is nothing but something which just takes as much width as it wants and does not spawn a new line, basically. And the block tag, which is something which takes the complete width of the screen, of the container, I should rather say, not the screen. And just does not let anyone else occupy any sort of space. So paragraph tag again here is an example of a block tag. So if I do, this is a paragraph and this is some text. So you see, by default, if you're writing this text, this is just inline, right? Because you don't have necessarily any text. So of course you wouldn't expect every single character to get its own line, right? So that means everything is inline here. So this is inline, but if I switch to a new tag called span, you would see that this is actually inline, right? Paragraph tag is block because it gets its own new line and does not allow entering this line above. But if you switch it to span again, you get, you know, it's fine. Span says, hey, it's fine, just share a line with me. So yeah, this was an introduction to paragraph tags, span tag, block tags, and inline tags. And don't worry about them. Like I said, you will eventually learn about a lot of these tags and what their behavior is. If you would have guessed, div tags, if you would have guessed by now, div tags are actually block tags, right? So div tags just create a division. That means if you're writing this thing, it will not be just continuing with the div itself, right? Div says that, hey, this whole block is mine. Go ahead and continue from the bottom, right? And it makes sense. It does not make sense for your inline tag to contain a block tag, right? Because the point of an inline tag is to actually be just limited in width. And if your inline tag has a nested block tag, that does not make a lot of sense. But don't worry about that yet. Just understand that paragraph tag is nothing but a block tag, which just creates a full container width area for your content inside, right? That's it. This is all a paragraph tag is. Similarly, div is also all that is, right? Div also just creates a space. The only difference, subtle difference, you can say that browser actually styles the paragraph tag a little bit different. You can see browser by default gives us a little bit of margin at the bottom, which is this white space which you see. If I switch to div, for example, here instead of paragraph, what you will see is that that white space is gone, right? So although it still is a paragraph tag, although still it's a block tag, but that white space is gone basically. So you don't have to worry about that. But yeah, I won't necessarily say worry about these details yet, but just understand that's how the things more or less work in the HTML space. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just quickly review, and in a couple of further videos as well, just quickly review some common HTML tags, right? So I'm going to get rid of the style tag, which we'll get to when we start CSS. But the next tag which I have in mind is a button tag. So a button tag, basically, like the name says, it creates a button. I am a button on the screen. Now, you can go ahead and click on this, and pretty much that's it. That's all this button do. But what I want to touch into this video is that why do we have, like I said, we can pretty much customize almost every single aspect of these tags through CSS. When we start CSS, I can make the H6 tag as big as H1 and H1 tag as small as H6. So I can reverse this behavior right away when we start with CSS, right? When we are working with CSS. I could create a div as a button. I could create a button as a div. And you might have just guessed that button is also an inline element at this moment, right? Because the text continues. Now, the reason then, why do we have these names all over? Why don't we just have divs and title, for example, some certain tags which have special meaning, and then all of the tags should be div. Why don't we have that? That is because HTML as a programming language, as a markup language, was built to have a semantic, some sort of semantics. Why? Because, okay, it's fine. I mean, visually, I can tell that this is the largest heading, this is the smallest heading, but your code should also be able to tell that without actually being parsed into the web page. Why is that important? That is important because of accessibility reasons. For example, if you have an H1 on the page, that usually means that, hey, this thing is important, this heading is important. Why? Because your browser knows, your accessibility readers on people who are disabled know that, hey, this is an important heading. That's why it is H1. Similarly, if you have a button, your accessibility reader knows that this is a button which could be clicked most likely. Your browser would be able to tell that to your reader, right? Whatever it is. So the reason for, first of all, if we just used divs all along, it will become super boring real quick. So that's one of the reasons. And the second reason is to actually give your code meaning. That's why we have all these names to these tags, right? But yeah, just to discuss a button, that's how you create a button. That's pretty much it. We can customize this behavior and we can add a lot of interactivity with it. Once we learn JavaScript, then we can attach event handlers that when I click on this, let's say this H1 tag should turn red, or this H2 tag should disappear, or this H3 tag should change to, a bigger text font size, whatever. So we can do all that fun stuff once we learn about JavaScript, but let's not get our expectations real high right away. There's a bunch of work that still needs to be done. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I hope you understood about button tag, but more importantly, why button tag is, right? Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at image tag in HTML. Now, image tag is of course really important because images are an integral part of our communication and how we perceive the world. So HTML allows us to embed images directly with the ease of a single HTML tag. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new tag right here after creating some space for me. And I'm going to say img. And one thing you should note here is that I hope you remember our talk about the block, not exactly the block, sorry, the self-closing tags and the tags where you have to close it again, right? So far, whatever tags we have seen, they have to be closed. For image tag, that's not the case. That means if an image tag is there, then it need not to be closed, right? You would not write an img like this. This is not valid HTML. And you can see your editor is also reflecting that because it does not have a syntax highlighting. So image tag is a tag which is an inline, number one, inline tag. And number two, it's a self-closing tag. That means you do not need to close this tag. And it seems like a fine decision to me. Why? Because once you have an image, I mean, you could technically think that, hey, I will specify the URL or something here, but that's not how it works. You just specify a URL as an attribute and that's it, you're done. Then the image appears. And then you customize the width and height of the image also through the attributes. So that means it does not need any content that should go in between, right? So that means it does not need a closing tag. So therefore, you don't need to include a closing tag. And as a rule, you should not include a closing tag. So I just have an image tag, but I cannot see anything. So what the hell is happening? Well, nothing is happening. The reason for that is because you haven't specified all the relevant bits and pieces. The first bit, which is the most important thing, is that you have to specify a SRC, the source of the image. And this should be a URL, right? Just like every single page on the internet has a URL, your images also have a URL. So if I go to Google, for example, and if I, let's see, if I right click, oops, I think Google has some game or something. So let's just go to images section, and right here, you would be able to see I have this image, for example. If I right click on this and open image in new tab, you will see this is a URL which I have, right? And if I copy this, and if I go to my web page again and paste this right here, you will see I have an image with me. So this image is embedded directly from this URL, you can see, into my web page. Now, whenever somebody visits my website like this, they could see a nice big image, right? So that's cool. But let's say I want to customize the width and height for this. Now, you could technically go ahead and specify a width and a height attribute here. So 200 and height is 400, 300, but don't do this. Trust me, don't do this. There are better ways to do this with CSS, and this is also deprecated. That means it will work for legacy reasons because, you know, the older web used to use the syntax, but the way we do it now is we do it with CSS, right? So what does that mean? That means we will be using the CSS programming language to customize the dimensions of this image. For now, it's fine. I mean, for testing purposes, it's fine. But whenever you're writing applications, make sure you customize the images with CSS and not with these width and height attributes. With HTML, let me just quickly tell you one more thing. The thing is, you might find some tags which work, right, but are deprecated. So what are these tags? These tags are usually some tags which have been upgraded to some modern alternatives, either in HTML itself or with some CSS rules. For example, a deprecated tag I can think of is a center. I mean, it's so deprecated that the highlighting has also stopped working. This is some text in center, right? So you can see, although our text got in center because browsers apparently still support it, but this tag is deprecated, right? This tag should not be working. You should not be using this. Instead, again, you should be using CSS for this, which we'll see eventually. But these are some of the examples of deprecated tags and deprecated information. And you should be very careful whenever you are learning from outside resources. I mean, at codedamn, I can guarantee you that as long as you are on codedamn, we will not be teaching you any deprecated or older practices. But just keep that in mind, because with web development, with HTML has been around for 20 years, right? And a lot of modern syntax has just been developed in the last 4 or 5 years. So you don't necessarily want to learn bad practices. So that's one of the examples. Plus, again, like I said, there are better ways to do this on image tag again, which we'll take a look at when we start CSS, but that does the job for now. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, what I want to do is actually go ahead and explore a new tag in HTML5, which although has been there since 10 years, but still it's a new standard in HTML. And that is how you can embed videos. So if you go a little back in time, just to share a quick story with you, the support of videos was actually very, very bad in terms of how the browsers could play. I mean, images were fine, text was fine, but videos you just have to install Adobe Flash Player, download codecs, do all sorts of fun stuff to actually get something working. And this is, I'm talking about 2005, 2006 time. Since then, a lot has improved. Since then, what has happened is that, of course, there have been new standards of video that allows us to transfer videos more efficiently, but the support of the browsers have also majorly improved. And that means browsers now allow you to embed videos natively. That means just like an image you can just have a raw JPEG image. For example, this image ends in .jpg, so I'm assuming this is JPEG. You have this raw image with you and you can embed this on your page. Similarly, you can do the same thing with videos, right? And if I go ahead and copy this example video with me, what I can do is make some space for myself, first of all, and write a video tag like this. And unlike image tag, although you might think that video tag should technically be also self-closing because, well, it sounds like, you know, fun because you cannot really have anything inside a video as well. But video tags are actually not self-closing, right? So you have to close a video tag. So what this video tag does is that it takes up a source as another tag, and this source would only work. And source is, like you can see, source is not a tag which needs a closing tag. So a source, what it does, it embeds, or it tells this parent video tag that, hey, what is the place where you should be embedding or where we should be looking for the embedded video. And we tell that, hey, the source is this video right here. And you can see it kind of gets embedded, right? But you can see I'm not able to do anything. It almost seems like this is an image. And that is because we do not have controls over this video, right? I cannot see a play, pause button, anything like that. So how do you add controls? You just write an attribute and that's it. You don't necessarily need to give it a value. As long as this attribute in itself is present, that is also fine. I mean, this syntax is also fine. You can just leave attributes like this if you did not know this before. So now you can see once I add this, we have controls now right here. And now I can play this video and this video plays, which is pretty cool. Now, one important thing which you have to notice here is that I'm using a raw src video link. You know, this video is ending in .mp4. Actual.mp4. This is an actual video which you can just download and play into your VLC media player. A lot of people might confuse this with a YouTube video, for example. So if you go ahead on YouTube, the YouTube video starts playing and you might just copy that YouTube link and paste it here. That will not work because what you're trying to do is you're trying to paste a video. You're trying to give this source a video, but you're actually giving it a web page, right? It's just like saying that, hey, I'm just going ahead and pasting it like this. This will not work because this is not a video. It cannot play it, right? This is a web page. So what you need to do instead of this is actually make sure that you have a valid, legit video from somewhere. And you can just use this W3 Schools example if you want, but this will not be useful in case of YouTube. YouTube, for example, how you would actually be able to embed a YouTube video is when you click on the share, you will get this URL, but this is not what you want. You want to click on this embed somewhere and you see this, you get this weird HTML string, right? You can copy this and you can go ahead inside your editor and you can paste this iframe thing, the whole thing. And if you go down, you can now see it's pretty cool, right? That you're able to embed a video directly right here. And that's me, by the way. So you're able to do that, but what is this iframe thing and why this is not a video? Well, first things first, we'll discuss about iframe later. The thing iframe does is it actually allows you to embed full web pages inside. And that is required because YouTube is clever. YouTube does not give you the raw video. And why do they not give you raw video? Because then they will lose this player, this awesome controls, and the branding, that the fact that this video is actually on YouTube. Because, you know, YouTube wants to say that, hey, wherever you are embedding this video on somewhere, we want to advertise ourselves as well, that you are embedding this from YouTube. So that is why instead of giving you a raw video link, YouTube actually gives you an iframe. That is, it gives you a web page to embed. So that's that, but there are multiple use cases of iframe, which we'll discuss. But other than that, what you need to realize is that video tag is only meant for videos which are raw, right? They are not web pages. These are actual videos which are present, right? So you have to be careful on that. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just learn about tables and why do you need them? Well, tables is something which I believe everyone would be able to relate to. It's just the organization of data in a proper way. And you would be surprised to know that a lot of HTML layouts, the complete layouts of the website, were actually done with table tags. So I'm going to just start real quick with table because it's just going to make so much sense to you in terms of how the HTML tag names are. So of course, table has an open and a closing tag, which defines a table. It does nothing on its own. It needs more data. So the first thing you have is a T head, which is a table heading, right? Again, has an opening and a closing tag. And what you can do is you can start a table row like this. So what does this mean? This means just a single row of information, and a table row needs a table data, right? So I can have a column 1, I can have a column 2, I can have a column 3, right? That's it. Now, the next thing is, well, I have the table head with me, and you can also, I think, make this TH to give it a feeling of table heading, right? So it just bolds your text, nothing fancy. Then what you can do is use a T body, which is the table body text. And again, the body will consist of multiple rows. So I can say this is, call one value, and this should not be th, it should be td, which is table data, and call two value, table data, and so on, call three value, for example, right? And you can see, even though I'm not organizing it explicitly in any sort of layouts or anything, it just falls into layout properly, automatically, right? And you can see I can just create multiple such things. And although there is no borders or anything, which we can also add, but you can see we still get a nice table look, right, with this. Now, actually, let me just go ahead and quickly give it a border so that we are able to see what the actual table is. And again, I'm going to cheat here by using CSS. So I'm going to just say tr, th, td, basically giving everything a border of 1 pixel solid black, right? So you don't necessarily need to worry about anything right now. Don't worry about this thing, we'll discuss that, but now it just looks a little bit nicer, right, in terms of what the boundaries are. Now, the fun part in table is that you can actually spawn certain cells to have multiple rows or columns, right? So what you can do is you can say this element right here, this call one value, should have a call span of 2. That means it takes 2 columns instead of 1, and then we can just throw away the third value, right? So you see, now it looks kind of like, just having 2 values. I mean, depending on your data, it might make sense. Sometimes it might not. Similarly, you can give this table data a row span of 2, right? So now what you can say is you can remove the third value from the next row because you don't need that. So you can see now you have a table data with a call span of 2, which looks like this, with a row span of 2, which looks like this. So you can have all sorts of fun stuff. And you can imagine if you scale it up to the whole page size, you can create some pretty awesome layouts, right? With a sidebar, with a sidebar and a content area, a header and everything. But the problem here with this sort of designing a web page is that it is ridiculously hard to make it responsive. What do I mean by responsive? A responsive is a web page which just adjusts its layout automatically with the screen size, right? So it works properly on desktops and it works properly on the mobile phones. That is something which is extremely hard to achieve with table-based layouts, right? So therefore, you should only use table for actual tabular data representation, never for layouts, right? Those days are gone. Those days are long gone. But yeah, you should be aware about tables and how to create simple data visualization, because sometimes, if you're connecting a backend and you're getting some data which you want to display in a table, that's something you should know out of the box, right? You don't necessarily need to just reinvent tables in CSS all the time. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just quickly go ahead and take a look at what forms are in HTML. And forms basically allow you to take input from user to your backend servers or to your web application. And what does that mean? That means if, let's say, you have seen sites like Facebook or Google, which allow you to log in, sign in, create accounts, and do all sorts of stuff. But when you sign in into these websites, what happens is that you have to enter your username and password, right? So these are input fields where you have to enter this stuff. Now, you accept those input fields data with certain HTML tags again, which are special tags. They are not like p or div. But form is a parent container of those tags, which just holds all these tags together, which are required to take the input from the user. Without any more talking, let's just actually create a form tag, right? So what this form tag does on its own is nothing. You have to specify some input tag inside this. So let's say I specify just this input. And again, like I said, for image and video tags, input tag is also self-closing. That means you do not need to have an input tag like this, right? Because all it does is that just creates a space on the page for the user to type some stuff. Now you can actually type some stuff right here. Now, this input tag, however, is super interesting because you can give it multiple types. What kind of input do you expect from the user? So what you can say is input type, and now you can see there are so many types right here, which I actually encourage you to play around with, but I'll just stick with some common ones. So I'm going to start with the text one, which is something which the browsers use by default if you don't specify, or what the browsers fall back to if you just enter any gibberish value, right? So if that does not exist, you can see input type text is something which pretty much accepts, well, text, right? So it accepts every and any sort of text. That's it. Nothing multi-line, nothing as such, but just, single line text. Well, let's just take a look at something like input type password, for example. So the password field, you can see immediately my password manager also kicked in. I used LastPass, but you can see my password manager kicked in, and what I can see is my text, which I was able to enter earlier, is now all dotted, right? So you cannot really see what I'm writing. That is important. Again, if you are trying to create a login form, you want to have a password field, but that's how you do it. The only difference between password and text fields, apart from the accessibility and all this cool stuff which happens that your password manager is able to stick to it, is that it hides the password. It hides the text which is entering. All right, moving on to the next tag, let us see. We have number, right? So the number field only allows you to enter numbers, and it also gives you a small slider if you have to use that. If you try to enter text, it will not work, right? It will just not take your input. Now, this in no way means that the user cannot technically input text on the back end. So you should not ever rely on the front end input of the user always, but it's just a nice validation where you can just restrict a person to only enter number on the front end. Then there are things like input type file, for example, which give you this button where you can prompt the user to upload something, right? Then we have some special things like input type email, for example, right? And what I can say right here is that, well, it still looks like pretty much what a regular text field would look like, right? So what's the difference? Why does this type email exist? Well, you see, what we also have is an input type of submit, right? And what I can say is that this email field is required. So now if I try to write something and click on submit, you can see that the browser actually gives you an error message by default. It says, please include an @ in the email address. This email address is missing an @, right? So browser till certain extent is able to figure out that an email address needs an @ symbol, and still not right, because browser says that, hey, you're still missing some information. And if you write something complete and then submit it, then it kind of works. And the reason it refreshes is because when you click an input type submit, something interesting happens, which is now we are discussing, which is with forms. So what a form tag does is it majorly takes two inputs. The first one is a method where you specify a get and a post. So let's say if I write get here, and an action. An action is a URL where the input of this form should be redirected. So just stick with me here. So let's say I have an action of submit, right? And let me just go ahead and open this in a new tab. So pay close attention to the URL. The URL right here is whatever this is, and nothing after that, right? So now if I go ahead and hit like codedamn.com, because that's what it will accept as an email, and click on submit, you can see, well, we get submit and basically a question mark and nothing. So where did that form data go? Well, technically speaking, when you have a method of get, it should actually write all that information in the URL itself. But the reason that did not happen here is because we are missing a couple of attributes. The first attribute which we are missing is a name. So a name is like my user's email. For example, if this is something I give and this is required, and let's just go ahead and try this again. What will happen is if I write mayhole@codedamn.com and hit submit, you will see inside this URL, if I copy this URL and paste it here, you can see this is where I got redirected. Submit question mark, then my user's email is equal to mayhole@codedamn.com. So This is pretty much something which we probably are getting ahead of ourselves right now. We'll discuss this more when we start with JavaScript. But what's happening here is that we are sending the details of this form inside of the URL. So whenever you use a get, it redirects the form with the wherever the route you have specified, and all of the data is combined inside of the URL, right? Now you can have multiple such things. Now we are talking, right? Now you can say something like register and have an input type text name, username, for example, and then required, for example, right? So now you have a couple of fields which you have to enter. And if I go ahead and refresh, if I go back and refresh this, you can say Mehul Mohan here and mehul@codedamn.com. And if I hit submit, you will see I have a username of Mehul Mohan and my users of this thing, right? So this information is something which appears, right? So this is one way, right? Where we are actually, the con of this is we are actually exposing this data inside of the URL, which sometimes is fine, sometimes it's not fine. So that's one way. Another way is we actually change this to post, but now that's something different. That's something we would actually take a look at when we are learning about servers and JavaScript maybe, or something, how to extract that information out. But for get, I think it's pretty simple and it's pretty visual as well, how it works. So that is how you actually communicate your data from front end to back end as well. So maybe this URL is running a backend script which just takes out these parameters and extract out these values with the key names as well, right? So that's how you communicate your data from front end to back end in a very simple way. But yeah, in general, that's how a form works mostly. And that's how you create these things as well. Now you can pretty much, if you want to, you can just throw them inside a div and say like your name, and throw this inside a div as well and say like your email. And you might have guessed, like from the earlier version of this, that the input fields are actually inline elements. That means they just stack against each other. That's why I just threw them into a div tag so that they appear differently. And that's it. You have a simple small form with you. But yeah, we're going to be discussing more about forms when we start JavaScript, because that's where the fun really happens, where you just stop the form from submitting and use JavaScript to submit the form in the background. Why do we do that? Because we don't want this weird page reload, right? Or maybe you just want some custom validation logic as well. So you see this page reload or whatever happens, that would not happen if you are using just a regular JavaScript thing. But yeah, that's something different. But overall, I believe this video helped you understand how to work with forms. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I want to only focus on a valid HTML structure which you need to follow whenever you are creating an HTML page. So far, we have been doing some ridiculous work with HTML, just throwing tags anywhere and everywhere we like, but that is not how you have to create your HTML documents. What do I mean by that? First of all, let's just go and look at any decent website like codedamn, for example. And if you go to the view source, you will see that there is a certain structure which is followed. And even for codedamn, I think it's pretty compressed. So let's just go to example.com and go to this page source, and you can see that it does not just start with example domain as h1 and p tags and all that stuff. There's a proper structure to that. And why is that? Well, this is because browsers need certain parts of the website in certain place, certain tags. Sure, if you start with just this div tag, I mean, if that is all we had on the page, it would not be a problem. It will still display the content, but this is not the complete HTML markup, right? Like I said, HTML is very forgiving in the sense it will not tell you that you're doing it wrong, but you are doing it wrong. So what's the catch? What you have to do? Well, the minimum you have to create in order to be actually a valid HTML document is follows. So you have to write a doc type HTML. This doc type HTML, you can see it's not technically a tag, because just like comments, it also starts with a tag and then an exclamation mark. But this just tells that, hey, your website is using HTML5. HTML5 syntax is the most latest supported browser supported syntax. This is not exactly, a make or break thing for your website, but you should have this, right? Then once you have that, then you need to have an HTML tag. This HTML tag by itself does nothing, right? It's just a root container for everything. Then inside of head tag, this is where our styles and JavaScript would ideally go. The JavaScript can also go in the body tag, and so could styles. I mean, there's no exactly fixed rule for anything here, but technically all your meta tags for search engines, your scripts, your style sheets should technically go inside of the head of the document. And by convention, your title tag also goes inside head document. So my title. So head is like something which is not content, which does not appear in the UI, but modifies your UI somehow in one way or another, or modifies your meta tags or search engine, stuff like this. Now the body tag is the actual tag which actually consists of the real content on your website, right? So whatever you're writing, h1, hello world, stuff like this, this is what appears on the page for the user, right? So all of your stuff, all of the good stuff actually goes inside the body tag. And yep, that's pretty much it. I mean, you need to throw a couple of meta char set UTF-8 things. This is mandatory because otherwise your page would actually break. And let me show you a fun way of actually breaking a page like that. I'll tell you why this meta char set UTF-8 is important. And we actually have a lab on this, I believe, in the other code, in the other course. But let's say I copied this emoji, and if I pasted it right here, you can see it does not parse properly. Why? Why is that? Because the browser does not know that what these characters are. Because technically speaking, every single thing is a character, right? In memory, this is a string. This is some sort of string, but your browser does not know what the hell is this. This is not a custom font. This is just an emoji, right? And your browser, although can represent this, but it still needs a character set of what this page is, right? And the most popular character set is UTF-8, right? The only thing you need to know about this at this point is that UTF-8 supports emojis, right? So what you say is that, hey, the character set of this page is gonna be UTF-8. And the moment you do this, ta-da, it turns into, regular emojis. And we have this as a lab as well in the further courses, I know, but you can see that the UTF-8, UTF-8 and capitalization doesn't really matter. However, it could not be just, UTF and stuff. It has to be UTF-8. It's a character set name. But yeah, anyway, that's it. Once you have this simple structure, now this is a valid document, right? Now this is a valid complete valid HTML document. So yeah, you should always write complete code whenever you are shipping it to your users. Just don't write like this, because it will just create all sorts of problems, right? So do this. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, real quick, I'm just gonna go ahead and complete a small challenge for you, which you should also see most likely, until and unless we haven't just replaced it with something different, inside your exercises as well. So you would be attempting this, right? But if you want to attempt this, you can just mark this video as complete or done and just move to that challenge. Otherwise, I'll just quickly go ahead and tell you how to complete this challenge. So first things first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by creating our HTML document structure like we discussed. I'm going to create a head tag just for the clarity. I'm going to create a body tag just for the clarity, and then I'm going to finally start working on this. So the first challenge says that my attribute page should have an element with the corresponding ID as main. Now, although I know that we haven't discussed ID and classes that much, because that makes a lot of sense when we start with CSS, but just understand that ID and classes are just two attributes which you can use with pretty much all the HTML tags, right? And also let's just go ahead and throw a doc type HTML while we are at it. So let's just say I have a div ID main right here and a closing div, right? All right, so that is done. Now let's just move ahead and see. I should see an element with the corresponding ID title, which contains a string. Okay, so I need to have an h1, pretty much you can have anything, but I'm just making my best choice here. H1 ID title, which is, let's say I'm creating a attribute page on my own, right? Which is dedicated on me, but you can write Elon Musk. Let's do it for Gary V. Why not? Right? And let's move ahead. I should see either a figure or a div element with the corresponding ID img div. Let's go with a div tag. There we go. Within the img div, I should see an img element with the corresponding ID image. Img ID image, right? Within the img div tag, I should see either a fig caption or a div element with the corresponding ID img caption that contains textual content describing the image shown in img. Okay, so I can say img caption, and I can say a photo of Gary Vaynerchuk. And inside of this image, let's just search for Gary Vaynerchuk. Let's just take his photo, and this one's good. And just copy this and stick it right, not as an ID, but as an SRC right here, right? And although I do know that this is not something I recommended, but for now, unless we start with CSS, we can just stick with the width and height attribute, but we should have better ways of doing that. Okay, I should see an element with corresponding ID tribute info, which contains textual content describing the subject of the tribute page. All right, so we have a div, and then we have an ID of tribute info, right? At this point, we can also use some of the more HTML tags. Instead of just keeping on using div, you can also use section. For example, section is another HTML tag. These tags, these are something which we discuss in further courses, but yeah, you can explore a little bit on that. But okay, let's let's stick with the HTML thing. So we have the tribute info with us, which contains the textual represent describing the subject of the tribute page. So this is a tribute page to Gary Vaynerchuk, who is an awesome guy, right? Okay, I should see an anchor tag, anchor element with a corresponding ID tribute link, which links to an outside site that contains additional information about this page. Yeah, I mean, you can choose to follow that, or you can just probably link it back to codedamn.com, right? And I'm just gonna give it an ID as well of tribute link. Like said, go to Gary's favorite website. Why not? Right? And it also says you must give your element an attribute of target and set it to blank. So the only thing this target blank is actually doing, if you even Google it, you will see that whenever you open this in a new page, when you click on this, it opens it in a new tab instead of just replacing the original tab. So whenever you want to open a link in a new tab, you just give it a target of blank. That's it. The img element should responsively resize relative to the width of its parent element without exceeding its original size. Now this is something which will involve a little bit of CSS. So excuse me if this exercise actually includes a little bit of CSS. You can just skip these two tests if you want, or what you can do is just go to the CSS file right here and make sure you link the CSS file as well. But don't worry if you don't understand about this yet. We will discuss this. What we can do is right here, I can say the image ID should have a maximum width of 100%. Don't worry about this if you don't understand it, it's fine. We can discuss that later. An image element should be centered within its parent element. So if I go to image div and say text align center, you can see our image is now centered. Awesome. So now if I click on run test, let's see how many we pass. Okay, looks like we just failed this one. The image element should responsively resize relative to the width of its parent element without exceeding its original size. Okay, and one last thing is that we can just get rid of the width and height attribute right here. And the final change which we will also make is a height of auto. And what this height of auto means is that just adjust your height according to the width of the image, right? So like you can see, if I resize this now, the height is fine. If I give it a height of a fixed height, for example, then at some point your image would look fine, but otherwise it will just stretch, right? We don't want that. We want it to replace, we want the height to automatically work. Hence, we can just specify a height of auto. So the moment we do that and run the test, this should hopefully pass it now, and also throw a display block in here. Let's see. And now you can see that we completely pass the challenge, which is fine. I mean, we can definitely work on this challenge. It should not have required a display block or anything, but yeah, it's fine. So yeah, that's pretty much it. A very small tribute page to Gary Vee. A very, very small tribute page rather. But I recommend you adding more information, more images, more text, more links for your tribute page, and eventually styling it with CSS as well, as and when we learn in the next section. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another video in which I just want to say you that you have successfully completed the first section of this course, which is on HTML basics, and you have completed the basics of HTML. Well, does that mean you are just good to go and start earning from millions of dollars by freelancing and getting placed in Google? Well, not yet, but you are getting there. You have completed some of the fundamental concepts of HTML, tags, attributes, how to work with most common HTML tags, and understand how web pages work. Now, like I always say, programming and web development is not a single pass thing. It's a multi-pass learning where you would be learning about these things more and more again and again when you're working with them again and again. That means you cannot learn about HTML 100% once and then move on to CSS and then learn CSS 100% and move on to JavaScript. That does not happen in programming world, especially in web development. You will be now mixing your knowledge of HTML with CSS, then playing with both of these technologies together. Then you will be introducing JavaScript to the mix, playing with them, all of these three together, and then moving on to different technologies. And whenever you mix a new technology, you would actually realize you understand a lot more things about the previous one, because the previous one only made sense to discuss whenever that new technology is introduced, right? So for example, one of the things is a class attribute. So most of the HTML tags support a class attribute, but this class attribute makes no sense until and unless we introduce at least CSS in the mix, right? So yeah, it's time to start with CSS because we have done HTML basics. That does not mean we are stopping with HTML. That only means we are introducing a new player which should unlock more of the HTML things while we are learning about that as well. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you had an exciting and practical learning of HTML basics. And if you did, make sure you rate this course through the rating button somewhere you could see. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I would go ahead and show you how you can start working with CSS. And before we actually get into that, let's just actually understand what CSS is and why that is needed. So if you take a look on any other regular website, on any website basically in today's time, you will see you have all sorts of layouts, you have all sorts of colors, you have all sorts of effects going on, and even sometimes a little bit of animation. And that is all because of CSS, or at least some part of CSS. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheet. That's probably the first and the last time you need to know the full form of CSS, because the only thing you need to know is how to work with it as an effective developer. Now, whatever you create with HTML, you see you can provide some sort of structure to your document. That this should be a heading, this should be a paragraph, this should be a section, and so on and so forth. But the problem here is that you can only provide that structure which, the tags give. We don't have a tag which says a container where the header is 200 pixels in the height, right? Or 200 some unit in the height, because that will be just too much tags, right? If you have a header 200 tag, for example, which creates a 200 pixel length of header, then let's say I want to have a background tag, then maybe we have a BG black, something like this, and then a color white, right? Or color blue or yellow. So you see, it will quickly go into tag hell. Now, to avoid this, what we came up with was that we said, okay, let's just go ahead and separate the HTML, that will be the actual structure, the actual document of the page, and create another programming language called CSS, which the only responsibility of CSS is to style the layout, to style the elements, to make sure we are able to customize a lot of parts of the website. And so far it has played out very well. CSS is a very awesome language if you're able to understand it properly. And that is what we're going to do in this section in this course. Make sure you're attempting all the exercises, because we'll be doing a lot of layout stuff, a lot of amazing stuff with CSS, and it's super important that you are practicing as well as you're doing. And that is the most important part of learning on codedamn, that you're able to practice as you go ahead. So make sure you're completing the exercises, the small projects in between as well. And we will have a lot of big projects as well later down the line. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let us just go ahead and take a look at what are all the ways you can include CSS in your document. Now, first things first, let's take a look at the easiest way. Now, the easiest way is you actually go to the element which you want to style. For example, in our case is this element, let's say, and add an attribute called style, right? Now, the style attribute exists pretty much on all these tags, body, h1p. It is valid on all these tags on HTML as well. Because this attribute right here allows you to write CSS right inside of the HTML document as a value. So it's basically, it looks like just another attribute, but by browser, it will be parsed as a CSS string. So if I did something like background yellow, don't worry about this. We'll discuss what this means, but you can see that it turns the background to yellow. So that is how you can do it in one way. But if you think about it, you will soon realize that, let's say if I have another tag, hello world again, and if I want to use background yellow again, then I have to copy paste this. And let's say I have 1,000 such tags and I wanted to change the color from yellow to blue, I would manually have to go ahead and do for every single one of them. So this does not seem very friendly, right? This is why we have the second approach. The second approach is where we do not give these tags a style name, but actually we point it with the help of the selector which we have. So what do I mean by that? First things first, we'll create another tag called style, and don't worry about them again because we will be discussing all of them in detail. So the style tag, whatever you write between the style tag would be parsed as CSS, right? And in CSS, the first thing is that you have to select a selector. And what do I mean by selecting a selector? Just like we wrote style right here, and it made sense for the browser to understand that, hey, this style attribute is for this element, right? Because that's a property which is written inside this tag. Similarly, the moment you do a selector in CSS, your browser knows that, hey, this selector, the styles which you'll be writing in the selector are targeted for these elements which are matching them, right? In this case, it's just h1. It will not match for p because this is not the selector. So let's say I give the same background as yellow, and you can see now, instead of me going to both of these style tags and h1 tags and giving them a style attribute, I can just pretty much change it from here, right? And that's easy. But this method also has a problem where, let's say my website has multiple pages, multiple HTML pages. I still have to copy paste all these styles to different HTML documents, right? So the third way, which is the best way out of all these three, is to actually maintain CSS in a completely different file itself, right? So what you can do is you can create a file, any file which ends with a .css extension, and copy paste these styles directly here. And you need not have to just wrap that into style tag because this is not an HTML document. This is a CSS document. So So it's understood that browser will automatically understand what this is. Now, well, that's fine, but how do you link this file to this, right? Because now you might have multiple HTML pages, but you also need to make sure your browser understands that this HTML page is linked with all of these HTML pages are linked with this style sheet. Well, you do it from the HTML document, obviously, because your browser only receives the HTML document at this point, right? It does not know about the existence of this file. So what you do is you use something known as link rel style sheet, which just means that we have got a link. The relationship of this link to this page is that it's a style sheet, and we give it an href of style.css. In our case, because it's in the same directory, we can just give it like this. So not exactly in the same directory, but because if you open this in the URL, you'll see that your style sheet is actually present at the root, right? It's basically the same file. So that's why you can see it gets applied as well. And if you change it to yellow, for example, you'll see it just works fine. So that is how you're gonna start working with CSS. This is also kind of like a hello world for you for CSS. We will also discuss in depth what these selectors are, what these properties are, so don't worry about them yet. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we're going to be taking a look at CSS Tag Based Selector. Now, what does that mean? So first of all, let's just realize that CSS needs a selector in any case in order to style an element. A selector is a fancy word of saying which element do you want to pick on the page. The last time we saw, you can just inject a style tag inside the tag itself, which works fine. But the other way is you actually write a CSS file or, inside the style tag and use a selector. We have multiple types of selectors in CSS. One of the selectors is the tag selector. Now, a tag selector is pretty much a selector, which is the name of the tag itself, right? So let's say we use let's say any HTML5 like tag. For example, I know aside is a tag in HTML, which is pretty much like div, but it just is semantically equivalent to a sidebar kind of thing, right? So let's say I just wrote hello world inside aside, right? And if I have, for example, the same thing, but for a div, right? So what I can do now is go back to my style sheet and just directly target aside. And I can say as color as green and background as black. Right? So you can see this turns green and black, but nothing else, right? So this means what I can do is I can take any tag on the page and target its selector right away. So for example, if I take body, for example, and I give it a background of, let's say, pink, you're going to see that it just turns pink, right? So that's it. That's how you work with things in CSS on the first level. That is, you just take up the tag and just start styling it. So in fact, even now, when we have not really learned about a lot of CSS properties, just color and background, you can see you can create some funky looking pages, right? So yeah, we'll be learning more about CSS properties and what we can do, but this is one way of actually starting to style CSS. And you can see CSS follows a specific syntax. The first syntax is you write a selector, you have an opening curly brace, you have a closing curly brace, and you have a property, colon, value, semicolon. You can see I'm not using quotes here. I'm not writing these values in quotes. You don't have to write them. It will not work otherwise. Some values need to be written in quotes. We'll learn about them eventually as we are going ahead, right? But most of the values you can just use without quotes as well. So that is one thing. And yeah, in the next video, we'll discuss very briefly, we'll discuss something super important with CSS, which will help you in order to debug your code as well. But we'll take a look at that in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and quickly take a look at one of the things which I think is important that you know, although we will discuss it in much more depth in our using DevTools course on the full stack learning path, the front end learning path, whatever it is. But we will be briefly taking a look at DevTools in this one video. What do I mean by DevTools? Well, if you're using a browser like Chrome or even Firefox, when you right click on anywhere on the page, you will see this inspect option right here at the end, right? And when you click on this, you'll see a window opens on the right. Maybe for you, it is at the bottom like this. For me, it is at the right. You can switch it by clicking these three dots and selecting a layout which you prefer. Anyway, this window right here, you could see it pretty much looks like the HTML you wrote here, but it's not quite that. And we'll take a look at that in some other video, in some other course. But for now, you can just consider that this is the same HTML, what you wrote inside of your HTML document. But what I wanted to discuss in this video real quick is sometimes it might happen that your styles might not work or something might not work on your page in CSS, right? So let's create a situation where I have a background of black, but it's not working, right? So you can see it should technically give me a background of black, but it's not. So how do I debug this? Well, the way to debug this is, first of all, you have to open, let's just refresh this. You have to open the inspector like I did, and you have to click on this select an element in the page to inspect it. Now, when you're hovering over the page, you will see it just, sticks to all the elements, and just go to the element you want to debug. In this case, this is our green text, and I have this aside inside the site, right? Just right here inside of the styles part, you will see the CSS assigned to this. And right here, you can see Chrome gives us a warning and it says that invalid property value. So now we immediately know that, hey, our background black is not getting applied because it has an invalid property value. Now you can go back and change the code and it will work fine. Or you can just click right here and change the code, right? And Chrome will just give you a small preview. Of course, this does not stay. If you refresh it, it will go again to the broken value, but it can just, you can use this area for quick debugging or quick checks. Even, writing something like background yellow just to see how it looks like. So you can do some real-time changes on the web. And this is how most of if you have ever seen that on internet, most of the fake screenshots kind of stuff is also generated, where you would right click on a page, change the bank account from $0 to $999, take a screenshot and, just show off kind of. So that's how it works. People just open this inspector, change the value and use it. But of course, that is not something which is in real world, because if you refresh the page, it will reflect back. But yeah, now I can see that, hey, we had a wrong value because we were using quotes. So I'll go ahead and remove that. And once we do that, it will just work fine. Because just like HTML, for CSS, the browser kind of helps you, because for HTML, even the browser does not tell you what's wrong. But for CSS, you can get a little bit of help, little bit of hints from the panel. So if you use any wrong value, your browser will say that it's an invalid property value. So yeah, that's pretty much it for the CSS part. In the next video, we'll try to explore more ways of working with CSS, more properties, and so on. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at CSS properties. So what we have been doing so far with background and colors is actually styling certain elements with the help of CSS properties, right? So these things, background, color, and whatever we'll discuss in the future as well, these are called as properties, and these are values in CSS. So like I said, CSS always follows a property : value format. Always, you will never find something weird here. And yeah, this is the underlying thing of basically all the styles which you see on the website: a selector, a property, and a value. And that can be used a lot of times. A couple of things you have to note here is that all these values end with a semicolon. There is no exception here. In CSS, your code will work fine if your last value omits the semicolon, then it's fine. But if any other value omits the semicolon, you will get errors, right? You can see it says me semicolon expected, and also our styles are broken here. So it's, as a rule of thumb, just make sure you're ending all your values with a semicolon. That is one. Another thing is that we have a bunch of properties in CSS. Some of the common ones which you can think of are, related to dimension. For example, we sure have background and color, but we have, for example, width, where I can width, where I can give, let's say, 200 pixels as a width. So you can see it's a little shorter than before. If I increase it to 300, you'll see it just increases a little bit, 350 and so on, right? So you can see that you can play around with width, you can play around with height, width and height. For example, it's a side tag now. You can also play around with certain properties like margins and paddings, which we'll also get into, and we'll discuss how they work in terms of their shorthands. But yeah, for now, I think it's a start with background, colors, width, and height, right? So now you can have 4 tags. For example, let's just go ahead and create a P, a side, div, and h1, right? And now let's just give them different widths. So h1 is width and height 200 pixel and background as green, for example. Then for a side, we can have the same thing, but for, let's say, 150 pixel. And then for div, we can have the same thing as blue, red, and this would be 250 pixel, right? So you can see we have a mix of styles here, and it's already a lot colorful than just, plain HTML page. So yeah, I mean, we also have a property which comes to my mind like border radius. And border radius is just either in pixels or in percentages, the amount of curvature you want on the borders. I'm going to give it a 50%, and you can see it turns it into a circle. Now, obviously the content is overflowing, which we don't want. So maybe we can fix it later down the line, or, just keep it as it is. But you can see now you're able to play with CSS a little bit. And there are tons of properties, right? There are tons and tons of properties. So I would probably not be doing just one property per video, because that will just be a really boring course in itself. So what we will be doing is we will be actually discussing these properties as and when we are building stuff with them, right? Whether you are building them in the exercises, where you will see the properties names and the description in the exercise description, or whether it's a video where, of course, I will be telling you what the property does. So that's how we'll start working with CSS properties, by actually making use of them. There are a lot of them. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at classes in CSS. And classes in CSS will make a lot more sense the moment we realize what is happening right now. So for example, right now you can see that what we have is that we are trying to create multiple tags for selecting those tags inside CSS and styling them. Now this might seem okay right now, but if you think about it, if your website has hundreds of elements, then it probably makes no sense to actually come up with hundreds of such tags and then style them differently, because that will be just insane amount of work. So what we came across is that we said, okay, you could pretty much use a bunch of tags only, like div or p or span or whatever we discussed, and you can still select them in a unique way or in a collective way by using classes. Now, what does that mean? Let's say this is a div, again, matching it with the one below. But let's say I also want this to just have the blue circle, which it had earlier. So what I can do is I can give it a class of blue, right? And right now what I'll also do is I'm going to give this a class of red. So far you see nothing happens, because that's it. That's all class does, right? It just gives an attribute which you can pick up in CSS, but we are doing no such thing in CSS so far. So what we can do right now is, instead of aside, I can say I want to target this blue class. But remember, the moment we write blue, CSS is trying to actually look for a blue tag in the HTML. It's not looking for a blue class, right? So the way CSS looks for a class is you have to start that with a dot, with a period, right? So this full stop, this dot, this period, whatever you want to call it, this denotes that, hey, this selector right here, it's not an HTML element, it's not an HTML tag, but it's actually a class name. So go ahead and take a look at the DOM and see all the elements which have this class of blue, whatever you want to call it, right? You can very well call it green, and it'll still work if you just make the right changes. So if you call it green, you can see it still works. So it's basically, you can pretty much name it anything as long as it starts with a string. I think that condition is also relaxed a little bit, I'm not sure. But yeah, make sure you just keep your class names sane, not really just go all wild characters or anything. So that's how you use classes, and you can see we already have this as red because we are targeting div. But even if we go ahead and target, for example, .red like this, it'll still work, right? And now the advantage for this is that I can also use the same class, for example, with this another tag, right? And now I did not need to go ahead and write more styles for the same thing. So you can see it kind of makes it reusable. It kind of makes your CSS code reusable, because now you can just slam a class to any of the element you want and it will be just turned that way. Similarly, I can just go ahead and give this h1 a class of blue, and right here you would see that suddenly this green color went away for h1. And why is that? Why that happened? That is because of some cascading style sheet rules, and we'll discuss that. But for now, you can just imagine, you can just say that whatever comes last is applied, right? If there's a competition between h1 and .blue, then blue is coming at last, then it gets applied. But this is not the full statement. We can kind of override this as well, but we'll take a look at that later down the line. You don't have to worry about this now. At this point, I would say not to put conflicting styles. So probably a good idea is to just remove any conflicting style at all. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at IDs in HTML and CSS and what does that mean. So in the last video, we saw about classes, and if you understood classes, that's awesome, because IDs is pretty much the same concept, right? It's exactly more or less the same concept. But the thing with IDs, the only one constraint with IDs is that you have to give an ID to only one element on the page. So one unique ID, one unique value of that ID belongs to only one element. So what do I mean by that? Well, I can give this a class, but I can also give this an ID, and I can say this is only paragraph, right? So this ID right here, technically, I mean, of course, nobody's stopping me and going ahead and create this paragraph 2, but this is wrong in the eyes of browser, right? The browser will not like this, and that's all the browser can do, to be honest, because they don't complain about HTML, right? But this will actually come and bite you when you're working with JavaScript, because JavaScript, just like CSS has selectors, JavaScript has methods to pick up the elements from the DOM, right? We'll come to what DOM is. What did I just say? But what you have to realize is that just keep it in mind at the moment, although you can cheat the system. And I can tell you, like, if we go and only do a font size of, let's say, 30 pixel, you will see it works across both of these paragraphs. That works fine, but trust me, don't do it. If you're using IDs, just keep the ID to a single unique value on the HTML document. You can give it another one, only P2, that's fine, and then style it. And I might have skipped this, but the way you style an ID is by using a hash symbol here, right? So we had a full stop, a dot, a period in the class name, and we have a hash symbol for the ID. So that is basically it. That's all the difference between a class and an ID, the way you refer that, number one. And number two is that the fact that you can only keep it one unique value per page. In most of the cases, I usually prefer people to just go ahead and use class, because it's just less cognitive overload. You don't have to think a lot about that, and it's fine. I mean, IDs have a very slight more performance on the web page, but that's basically negligible, right? You would never ever feel that. So just technically speaking, IDs are faster because browsers can maintain a hash map of the IDs on your page and directly go to the element in that tree. But don't worry about that. Trust me here, you can pretty much just forget all about that and focus only on classes. But I'm telling you that IDs exist just because you should know if you see an attribute, that should be a unique ID on the page, and you can style that using CSS just like you would do a class, but using a hash symbol instead of a dot. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's talk about an interesting concept in CSS and in HTML, which we also have talked about a little bit before, which is the inline and the block elements. So just to quickly revise, if you have forgotten what inline and block elements were, block elements are the elements which pretty much take the whole width of the screen. I mean, in this case, we have obviously just customized all of them with a given width and height. But if you take a look right now, for example, for blue, if I give it a background of blue, you'll see that it takes the full screen width, or I should rather say the width of the container it is in. So for example, if I go ahead and close this in a div and give it, let's say, a class of parent, and right here, if I go ahead and do a parent and width of 200 pixel, you can see, well, the blue is also taking the 200 pixel width, right? If I switch to 400, the blue element is also taking 400, but this one right here is taking the full width of the body because the parent of this blue element is the body, which is 100% obviously. Now, this is a block element. An inline element is an element which, for example, is a span, right? The span right here, you can see, well, we have a red class as well. So let's just get rid of this first of all. So right here, you can see this span right here is an inline element because it does not extend the whole width to the screen. With CSS, what you can do is you can change these behaviors. So we know that span is an inline element, right? But we can make span a block element. How do we do that? We make use of a property called as display. And we set this property to display block. And you can see the moment we do that, this span spans the whole row. No pun intended. But yeah, that's how you can change the behavior. Similarly, you can make a block element inline as well. So if I go ahead and decide to, let me just go ahead and remove this parent and switch this blue from a block to an inline element, you can do that. So the moment you do that, you can see they have stopped taking up full 100% width, but this span right here takes up the 100% width, even though technically span is an inline element, right? It's not a block element. So you can see that with CSS, that's just one of the many things you can control, right? You can, for example, in this case, H1, you can go ahead and target H1 and give it a font size of 16 pixel and, you know, font weight, which is if the font is bold or not, and you can say normal, right? So you see that you have converted an H1 into just a paragraph, and you can pretty much just reverse apply this to your red parts and say that they are 32 pixel, for example, and font weight bold, right? So you have basically converted these red class elements into headings. So you see, with CSS, you can bend the rules. You can just break HTML in multiple ways. HTML says that H1 should be the heading, it should be the largest element, but well, there are no rules to that, right? With CSS, you can change that. So yeah, that's pretty much it. That is all on how you can switch between block and inline. This display property is very useful, and it is also useful for creating layouts with CSS, which we will see how we can do that. But yeah, that's how you switch between block and inline elements. And we will take a look at a couple of more values which we can give that, but later down the line. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at layouts in CSS. And we're going to be starting off with Flexbox. Now I'm going to give you a quick understanding of how layouts used to work. I think we have barely just, in one video touched upon this when we discussed tables, right? So in the very old days when the web was still new and young and, the support wasn't there, what we used to do as web developers was we used to create all these layouts with the help of table tag. Because just like I showed you in the tables video as well, we can find it above in some other section, that table gives you the opportunity to use things like row span and call span. So these things allow you to kind of bend the rules and display nice UIs, but that is not useful at all because tables are not responsive. They just don't make sense on a mobile phone or, different width devices. And that was a real problem in 2021 and beyond, because we are actually using a lot of mobile phones and weird screen devices, not just fixed display devices. So we needed a better layout solution. So what we came up with in CSS 3, which was the latest version in which Flexbox was released, was a different sort of layout. Now, how that works, let's see. So I'm going to go ahead and create a div where I'm just going to name this as a class of new layout. We can keep that. That's fine. And let's just give this div, create 4 empty divs here, right? Just to set the picture, set the stage. And right here, I'm just going to remove all of that. I can just give the body a background of pink. I don't know, kind of like, it's a smooth color for the tutorial. So anyway, so we have the new layout. And right here, what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to also tell you about a different kind of way to select elements. The way you can do that in CSS is you can write a dot new layout like this, and then give it a space and then div. Now, what does this mean? If you hover over this, you will actually see it gives you a simple tip as well, that it element class new layout and any element after, any child div inside that. So what does that mean? This says that any div, any sort of div which is inside the new layout can be used, right? We're going to be discussing more about all the selectors later down the line, but for now, this is a start. This is how you can pretty much select divs inside a new layout class of div, right? So right here, I'm just going to give it, let's say, a background of red, a width of 200 and a height of 200, right? And you necessarily do not need to give this, a width and a height both if it contains some sort of content. But in our case, because these are just empty divs, we don't have any width or height because of the inherent width or height because of the content. And you can see that it looks like we have just one div, which is super tall. And that is because all of these divs got stacked with each other, right? So what we can do is actually also give them a border. So I'm going to say it has a border of 1 pixel solid black. Again, a new property, I guess, for you, which we did not discuss in this, which is border. It takes up a border thickness, then a solid, which is the kind of the border which we want. We also have dotted, and I think we also have dashed. So these are like 2-3 values, but solid is like, the most common one. And then the color of the border, obviously. We can give it a 2 pixel and it'll just double the thickness. So you can see. All right, the next thing is we can also give this a little bit of margin. So margin is this property right here is actually a shorthand of 4 properties, right? Margin left, margin top, margin right, and margin bottom. So I'm going to show you real quick what this means, not in here, but actually opening this in the new tab and opening the inspector again, which we have already discussed. So if I go to this div right here, which has been styled, you can see, although this width and height is fine, we have these arrows on the right of these 3 properties. These arrows means that we are using a shorthand version of the property, even for background, right? So you might be surprised what is the actual property name. So in case of margin, for example, if I click on this arrow, you can see that what exactly was the shorthand which I used. So I said margin top is 10, margin right is 10, bottom and left is 10. So if you use all of these 4 properties Or if you just use this one property, this is equivalent, right? Browser considers these 4 values, these 4 properties, and this one as same. For border, you can see it's a lot of properties, right? I mean, this is something you can leave out, but you can see these are the actual expanded properties, right? And you might be wondering, like, why do these properties even exist? Well, they exist because CSS gives you extremely fine control over how the layout should look like. So you can say that you want a different width of the border. You might want a different color of one side of the border and no border at another side color, and so on and so forth. So theoretically, you can customize each and every aspect of these things, right? So that's why. But in most cases, you don't necessarily need to worry about them. For margin, sure, this will be something which we'll use a lot. But for borders, I think this is a very common thing which you do. For background, again, you can see nothing's fancy. You can just forget about all these properties. But background actually is background color, not just background. Why? Because background also allows you to give an image as the background, but background color, well, just gives you the opportunity to set the background color. So anyway, coming back to the video of layouts, what I wanted to introduce you in this video was the Flexbox layout, which we still did not see yet. So the build up is done. And now what we can do is we can just go ahead and give it a display of flex. Remember, we had a display of block earlier, right? Because this is also a block element. So by default, div takes a display of block, right? But what we did was we did not change this to inline, but we changed it to flex. And flex is like I said, is a new layout system. Flexbox is a new layout system, which allows you to stack elements in a row or in a column, depending on how you want. So by default, you can see it changed its direction to a row. So Flexbox by default just stacks all of the things in a row. You can change it with a flex direction of row, which is, the default value, or column, where you would see it just gets stacked just like before it was, right? So yeah, that is pretty much it. If you take a look at a row, for example, you'll see it just sticks it like this, and column would do the vice versa. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at what exactly is flex basis, because flex basis is going to be a property which you will be using a bunch of times when you're working with Flexbox. So in order to understand that, first of all, let's understand a concept about Flexbox, that is the axis. So you see, when you have a flex direction of row, whenever I add a new div here, you will see it gets added inside that row, right? So it's all the new divs are getting added in this direction towards my right. So this means this direction towards the right is actually the main axis of this Flexbox container. All right, so once we have that, understand that the axis perpendicular to this, that will be downwards right here, is the cross axis. So we have two axes, the main axis in which the elements are getting added like this, like these divs, and the cross axis which is perpendicular to this. So what we have here is a width and a height, right? For the sake of clarity, I have given different widths, and let me just go ahead and actually just keep it to just two divs to actually make it even more clear. And we have a width and a height. Now we have some property known as flex basis, and let me just go ahead and give this a width of 300 pixel, right? So you can see the divs got slightly larger, right? And this width got ignored. So with this width is ignored, and the reason for that is because flex basis actually is width in this case. Let me tell you what I mean by that. So we discussed about the axis, right? So in our case, this is the direction from left to right in which our main axis lies. Now what flex basis does is that it defines the length of the item in the direction of main axis. So it is width in this case, which is, if I change this to 350 or 340, whatever, you will see it becomes longer and longer. And if I shrink this to, let's say, 50 pixel, you will see it become shorter, right? So basically width is completely ignored. Similarly, if I have, let's say, the flex direction of column, what will happen is that this flex basis right here actually becomes the height of the element. So if I change this to 200, for example, you see the height increased. And now if I have the width as 50 pixel, then it stays the same, right? So now in this case, height is irrelevant because the moment we change the direction to column, the main axis becomes this from top to bottom because this is the direction where new elements are going. Therefore, flex basis property is going to point to the length of that individual item, which is what we are selecting right now, in that particular direction, right? So in this case, we are saying that, hey, this should be 200 pixel. So if you are using this, in this case, it does not make sense to use height, right? Because height is just meaningless for this. So this is what flex basis property is. Super important stuff and super fundamental thing you should know about flex basis is that it only works in the direction of the main axis. And how do you find main axis? A quick simple rule is that whenever you add a new element to the container, in which direction it is getting added. If it is in the row, then the main axis is like this. If it is in the column, then the main axis is like this. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at flex shrink property. And I'm going to tell you what does that mean. So first of all, let me just go ahead and change this to row. And I'm going to just show you, let me just go ahead and also not a width, but a height, because our width is defined by flex basis. Let me just go ahead and shrink this. So you can see by the end of almost, the browser window collapsing to 0, our boxes also get almost shrunk down. Now, this is fine because Flexbox is considered to actually not just overflow until and unless really needed, right? So it tries to adjust the width of every single item in the container. You can control this behavior by using a property known as flex shrink. Now, first of all, let me just go ahead and move this as first and this as second, right? And what I'm going to do is say for the first box, I want to say that its flex shrink is 0. Now, let me tell you what I mean by that. Let's just see this at this point, both of them are 200 pixel, right? But what I have said is that the first, which is this div right here, should have a flex shrink property of 0. So this means this flex shrink property is basically a proportion of, compared to other elements, how much a particular element should shrink to fit. That's all this is. So a number 0 is saying that, hey, don't really adjust at all. That means never really change your width to shrink to fit. So that means only the other element has to basically, shrink all the way to 0 or whatever their minimum width is. Now, if I give this a 0.5, for example, you're going to see that the first element just shrinks half as much as the second element. Not half as much, sorry. I should rather say, for example, if the second element, because the default property of flex shrink is 1, let me make it a little bit simple. So I can give this a flex shrink of 1 and this a flex shrink of 2. So you can see that this basically is shrinking twice as fast as this element right here, right? So they start with the same width, but right here, this element is also shrinking, but you cannot, this element shrinks much faster than that because it's shrinking as twice as fast. So these are absolute numbers. They do not have any units because these are proportions compared to other elements. So this is what flex shrink is, right? That means if you want certain element to not shrink at all you have to do is just set their flex shrink to 0, and these elements right here will stop shrinking. That means they will just start overflowing the parent container if they have to, right? So that's how you can maintain a fixed width with a Flexbox. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how you can use flex wrap. So in the last video, we saw that if I do a flex shrink of 0, this basically says that, hey, you're not supposed to change your width from whatever flex spaces has set. Therefore, just overflow if necessary. So what you can do in order to kind of fix this is on the container, you can say a flex wrap of wrap. And what this property means that just go ahead and overflow this element to the next row if it does not fit in the previous one. And it's kind of fine with certain card-based layouts, for example, where width matters and you want to just push it to the next row if possible. Or before, for items where you don't know the size of the element beforehand, or rather the count of the elements beforehand. So that would be useful in that case. But yeah, it's as simple as, just setting up flex wrap on the parent and not worrying about what would happen if we have more elements, because now if you just try to add more elements, it'll try to fit as many elements as it can within the single row as long as possible. But the moment it is not possible, it'll just push them into next rows. And there's that. You have a free kind of free responsive layout available to you. Not exactly responsive, but you will get the idea that this is something which is much better instead of just having a user just keep on scrolling on the right of the mobile screen. So that's one step in the future. So yeah, that's pretty much it. You need to do flex wrap. That's it. Once you do that, it'll just work fine. It'll work the same way with flex direction column as well, but browsers are weird and they are basically made for top to bottom reading, not from left to right. So this is why flex wrap makes much more sense in a row-based system, but it'll still work in the column-based layout as well. So don't worry about that. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you liked it. If you did, make sure you're leaving the review to the course if you haven't left a review yet, and leave the comment. Just invite some of the people to watch this HTML course, CSS course with you. I mean, it's completely free, right? And most likely you're enjoying the practice sessions as well. So if you are, make sure you share a word with your friends and family. That will really help the platform grow as well. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we'll be taking a look at how to center a div. Now this might seem like, a easy thing, but it wasn't easy at all back in the days when there was no Flexbox, when there was no advancement to CSS layouts and all this stuff. So it's super easy now, which we'll take a look at, but it's still a running joke in developer communities that how do you center a div with HTML? People just like to throw the statement all the time. So I think you should know the answer to that. But anyway, what you have to do in order to center a div in another div, let's first of all have some divs here. So let's say this is parent, right? And this is div ID child, right? And now we want to center the child inside the parent. So first of all, let's just go ahead and give parent some background of red, width of 100% or 100 VW, and height of 100 or 50 VH. And let me just quickly go over these units as well if I haven't gone over yet. So you could see that we are pretty much using units like pixel. Now I'm using something known as VW. What exactly is this? So in CSS, there are multiple ways of specifying what the dimension should be, right? Just like we have centimeters and then we also have meters, and although they're technically convertible, there are usually certain ways you can also specify widths and heights dimensions in computers. One of the ways is pixels, which is the most common and the most used as well. So pixel is just basically speaking a single dot on your screen, which is responsible for emitting a light. So 100 pixels just means 100 pixels across and 50 pixels wide. And more or less, sometimes you just have to play with these numbers to kind of get the feel of it. Then we also have percentages in CSS. 100% just means complete width of the container it is in, and 100% is basically similar to what 100 VW would mean, with the only difference between VW is actually the viewport's width. Now what this means is the screen size of the of the container, right? So right now in this case, you can see there's a little bit of overflowing. If you see on the right, the div actually overflows on 100 VW, but does not overflow if I specify 100%. Now the reason for that is because 100 VW is true screen width, right? And right here we have some default browser margins available to us. So the first thing we'll do is actually just go ahead and set margin 0. And let me just quickly go over at this selector as well, although we will go over these selectors in depth in our next course, which is Advanced HTML5 and CSS3. But this selector pretty much here means everything. So what we are saying is by default, every single thing should have a margin of 0. Well, that sounds wrong, right? If you think about it, we don't want every single thing to have a margin of 0. But the good thing is that CSS selectors actually comes with something known as selector specificity. And again, this is something which we will discuss in the advanced course. But what you have to realize is that the star, that is everything, has the lowest specificity. Why does this matter? Because this means anytime someone wants to overwrite this style, they can easily do with any selector. They don't have to worry about it, right? So that's a handy thing you should know. So anyway, we have VW and let's say 50 VH. VH is just 50% of the screen. If I give it 100, for example, you will see it converts fully to red screen. 50 makes it just half of it, right? Now, the next thing is we want some child dimensions as well. So I'm going to give this a background of yellow, width of 200 pixel and height of 200 pixel as well, right? And there's our child div. And now what we want to do is we want to center this child div inside this parent div. And as a matter of fact, let's just go ahead and see all the positions possible with Flexbox alone for this, right? So it's going to be a fun exercise. And you will also realize what all you can do with Flexbox in terms of positioning and in terms of layout. So let's say I want to center this first of all, because that seems like the simplest. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make my parent a Flexbox by saying display flex. Now the moment I say that, this means that my parent now is a Flexbox and all the children inside it are automatically Flex children. However, I haven't specified how or what should the layout be, right? So by default, it just takes the flex direction as column. Therefore, if I have a second child there, and if I go ahead and convert this to a class and make this a class and create a second child, you will see that by default, not in the column, but in the row. By default, they just stack in the row, right? That's the default Flexbox behavior. But anyway, we don't need to worry about that. What I want to do this time is I want to say justify content center and align items center. Now let's just go ahead and take a look at what these two properties are, because most of the work would involve these two properties. So the first thing we are doing, if I remove justify content align item center, you will see that our main axis was from left to right, which is what we discussed in the first Flexbox video, from left to right. So justify content, whatever value you provided, you could see that it actually centers that on the main axis. Now this is important. Why? We'll take a look at that, but justify content centers on the main axis, and align items center would pretty much center it across the secondary axis. Now let's say if I have a margin of 5 pixel here just to make some space, and now if I go ahead and create another child, right? And let me just go ahead and actually make this full screen. Why not? Right? So we have these two divs. Let's just remove align items for now. We see that justify content does it in the main axis way, and we don't have align items. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to say flex direction as column, right? So what this means is that switch our direction from stacking items in a row to the column side, right? And immediately you can see, because our main axis was now this, you can see it centered it in this main axis row, right? Earlier our main axis was this, therefore it got centered in the main axis. So justify content always works in the main axis direction. And to be very honest, it's just a property which you don't necessarily need to remember where it centers. You can just figure it out on the go as well. You can just apply it, see how it is centering, because it will center the children in your Flexbox. Until and unless you're doing some funky stuff here, it will work just like it is supposed to. But again, like you can see, align item center right here would actually center it across the secondary axis as well, all the items rather. All right, so this is that. Let's just go ahead and take a look at, let's just go back to the one child itself. And in this case, it does not matter what flex direction you have. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to start messing around with these values. So I'm going to say justify content flex start, and let's just remove this as well. So you can see flex start is basically like saying nothing because it just keeps it right there, right? So it's basically the default value. Then you have justify content flex end, which just pushes the content towards the very end, right? And that is all what justify content can do. On the main axis, it can allow you to align all the child items. Then we have align items, right? And align items, just like you would have guessed from justify content, also has these values: flex start, which is basically doing nothing; flex end, which is basically pushing it on the end of the secondary axis; and center just centers it, right? So you see you have three possible values here, and you also have three possible values here. Therefore, it means that you can pretty much have 9 combinations here, right? And if you think about this, flex start, flex end, and center, if you have 9 combinations, then you can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So this is like this square right here, then this square right here, then this square. So you can pretty much possibly place the object all the way in a kind of a symmetry, right? So let's start very quickly from flex start, and we'll go in this direction. We'll form this loop, right? Then let's say if I want to push it all the way to the center first, so I'm going to give this a center. Then we want it flex end. Then we want this to be center because it brings it down. Then I want this to be flex end. Then I want this to be center because it brings it in the center. Then this should be flex start. Then finally this would be center. And then finally this value would be also center. So that's how you get a div in the center of a parent pretty nicely. And I hope you understood a lot of properties along the way as well. Justify content and align items. And of course they will play a little bit differently if you have a couple of divs here, but obviously the idea remains same. If you just start again with flex start, you will see that if I do this flex center, it's basically just not flex center, just center. It basically just moves both of them together, flex end, and so on. You know, you get the idea. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and actually take a look at some of the common layouts, and I want you to be confident in how you build layouts with Flexbox. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create some sort of layout structures for you, some basic hands-on layouts which you should be aware about. And as you practice, as you build more sites with the similar layout, you will realize that this is super important stuff which you should learn. Now, what do I mean by that? I mean, like if you go to Google and carefully look at this web page, you will realize that this area is in the center of the screen. Then you have a footer, then you have a kind of a small header, and so on, right? There's a big gap between this footer and the these navigation buttons and so on. So just for developing that understanding of how to create these layouts, you need to fundamentally understand how you work with Flexbox. So what I'm going to do is let's just shift this to pink, for example. And what I'm going to do is go ahead, or maybe just a little darker shade on the reddish side. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and create, first of all, a simple google.com like layout, right? And I'm going to leave the elements, filling elements part to you, like creating this button, creating these input fields, because we have seen them all, creating these anchor links and so on. So let's just start with parent. I'm going to go ahead and remove the margin from everything. And we have the parent like this and child. And in fact, we don't need this as well. Okay, so the first things first, I see that there's a navigation bar. Now, make sure you're understanding this tutorial in a way how I am thinking, not what I'm telling, right? Super useful, super important. Just make sure you are able to see how I'm thinking. So I got a navigation bar. I start from the top to bottom of the site. I see first things first, which I have to place is this navigation bar. So I'm going to go ahead and create some sort of navigation, right? I'm going to use a nav HTML tag, which we'll probably see in the advanced course as well. Nav, and I'm just going to add a couple of links here. Home, about, for example, right? Nothing fancy. Now, the next thing I need to do is there are two ways developers approach a project. The first kind of people, what they do is they just code up the whole HTML structure, thinking about how the CSS would make them look like. And the second one just takes one step at a time. Code a structure, then go to CSS. Code a structure and go to CSS. What you do is completely your choice. My case, I usually prefer to just write the whole HTML structure and then arrange it, but it's fine. You can pick whatever you like. For the sake of this tutorial, I'll just go ahead and stick to my own style, but you can pretty much do whatever you like, right? Then you have an area, which is the center. So I'm going to have, actually, let's just get rid of the parent as well. It's not exactly needed. We can just style the body tag itself. Then we have a section, which is probably in the center of the screen. I will say just this is div ID logo, for example, right? Then we have a footer at the bottom. And we also have a footer tag in HTML. And you'll just know about these tags. Don't worry about them if you don't understand that, hey, this tag also exists, or hey, that tag also exists. For the most part, you can stick to div, but we'll also discuss about these tags briefly in the next course, in the advanced HTML CSS course, and how you can know them as well. So don't worry about that yet. So for the footer, I would say we have a layer 1. So I'm going to say div ID layer 1, for example, or div class name. It's, to be honest, it does not really matter. You know, I can even give this a class of layer because they pretty much have the same background color. So class layer again. So we have our basic HTML structure at this point. We are not doing anything with the CSS, and you can see pretty much nothing looks like Google, right? But let's fix that. So the first thing I'm going to do is arrange this navigation part, right? So I'm going to say this nav has a display flex, and flex direction by default turns it into a row, but what we want to select is this nav UL. Why? Because li, or whatever you write here, would be the children of UL, not nav, right? The direct children. And what I can say is for these nav UL li is list style none, which will disable their bullet points, right? And just a quick heads up, if you know about what you need to do, for example, this thing, you're stuck. Hey, how do I remove this bullet because this is overwriting? How to find this is to go to Google and write that question. How do I remove bullets from UL or from LI, whatever? Use Google when you're building projects to answer these common, simple questions. Don't just get stuck or rely so much on a video, whether it's codedamn, whether it's any other place which you're watching, because we can just teach you so much. You will run into small issues which you would have to debug yourself. So make sure you're using Google properly for every single question. So anyway, let's restore that so that we have a nice clean looking thing. And yep, that is pretty much it. What we can do next is I can say flex direction, flex, not flex end. We already have a flex direction of row, so that does not matter. Justify content, flex end, right? So this puts us right here. Now you could pretty much go ahead and play around with a little bit of padding. Padding is, like I said, we will discuss about the content, the box model in CSS, again in the HTML and CSS, advanced HTML and CSS course. So stick with me. I'm pretty sure a lot of things would get clear once you're done with this course, the exercises, and the next course. So I'm going to go ahead and put a padding of 10 pixels, which gives us a little bit of padding on the sides. And you can also put a margin of 2 pixels. And if you want to see like how margins and paddings are working, you can always give this a background of yellow, for example. So now you will see that this white space, or let's give it a darker color, this white space in between this is the margin, and this gap between the text and the boundary is the padding, right? So if you increase these values, the gap increases. But if you increase these values, the space between them, between the elements, increases. So it's your call what you want to use on a white background. I mean, margin and padding visually both look same here, but they are not, just to make sure you know that. All right, so once we have the navigation part figured out, the next thing we need to do is the center thing. And lucky us, we have just discussed how to center something on the body or on the, the page. So we will not be following that because I want to show you a different strategy. I mean, kind of, we will be following that, but let's just go ahead and for now, I'm going to go ahead and say logo has a width of 80 VW and a height of 200 pixel, right? And just giving it a background of red, for example, just for our placeholder. So this thing should technically be going right here, but we'll take a look at how we'll do that. The next thing I will do is I'll style the footer, which we have, right? And the layer part, we know that this is a little bit of grayish color. You can extract those colors out as well, but I'll be just a little lazy here. We don't necessarily want to style footer. We want to style the layer part here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say this has a background of gray, which you can of course just lighten a little using this picker itself. And yeah, I'm just going to give this a width of 100% or 100 VW, whatever you want. I would recommend not getting confused a lot with percentages and VW. Just try to pick something and maybe like percentages and stick to it. But for the most part, you'll realize that you don't necessarily need to give widths or heights to these elements. The only reason I'm doing this is because these things don't have some content contained, right? For example, if we really had an image right here, it'll automatically have its own dimensions, right? So that's why we don't necessarily would be giving a lot of width and height in the real world projects. But yeah, it's a good idea to just know about them as well. So we have a width of 100% and a height of, again, let's not give this a height because like I said, we are lacking content. So I'm just going to add a footer 1 and a footer 2 notice. So you can see the moment I do that, because we have some content right here, it automatically appeared on the screen. Now you can go ahead and give it a padding of 10 pixel 0. And what this means padding top, right, bottom, left. So padding top is 10 pixel, padding right is 0, padding bottom is 10 pixel, padding left is 0, right? Top, right, bottom, left. If you have two values, if you just have a single value here, then it's top, right, bottom, left, all same. If you have two values here, then it's top, right, bottom, left, oscillating, right? For example, if I give 20 pixels here, see that we have more space on the left, and you can see really right, but we do have, than compared to top and bottom. So anyway, we can give this a 5 pixel, and we can also give it a border bottom of 2 pixel solid gray, for example, right? There we go. Now, it still looks horrible compared to the original site, but we'll do one neat trick which will kind of fix them all. So what we will do is we will go ahead and select body first of all, and let's just go ahead and give it a height of 100 VH, or kind of like minimum height. At least we want the body to be 100 VH. The next thing, which is gonna be interesting, is I'm gonna set this to flex, right? And you see the moment I do that, it kind of breaks it. It breaks the layout. But we don't want this flex to be row. We want this flex direction to be column, which is what it was earlier. But now what we can do is we can stretch this section to take up as much width as it wants. Now we can go ahead and say that, hey, don't go ahead and take out any sort of width from nav and footer. And how do we do that? We say flex shrink 0. I don't want my header or footer to be shrinking, but what I want is that section, go ahead and take as much width as you want. See, now what happened here? The reason why this layout is looking like this, if I go ahead and open this in a new tab, you will see And we have not discussed the Chrome DevTools yet. Don't worry about this. There is another course in the full stack learning path on this DevTools, but just stick with me here for the sake of visualization. So we have a body, right? It has got a nav, it has got a footer, and it has got a section. The thing which we said here is that nav and footer should not shrink. And if you do not understand this, just go back a couple of videos. You will find me discussing these concepts in great depth when the Flexbox was starting. So we said nav and footer should not shrink. That's fine. So what should happen to section? I say section should take up as much place as it could, right? And we know that body at least has the height of the full screen. Therefore, section is taking up a lot of space here, right? That is cool, but how do we center this now? I mean, that should be simple here, right? Because this is again a reduced problem where you have a div and you want to center this, and we have discussed this. So what we want to do is we want to just say display flex here, justify content center, align item center, and boom, you're done. That is it. That's how you create a nice little Google-like layout for yourself. You can see now it pretty much matches a lot. I mean, not exactly in terms of the fonts or the layouts or whatever, but in terms of the positioning, right? So that is what you want to do, right? You want to go to different websites, like even like codedamn, for example. I would recommend that. Like go ahead on codedamn, try to create this layout. Again, you should be able to visualize how these nav items would be placed, how the search bar would appear, how this gap would be created in between, and so on, right? So try to go to different websites which you see, like in the case of this footer, just take example of the footer and try to construct them. For now, you can also go ahead. I'm not sure how long it will stay like that probably, but if you go to codedamn.com/projects, you could see certain projects which you can also build, which have certain helper files available to you in order to build those things, and certain guidelines available to you. So these projects would be also very useful, very beneficial when you're learning layouts and stuff like this. But a bunch of them also involve JavaScript. So I'll recommend just holding your horses until and unless you do JavaScript, but you can take a look at them, how you can create them. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just discuss about a very important concept in CSS again. I think some of the fundamental things, just like layouts is one of the fundamental things. This is also something which I consider one of the fundamental things you should know in CSS, and that is the concept of positioning. Now, let's just go ahead and create, I'm going to explain the positioning part from the last video which we did, and create a span right here, right? Just a simple span tag. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and first of all go to section span and create a background of yellow or blue, for example, because it could give this a little bit of better looking thing. Width of 100 pixel and height of 100 pixel, nothing fancy, right? So we have a small square here, and obviously because this is a part of a Flexbox, so it's kind of following the flex direction. Now what I want to explain in this video, however, is not related to Flexbox. It's related to a property in CSS called position. Now by default, what happens is all the elements come with the property of position static. Now position static doesn't mean anything. That's just a placeholder kind of value, for example. So what is position, first of all? Well, I believe you will be able to appreciate and understand it in much more way if I just kind of used it right away. So we have a value called position absolute. Now, position absolute, like it sounds, it actually picks your element and picks it apart from the layout tree which you have, from the layout structure which you have. Now, if you think about HTML, in fact, I don't even need Flexbox and all this stuff in this one. If you think about HTML a little, let's just keep body. You will realize that even though if you don't have any styles or anything, that CSS just starts to, not exactly CSS, but HTML just starts to stack elements together, right? on one after another, and so on. But with CSS, you can change this behavior of elements. You can pick an element, bring it out of this behavior, and position it anywhere on the screen by giving it coordinates. Position absolute kind of allows you to do that. So if I go ahead and give this a top of 0 and a left of 0, you will see that this blue square just got stuck to the top of the screen, right? And if I try to, actually, let me just go ahead and open this in a new window, because that will be much faster how I can explain. And don't worry about this weird looking DevTools panel. We will discuss how to work with that in another course. But you can see right here, at least, we have an area where I can see the styles, and I can set this to 1 pixel, right? And now if I take a look at here and the behavior, what's happening here. If I increase this value with my keyboard, you will see that this element is sliding down, right? So it's pretty apparent that this top value is exactly controlling the coordinate of the top left pixel of this element, right? Similarly, the left value is also controlling the left attribute of the top left pixel. So if I give it a new value, you can see it pretty much just, it's just increasing, and it's just placing the element at a new place. Now you might think why this is necessary. I mean, would there be any real use case of this at all? And yes, there is a use case, even if what I'm about to tell you did not exist till CSS absolute property is super helpful. But anyway, there's a special use case of this, and the use case arises when the whatever element has an absolute value has a relative parent. What do I mean by that? I mean, for example, let's say I have a 10 pixel top and 10 pixel left, and I go ahead on section and give this a position of a relative. You see what happened here. If this did not exist, if this block did not exist, what this blue box was doing is it was just taking up the 10 from left and 10 from top from the screen, from the window, right? But the moment I give this section a position relative, which is the parent of the span of absolute, it actually considers this red box as its ultimate 0,0 coordinate system. This is important because what position absolute does actually, in fact, is that it tries to go ahead inside your HTML and tries to go ahead to all these parents and tries to find which one has a position relative stuck to them. And the moment it finds a single parent which has a position relative, it just uses that as the coordinate system of, just placing it from top and left. If it does not find anything, then of course it's just the screen, right? And you can do some interesting stuff with this. Now you have position absolute, for example, if you know the dimensions of a container, you can pretty much just play around with this, mess around with this as well, right? You can just place it anywhere in that particular card. For example, you can give this a negative value as well. So if I give, for example, right as negative 10 pixel, well, we have the width as 80 VW, that's why. But if you take a look here, you can see that this div just slides outside this div. And I'm not sure if you have seen, but there are certain sites like would just post like certain numbers like new course, and that's kind of a nice looking label for that, right? So that's how you style these elements. That's how you pick them out of the tree and do all sorts of funky stuff. So yeah, that is how you use position absolute with position relative. Super important stuff which you should know. That is how position relative works in harmony with position absolute. And so that is all for this video. Make sure you are leaving a rating to the course. If you haven't, share it with your friends and colleagues, and practice along the way. Practice is super important. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at another value called position fixed, which is kind of like position absolute, but slightly different. So what do I mean by that? For that, first of all, let's just give our body a minimum height of 200 VH. That means we will now be able to scroll this body, right? Now, let's just go ahead and change this from position absolute to position fixed. And you will see a couple of changes here if you're careful. The first change is that the box has moved slightly up for some reason. And the second change is now when I'm scrolling this, the box is actually stuck to the screen, right? And that's what position fixed does. Position absolute takes it out of the coordinate system, takes out the element out of the regular HTML coordinate system, right? And puts it to the nearest relative parent. Position fixed goes one more step ahead and just pretty much takes out the element out of the screen and gives it to you and says that, hey, just go ahead and position however you want it. And you can see, because I have given top as negative values, top and right, it is actually going out of the screen, because for position fixed, the coordinate system is in fact the screen and not the parent element, which has a position relative or absolute or whatever. You can pretty much put whatever you like here, but position fixed does not has a coordinate system which is bound to an element, but it is only bound to the screen. So you can only style it with the help of setting up coordinates on the screen. And the fun fact about this is that it kind of sticks to the screen, right? It just sticks when you're scrolling and so on. That's how pretty much a lot of these sites, even for example for codedamn, I guess we use slightly different technique here, which we will again discuss. But you can see this kind of effect where the header stays the same is kind of like position fixed. Not exactly, because you can see you cannot get this effect where you have something at the top and then it starts sticking, but it's pretty close. If that banner wasn't there, for example, if I remove this, now you can see, it seems like this is position fixed, which is pretty cool. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I just wanted to quickly tell you one more CSS property, CSS position property, that is position sticky. Now, I don't know why I wrote all these styles in line, but it's fine. You can also write them in different style sheet. But because this is just going to be a quick video, I just wanted to show you one way you can bring the benefits of position fixed. That is just having to scroll, just having a fixed element which just scrolls with your scroll bar, and the benefits of position relative. That is relative to your scroll bar, basically. For example, take a look at codedamn.com's this header. We have something at the top in purple, but the header is position relative as long as I don't start scrolling and it does not reach here. So the way we do it, you can do it with JavaScript solutions as well, but the way we actually do it now is using CSS position sticky. So for example, let's say I have a YOLO div sitting just right in the middle, and let's say this has a style of, I don't know, like display, not display, but background yellow. Now what I want to do is I want to make this as position sticky. So when I scroll past this YOLO, it just sticks at the top. And currently it's not possible, because if you use position fixed, then it will always stick at top, right? Or always stick at wherever it is. And otherwise you need JavaScript solutions. But now you can go ahead and use position sticky and give this a top of 0. A top of 0 just tells it how much distance you need from the top when the stickiness starts. So if I go ahead and go, and you can see now, even I'm scrolling, this just sticks at the top. If I give this a top of 20 pixel, you're gonna see, and I probably know this is not the right way to write CSS, it's too cluttered, but I hope you're understanding, because as developers, you also need to understand a little bit of way of working with bad written code, or at least bad formatted code. So anyway, if I give this a top of 20 pixel, you can see if I scroll down, it starts scrolling just before 20 pixels in the height, right? So you can just also see a little bit of green background at that time, and it has a distance of 20 pixels from the top. So yeah, that's pretty much it. That is literally how the codedamm's header also works in case of this thing, right? This is not position fixed, this is position sticky. So now you know one way of how to make cool elements on the web, right? So yeah, anyway, that is all for this video. I hope you understood something. If you did, make sure you are leaving a rating to the course. If you have done that already, that's awesome. If not, just leave a rating and help some people in the comments if you can. Hey everyone, congratulations on completing this milestone, which is completing your very first programming course in web development. Now I'm assuming some of you are extremely new to programming, and if you have completed this is a huge feat. So don't think that this is a small thing. It's a great achievement to complete your very first coding course. Now the question is, people usually ask, what's next? And we are improving the codedamn's UI. We are improving this whole interface to make sure you actually understand what's next. But if for the matter of fact, if it's not there yet, or if you're even seeing this video, that means there needs a little bit of update in the UI, which tells you where to go next. And in this case, what you have to do is go to your learning path and pick up the full stack web developer learning path and take a look at the next course. In this case, it's advanced HTML5 CSS3, but it might be something different in your case, right? So make sure you do that. Make sure you jump right into the next course and keep continuing your full stack, your front end, whatever you are doing, that particular journey. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you understood a lot of new things in this course, and hopefully that starts your front-end web developer or full stack web developer journey, whatever you're doing. That is all for this video. Hopefully see you in the next course really soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the very first video of this new course on JavaScript, which is the part of full stack web developer learning path on codedamn. You can find this course on front-end web developer learning path as well, doesn't matter. But what matters here is that we'll start from ground zero. We'll start from basically assuming that you have no information about JavaScript, and we'll build that solid framework of understanding along the way in this course. Before that, make sure you have done the first 3 or whatever amount of courses you have before JavaScript in this learning path. And the best way to follow this is from codedamn's learning path, codedamn.com/learning paths. So make sure you're following the learning path in order, because if you're trying to learn JavaScript before actually getting to HTML or CSS, or even I would say internet fundamentals, which is important, then you will have a hard time later on. So that is all for the introductory part. Super excited to start this course with you. Hopefully you are too. This is going to be an interactive course. That means you will have a bunch of exercises and projects to complete along the way. And I highly recommend to do them and not just watch videos only. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we'll quickly take a look at how you can set up your development environment so that you are able to learn in this whole course and beyond that as well. Now for the VS Code, the offline setup, I would highly recommend if you go back to the HTML CSS course and try to look to that video, because we go in depth on how to set up VS Code for your local system. Otherwise, what I do recommend and what I would also be using is the codedamn's online playground. So you can go to codedamn.com, try to look for playground. It might have a little bit of changed UI maybe by the time you're looking, because we are iterating very fast, so maybe it changes. And once you go ahead, you should see some sort of HTML or CSS playground. Just go ahead and open that. The moment you open it, you will be able to see that you get a live IDE within your browser, which also saves your work. So it's completely fine to use it for practicing and come back to it later. Similarly, you will find the same IDE also embedded as exercises, right? So you would see this IDE interface in the practice labs further ahead. So this will also feel a lot home to you. Now, in order to edit this IDE, edit the files inside this, you can see we already have these 3 files: index.html, script.js, and style.css. Well, we are familiar with these 2 files, and JavaScript is all about learning what goes inside the script.js and a little bit of, the HTML file. So don't worry about this if it seems confusing. You don't necessarily have to look at the JavaScript syntax yet. We will go through this one by one, what exactly whatever means. But yeah, once you have this screen up and running, you can see whatever changes I'm making are automatically synced to the right side, and you don't have to worry about anything except the code here, which you're coding. So that is cool. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just start with the fundamentals. Why do you even need JavaScript? We will go into the depth of this a little bit, but just to give you a very real world example of why you need JavaScript is this right here, right? So if when you change this text right here, you see the page on the right refreshes, right? So on codedamn, you can see whenever you're making some change, it happens automatically. And this is one of the examples where we use JavaScript. What we do, we just simply in the codedamm's source code, this ID source code, we are simply seeing that, hey, if there's any change in this file, refresh this page. Well, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but you get the idea that if there's any change in this file, refresh this page. So you see, programming is all about logic. It's all about building those chain of logic and links and if else and going down that rabbit hole. If you understand that, you will be able to understand JavaScript in no time. So our aim with this course is not only just to learn JavaScript, but also learn programming in general, because you would realize once you start learning JavaScript, a lot of things are transferable. Or if you're somebody who has a bit of experience with some other programming languages, you will be able to relate that JavaScript is very similar. So that's the idea. We also want to develop the core understanding of the language, not just the basic language itself, because that's something you can do pretty much anytime, anywhere, right, with any language. But what really makes a good programmer is if you understand the core fundamentals. But anyway, let us start with a hello world, of course, like we always do. And for this playground, at least, what I can tell you is whatever the syntax here is, you can leave a bunch of these script files if they are still present by the time you're watching this. If they are still present, just leave them here. This script file exists because we want to have these browser console logs reflected right inside our area. We don't want to go into the Chrome DevTools, but we'll see how we can work with that. Anyway, I'm going to remove this, and as the hello world program for JavaScript, all we have to do is we have to make use of something known as console.log hello world. And don't worry, we'll also take a look at what this is. But you can see we get a hello world here in the console of the screen, which is basically the console of your browser, right? So if you open this in new tab, you will see we get nothing. But if you go to the inspect, which we have already done, by the way, if you are coming from HTML course, we have used this panel, right? So if you go to console, you will see we get this hello world with us. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we're going to be taking a look at a very simple thing in JavaScript, which is variables, and very simple but fundamental things in programming languages as well, which is called as variables. So what variable is, it's basically a placeholder that holds a value. That's all it is, right? So you can have, let's say if I give you 10 plates to hold, it's not possible, right? You would hold 2 plates in your hand and you need, for example, some table or some sort of thing to just put the rest of the 8 plates. Similar thing exists with computers, with CPUs precisely. CPUs cannot hold a lot of information all together, right? They need some place to put the temporary information, and that's the temporary information is called as RAM, right? So your RAM inside your computer holds that temporary information, random access memory. In programming languages, analogous to that, we have variables which hold temporary information which we might or might not use later in our program. It depends on us, right? So how do you create these temporary containers? Well, in JavaScript, we make use of 2 keywords to create these. And let me also introduce you with JavaScript syntax with this, and that is using let or const. These are the 2 keywords which we use to create variables in JavaScript, and the syntax is const, let's say my first variable, then an equal to sign, and then the value which you want to set it to. Let's say 250, for example, which is just a number. So a couple of things you can see that I have a name of the variable. I have a keyword which basically says that, hey, this whatever thing you're writing is in fact a variable. And then I have a value with an equal to symbol. That is how most programming languages work. I mean, there might be some difference in how the variable is declared or how the value is assigned, but for the most part, you will see that's how this works. Now, once you have this variable, you can pretty much do a lot of things with this, right? You can maybe add a few numbers, you can subtract a few numbers, you can do a bunch of stuff. But with JavaScript, you can not reassign a variable which has got a const value. For example, let's say for a moment, let's pretend that you understand what console.log is, right? For now, we'll just consider console.log as a simple function which puts the value here, right, in the bottom area. So if I go ahead and console log this, you will see that I get 250 console logged here. Now, if I go ahead and try to make this 251, what you will see is that we get an error which says assignment to constant variable, right? So this const right here means that, hey, whenever you create this value, you have to keep this the same value all the way. And you might be thinking, like, what's the use of this? I mean, if variable actually stands for a variable, right? And you're saying this is a constant variable, which is, I don't know what's the word called in English, but it's like, you know, opposite. So you're saying constant but variable. But this is super important because of number of reasons which we will discuss later down the line. But this just means that once you initialize this variable with a value, you cannot change it later down the line in your program, right? Now, of course, there are a bunch of edge cases we need to be careful about, but we'll discuss that later. Now, the second part which we discussed was how you can create a variable with let keyword, L-E-T. This keyword right here, what this does, it does pretty much the same thing, but you're seeing that I did not get that error anymore. So what has happened? Well, you see that with let, you actually tell the JavaScript that, hey, okay, I'm setting this variable, but you're free to just change this value later down the line if you would like to, right? So now if I go ahead and console.log this, my first variable, you would see that we get two console logs. The first one is 250 and the second one is 251, right? So that is how it works. That means with let, you can reassign the values. With const, you cannot reassign the values. And if you look carefully, what you will observe is that I'm not using the let or the const or any other modifier after I assign it once or after I use it once. And why is that? Because JavaScript already knows that this variable has been created, right? So we only need to use this initializer keyword or whatever you want to call this, let or const, only for the first time. If you try to do it right here, if I try to do let here, you would get an error which says that identifier, my variable, my first variable has already been declared. This error message simply means that, hey, go ahead and see if you already wrote my first variable somewhere before in your code. Similar thing with const. So if you change this to const, you will get the same thing, you know, the same error basically. So that means you should always use let or const once for declaring the variable, and the rest of the places you just have to use either for accessing it or for reassigning it. You just have to use it without anything basically, right? So this is all you need to know about variables in JavaScript. There is also a third way to make variables in JavaScript using var, right? So this also used to be a way in JavaScript, but please don't use it, right? For the reasons which we will discuss later, this is deprecated. This is no longer required. Do not use var to create variables in JavaScript. It is supported and it will be supported for a very long time in future as well, but don't use var, right? Use let or use const. And finally, you would have observed that you can also create variables without actually defining anything, without actually putting anything here at all, which might seem like, you know, that I just wasted your 6 minutes now, that you did not need to do that at all. But don't do this again because of the reasons which we will discuss. These reasons are due to scoping, and we will discuss these issues later down the line. But for now, the best rule of thumb you have to remember, at least for now, is always use const or let, some sort of identifier here. And yeah, that's all you need to remember at the moment. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we'll be looking at a very important thing in JavaScript and in programming languages in general, and that is the data types supported. Now, JavaScript is a language which can store a lot of types of values in a variable. Like I said, variable is an empty container which you can use to just hold values temporarily, right? As long as their scope lasts technically. We will discuss about scoping, so don't worry about that yet. But what I want to discuss here is all the kinds of values which you can give this variable and what does that mean. And we'll also just keep an eye on the console at the bottom so that we can see what's happening. All right, so first things first, numbers are simple, right? We understand numbers like 1, 2, 3, and so on, right? So whenever you store a number, you will see that you never use quotes or anything, right? Single quotes, double quotes, nothing. That's it. You just put a number, you put an equal to sign and put a number. Now, I want to store a string, which might be my name, which might be anything, right? So for example, for my name, I will just write Mehul, right? So this is a string. And the way you store strings is that you enclose them into double quotes or single quotes. JavaScript does not care if you use double quotes here or if you use single quotes. It doesn't matter. In some languages, it matters, does not matter in JavaScript. The next type which we have is Boolean, which is either true or false. So something like you're above 18 can only be true or false, right? It does not make sense to have an integer answer, or maybe, a string yes or no is also fine, but for the Boolean values, for values which can only have two possible outcomes, we usually go with true or false. So you can go ahead and give this value as true, again, without the quotes, or false, right? Without the quotes as well. So you have numbers, you have strings, you have Booleans, which is like, for example, my age could be 22, am I above 18 could be true, and my name could be Mehul, right? So this is like reflecting three different kinds of variables, and you can see we get an error that my first variable is not defined because we are trying to console log something which is not there, right? So another important thing which I would just pass on as a quick hint is always try to read error messages. If you see an error, if you see the code is not working, try to see what the computer is telling you. In a lot of cases, it might just seem practical for you to just skip over it, but trust me, computer wants to help you. So make sure to read the error messages. So yeah, we have the three fundamental types with us: string, Boolean, and number. Let's take a look at a couple of more. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write a variable called friends, right? And I know that my friends, well, they could be a string. That means I can just separate them in a comma, but that's not the best way to store something which can have a lot of values. A better way for that is to use an array. Now what this is, an array, if you're seeing this for the first time, an array is a collection of usually the same data type, right? And why do I say usually? Because JavaScript is lenient. JavaScript allows you to store an array with different kind of values as well. This is completely fine. So if I go ahead and console log friends, you will see I get 22 and true like this. If I add Mehul here as well, you will see I get Mehul logged in as well. So what is an array? What is this weird syntax, and why do I have to write these square brackets right here? Well, you see, if you just write like this is wrong syntax because, well, it doesn't really make a lot of sense, right? This square bracket just denotes that, hey, this is a start of an array which consists of ordered items. That means the order matters here, and you can access them with something known as index, what index they have. And we will discuss about arrays in great length. But just to give you a quick look at this, let's say if I want to access true from this array, so what I will do is write friends of 1. That is friends, and then in square brackets, I will write 1. And you can see I get true because indexes in computers and in JavaScript especially start with 0. So if you want to get 22 in the console below, you will write friends of 0. If you want to get true, you will write friends of 1. If you want to get Mehul, you'll write friends of 2. This brings me to the next data type in JavaScript, and that is what would happen if I write friends of 3 here. right? So let's just go ahead and take a look at friends of 3. And you see we get undefined, although we don't have a string here called undefined, right? So what is this? Well, this is not a string. This, you might get confused here by seeing that this is a string. This is another kind of data type, you can say, or kind of value which you can provide to the variables, and you can say some special value as undefined, right? And again, you can see it's not in quotes. That means it's working fine, and it's fine. So if I console log this, you see we still get undefined. But what exactly is undefined? Well, undefined is basically a value of a variable which has not been initialized. So here we are obviously giving it specifically the value of undefined, so that's why it works. But let's say if I go ahead and remove this, right? Well, in the case of const, we get an error that it says that missing initializer in the const declaration, because remember I told you that const cannot change its value later down the line, right? So you need to give it a value then and there. But if I switch this to let, for example, so I say let some special value and I console log this, it says me undefined. But later down the line, I say, okay, you know, it should be 22. Then if I console log this, then it gives me 22. So undefined is basically, you can see I did not assign this a value, but it got undefined by default. So it's a value for something which has not been initialized yet, right? So that is all you need to remember in terms of undefined, and we can move forward with that. All right, the next one which we have is big int. Now, what do I mean by that? That means big int number. This is a number which is big, which could be really big, right? So for example, in this case, you see my age is 22, which works fine, but JavaScript has a limit on the size of this number, right? So if you have a number which is of a certain magnitude, let's assume 1000 in this case for the sake of simplicity, JavaScript would kind of not work well with 1001 and 1002 and 1003, right? The math breaks for JavaScript. And why is that? Because computers have finite memory, right? So JavaScript has to cut off after some point, that it has to say that, hey, I'm not going to store any number beyond this. And it's a really, really big number, right? It's a really big number. This number is actually 2 raised to the power 53 minus 1, right? Which is a huge number. But if you are working with large sets of data in JavaScript, you might need even bigger numbers, right? So you might need a lot of bigger numbers, which are much bigger than 2 raised to the power 53. And if you try to, let's just get rid of this. If you try to console log this, I mean, this would work fine, but the way I said it is that arithmetic, for example, addition, subtraction, multiplication would break on this number. So the way you make this as a big int number is you write an n after this. And the moment you do that, you would see that, well, we do not get a console log here, but if I go right here in this console, you would see it grays out kind of, but we do get a console log. And the best way to verify that this is a big int is using something known as a type of operator, which we'll learn about very soon. There are a couple of more data types you can say in JavaScript, which are objects, which are functions, which are symbols, and which is also null. One more data type is null. Just like we have undefined, we also have a value called null, which you just go ahead and use. You will see you just get null, right? So the difference between null and undefined is basically null is like explicitly saying that this value does not exist or should not exist, right? Whereas undefined just means that this variable has not been initialized yet. So that's the difference, right? Null is basically saying that this should be blank or this is empty and this should be empty. Undefined is just saying that, hey, this hasn't been initialized yet. That's all. But yeah, there are, like I said, a bunch of more variables and data types in JavaScript, which we will discuss. Do not worry about them, but we will pick them up as the time comes. But for this video, I think that is all. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just quickly take a look at type of operator, right? So like I said, we can create multiple variables. I'm going to say type of my age as the variable name. And I'm going to write my age here, first of all, just to give you an idea of what I'm trying to do. You see in JavaScript, what you can do is you can assign the value of a variable as another variable, right? Or maybe a bunch of more variables. Let's say you want to add a few variables here. So you can do that. That's completely fine. But what you can also do in JavaScript is you can write the keyword called type of, and you can see it immediately turns red because this IDE knows that this is a special keyword. And what this expression evaluates to, if you just take this expression right here, what this expression right here evaluates to is a string, which is the data type of that particular variable. So a couple of things to mention here, remember here, is that this thing right here gives you a string value, just like Mehul is. And the second thing is that the string value is actually a data type of whatever the variable you wrote after type of, right? So you can see in the console, if we take a look at this, we get number because my age is in fact a number. If I use type of with this, you will see we get Boolean. If I use type of with Mehul, my name that is, we get string. If you use type of with friends, you see we get an object. And the reason we get an object and not an array, because in JavaScript, arrays are object, right? So don't worry about that yet. It just means that, you know, it's some sort of special value. For some special value, which is actually null, you see we still get object. This is interesting. This is a weird edge case in JavaScript as well, which might get caught you off guard. So how do you distinguish? You might ask, how do you distinguish between an array and a null type? And there are ways, don't worry about them. But what you have to remember here is that if you write this as undefined, you will get the value, the type of as undefined, right? So null, both null and arrays are type of object, but undefined has a type of itself, right? That is important. Then if you move on to big int number, you would see that we get big int, and that's it. That's pretty much all we have at the moment in terms of whatever values we define. So yeah, that's pretty much it for type of. It's not super handy. I wouldn't say that you would be using this a lot of times, but this is something which is irreplaceable when it is needed, because this can help you in data validation, or this can help you in determining what kind of data you're dealing with without actually taking a look at the code above, which sometimes is not even possible, right? If you are using some library or anything, or you know, just user input from untrusted sources. So that's a good way to just validate what kind of data type you are getting. Alright everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's do a little bit of math operations with numbers, because numbers are fun and you will be using a lot of numbers in your journey. So I'm going to start with const, and I'm going to show you what is possible. So right now I'm going to start with my age as 22. And what I can do is let's say I want to increment, a year has passed and I want to increment my age to 23. So I can do my age plus 1, right? Which is basically what you would also write on paper, kind of, right? If you are doing math problem or anything, and that's what you do with programming as well. You just write plus 1. But you can see that I still get 22 even though I tried to do my age of plus 1. And the reason for this is we are not assigning this value back to my age, right? Because this plus 1, although it does increment this to 23, but we are not storing this value anywhere. So how do we store this value? Well, you might think that, hey, I can just go ahead and use like something like this. And this is completely fine. But remember what I told you about const is that you should not, or you cannot actually reinitialize its value. So how do you fix this? You have two solutions right now. The first solution is you change this to let. And the moment you do that, you will see that it works just fine. Why does it start working? Because let allows you to change the value after you initialize it. Const does not. The second way is to actually create a new variable called my updated age, and then do a my age plus 1. And in the console log, the statement, just pass in my updated age. And the moment you do that, you will see that you get a nice updated value this time. I think this is the first time we are seeing something in the console which we did not explicitly write in the code, right? So this is a big moment where you are actually computing something for the very first time. This is the very first time you're computing something, right? You're telling the computer that, hey, go ahead and add something to it. And this is a revolutionary thing if you think about it, because a computer which can add once, it can add twice, it can add so many times, and it can do it at an exponential speed, right, compared to a human. So that's why computers are, well, used, because they compute. That's what computer actually stands for as well. But anyway, that is a very simple operation, right? You can also add 2, you can also add 3, 4, 5, whatever you would like to do, you can do with this. And the next thing you can do is you can also subtract things with a negative sign, which is just a simple dash. Not sure if zooming in here would really help, but I hope that you all know that what addition and subtraction is. I'm not probably going to go ahead on that in this course. So the next thing you can do is multiplication, right? So 22 times 5 is 110, and you see that you get that in the console. And also you can do division, right? So you see if you divide 22 by 5, you get 4.4 as the output, which is again fine. What you can also do in JavaScript is you can use double asterisk right here. And this double asterisk symbol, you can see it gives you a huge value because this is setting this to a power. So this essentially means setting 22 to the power of 5. 22 to the power of 5. And I think we haven't discussed what I just wrote here, which is called as a comment in JavaScript. So we'll do that in the next video. Don't worry about that. But essentially what this means, if I have, let's say 2 and I have 5, then this should give us 32, right? Because 2 multiplied by itself 5 times is 32. 2 times 2, 4, 8, 16, and 32, right? So this is another operator. These are super handy. For example, if you want to have, let's say, an average of a few numbers, what we can do is let's write a very simple program, right? A very manual but very simple program. I'm gonna write my friend's age, and I'm gonna have, let's say, 20, 19, 22, 21, and 23, right? And I want to calculate my friend's average age using a computer. I can do it with a pen and paper, but let's use a computer. Now remember, I told you how you can access the elements in an array by using index. So I can get 20. If I just use average right here, you would see I get 20. If I have a 1, we get 19. If I have a 2, we get 22, and so on. So what we can do is, before calculating average, we can calculate the sum of them. And I'm doing this very manual way. There are obviously better ways which we will look at later. But right now you can see I can just go ahead and keep on adding them 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right? So there we go. So now we have a sum which consists of all these sum. And I'm going to say total friends, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I have 5 total friends, and the sum of their ages is this. So what I can do right now is I can say, again, we have not discussed console log much, but stick with me here. We will very soon, and then it will be much more clear. But you can also pass all sorts of values in console log, right? Separated by comma, and they will all appear down here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say sum of friends age, and just pass a comma and a sum, which just shows us this value 105, which is good. And I'm going to say console log total friends, and this will be not 5, but actually my variable total friends here. And then finally I can say average is equal to sum by total, right? And if I just do console log average friend age is average, and you can see in the console we get 21, which is fair enough because 105 divided by 5 is 21. So you have written your very first JavaScript program by just calculating the average of a few numbers. And yeah, that's a great start. I mean, you have figured out what math operators are and how to perform addition, subtraction, multiplication, divisions, and exponential, and actually write a great program, a great small program as well. Hey everyone, welcome back. In this video, I will quickly discuss something known as increment and decrement operators, right? Now, these are just fancy way of doing something which we have just done in the last video. So first of all, let me just clear this out. And let me just go ahead and say my age again as 22. Now, we saw that if I just make this let, I can do my age is my age plus 1. And if I console log this, you will see that my age in fact comes out to be 23. Now there is another fancy way of doing the same line, which line number 2 does, and that is by writing my age plus plus. That's it. No let, no reassignment, nothing like that. Remember, I told you that, hey, my age plus 1 would not work because we are not storing this value anywhere, right? You can see my age plus 1 still gives me 22, but my age plus plus gives me 23, right? So this is because these two pluses are special. These two pluses actually evaluate to the same statement which we wrote, my age is my age plus 1. So you might ask, why do we need that? Well, we technically don't. I mean, we would still be able to write code if that did not exist. In fact, a lot of languages also does not include the support of doing plus plus like this, but I mean, just another feature, right? Just like your phone has tons of feature, a programming language also has tons of functionalities. Does not necessarily mean you have to use them always, but it's good to know that it exists. Anyway, there's another operator called minus minus, which exists, which is, 22 goes to 21. You might think there might be a star star operator, but it would not make, I don't know, like it could make a lot of sense if you just want to square the number real quick, but no, that does not work. These increment and decrement operators only exist with addition and subtraction because these are the most common things which people usually do, especially in loops, which we will see. When you want to loop over a certain statement, you want to maintain a counter which just keeps on incrementing by 1, 1, 1, 1 until it hits a certain condition. So there is where we use these conditions a lot, but you should anyway know about this. Plus plus adds 1, minus minus removes 1. And the fun fact about this is that you can add these plus plus after the variable or before the variable. And there is a slight difference in these two ways, which we will discuss maybe later down the line, but nothing you should worry about at this stage, right? You can add this before the variable. You can add this after the variable, but of course you cannot add this before and after. This would not work, right? This is like a weird syntax. So if you want to increment it by 2, either do it twice or just write a single statement which just says my age is my age plus 2, right? So that is how you would work with it, and that is how increment and decrement operators also work. Hey everyone, let's just go ahead and quickly discuss about console.log in this video, which we have been using for a long time, but I haven't really gone over through what exactly we are doing here. So you can see that console.log is actually just putting some value here, but it is especially very helpful if you are doing this offline or just, just trying to debug something, some value. What console.log does is, before actually getting into that, let's just discuss about what a console is, right? So if you see right here, I'm not sure if you have used this before or not, but we briefly discussed this about in the Internet Fundamentals, that you have a concept of a terminal, right? So this is a terminal, which is essentially a command line access to a computer, right? So whenever you are running a programming language, you can tell that programming language to output certain code or certain outputs, whether it's mathematical, whether it's some object, whatever it could be, into this terminal, into the console, right? So this area right here, whenever JavaScript is running, it has a special area, not exactly the terminal, but it has a special area called console, which pretty much looks like this terminal, right? So where is this console in the browser? If you go ahead and open this in the new tab, right click on this page, go to inspect, you will see that there is in fact a tab called console, right? So you go to console and you will see all the logs which you generate right here as well. So for the sake of ease, what we have done at codedamn is whenever you use a console log, we just put it right here in front of you, right? So you don't have to just switch between codes and console all the time. Therefore, you can use it from right here. So anyway, the point is that this console.log is a function. We will discuss about functions in JavaScript in the next video probably. But what a function more or less is, this function is that you can write console log, open a circular, open a parenthesis, not a circular bracket, and go ahead and supply these values, whatever you want to console log, separated by commas, right? So let's say you write the second value as 2, 3, Mehul, whatever, right? So whatever you write here, you can see it appears in the console as well as in the browser. If I refresh this, you will see we get this. So this is cool because now you are able to see whatever kind of values you are writing in the console, right? Or you have in your program. Why this is helpful? Because your program can contain intermediate states. For example, let's take an example of the last case itself, right? Where we were calculating averages of the friends. So we had a sum variable, right? We had a, let's say the total count variable and so on. So we had all these variables, and these were not the values which we could actually see, right? Which we could inspect from the code itself. Therefore, we could use console to just print them out and check the values in a running program, what those values are. So in a way, console log actually helps you to introspect a running program as well. So it's kind of used as a debugger as well, right? It's not a debugger, but you can use console log for debugging purposes. If something is not working, you can print the values, which are temporary intermediate values, and see what value is going wrong. So that's the use of console log. And of course, you can print funny messages here as well. Want to work with us? Come join us at carriers.codedamn.com, you know, stuff like this. I think companies do this all the time, right? Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at functions in JavaScript. What functions are, how you can work with them, and what do they mean. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and create a very first function first of all, and after that I'll explain it to you what that means. So I'm going to go ahead and put this console log statement inside this block. I'll name this function and I will say make console log, and like this. And if you don't understand what I'm doing, it's fine. What you have to realize is what's the syntax of this. The syntax of this is I have a keyword function, then I have a name, then I have these two brackets with me, and then I have an opening a curly brace, right? So this is the syntax of how you write a function in JavaScript and a closing curly brace. Now, whatever you write inside of this function is the function's body. Now, what is the use of this? Well, consider the statement console log of hello world. And let's say you want to console log hello world, but you also want to console log a variable there, right? So you have two statements, and it is possible that you might console log this multiple times, right? So let's say we have another statement which says total count, right? So if we go to the browser logs, for example, let us see if this is still attached to our index.html script. And yep, it looks like it is, but you can see that we do not get any logs, right? So why that is happening? Now, the reason that happens is because this console log, this function right here, is a function. And a function is a piece of block which does not execute until and unless it is called. So how do you call this function? You just write the name of the function. In this case, it's make console log, and write these two brackets, right? Opening bracket and a closing bracket. And the moment you do that, you can see we get the first statement and the second console log. If I write it again, you will see that even though I haven't really copied pasted this console statements, but we still have two sets of console logs. That is because we are using two console logs in this function statement. This is as simple as it can get. So I can go ahead and write this I can go ahead and let's just go ahead and make another function where we will say function print all variables, right? And the only use of this function is to write all the variables. My age is my age, right? My sum is sum, and total count is total count, right? So now what I can do is whenever I want to print all of these variables, instead of writing these statements over and over again, I will say print variables. Then let's say if I make a change to my age, then when I make a change to my age, you will see that, let's say if I make it 23, and then if I say print all variables again, you will see that my age first of all was 22, then it comes out to be 23. Rest of the variables are same. So this is like one of the most useless use case of a function, but there is a lot of use case of functions in terms of you will be using functions all the time in your code. So it's important to get the basics right, how you create a function, what is a function body, anything which goes into these two brackets, and how do you call a function. This is like a very 101 function 101 for you. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and see how you can pass certain parameters to a function. And what does that even mean? So you see, functions are okay. This code block is okay, that if you want to execute it multiple times, you don't have to write all these lines, which is fine. But the true power of functions come in the fact that they can work with dynamic data. That means you can create a generic function for a certain operation and pass in some inputs to it and get a completely different output. So how do you do that? The way you do that is you can pass certain variables to this function or certain parameters. And let's say in this case, I have a function which adds to my age, right? So right now, the only thing it does is that it just adds my age is equal to my age plus 1. So that's all it does, right? So I can say add to my age, and if I console log my age after this, console.log my age, you will see that we indeed get 23 in the console. Now, let's say I want to make this number dynamic, the amount of age I'm adding. How do I do that? Well, I can just say that, hey, get my, or not get my, but something like increment by something like this. Now this is just a keyword. I just wrote it in these two brackets, in these two parentheses, right? Now what this is that it is an argument to this function. And what are the argument? What are arguments in general? Arguments are specific values which you can pass when you're calling a function like this. So for example, in this case, if I want to populate this increment by with 5, I'm going to pass this like this. So if I access this function, if I access this variable right here, if I go ahead and console log this, you would see that we in fact get 5 as the console log. And you can see we don't have a let or a const here. We don't need that in an argument. So you can just go ahead and name your arguments like that. It's fine. Now the true power is that I can just go ahead and replace that 1 with an increment by. And now you can see I get 27. If I have adds to my age and then 7, for example, you will see that we get 34 now, because 7 plus 5 plus 22 is 34, right? So this is how you pass an argument to the function. Now you can pass multiple arguments, right? It's not that you just have to pass one single argument. You can say, for example, something like multiply by, right? And if you just pass this as 2 and you do something like, you can do weird stuff if you would want, but this comes out to be 54, right? Because, well, 22 plus 7, 22 plus 5 times 2 is 54. So that's cool. I mean, that's completely fine, but you can see that you can pass multiple values here. And remember what we discussed about undefined data type in JavaScript. Let's say if I did not pass this value right here, you will see that first of all, what we get in the console is undefined for this argument, because like I said, it's missing. So that's what undefined means. It's not initialized or it's not passed like that. And second, we also get a not a number. So if you see NaN anytime in your console, that stands for not a number. That means you're trying to use a mathematical operator on something which is not a number, right? In this case, it's undefined. In our case, it could be string, it could be function. You might be multiplying it with a function or anything, but yeah, that's what it means. So anyway, I hope you understood the concept of functions. You can create very simple functions once we discuss one more part about them, that is the return statements. We'll do that in the next video, and then we can get into a little bit of basic math with functions as well. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how we can go ahead and make use of return statement in a function, and what does that even mean. So first things first, you can see I'm assigning this variable which is outside directly, and then we just try to console log it, and that just console logs perfectly fine. But this practice, although this is a bad practice because this function is not pure in the sense that it is mutating the state outside it. But anyway, leaving that aside, let's say if this was const, right? I don't want my variable to be modified, right? Now we are getting an error that we are assigning it to a constant variable. And we can fix that. I mean, not exactly fix, but we can just remove this assignment and say that, hey, this is fine, right? Because this is allowed. We are not changing the my age here, the variable here. But how do we get the value of whatever this is being computed outside this function? That means, let's say this function says that it adds to my age, right? This is the end goal of this function. So how do I get out the final end goal value? For that, we use a keyword known as return in JavaScript. So what this return does is, let's say if I add this return keyword, what this does now is that if I store the result of this function in another variable, my new age, for example. So what I'm doing essentially here is that I'm saying that, hey, whatever this function returns me, which is done by this return keyword, store this in this variable. So I can say my age comma my new age like this, and you can see we get 22 and 54 like that. So what's happening here is that because I'm returning this computation, I get that value returned into a new variable. And if you do not store it, then it's very well lost, right? It's basically lost at this point. So yeah, I mean, if you need to store it, you need to give it a variable like this. Now, another thing with the return is that if you do not return anything from a function, if it is empty or, if it just has a bunch of statements like this, you can guess what it returns. It returns you undefined, a value which is not set, a value which is not initialized, right? So the default behavior of JavaScript is, if you do not have a return statement in your function, it just returns undefined implicitly. If you're coming from a different programming language, which might throw some errors, if you're not having return statement, that's not what happens with JavaScript. You don't necessarily need to return always from a function, but you should. I mean, it just makes clear that, hey, this is where you are pointing that it's the end of the control or end of the function call, right? Even if you don't have anything to return, for example, let's say if you just want to increment sum by 100 and that's it, you can just mark an empty return statement, which is also pretty much just means return undefined. If you don't write, anything out in front of return, it just means return undefined, right? That's it. That's all it does, right? So this is one thing. And another important thing is any statement after return never executes, right? So if I try to, for example, if I try to console log sum here and total count here, you will see we have 305 because sum was incremented. But if I have, let's say, total count as total count plus 200, you would see that in the console, we still get total count as 5, which was the initial value. And the reason for that is because, like I said, after return, no statement gets executed. And you can also see our editor pointing us saying that unreachable code detected, That means your program cannot actually reach this part of code ever, right? It's an impossible condition. Why? Because, well, you always return, so you're never going to reach below that. So that is something you should keep in mind, that whenever you write return, you cannot execute anything after that, right? So that's important. So yeah, that's pretty much it in terms of return. We will take a look at examples of return, how they work. You can return any single thing, any single value in JavaScript, right? It's not that you have to return numbers or you have to return strings. You can return all these types. You can return arrays. You can even return functions, which is interesting. And we will discuss about that probably when we are discussing about closures in JavaScript. But you can do all sorts of fun stuff with JavaScript when you're doing that. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we'll be discussing a very important thing in JavaScript and in general in programming, and those are conditionals. And conditionals just means to add if-else logic. If this is true, then that should happen. If that is true, then some other thing should happen, right? And as developers, all your work would more or less involve building up this logic and setting up this logic in the code. So this is super important stuff. Let's just go ahead and discuss this. So let's say I have a function called should I get a license, right? And this function accepts an age, and it should return a true or a false depending on should I get a license or not, a driving license. So what I want to do is I want to return true if the age is greater than 18 and false in the other case. So what do? Is I make use of a statement called if age is greater than 18, then I say return true, else return false. And let me just tell you what's happening here. So you see how I start an if block is I write a if keyword, then a bracket, the condition which should be matched. And this is a symbol for, greater than symbol. I hope you understand this from your math class. If the age, whatever I'm passing here, is greater than 18, just return true. Otherwise, return false. Else just means that if this condition does not match, then do that, right? And if I go ahead and now pass in, let's say if I start console logging it. So let's say I have, should I get a license as 100 of age 100. So we get true here, right? Makes sense. If I have the same statement with me, but with an age of 17, you would see that the second statement we get is false. And see that I'm console logging this function call itself. This is just a shortcut of saying that, hey, I want my result to be stored like this, and then console logging result. These two statements are same, right? So I just eliminated one step by taking this value directly and putting it inside console log. So that would work, right? There's another way we can structure this code a little. If you remember from the last video when I said that whenever some function returns a value, it will not execute anything below that, right? So technically speaking, we don't need this else thing. If I remove this, it's still equivalent. Why? Because take a look here. If the age is greater than 18, then we return true. And we know once the function returns, it will not go below this. Therefore, the program ends. If we do not return, if age is less than 18 or less than equal to 18, then we never enter this if block, and this if block essentially ends, right? So it's technically acting as a else block itself. This would not have been else block if I just wrote, for example, instead of console logging, if we just did, instead of returning, if I just did this person is above 18. And let's say if I did this person is below 18, right? And if I just had a single statement here, single function call rather, not even console logging it, you can see I get both of these statements. This person is above 18 and this person is below 18, even though this person is only above 18. So why does this happen? Because I'm not using return here, right? So it enters this if block, but it never returns, and therefore it executes the lower block as well. But if I had a return statement here, you would see that we only get a single console log, which just says this person is above 18, because the moment it happens, we just return, right? And that's it, the execution ends. Or what you could have done is you can just remove this, write an else, and shift this line right here, and it will still have basically the same meaning, right? You can still see we do not get a duplicate or, a second console log. Now you might think what's a good way to go about, and in programming generally what you will see is that there are multiple ways to do a single thing. So you have to stick to a style, you have to stick to a pattern, and what I would recommend at the moment at least, you can be as much explicit and as much clear as you can when you're using this if-else blocks, right? Because you clearly tell the other person who's reading your code, another human, that what you want. This is also fine, and I use it personally all the time, this behavior of early return. This is basically what we call as early returning. But yeah, I would just say just stick to if-else at the moment. You will also get a little bit of practice. So yeah, that's pretty much it for if-else introduction in this video. Hopefully you were able to think about how you can put in some logic using if-else. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at logical operators in JavaScript and what do they mean. So, like I said, we have this function called should I get a license, right? And it just accepts an age at the moment. Let's just go ahead and extend this, and I'm going to say, let's say we also have a bribe as the second parameter, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a condition here which will try to count for both of these factors. So we're going to say that if age is greater than 18, we will say that, well, okay, this person is above 18, that's fine. Else, you can include else or exclude it because you already have the return statement, so it does not really matter here. Else, we are not going to go ahead and do this right away. I'm going to say inside this else block itself, you can go ahead and say if bribe is greater than, let's say 100, we can say console.log you pass, right? Else we will say this person is below 18. Simple as that. Now, if I go ahead and write 100, then obviously it will pass. If I go ahead and write 5 and 100 like this, you will see that this statement right here, let's see, we get the statement that this person is below 18 because this check fails because bribe is not greater than 100, it's actually equal to. So if I pass in 101, you will see we get the statement you pass, right? And this is fine, but we can rearrange this code a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rearrange this code and I'm going to write a should I get a license version 2, right? And in this case, I'm going to start with the bribery condition. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that if my age is less than or equal to 18 and I have a bribe of greater than 100, then I'm going to console log you pass and return. What's happening here is that we are using a double ampersand sign, right? Which just says that this condition should be true as well as this condition should be true. If both of them are true, then I'm going to enter this if block, right? Otherwise, we just say that else, if any one of them is false, then we enter this else block and we say that, hey, this person either is greater than 18 or they have a bribe of less than 100. So what I can do is I can go ahead and check else if, and see, I can write if here as well and else if here as well. That's also a second syntax. So else if age is greater than 18, that means in this case, age is just greater than 18. So I'm just going to say console log this person is above 18. And finally, I'm going to say else. I mean, this you can write here that if bribe is less than 100, but from the logic, you should understand that this if would run if and only if both of them are true, right? This if would run if this condition is true. And we for sure know that if this if did not run and this if did not run, then this if would run and always run, because the bribe might be less than 100, right? That's the only condition that these two ifs would not run, right? So I'm going to go ahead and just write else if bribe is less than equal to 100. I'm just going to say 2 less, or not exactly 2 less, but the original message which we had, right? This person is below 18. And if I remove this code right here, and if I switch this from license to license v2, you can see we still get upass. And for 100, you will see that we get this person is below 18. And for basically 100, we just get this person is above 18, right? So you can see that these two functions are technically the same, but you might find one more readable than the other. Well, it could be the first one, it could be the second one, it's your choice. But that's what I'm saying. Whatever feels more readable to you or logical to you, you should probably use that. This one is a little bit flatter in structure. That means if I just even remove this, you can see there's a single if, else if chain right here. This is a little bit nested, but might be a little easier on the eyes, right? It depends on you. But what I wanted to focus on in this video was this double ampersand thing, which just means that this condition and this condition both should be true, right? So let's say I'm aged 50 and I give $1,000 as the bribe. I still get into this block, right? Why? Because my age is not less than 18. So what we can do is we can write this. Let's say if I have this as the first condition, or I write the bribe is greater than 500. So what does this mean? This means, if you think about this, I want you to stick with me here. If this gets confusing, just stick with me here and see what's happening. We have the first condition, age less than equal to 18, which is not going to pass, right? So the moment JavaScript sees that this is going to fail, it just evaluates this whole expression as false, right? Now, the next thing JavaScript sees, that it says, okay, I don't have just this expression, I have this another expression with me, which has these two bars, and these two bars are logical OR. So it means if false or bribe is greater than 500, and in this case we are passing 1000 here, so this is in fact true. So we evaluate this part as true. So what we say, if false or true, and false or true just means that it just needs at least a single value as true, right? So we end up with true, and we just get upass, right? So this is the breakdown of what's happening here. That's it. That's why you get pass here. So if you are passing like 300, you will see we get this block, because again, just to quickly run you through, this is false, right? This is false. False and anything is false, because and requires every single argument to be true. So this becomes false, and bribe is greater than 500. That's not true because it's 300. So 300 is not greater than 500. So this also becomes false. And finally, we end up with this. So we don't run this if block. We go to the next else if block, where we say if age is greater than 18, which is in fact the case. Therefore, we run this block. And that's what you see, right? So, yep, that is how logical and logical OR works in JavaScript. And there's another Boolean operator, which is like, whitelisted. For example, I have a whitelisted variable, and I can say that if the person is not whitelisted, this not operator, then I'm just going to say console log you are banned, right? And just return from here. So what does this mean? You can see we already got you are banned, and if you can guess why, that will be awesome. We got this console log because if we just log this value as well, you will see because I'm not passing anything, I'm getting undefined as the value. So if I pass this as true, you know what this means? This means that the person is in fact whitelisted. Therefore, not of true is false, right? Not of a boolean is the other boolean. So if it's true, then this expression is false. If it was false, then this expression was true. So because this was true, we end up with this, right? And this expression becomes false. Therefore, we do not enter this block, right? So we move ahead and we get our regular output. But that was not the case. If I pass in false, you would see that we get you are banned, just like that. And that's it. Now, what you have to understand in JavaScript, when you're dealing with this not, this not operator, JavaScript considers true and false as the values, which is fine, but it also considers pretty much every other thing as a value as well. So you can, technically speaking, pass in a string here, and this will work. Now, the reason it will work is that JavaScript is a dynamic typed language. That means JavaScript tries to understand what is the type of the variable at runtime, right? It does not make efforts for you to just, make sure you're using the right values and the right types of values, basically where they are required. So if you're using a string here, JavaScript would try its best to convert the string into a boolean, whatever rules are assigned inside JavaScript's engine according to them, and then try to evaluate this. So I'm just going to give you a cheat sheet here telling you a few things which you have to remember. That is, if you pass in 0 here, this would be a falsy value, right? And let's just change this to whitelisted. So you can see if I pass in 0, we get you are banned, because 0 is a falsy value. A falsy value is a value which will evaluate to false if casted into a boolean, right? Which is what happens here. So 0 is a falsy value. Undefined is a falsy value, like you would have seen when we did not pass any argument. Null is a falsy value. False is a falsy value, right? And there are a couple of more, right? So you will discover them, but for the most part, always try to stick with booleans whenever they are used like booleans, right? You can use a string here, but it wouldn't make sense, and JavaScript wouldn't tell you that it's what's right or what's wrong. So yeah, that's pretty much it on your first introduction to some logical operators and how to use the not operators with conditions in a function. And I think you have made a lot of progress. So if you understand this, that's awesome. If you don't, then don't worry. Try to rewatch some of the content, practice all these labs, and I'm pretty sure you will get the hang of this. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we're going to be taking a look at arrays in JavaScript, how to work with them a little bit, although we will see how we can work with the arrays in a different section, but this is like just a quick start for you. So I'm going to go ahead and remove these two functions, and I'm going to create a new function called add my friends, right? I'm going to have an array here. Let's say my friends is equal to this array. And what I'm going to do is whenever I call this function add my friends, this will accept a friend as the argument, and I want to add this friend to this array, right? So what I can do is I can say my friends dot push my friend. Now what's happening here? Let's take a look at the console as well, so that we have idea what's going on. So what I'm going to do is first of all write my name right away, right? So you can see the moment I do that, I get the console log as Mehul inside these square brackets. So what this means is that I have just added one element to this my friends. If I call this function again, someone, for example, you will see I have Mehul and someone in this array, right? And a couple of things which I mentioned about arrays is that they are ordered. That means this order matters. What is first, what is second, what is third, and so on. This order matters. This push function right here helps you to push values to the end of the array, right? If you want to push a value to the start of the array, you use a function called unshift. So these are a couple of handy functions which you should know, and you can clearly see that the order got reversed from the last one, right? Because earlier you saw that Mehul was first element, then someone was second because they were getting pushed at the end. Now if I go ahead and add the third friend, you will see that this person gets added to the front of the array. So unshift adds the element at the top, which is like at the front, and push adds the element at the end. So this is one important thing about arrays. Second important thing about them is that they start with a 0 index. That means, and we have briefly discussed this, my friends of 0 would be 3 in this case because we are unshifting this, right? So this is 0, this is 1, and this is 2, right? So if you do a 0, 1, 2 cycle, you will see that you get these different elements together. Super important stuff. Another thing is that you can always get the size of this array, how many elements there are in this array, by writing a dot length with this. And this comes out to be 3. And this 3 is not this 3. Let's just change this so that it makes more sense. You will see we still have this 3. This 3 is the length of this array, right? How many elements are there? So we added only 3 elements, but if I had some default friends here, you would see our length was actually 4. Why? Because we already added 1. We already had 1 and we added 3 more. And when we console logged our friend's length, we had 4. So this is how you work with arrays in general. Now let's say I have a function, or I wanted to remove this last value from this array. So what I can do is, if you can think about it, one way is I can just go ahead and I can say my friends of 0, 1, 2, 3 is undefined, right? That's something I believe is fair enough to think about. And if I console log my friends, you will see that now we still have 4 elements, but the last one has got undefined. So how do I really remove this element right here? Well, we can use something known as myfriends.pop as the method. And this is a function, right? This is a function. So when you call this, what's gonna happen is that it's just gonna give you the end value, the last value which you pushed, and it's just gonna remove that, right, from the original array as well. So if I console log this as final array and console log my friends, you will see that our final array does not contain this default value, right? This is removed. And I also said that it gives you, pop actually gives you the last value. So I can just say last value is this, because this returns you, if you remember from the last return video, it returns you that value. So last value, if you console log this, you will see is in fact the default, right? So what it did is that it took the last value, assigned, if you want to assign it to a variable, it's fine. If you don't want, it's fine as well. And then it also removes it from the primary array, which you have, right? So if I do a couple of more pops, for example, if I write this 2 times instead of once and move this, you will see my final array is just 2 elements. If I do it 3 times, you will see it's just 1 element. If I do it 4 times, I lose all the elements. And if I do it 5 times, well, it does not matter. After your array is empty, this function would just return you undefined, right? You guessed it right, because there is nothing to be returned. So it returns you undefined and it removes nothing. So you will always just keep on getting this empty array if you write a lot of these statements. So that's how, in general, how you work with arrays in terms of pushing, popping, and inserting elements. One final thing which we can take a look at is we can also insert or modify values based on the index. So like I said, you can access the first value like this, where you have someone like this. You can also modify this. So if you say something like I said, I had a typo here. So if I say something like someone, and then I console log my array, you can see that my typo was updated from the last copy, right? So you can change the values which are stored in an array if you know the index of the value which you want to change. Index is basically everything in an array. If you know the index, you can pretty much do anything with that particular element. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I'm going to be introducing you to loops in JavaScript, one of the most important things again in a programming language. And what loops allow you to do is it allows you to run a bunch of statements over and over again. So you might think that's what functions did, right? We can just call a function again and again, which is fine, but you still have to write functions certain number of times, right? You are writing this once, then you're writing this twice. What if I wanted to insert 100 of such friends? Then you would need to write 100 such calls. So sure, I mean, you can create a function call of 20 and then call it 5 times and so on, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about actually repeating a piece of code a set number of times, or even infinite, or even arbitrary if you want. So how do we do that? We do that with loops. So what a loop is, there are kinds of loops, but we'll be taking a look at for loop in this video. So I'm going to start with writing for as the keyword, and there's a set syntax you have to follow here. So I'm just going to show you that once. So I'm going to say for let I is equal to 0, I is less than 10, I plus plus, right? And I'm just going to console.log I here real quick. So let's take a look at what's happening. Well, you see, first things first is that in the console, we get 0 to 9 as the values printed, right? We never wrote 0 to 9 anywhere in the code, but it got printed. So that's our first observation. Our second observation is this line number 8 right here. What the hell is happening here? So you can see that we have the first block as the initializer. This is the place where we initialize a variable which will control the loop, right? This case, it's I. I is a convention. You can name this anything you want. Then we write a semicolon, very important syntax. This could not be left out or missed. In the second part, we have a condition. This condition basically says until how long this loop should run, right? So we start at 0 and we have to run the loop as long as I is less than 10. That's fair. And what do we want to do? As long as, this loop is running, on every single iteration, that is every single time we complete everything inside this loop body, we want to run this part. So whenever you complete it, you run it. Whenever you complete it, you run it. And the fact that you can see that we start at 0, this means that the very first time this loop runs, the very first time, then only this runs and this runs. This statement always runs after an iteration has completed, right? So that's why we get 0 first, then we check, hey, if I is less than 10, nope, it's not. So we get into this console log and just puts out 0. In the next part, we increment this, so I becomes 1. We check if I is less than 10. Nope, still not, because I is 1. So we put out 1. Again, we increment, I becomes 2. We check if I is less than 2. Nope, it's not. So we put out 2. All the way, this happens till 8. So we are at 8. We just console logged 8. We go back, we make it 9. We say, is 9 less than 10? Yup, it is. So we put out 9. We go back, we make I 10. We say, is I less than 10? Nope. I is not less than 10 because 10 is not less than 10. 10 is equal to itself, but it's not less than itself. So that's where we know the loop should stop, and the loop stops. That's it. So this basically gives you 10 iterations, which is 0 to 9, which are 10 in count, right? And you can do pretty much anything you want. You can multiply this I with 2. This is just a number, right? Which just gets populated. You can multiply this, or you can raise this to a power of 2, whatever you want to do. I mean, you can pretty much have a lot of fun with the numbers part here. But what you can also do is probably like do a myfriends.push as I, right? So you're just pushing 10 numbers into an array, and you can say my friends like this. So you can see we have a default, and then we have a 0 to 9 numbers available in this array, which is like a quick way of initializing an array with some set values. But yeah, that's how you can do it. And yeah, that's pretty much it for your introduction part to loops. You can pretty much control all of these variables. If you want, you can make this 20, right? And we have already discussed I++. This could very well be I is equal to I plus 1 as well. That's completely fine, right? Nobody's judging you or anything, and it will just work fine. But in loops, what we usually do is we use these plus plus or minus minus incrementers, right? And like I said, you could also do plus plus I, and it would not make a lot of difference. It's one and the same thing for the loop, at least, right? Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just quickly discuss about continue and break, two important statements in loops which you should know, and how to work with them. So if we take a look, you would see that we run all the way from 0 to 20 in this case. Let's say I only want to push even numbers to this array, right? Let's say this is just even numbers. And if I remove this function as well. Now, what I want to do is I just want to make sure that we have 0, 2, 4, 8, 6, 10, 12, these numbers right here. So how do I do that? Well, the first way to do that is you actually change this condition. So instead of incrementing it every single time, you increment it twice, right? Every single time just once, you increment it twice, which gives you pretty much the same result, which I just said, right? That you need to get even numbers. So that way you are reducing your iteration count as well as the numbers you are pushing, and that probably is the best solution, right? Another solution is that you can go ahead and say here that if I modulo 2 is 0, and I think we haven't discussed the triple equal to or double equal to yet, so stick with me here. We will discuss that later, but this just means that we are saying that, hey, if you divide I with 2, do you get the remainder as 0? If you do, then we know that it's an even number, because even numbers when divided by 2 gives us 0 remainder. Otherwise, we know this is an odd number. So I can say let even numbers, let odd numbers, and I can say odd numbers dot push I, right? And if I console log them in both in order, you will see we get even and odd numbers separated. So that is another way you can do that. That's fine. But a third way to do this is you just skip an iteration, right? Which is pretty much what we are doing here. If I do something like this, this is pretty much what I'm doing, right? But let's say I have a function here which says skip number, and I have a number like this. And whenever I pass a number, for example, let's say I have this even numbers inside this array, and I remove this, and I just return even numbers, right? Fair enough, simple program, and we know all the parts here. And let's say I have a skip number of 10. Now, what I want to happen is that whenever 10 arises here, I don't want to push it, right? I don't want to do anything. So sure, you can do something like if I mod 2 is equal to 0 and I is not equal to number, then push it, which is again, magically it works, right? And again, this means that I is not equal to the value here. This means that this result is in fact equal to the value here, right? Just making sure you know about the triple equal to and not, and then double equal to symbols here. These are important stuff, right? So make sure you understand them as well along the way. But what I wanted to discuss is a little bit of alternative. Let's say I don't want to push this in a condition. I always want to add this, and now we have a problem because now we get all the numbers. However, what I can do is make use of a couple of handy statements in the loops, and that is the first one is called as continue. So what continue does is that it says that I can say if I mod 2 is equal to 1, then I want to continue. So remember, just like return just does an early return from the function itself. For example, if I just wrote return hello from here, you wouldn't see all of this stuff happening, and we will only get hello in the console. Similarly, anytime you are inside a loop and the loop body contains a continue, or the, when the code is executing, it encounters a continue, the iteration is marked as done, right? So it's kind of like I won't say a return because it keeps the loop running, but it kind of like skips the current iteration, and when whatever has been done, it's done. Okay, that's fine, but it moves to the next one, right? So if I just keep on writing continue here, you would see we actually get a blank array, right? Because nothing happens in this loop. For all the 20 cycles, we just waste them. So instead of that, what we do is that we say that for every single odd number, we want to just skip the cycle. If I switch this to 0, you will see we only get odd numbers, because for every single even number, we skip the cycle, right? Similarly, what I can do is I can say if I is equal to the number, again, I want to continue because I don't want to add that number. And if both of these conditions don't match, then, well, the code will come here, it will execute, and it will add those numbers. So right here, you can see we get 0, 2, 4, 8, 6, 12, whatever that is not added. If I supply 2 here, you would see we have a 2 missing now, and so on. So that's how continue works. Let's say we have a number which is break number. Now what I want to do is I want to break out of the loop if I get that number. If I don't get that number, then it's fine. So far you can see, let's say if I have a I mod 2 condition with me, that's fine. But what I want to happen is that the moment I get this number, which is passed here, it should break out of the loop, right? So how do I do that? Well, for that, I can write if number, or rather if I is equal to number, then break. Now pay close attention to what's happening here. You're seeing that I passed in 10, and the results which you get is 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, because the moment this I became 10 and this number got 10, this number was also 10, then we ran the statement and it braked out of this loop. That means it came to the next line and it just said return even numbers. So that's why we get all the previous work which has been done by this. If I write, for example, 2 here, we will just get 0. Why? Because the moment I becomes 2, we just breaks out of the loop, right? That's what we do. Now, there's a very slight difference between break in a loop and return in a loop which is in a function. Because if you think about this carefully. I told you how return works, right? Whenever you write return, nothing works under that. So that's kind of true, but in a more logical way, what I should say is that the moment your function executes return, nothing else runs, right? Nothing else runs, everything else stops. So if I return here instead of breaking, what would happen is that we will get undefined. Why? Because we are not returning any single value. So let's say if I return and say early return. So, or even better, like instead of early return, I just say even numbers. So what's the difference between doing this and just writing break here? The difference is that if there is anything which is in between these two loops, which might be some important work, like, just console logging that final numbers length is even numbers.length, right? If we have this statement, then the statement would never run because you just returned out of the loop, right? And you did not just return out of the loop, you also returned out of function. So that statement never runs. If you want it to run, you just want to break out of the loop. You don't want to return out of the whole function. So the moment you change that, you will see that we also start getting the final numbers length as 1 and so on. So this is a kind of introduction for break, return, and continue in a loop which is running inside a function. Return can only be used with functions. Break and continue can only be used inside loops, right? If you just write break here, it wouldn't make sense and you will get an error message. If you write continue here, it wouldn't make sense. Break and continue only make sense for these loops, right? So yeah, that's pretty much it for the language syntax. Hopefully you are able to understand how the language and how the dynamics are working out. If you do, then make sure you're leaving a rating to the course, recommending these to other people in your family, in your circle, in your peers, whoever wants to learn JavaScript. That really helps the platform. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and discuss about equality in JavaScript and how that works. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, make some space here, and I'm going to start with just a console log statement. We're going to keep this simple. So I'm going to say, starting with 1 is equal to 1, right? And you can see it console logs true. So whenever you are checking for equality like this expression in itself would give you a Boolean value. What do I mean by that? For example, if I have a result 1 equal to 1, and if I do a type of result, you will see that I get a Boolean, right? So this can even be either be true or be false. And in this case, we know it's true because, well, 1 is in fact 1. You would have seen that I'm using 3 equal to signs here, and I'm using 1 equal to sign here. So what's the difference between these 3 and 1? So what you have to remember is, in JavaScript, whenever you use a single equal to sign, that means assignment. That means you are assigning a value. In this case, you are assigning result to 1, right? If you're using double equal to or triple equal to in JavaScript, you are comparing a value to something else, right? This is important because JavaScript also comes with a double equal to variant, and double equal to variant is a little less strict. I mean, this still evaluates to true, but if my 1 was a string, then also it will evaluate to true, right? And depending on how you are looking at this, it might or might not make sense. But if you use a triple equal to, it will not try to typecast things, right? JavaScript will not try to typecast things, and it will give you false. Why? Because string and number are inherently not the same thing. However, if both of them are strings, that's a different story, right? But yeah, in general, always make use of triple equal to until and unless you know what you're doing. That's the best practice. You will find thousands of code pieces and a lot of things with a double equal to sign and double equal to usage. That is fine, but whenever you're writing new code, always use triple equal to. Don't ever use double equal to. That's just not a good way or good practice to go about. Plus, you will have a bunch of buggy code if you're not careful with the types. Like I said, if you're comparing strings and numbers and, doing bad comparisons all the time, JavaScript has a history of not reporting those errors to you. In fact, JavaScript just tries to use its own little brain, which it has, and sometimes it results in horrible disasters. So you don't want to do that. Try to stick with triple equal to, which will just reject your results if they are not type equivalent or value equivalent. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That's all I wanted to discuss. I mean, you can compare all sorts of values, FG, FDG, anything you like, right? And it'll just work out of the box. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and start with objects in JavaScript. So far we have seen the primitive data types and used functions as well. But objects are super interesting, super important, because objects is everything in JavaScript. Your function can be an object, your arrays are object, and objects are object. So very simply speaking, an object can be created as follows. So you can say my object like this, and just create an empty, this curly braces, right? Now, the objects in JavaScript are stored in the following way. You have certain keys and then a colon and then certain values. So you have a key name and then a value, right? And you can put this key name in quotes. Again, right here does not matter whether it's single quote or double quote. So the moment you do that, what's going to happen is that this is an object which has a key called key name and a value called value. You can define multiple values and multiple keys here. So I can say key name 2, for example, and then a value 2. So now if I try to console log this object right here, you will see that we get the full object, key name as value and key name 2 as value 2, right? Simple as that. Now, how you can access the value in object and what does it even mean? What you have to remember in objects is that the way you access a particular value is through its key. So the premise is how you store the object is that you store it in such a way that you know the key more or less, or you can derive it, and you don't probably know the value, or you want to store it against the value. So what I can do in order to access this value right here is I can use the square bracket notation just like we used with the arrays with numbers 0, 1, 2. But instead of writing 0, 1, 2, I will write key name like this. And when I do that, you will see that I get value in the console, which is the value of this. And this could be pretty much anything, right? It could be a string, it could be a number, it could be a function, it could also be a function, right? It could be a function like this, which is an anonymous function. It could very well be another object itself, right? So you can have another object. So if you want to go into, this object, for example, key name, let's say 2.1, and you say hello world. Then if I go ahead and copy this and use the square bracket notation again in a nested fashion, you can see this gives me this object, and then key name 2.1 gives me hello world, right? So that's how this works. The object, extracting the key out of, extracting the value out of all these keys. There is another way you can make it work, and that is, first things first, you don't need to have quotes around the key name if it does not contain spaces or any weird characters, or if it does not start with any weird characters. So what do I mean by that? If you have a key name like this, key name 2.1, you have to use the quotes in this case, right? Because this is now just bad syntax. But if you don't have any spaces or anything, you can pretty much use and set the key without quotes in JavaScript, right? So similarly for this is also valid syntax. Now, similar alternative exists for us here. So you have an array-like notation here, which is fine if you want to access. But if your key name is valid, that means it does not contain weird characters or does not contain spaces. What you can do is you can use something known as a dot notation. So you can just write a dot and the name of the key which you want to access, right? In the second case, we have to use the square notation, because if I try to use the dot notation, you will see it does not make a lot of sense, because this way it does not know there's a space. It does not know where it ends, right? So in this case, we have to use a square notation, and this should obviously be in quotes, because otherwise it will be evaluated as a variable, right? And you don't need a dot then. So yep, that is pretty much how objects work in JavaScript. You can define nested objects. You can do basically any sort of and all sorts of nesting here. These values could be null, these values could be functions, these value could be undefined, these value could be nested objects, strings, booleans, everything you can think about, right? And you can look them up with the help of their key names, and that's how this works. So hopefully this was a good introduction for you for getting started with objects. And there's a lot of use of objects in JavaScript. We will be working with them all the time. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I want to discuss a very important thing, a very important concept in JavaScript, and that is known as how the objects are passed in a function, and in general here and there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a function called mutate, which basically mutate just means to change something. And I'm going to have an object being accepted here, right? And let's just go ahead and create an object like, let's name it something else, my profile, for example. So I can say this is name as Mehul and age as 22, right? And in this object, whatever object I pass, for example, I have a second profile, let's say second profile where the name is John and age is 42, right? So now if I go ahead and say object dot age, just console logging that, what you will see is that when I do something like mutate my profile, we get 22 in the console. If I do mutate of second profile, we'll get 42 in the console. Fair enough. Now, before doing any sort of work in this, what I will do is I will do a primitive mutate, and I will have a primitive value here, right? And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna add 1 to it. So I'm gonna say primitive ++, right? And what this primitive mutate does is that it will accept a number. So let's say I have 100 here, and I do a primitive mutate of number, right? And if I console log this primitive, what we see in the console is 101, which is, understandable. You increment 100, you get 101. But if I console log the number here back, you will see that this number is not changed, right? It is 100, although it was made 101 inside this function, but this function actually has this primitive variable in scope. Plus this call, when this call was made, this number got copied into this function's execution context, right? So this means this primitive is a copy of this number. It's not this number which we are incrementing here. With objects, however, this is different, because with objects, if I try to do the similar thing, object.age++, what's gonna happen is that you will see that if I console log second profile here, we will see that the age in fact gets increased by 1. So it was 42 before. I passed it inside this mutate function. I just incremented the age, object.age, the age property of this object, and I console logged it. And you can see it suddenly turned 43, right? But if we go by this logic, it should not have modified the original variable. But that is not how objects work in JavaScript. The way objects work in JavaScript is by reference. So when you create this object, you can think of, when you're passing this in a function, you can think of an address being passed. So instead of the actual object, let's say you have passed an address, something like 0x123456 for example, right? This could be anything. Now, whenever JavaScript is trying to access the property of this object, it will try to go to that location in the memory and search for that property and then increment it. Now, the reason this increments the older object as well, the outside object, is because both of them are pointing to the same object in the memory, right? You just pass the address here. Whereas when you're using a primitive, you actually copy the value. So if this is a number, if this is a string, if this is a Boolean, if this is any primitive type, big int, it gets copied. So the original value isn't mutated. But in case of objects, the address gets passed or the reference gets passed, and that is basically where the change takes place. So this is very, very, very important behavior of JavaScript, which might catch you a little off guard if you don't know about this. So this is super important to know. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you were able to understand that whenever you pass an object, you are always dealing with a live copy of that object. And whenever you pass a primitive, you're actually dealing with a fake copy of that object, right? Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and discuss about scoping in JavaScript, which is again a very important concept. So what scoping is? Well, you see that when you're trying to work with JavaScript, a lot of times you would see that you have to create this opening and closing curly brace. Now, a general rule of thumb in JavaScript is that whenever you see these opening and closing curly brace, that means that this is a scope. And what is a scope? A scope is an area in which a variable's lifetime is, right? So if you create a variable, for example, hello, and assign it a world, you can do whatever you want with this variable here, right? You can console log it, you can, if this is a let, you might also be able to change it and so on, right? So if I run this function, this works fine. We will get world in the console. But if I do console log hello outside this, you would see we get an error that hello is not defined. Why? Because the scope of this variable is bound inside this opening and closing curly brace, right? If I take out this line out of the function, you can see that we get two console logs. The first one from the function call and the second one here, right? So why this is working now? Because in JavaScript, what you have to realize, the scope of this variable is actually the scope which it is in. That is, in this case, it's globally, plus any other scope which is defined as a child of that scope, right? And all the scopes are basically children of the global scope. So that works fine. What do I mean by that? Let's just take a look at another example. Let's just say I had hello inside this function. Now what I can do is I can go ahead and say that if something is true, then console log hello. Now, if we take a look here, this statement will always run because this is, well, if true will always be true. But what's happening here is that I can access this hello variable inside this scope. See, we have an opening curly brace and a closing curly brace. Therefore, this is also a new scope. But this is a child scope of this function because it's inside this, it's embedded inside this. Therefore, I can access all the variables defined above, just as usual, right? You see, it works. However, if I move this inside this, you would see that this statement right here, the second one, starts giving us error. Why? Because now this hello variable is in the scope of the variable, or not exactly variable, but in scope of the statement of this if, right? So you cannot access this outside the if block. So you have to remember, like function creates a scope, this if else also creates a scope anywhere where there's a opening and closing curly brace, and loops also create a scope. What do I mean by that? Let's write a simple loop, I is 0, I less than 10, I plus plus. I'm going to console.log I. So what you can see here is that we get, let me just remove this. What you can see here is that you get 1 to 0 to 9 and the console log. But if I console.log outside this loop, you would see it gives us an error, right? And although it might seem like this is just outside loop and not inside these parentheses, but the loop variable is also tied to the scope of the loop. So you can access this I, you can do pretty much anything you want with this I inside this loop, but this I would not be available outside the loop. Why? Because its scope is not defined outside the loop. If you could have defined I here, for example, and if you remove this declaration, you can leave this space as empty. It's totally fine, right? And if you do something like this, now you can see that when I console log this, I get I as 10, the last value. Why? Because our scope wasn't expired in this for loop. We can access it, right? So this is one way of creating a scope. If else block is another way, like I showed you, and functions is also a way. If you want every single variable to be accessible everywhere, you can just go ahead and create all the variables at the top. So any variable you create in the global scope can be accessed in the functions, right? Until and unless they are shadowed, which we will discuss in the next video. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this one. I hope you understood what the scopes are, how the scope work. And it's basically the same thing for const and let both. So it's fine. I mean, I just showed you the example of let, I guess, but works the same for the const. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at variable shadowing in JavaScript and what that means. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and actually just clean this up. And I'm going to say const my variable, or let's say my age as 22, right? And I'm going to create a function, print my age, right? And I'm going to console.log my age. And whenever I call this, you see we get 22 in the console, which is fair enough. That's what we would expect, right? But what happens if I try to create my age as 25 here? Well, you would see that we get no error because, we can see in the console we get 25. So why do we get an error when we do happen to create a variable in the same scope, but no error when it's in a different scope or in a nested scope rather? Well, there's no why to that. That's just the rule that you can create any sort of variable in a nested scope. But the problem here is that now there is virtually no way to access the older variable, the older value. I mean, you cannot access my age as 22 because it has been shadowed by a local variable. And why? The way it works is as follows. If you don't have a local variable, that is a variable in the local scope, JavaScript will go to one scope above and it will ask, do you have that? It will say yes, and it just prints that. This can be shown in an even better way if I wrap this whole thing in if true. So if I wrap this like this and give this an indentation, what you would see is we still get 22. And if I move this a little bit up and define my age as 27, you would see that we get 27 now, right? Because it takes a look here. It says that, hey, I did not find it. Do you have it? It says, yes, I do. Therefore, we print 27. If I remove this, you would see we print 22 because this also does not have it. So it asks above and that got that. So it prints 22. Now, the only thing which we need here to shadow this variable is just a declaration, right? Not even an initialization. If I just have a let of my age, what you will see is that we print undefined, right? I did not initialize this. That's it. You just need to define it somehow. The moment you define it, it gets shadowed, right? So the above variable are not used or cannot be used. So this is important in order to, just make sure you understand that you don't shadow over variables which are required, because then there's no way to access that global kind of variable, right? So that's how shadowing works in JavaScript, variable shadowing. Nothing fancy, but you should just know about how this works. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and start with the most important thing in the browser JavaScript, that is document object model. And what document object model is that it connects your HTML to the JavaScript world. So far what we have done and what we have seen is that you can use JavaScript to do calculations, to call, to calculate prime numbers, to do all sorts of mathematical and computing stuff. But that is not what we learned JavaScript for, right? We are learning this because we want to make sure we use this in web development. And we have already seen that HTML and CSS are the rock stars of web development. Whatever you write here, the browser processes them, parses them, and shows them on the right. Now, the big question is that how do you let JavaScript control this HTML world? And the simple answer is that JavaScript by itself does not ship with any way to interact with an HTML document. So how does it work? Well, you see that your browser, in this case Chrome, actually exposes another set of API to your JavaScript world in order to interact with this HTML. Simply put, I'm just saying that there is a special object here which exists, which allows you to tap into the HTML world. And that object is not coded in the JavaScript world itself. It's coded in the C++ and C world of the JavaScript engine, which is a relatively lower level language compared to JavaScript, right? So what is that object? That object is called document. And we will take a look at this document object a lot. We will use this a lot of times. So if you console log this document object, you will probably be seeing something like this mess. But instead of seeing this mess, what you can do is open this in a new tab and go to the console of this tab right here. And you will see, if you ignore this error, you will see this as the document console. Now this looks awfully familiar with what you would see in the Elements tab, right? So this basically means that there's a variable in JavaScript called document, which pretty much is this representation of some kind, but not exactly, because let me just quickly go over through what is the difference between this representation and the HTML you are writing. So what happens is when you load a page, your server sends this code to the browser, right? This is just plain HTML code. Now, your browser first of all, needs to report to two people here. The first person is JavaScript and the second person is CSS, right? CSS needs to style the page, JavaScript needs to add interactivity. But before both of them can do their work, the browser has to create a certain tree-like structure from this text document representation so that the CSS or the JavaScript can navigate that tree and reach to the exact node they want to work with, right? Because this makes sense. If your CSS code has to be performant, if it wants to be, fast, it needs a good way to reach to the correct elements fastly, right? You cannot just, brute force or hack your way into this. So what JavaScript does is that it creates a tree-like representation of HTML document which you sent it and calls it document object model. That is what DOM stands for. Document object model is a programmatic representation of the HTML document which is sent by the browser, and basically it is the real view of what you're seeing on the screen as well. So if you remove an element from DOM, it is gone from the screen. If you add an element to the DOM, it appears in the screen. The synchronization of the DOM and the screen is done by the browser, right? You have no control over that. You cannot change that behavior. But you can control DOM, which indirectly controls what appears on the screen, right? That's it. That's the thing. That's all JavaScript does. It can manipulate the DOM, which in results can lead to good or bad user experiences, depending on how you do that. So that is all. That is what DOM is. And we will discuss a little bit more about DOM and all this stuff in the advanced course. But yeah, we will discuss a bunch of APIs in the next few videos. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how we can actually get hold of an element on the page. Now, in the last video, I told you what document is. It's basically a way for us to tap into this HTML code, which is represented as DOM in the browser. So we have this document with us. Now this is an object, right? That means it comes with certain properties, which could be functions, which could be just regular properties and so on. And the implementation of all of those properties are defined in the C++ code, not in the JavaScript world. So you cannot pretty much recreate them yourself. You have to use them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say document.querySelector, and then I'm going to write h1, right? Which is the name of the tag we have here. Now, if I do a const of heading right here, and if I just console log this guy, what you will see is that I get hello world in the console with an h1. So what does that mean? That means we are targeting this element. This heading right here is actually holding a reference, not a copy, a reference to this. What do I mean by that? That means anything I do with this heading now will automatically get reflected on the browser. So let's try a couple of properties. I know that there's a property called heading.innerText, and I can set it to whatever I like. So let's say I set it to hello Mehul instead of hello world. You can see that's what appears on the screen immediately, right? So yep, that is how you select an element with a document.querySelector, and that is how you update any of the property of that element, right? And it automatically gets reflected on the screen. Now, a quick point here about querySelector. This thing right here, what goes in here is basically the same thing which you write in your CSS style sheet. And I have a couple of styles from previous videos, but what you have to remember is that whatever you write here actually goes as the same thing what you write in a CSS selector, right? So if I had, for example, this as h1 id hello, then I could write this as hash hello as well for selecting id, right? And it'll still work. If this was class, h1 class hello, then I would have to change this to a dot, right? And then it'll work, hello Mehul, right? So it's basically the same selector which you use in the CSS, which you can use with querySelector. And this is like just the one way of many ways of doing this. But yeah, that's how it works. But yeah, that's pretty much it. In order to get your first element, grab your first element with a CSS selector, store it in a variable, and then start manipulating it. We will do a lot of manipulations in the coming videos, so don't worry about that. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just keep on doing some DOM manipulation. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you another variant of this, and that will be query selector all. So what does that mean? That means, let's say I have a UL tag here and I say list item 1, list item 2 and 3, right? So let's say we have a bunch of list items with us. And what I want to do here is I want to say that, okay, what I want to do is I want to replace all the text inside these list items. So what I can do is I can get all list items via document.querySelector ULLI, right? But if you try to console log this, you will see that we only get the first item in the console, no other item. And why is that? Because by default, query selector only returns you the first matching element, right? So it starts from the top, it sees, okay, not found, not found, not found. And there we go, boom, we found the element. But if you use CSS, you will realize that CSS actually targets every single one of them, right? So CSS, if I give a background of yellow, for example, it will target all of them. So strictly speaking, this is not exactly like CSS then, right? Well, it has a variant called document.querySelector all, which can act as the following, right? So right now you can see it console logs it as an object, but truly speaking, it's not an object, it's a node list. So let's just open this in a new tab and actually see a good console from the browser DevTools until we fix that in the codedamn environment. But in the browser DevTools, if you go to console, you will see that we get a node list as a console statement. Now this node list is pretty much very similar to an array, but has a couple of differences, which we will discuss when the time comes. But for now, for the most part, you can think of node list as an array. Right? So you have 3 elements you can see and the 3 list items here as well, right? So what you can do now is just like an array, you can iterate over this with a for loop. So I can say for let I is equal to 0, I is less than all items dot length I plus plus. What's happening here is that we are trying to loop over this until we exhaust all the elements in the list, and I just plus plus on the I, right? Because this length will give us 3, which is basically the amount of items we have on the screen. So the next thing I can say is I can say list item is all list items of I, because remember, like I told you earlier, that you can access the nth element or any element with the index, right? So on the first iteration, this would be 0. So all list items of 0 will give me access to list item 1, then 2, and then 3, and then so on if there are any more. Okay, so once we have this, I can say dot inner text is yo, you know, and the moment I do that, you can see all of the 3 items turn into yo, right? So that's how you can make use of query selector all and iterate over it and get awesome results. When we learn a little bit about ES6 in one of the sections in this course, there would be a neater way to do this. I mean, for loop is fine, but we also have some declarative ways to run the loops now in JavaScript. But this is also completely 100% fine, right? If you want to use this, this is 100% fine. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you understood how query selector all works. This returns you an array of HTML nodes. Query selector only returns you a single HTML node, which is the first matching element. And that's a big difference you have to remember, right? Sometimes this would be fine. Sometimes you might need this. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at a couple of more ways to actually get to the elements. And we'll start off with the get element by ID, which is, I think, the only popular other thing apart from query selector which exists. So what get element by ID does is that, let's say if you have a paragraph like this, and this has got an ID of para, well, you can access this with const para document dot query selector para like this. But what you can also access this with is document dot get element by ID, and then just the name of the whatever the name of the ID is. And one quick notice you have to see here is that query selector tries to use the CSS selector like format, but get element by ID does not use that, right? So that means it's a little different. And the reason why this is a little bit different, because this only works for IDs, right? It will not work for classes or anything. And this is slightly more performant than query selector if you run it into millions of elements, right? Because I mean, not that you need to know this, but technically speaking, get element by ID creates a hash map of all the IDs on the page with their corresponding references, right? So this is like a truly O1 kind of lookup. If you know what I mean, and that's fine. If you don't know, that's fine as well. So that means this is a slightly faster lookup compared to this one. But for almost every real world scenario, you'd never need to know the difference in speed. You will never really observe the difference as well. This will only come handy if you're doing a lot of loops and DOM manipulations maybe in millions of times or tens of thousands of times per second, right? So anyway, you can stick to just query selector if you would like. That's what I wanted to say. But yeah, this exists. That's one thing. Another thing which I wanted to discuss is that whenever you have a node with you, for example, you have this tag, you can pretty much use the query selector again on that. So what do I mean by that? That means, let's say you have a UL, for example. So I'm going to do UL as document.querySelector UL, right? And if I console log this UL, fair enough, it gives us the UL tag. But if I do an LI, I can do something like this, or what I can do is I can just say ul.querySelector li, right? Or ul.querySelector all li. And if I console log this li part, you will see we have a bunch of LIs, or if I just do a query selector of a single one, we just have the first matching result. Now, the reason this works is because if you think about it, when JavaScript constructs a DOM tree, every node is also a kind of a small tree, right? Body is a small tree which consists of these three children, and these three are the child of this UL as well. So you can think of body as a small tree. Similarly for UL and any other nested elements. So that's why JavaScript exposes the query selector method on these nodes as well. But what you will not get is a get element by ID method. So if you write get element by ID, you will see that this method does not exist on the node which you got, right? And why is that? Because like I said, because this is a bit performant and it uses hash maps and indexes, JavaScript does not give access of this method to everyone. Therefore, you can only use this when you're using document, right? So you have to use get element by ID with document, but you can use query selector with pretty much any node you like, query selector and query selector all. So these were a couple of points I believe you should know. But yeah, that's pretty much it. All you want to know about query selector and going into the depth of the tree at this point. We'll take a look at a few examples which will clear this out even more in future. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we'll be taking a look at event listeners in JavaScript, which is super important, super interesting and amazing topic. And what this does is that it finally allows you to use your cursor in an interactive way on the page. So what do I mean by that? That means that now you can create, let's say you can create a button called click me. And let me just get rid of this as well. And you can have an H1 saying counter and then a span ID counter like this, right? And whenever you click on this counter, this button, the counter goes up. So how do we do that? Right now, nothing happens, right? So the way to do this is actually, let's just give this button an ID of increment, and I want to get this button first. So I'm going to say increment button is document dot query selector increment, right? Now I want to attach an event listener to this. That means whenever some click happens on this button, I want a function to be run. So what I can do is I can write increment button dot add event listener and then call it as a function. So what the name says, it literally says add an event listener. And what we can do is I can specify the first argument as the type of listener I want to attach. In this case, I want to attach a click listener. That means whenever somebody clicks on this, I want something to happen, right? And what do I want to happen? I want to run a function. Now the function which we specify here can be an anonymous function. Anonymous function is a function which does not has a name. So you just start writing a function like this, right? So it could be an anonymous function, or you can define this above. You can say like function increment counter like this and just pass the name of the function. You don't want to call it because this will actually call the function. You just want to pass the name of the function, right? So the moment you do that, whenever you run or whenever you click this button, what will happen is that you get all these console logs, right? Which says run, right? So this means you have tied a function to an event on the page using browser APIs. Now this is interesting because now you can do all sorts of fun stuff. You can create a counter which says 0. You can increment this counter, and you can finally, what you can do is, let me just get the counter element first, document.getElement by ID counter, right? This was our span tag right here. And we can increment the counter variable, which is our global counter. And then I can also say counter element dot inner text is equal to counter, right? So now whenever I click on this, you can see we are incrementing the counter on every single click. Why? Because this function gets called, this function gets the element, it increments our older counter, and we add that counter as the inner text, right? And whenever we set it with an equal to sign, it replaces the value. So on every single click, we increase the counter. Now you can do pretty much a similar thing, and you can develop a decrement counter like this. Create a copy of this. You can create a decrement button. We will get a decrement button like this. This would be decrement, for example. And we will have another button here called decrement, right? So this would be increment counter. This would be decrement counter, right? So now whenever somebody clicks on decrement button, what I want to do is decrement the counter. And in the decrement case, we just have to decrease the counter, right? And that's it. That's all you need to do in order to play with this counter. And if you see that you are using this counter multiple times, you can also take out the reference to the global scope and just get rid of them, right? Now it's much more cleaner and simpler to use. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, what I want to do is actually keep up with our counter experiment and build a little bit of understanding of JavaScript using this example. So the first thing we'll do in this one is actually try to add an element to the screen using JavaScript. And what do I mean by that? That means actually constructing an element in the HTML world, which is on the screen, with the help of JavaScript. So first things first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a UL here, which just has an ID of list items, right? And every single time I click on increment counter, we will add a sentence in this UL. So how we will do that? Well, let's see. So again, the first thing we need to do is actually grab this UL element. So UL element is document.getElement by ID as list items, right? So the moment we have this UL element, then we need, on the increment part, somehow we need to append a list item to this. So first of all, let's just see how you actually even create an element. So the first step is create an element, and second step is append that element. So in JavaScript, in order to create an element, we have a special API called, again, on the document object, and that is known as document.createElement. So this create element right here is a function which takes in the name of the tag which you want to create. In this case, we want to create an li. So I'm just going to go ahead and pass this li as the element, right? So that's first thing. The next thing is we just append that element, right? And the way we append that element is again using a .append child special function. And this .append child special function pretty much exists on every single node which we have, right? So we have selected these nodes and all of them contains .append child, but we want it to happen on the UL element. So I'm going to say UL element .append child and then li, and this should be, the second sentence, and that's it. That's all it takes to create an element and append to it, right? So now if I click on increment, you can see these bullet points getting created because a list item is getting appended every single time I click on this, right? Although we cannot see anything because we haven't really added any text content, but that's how it works. That's how you create it. So yep, that's how you would create a list item dynamically. And now let's just go ahead and take a look at how you add text to it. Now, what you have to understand in JavaScript is that everything can be a node, right? In the DOM world, not in JavaScript, but in DOM world. So these HTML tags which you see in the DOM world, document object model world, these elements are nodes, right? Even the text which you have are nodes. These text nodes are special and are actually called text nodes, right? So what you do if you want to append a text node to this li, you first of all create that. So you say a text node is document.create text node, and then you write the data, the text which needs to be put in. So in this case, I would say sentence, and then I would specify, let's say, counter, right? So that's to just keep the count of where we at. And then what I will do is I will say li.append child text node. Like I said, every single node which you have has an append child method, even the ones which haven't been appended to the DOM yet, right? So this node, when it is created, at this particular point, it's still in memory. It's still in JavaScript. It's not appended to the DOM, therefore it's not visible. Once we do all the processing and everything, then we finally append this, right? So the moment we do that, something like this happens. Now you can see that on every single click of the counter, the sentence is increasing with the counter, which is pretty cool, right? And now this just keeps on increasing. Now that is cool, but let's say now I want to make the sentence bold. How do I do that? Now I have to create another tag, right? I have to go and create a document.createElement, create element. There should be a b tag. Then text node is there. B tag should append the text node. Li should append the b tag. And then finally UL element would append the li, right? And in fact, not even this, because we have the text node like this, li append the b tag. We would create a text node too, because we don't want the counter to be, bold. So I'm going to say create text node, counter, and I'm going to say li.append child text node 2, and then finally this happens, right? So if I now click on this, you can see that sentence is bold. Why? Because sentence has been appended inside of a bold tag in HTML, and the counter is not bold because it is just directly appended inside the li. Now this seems too much, right? This seems like too much work at the moment. So what you can do is you can pretty much replace all of this very easily. You can say that instead of all this hassle, what I want to do is this li element should have an inner HTML of the following. And you can say this is b something and then plus a counter. That's it. And if you do something like this, the result is pretty much the same thing as you did with all of these lines, right? So what's the difference? Well, the difference is that this code is actually what the browser has to do anyway in order to understand what every single element is, right? The document object model is consisting of all these nodes and text nodes and everything. So when you do this, you're explicitly telling the browser what needs to be done. Right here, when you do this thing where you pretty much just say li.innerHTML is a b tag sentence, b tag close, and then counter. When you're doing this thing, then you are implicitly telling what the browser should do, and then browser takes this, puts this as the HTML, this whole thing as the HTML of the tag, right? And constructs or reconstructs rather the DOM tree of the browser, right? So this is super important. This is super important that inner HTML can be used for these small shortcuts, right? So you should remember that. It has its own trade-offs. That means this is not exactly equivalent to the other thing which I showed you, because for example, let's say you want to add an event listener on this B, then there is no way you can do that. But in the other example, if you are creating every element individually, you can add an event listener. So that's one trade-off. There are a bunch of other trade-offs, but for this example, it gets the job done, right? And for the most part, you should just know the both ways you should go about, but that's obviously easier. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you understood how you can add elements to the screen with just JavaScript. We will be taking a look at more on this later down the line. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how you can go ahead and remove these sentences as well. So for now, if I decrement the counter, you can see nothing really happens, and I can just only increment it and then only the sentences get added. But what if I also want to remove these sentences as and when they get completed? Or not completed, but as and when I click on this decrement. Let's see. So the first thing is whenever somebody clicks on the decrement button, what you have to see is that this decrement call right here is made, right? So we have to do some magic inside this function. All right, that's the first thing. The second thing is we need to get to an element which we need to remove, right? So in order to do that, we do know what the element will be. It will be a sentence with a counter in the front of it, but that's a little harder to catch, right, from the contents of it. So what we can do is we can go back to our basics and understand that in the HTML side, anywhere when you have a data star attribute, that's just a custom value or a custom attribute for you. Like, I mean, sure, you can have an attribute like Mehul too, and you can probably grab that from JavaScript as well, but this is not valid HTML5, right? A valid HTML5 document would be data Mehul 2, for example. So anything you write after data dash is allowed. Basically, it's just for custom data. So what we can do, and then we can use, basically the idea of this is using this attribute to get access to the HTML. So what we can do is this, at this point, when you are creating an element, I can say li.set attribute, and I'm going to say this as data dash counter to counter, right? So this is the name of the attribute and this is the value of the attribute. So when I do that, what's going to happen is that if I console.log this li right here, what you will see is that when I click on this, we get an li which has a data counter attribute set to 1, and then 2, then 3, 4, 5, and so on, right? That is awesome, because now what we can do in the decrement counter function is we can grab the reference of that particular item. So I can say const li is document, or if you want, you can also just start with ul item if you want, ul element dot query selector, and then I have to catch it via its data value, right? And the way we can do it is again by using CSS attribute selector syntax, where we write the name of the attribute, specify the value like this, and say this is just counter, right? Because let's say the counter is 4. Now when I click on this decrement counter, this gets called. The counter right now is 4. We have the data counter equal to a value of 4. We get to this and we have this li with us, right? And then that's simple. The next thing we have to do is just call a remove on this, right? And that's it. That's how you can remove basically any element from the page once you have its reference. So now let's try this out. I clicked on it multiple times, and when I click on decrement counter, you can see we just remove the elements in order, right? So when I click on this, the counter is 7. We get to the 7th sentence. That's what this li is. And then we finally call remove. We decrement the counter and we increase, repaint that on the screen. That's it. That's all it does in terms of removing the element. But what's important here is that you are able to set the attribute using a function known as setAttribute, right? Similarly, you can also get the attribute. So you can say number is get attribute, li.get attribute and data counter, right? You can do something like this. But this number right now is actually a string, right? This number is a string because this attribute value, although a number, but is stored as a string in the HTML world, right? So we need to parse this as an integer. So how do we do that? We use a function called parseInt, and the reason we write 10 here is because we want to parse this number in base 10, right? So that's recommended that you write this 10 here. So once we have this number, what I can say is if my number modulus, let's say 2, is 0, then I want to remove this. That means it will only remove even elements, not the odd ones. So let's just go ahead and increment the counter and let's start subtracting. So now if I click on decrement, you see that it does not remove 19. But if I click on decrement again, it removes 18. Again, 17 does not get removed, 16 removes, and so on. So if I keep on clicking this, you will see that it leaves me only with the odd elements because of this check right here, right? So yep, that's pretty much how you can retrieve the attribute. That's how you can set the attribute and manipulate it in various ways you would like. And basically you can do this with pretty much every or any single attribute, right? It does not need to be a data attribute. It could be class names, it could be IDs, it could be anything. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at how classes can be manipulated with these get and set attributes, right? And how you can change and add some dynamic behavior in with the help of class manipulation. So what you can do is, let's just say for a yellow class, which we have here, and let's just say we have a red class here with the background of red. So what I can do is I can set the attribute to class, and I can say this is red or yellow, depending on what kind of counter value we have. So I can say if my counter is 0, counter modulus 2, that means for every even ones, I want to set this class to be red, and for every odd ones, I want this class set to be yellow, right? As this is just just another simple example of showing you how you can manipulate with JavaScript. So you can see now we get alternative red and yellow stuff. Here we are doing a little communication with the CSS world indirectly through HTML, because we have already defined a couple of classes in CSS and we just communicate that via HTML attributes, right? So that's how it works. Now, this is one way of manipulating CSS with JavaScript. Another way of manipulating the CSS with JavaScript is that you actually set the CSS style sheet yourself. And how you can do that is just like any other property, like in a HTML or in a text, there also exists a property called style. And the style includes a bunch of useful, CSS values, which you can see. We have maximum height and width, opacity, overflow, padding, all sorts of values exist here. Whatever you can do with CSS, you can also do here with JavaScript, right? So in this case, I just want to do background and I want to set this to red, right? And in this case, in the other case, I want to set it to yellow. So that's it. Now, when I try to do something like this, we still get the same result, but instead of relying on the CSS classes, now we are actually directly communicating with the CSS world using JavaScript. So we have skipped the HTML step where we add the class and HTML communicates to CSS. But here we are just directly using our knowledge of CSS style sheets in JavaScript to, just add some styles here, right? And you can also customize it even further. li.style. Let's say padding, you can say as 10 pixel in this case and 20 pixel in the other case. So in this case, what will happen is when I click on increment counter, you can see the red boxes are a little smaller than the yellow ones because red boxes only have 10 pixels of padding. So that's how you get an awesome, nice result. But yeah, that's pretty much it. That's how you work with CSS in general inside of JavaScript. We won't get into a lot of these properties because if you do, then you can spend a big part of the day here manipulating just CSS with JavaScript. But yeah, you should read a bunch of documentation about this on Mozilla Developer Network. You should Google about this if you're interested. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this section, we will take a look at some of the most popular ES6 plus features which you should know about. So what is ES6 plus features? Well, ES6, if you don't know what ES6 is, it stands for ECMAScript Standard 6 or ES 2015, which you might have guessed came out in 2015. So why the hell are we talking about something which is so old? Well, that is because ES 2015 brought a major upgrade to JavaScript standard and added a lot of cool features and new syntax to it, right? And even though JavaScript updates every single year after that, but still the majority of upgrades were brought into ES6. And all you see, the lit, the const, all these stuff are actually from ES6 update, right? So the first thing which is awesome about ES6 is destructuring syntax. What do I mean by that? That means, let's say you have an array like 1, 2, 3. You have an array which is 4, 5, 6. And you want to create a third array, which is the mix of both. So how do you do that? Well, instead of running into loops and trying to figure out the logic, you can just destructure an array 1 and an array 2. And when you do that, and if you console log this, you will see that the elements of both of them are merged, right? Let's try to do one without destructuring and see what happens. So when you do it without destructuring, you can see that you get 1, 2, 3 as separate elements, but 4, 5, 6 in itself is a big element, right? So it's an array of arrays. And if you don't even destructure this one, you would see that it pretty much is an array which includes a couple of elements, and both of them are arrays which include 3 elements each, right? So the way you destructure it, is using these 3 dots inside an array, and it just temporarily blows out these boundaries of the array, right? And it just puts them right here in that particular place. So you end up with something like this, right? So it works awesome with arrays. Even if you have an array of object, for example, let's say you have an array like name Mehul, and let's say you have an array like an array of objects, name John, for example. And if you do the same thing, you will see we end up with a couple of arrays, a single array with a couple of objects, which are now merged together, right? Awesome. The next destructuring which you can do and merging is between objects. So you can have an object 1 where name is Mehul. You can have an object 2 where age is 22. And you can have an object 3 where you want both of these properties. So how you can do that? Well, you can use the same syntax. You write 3 dots and name, and you write 3 dots, not name, sorry. You write 3 dots and object 1, 3 dots and object 2, right? And the moment you do that, you console log object 3, you will see you got a single object with both of these properties. And for some reason, if the properties overlap or collide, so if this was John, then whatever properties written the last, that means in this case object 2 is destructured the last, will hold more weightage in the sense of overwriting. So you see the name finally is John and not Mehul, and the age is 22. Why is that? Because John overwrote this name property because both were same, right? So that's something you should also know about. And one final thing which I think you should know here is that in ES6, if you have the name of the key is same as, let's say this is key name, is same as school, for example, this is the value. If the name of the key is same as the value of the variable which you want to set it to, for example, if you want the key name to be key name, what you can do is you can just omit this key name and a colon syntax and just leave it like this and keep on with your business. For example, some other key as 100, right? So this is perfectly fine. You can see key name is still cool, even though you did not write key name as key name. Even if you did write it like this, it's not wrong, but ES6 allows you to skip that part and just stick to a syntax like this. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at ES6 arrow functions. Well, ES6 arrow functions is interesting because it changes how we define functions in JavaScript. Well, not exactly changes, but also gives us one more option. So what I can do is I can create a function like this, right? Which is pretty cool, right? I can just do whatever I want with this. But the arrow function also allows us to create a function like this, where we specify the function in this manner, right? And pretty much whatever you write inside this function as the body would remain same inside the arrow function. You can have variable declarations, you can call other functions, you can return values here, it's fine. It'll do the same thing, but there are a couple of differences here. The first difference is that you can see it's defined with a const or a let, right? So what this means is that you can call this function below its declaration and it will not give you any error. But if you try to call this function above its declaration, then you will get an error that cannot access this function before initialization. This thing is not a case when you have a function with a function keyword. So if you call this below the function, it will not throw you an error. If you call this above the function, it will still not throw you an error, right? Now the reason for this is because by default, JavaScript takes all the functions which are there and hoists them at the top, right? The word is hoists them at the top, right? So this concept is what JavaScript does, and that's why you are able to access this function before even it is declared in the order, right? Because JavaScript picks this function and puts it at the top so that it's available for every single code. But it does not do that with these functions, which are arrow functions defined by const and let, and therefore you have to, you will get an error like this. So that's one thing. Another thing is also a difference in lexical scoping of this, but we'll get into that in the more advanced course. That's fine. But one more interesting part about this function is that you don't have to write a return keyword if you skip the function body as well. So you can just write 200 here, for example. And if you console log this, you will see that it returns you 200, right? If you pass in a number and you get an argument like argument here, you can also just power it to a 2 and you can see we get 10,000 here, right? Which is what is returned from this function. So this explicit, you don't have to explicitly write return here. It is implicitly returned if you don't have a function body. If you do have a function body, well, then you have to just write return just like any other person or any other function. But otherwise, this will work just fine. Another cool thing about these functions is that you can omit the brackets if you have only one argument, right? So technically speaking, that's as simple of a function as it can be in JavaScript in today's time, right? And yeah, it looks pretty cool. It's clean, it's decent, and I can understand that it takes an argument and powers it to 2, and that's it. It returns the value, right? But this does not work if you have a couple of arguments. If you have another argument, then you do need brackets. Otherwise, it will not work. Or even if you have no arguments, then also you need brackets, right? The removal of brackets only work if you only have a single argument. Then it's fine. It's even fine with brackets, but yeah, it's your choice, whatever you want to do. So yeah, that's your introduction with arrow functions, and you can pretty much use them just like regular functions. For example, if I have a const button as document dot get element by ID of increment, I can say button dot add event listener, click, and instead of specifying a function here, which might be a little verbose, I can just specify an arrow function like this, right? And I can just say console.log clicked. Now, whenever I click on the increment button, you can see I'm getting all these clicked console logs, which is pretty cool, right? Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and discuss about array functions in ES6. And what does that mean? So you see that we have an array which can consist of multiple elements, and you can do whatever you want to do it with it. The best and the most versatile way is to actually start a for loop on these arrays, right? I less than arr.length, I plus plus. Now you have the current element with arr of I, and you can pretty much do anything you want here. You have ultimate freedom, right? But sometimes you might not want a lot of verbose syntax like these. So in those cases, we have certain helper functions which are declarative in nature. That means you just tell them what to do. You just specify a condition and they will just do it. So let's take a look at first. The first one is a new mapped array. And the way this works is you write arr.map and then you specify a function. You specify a function which is called with a functional element on every single pass. Now, what do I mean by that? When you call this function, and if you just console log this, log the element, and you return, let's say 100 for now from this function. So right now, if you just console.log arr as well, and console, oops, not here, console log arr and the new mapped array, what you will see is right here, because of this console, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, whatever, which are the elements here. And the final console log is the original array and with a new array, which has all the elements set to 100. Now, why is that? Because you can see I'm returning 100 from this method. And like I said, whatever you return from this method actually takes the gap or actually takes the place of the new or the older value, right? And very important thing is that this map does not change or does not mutate the original array, right? So that's important. This new mapped array is completely different from the older one. So now if you want to square an element, you can every element, you can just simply use this. You can see this is now the square of all the individual elements. Or you just want to say 8 times real quick. I love codedamn, for example. If you want to say this 8 times real quick, that's how you do that, right? And it'll be just there. So this is one important function, new mapped array. How we can create its equivalent in this for loop. Let's just do that. So I'm gonna say, let's just say we do a new mapped array for equivalent, because we need first of all, we need a new empty array because we don't want to modify the existing one. So what I can do is, for the map part, I would just say for equivalent dot push and then the expression which I have here, right? So if I have just I love codedamn, I will just do this. If I had something like, you know, which we had earlier, element times 2, I would just do el times 2 power 2 and be done with it. Now the advantage of this function over this is that this can be reduced a lot. So I can trim this down to an arrow function where it just gives me an element and just returns me the square of every single element, right? So that's all we need to do in order to get the new mapped array. But with for loop, we have to do so much more work, right? So that's why these elements or these methods are interesting. Let's quickly go over through another one, which I find really interesting and useful. And that is the filtered array. And what this does is, just like map, it takes in a function, but in this case, you don't return an element, but rather you return a Boolean value, either a true or a false. So let's say if I return false here, the filtered array right here would be empty, right? Why? Because for every single element in this array, we return false. And whenever you return false, it will exclude that element. It will filter that element out, hence the name. So if I return true, you will see that we get all the elements back. So if I do something like if element is less than 5, then this expression will evaluate to true. Therefore, we only get 1, 2, 3, 4. If element is greater than 5, then we will see 6, 7, 8. That's it, right? So that's how you can filter out elements like this. So for example, you could have an array which is like friends, and you just have these friends as name X and age 17. Then you have a second friend which is named Y and age 21. And you have a third friend which is named Z and age 22, right? And you just want to filter out only friends which are above 18, right? So the way you would do that is you will write friends.filter element. Now this element is the single object, right? So I'll say element.age is greater than 18. And the moment I do that, I will see this filtered array actually consists of only 2 people, Y and Z, right? Which are the people basically 21 and 22. It removed the X. And the thing you have to note again with filter as well is that it does not create or does not mutate the array. So our original array actually consists of, the X element, but the filtered one does not. So that is important. But yeah, that's pretty much it about filter and map. There's another one called .find, which is also interesting, which just finds the element until and unless it gets a match, tries to find. So let's say I want to find my friend X, right? Find X. So I go ahead and say friends.find the element, find the friend, or you can just write friend here if you want. I want to find that friend where the friend dot name is X, right? So when I do that, you will see that if I console.log this guy find X, you will see that it returns me that exact element present in that array, right? So I just get name X and age 17. If I had something like some more prop as true, for example, then I'll also get that right away because it just gave me that object right away, right? So that's how you use find as well. Pretty simple, allows you to do a bunch of things. Then finally, we also have a method which does not return you anything. In all these above cases, it always returns you something, right? But this method right here does not return you anything, but just acts as a for loop, kind of, right? For loop as in just gives you a quick access to all the elements. And how do we do that? We do a friends.for each, let's say friend, and right here you can just use this information to print, do whatever you want, right? So if I do a friend like this, it'll just print out these individual records, right? These 3 records in 3 different lines. So it's just a simple iteration over your array. Now this could be your regular array as well. In this case, you will just get a number from 1 to 8. But yeah, that's how you do that. So yep, these were a few methods which I believe would be helpful for you when you're working with arrays in JavaScript. And that is all for this video. Hopefully you understood how to use them, what's the difference, how to work with arrow functions, and why you would probably want them over a generic for loop. For the most part, for loop is also fine if you want to include it, but sometimes just to keep your code a little decent and clean, you can use these methods wherever appropriate. Hey everyone, welcome back, and in this video let's just go ahead and take a look at ES6 template literals, which is probably my favorite feature of ES6 introduced. And that means you can now, after ES6, you can now first of all create multi-line strings. So earlier, if you had to write a paragraph about me, what you would have to do is this is me, and then if you try to go to new line, this will break, right? You can see all sorts of syntax highlighting problems as well. In order to fix this, you would have to escape the new line characters with these backtick symbols. Not backtick, sorry, these backslash symbols. But there's a new version of creating a string introduced in JavaScript, which is about me latest. And in this case, remember I told you that quotes don't matter in JavaScript, right? Whether you write double quotes or single quotes, it's all the same thing. But in JavaScript, there's also a third type of way you can create these strings, and that is using backticks. And these backticks are the symbol which are probably on the left of your 1 numeric key. And when you do this, you will see that this is me and this will not break. And you see, we don't even need to escape the new lines. It'll just work fine, right? So this is pretty awesome. What's another awesome thing about this is think about something like this. My name is Mehul and I am 22 years old, right? And let's say I had an object here saying person, which had a name property as Mehul and an age property as 22. Now I want to inject these 2 properties in the sentence dynamically. So how do I do that? I would have to concatenate it like this. I would need to say person.name and then the same thing for person.age. And it's fine at this point, even because we just have a couple of things to concatenate, but this gets real. This gets ugly real quick if you have a bunch of variables you want to concatenate, right? And even bad if you want to perform some math or anything. This is super convenient with string literals or template literals here. The way we do it is I say my name is a $, then an opening and closing curly brace, and then write any JavaScript expression you want. And I am. And you see, we don't have to ever close or open the quotes. So it just naturally sits in the sentence. My name is this and I am this. And here you would see that we have to include all these pluses, these quotes, we have to open and close the quotes and so on. So template literals also allow you to include variable output just like that. And you can see that about me latest is pretty much just like you would expect it to. My name is Mehul and I'm 22 years old. And a similar thing exists with about me as well, right? Basically the same sentence. So yeah, that's pretty much how the template literals work in JavaScript, and that's how you can use them. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we will probably discuss one of the most important things in JavaScript, that is a promise. And we will also discuss about fetch API within this video. So first things first, let's say we have an external file or an external API route from where we want to fetch the data, right? In this case, it's data.json. In some cases, it could be even a remote URL, right? So what we want to do is we want to make use of something known as fetch API, which is a function provided by the browser. And this function just takes in a URL, in this case data.json, and returns you a special object, right? This object is not the response data because network requests are unstable and asynchronous and can take a variable amount of time. So this does not return you a response right away, but it returns you a promise object, right? This variable returns you a promise object. So a couple of things. This is an object and this is a promise. You know one thing about these two things. What is an object, right? An object is basically where you can access further properties or methods, right? So what is a promise? A promise in JavaScript is basically an object which promises, it does not say that it will definitely, but it promises to resolve to a value in future, sometime in future, right? So what it says that, okay, right now I am this promise object, but I swear within 2 seconds, it says within 2 or 3 seconds, maybe more, I will have a definitive value. That's fair, but how do I know that it has got a definitive value? Well, in order to do that, what we have to do is we have to write a .then on this. Even if you write .then, you see we have 3 things here, .catch, finally, and then. So we start with .then, and this .then, what it does is that it accepts a function of which the first argument is data, right? And what is this data? This data is actually the resolved value, right? So whatever this promise said, if it resolves any time in future, then this function gets run, this arrow functions in our case. And this arrow function will run with the first argument being what this promise resolves to, right? So in this case, in our case of requesting data, it resolves with the data, which is actually the response. So if I console log this response right here, what you will see is if I refresh this, let's see, you see we have this response right here logged with us, which pretty much has a bunch of useful information, but it still does not contain the body of, the response. So how do we get that? Well, you see right here, let's see if I can see it here, not really, but this response actually consists of something known as response.json, right? And this method right here is another promise. So I can say this is promise object 2, right? So this is another promise which returns us the actual data, right? So again, this promises to do that sometime in the future, not exactly right now. So again, we can bind it to .then and say, once it has data, once it has resolved, just let me know, right? And I can just console log the data finally here. And when I do this, you can see, I see record and value finally in the console, right? So what happened here? Let's just quickly revisit. First things first, fetch is an API from the browser which returns you a promise object. A promise is an object which promises to deliver a value sometime in the future. It might be in a second, it might be in a couple of seconds, it might be in 30 seconds, it might be in 30 minutes, right? It's not fixed when this .then would run. It could run as soon as it has the data. Well, as soon as it has the data, this .then runs. And in this case, in case of fetch, in order to read the response, we can use a .json here, which parses the response as JSON automatically. And then response.json also returns us a promise. It does not return us the data right away. Therefore, we have to do a .then check again. And then finally, we console log it. Now, a great thing about promises is that you can chain them. That means every single .then call always returns a promise. Even though you are not returning here anything, if you return null, if you return undefined, even if you do something like this, then also this is a promise object again. This is the beautiful thing about .then, that no matter what you return from here, it always returns a promise with the value being what you return from here, with the resolved value being what you return from here, right? So what do I mean by that? I can say a .then here and then final data, for example, final data, and I can say console.log final data is, and then final data. All right, so what's happening here is that you see final data is null, right? Why this is null? Because you can see I returned null from here, from this promise object. If I returned 1337 from here, you would see my final data is 1337. So that's what amazing about promises, that if you return a static value, then also it will be a promise. If you return an actual promise, then also it will be a promise, right? With the value being what happens when it gets resolved. So if you think about this a little, what you can do is instead of doing a then check here, you can simply return this promise object. So you can say promise object 2 is returned. Why would you want to do that? Because now this gives you the advantage of saying that you can nest these promises instead of just, chaining them in one go. So now you can see it looks much cleaner than previous iterations, and it's much better to read as well, right? And you can just keep on going. Technically speaking, you can just keep on going and going and going and going if you want. You can just keep on going that and it'll still work, but there's no need to, right? So that is a very basic and general introduction to promises. We get a little bit of more introduction and in-depth introduction to promises in the next advanced practical JavaScript course. So don't worry about them yet. But yeah, you should know about promises and working with Fetch API like this. So that is all for this one. I'm going to see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back to another video course, an interactive course, I should rather say, not a video course, on codedamn, which will be on React. Now React is very special. It's very close to my heart because I have been using React for a very, very long time. In fact, the very first versions of codedamn, this platform which you see, were built purely in React. And yeah, I mean, it's a great framework. It's a great tool to have on your list, and I'm super excited to start this course in order to tell you the best way to work with React.js, and whether your goal is to get a React developer job, build your own projects, get an internship, whatever it is, I'm pretty sure that this course would be a solid foundation to that goal. So in this course, you will find videos and you will find hands-on lab exercises like this, but for React.js, which you have to do within your browser. So make sure you are doing those labs, you're completing these exercises, you're practicing, because practicing is super important and I don't want you to get stuck in tutorial hell. Therefore, we will be completing labs in this course as soon as we understand or as soon as we cover an important concept. There would be projects to build, there would be labs to complete, and I'm excited to start this course. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and set up your development environment first. How would you develop? How would you write this React code, which I'm talking about? So first things first, React is a JavaScript library. That means it's not as different as writing in HTML and CSS in JavaScript, which we have been doing so far in the last 3, 4, 5 courses. But with React, let me tell you what happens. With HTML and CSS and JavaScript, you know these are 3 static files. You can create an index.html, style.css, and script.js, include them into one another, and you're done. With React, there's a build process in between to convert the code you are writing, the JavaScript you are writing, into something which browser can understand. I mean, browser can also understand React directly, but let's just assume for now, you can assume that you write React in a way and then the browser understands it in a different way. Although both are JavaScript, but there's some differences which we'll address. So in order to make that JavaScript compatible from what you're writing to what browser sees, we need an intermediate server, a build process, right? So for that, we need a little bit of special setup. So in order to do that, what you can do is A, you can set it up on your computer, which I'll just quickly show you, or B, you can use the codedamn React playground, which we will be using in this course. So the best way to follow along is to just use codedamn playground, and your labs would also be in that interface. So that will be pretty much what you would probably need. But in case you want to follow locally, that's how you can do it. Go to your terminal, your shell, whatever you have. If you're on Windows, you can open PowerShell or command line and write npx create React app and then the name of the app which you want to create. Let's say I want to just create Hello World and hit enter. Now, the moment you do that, you will see that npx uses npm and sets up create React app, but create React app actually uses yarn internally. And these are like both package managers. I'm sure if you have seen the npm course in the learning path, which you are following on codedamn, if you haven't seen, it's probably ahead. But we will cover npm and yarn in depth in those courses. But anyway, the moment you do this, you will see it will take some seconds. Sometimes it's fast, sometimes it's slow, depending on your internet speed. But once it's done, you will see that a folder is created for you, which you can cd into and start your project. And it looks like we are almost done here with just a few more updates. There we go. So now you can go into Hello World, and if you open this in VS Code, you will see you can start programming, right? In order to start the server, you have to write these commands: yarn start, yarn build, yarn test is not required, yarn build is also not required. Just yarn start will start the server. This is how you set up locally. Another way, which is the recommended way, which will help you avoid all this clutter and setting up on your computer and slow internet speeds, is actually go to codedamn playgrounds right here and click on this React playground, React 16 playground. We'll update this to React 18 and beyond real soon, so you don't have to worry about the versioning. I mean, it might seem like it's React 16, it's too old, but we'll update this to React 18. Anyway, so the moment you open this, you will see that you have a playground booted up in seconds, not minutes, in less than 10 seconds. So once you do that, you will see that you also have a terminal at the bottom, which we can use pretty much to control all the parts, just restarting server, or if you want to navigate in the server, if you want to do ls and stuff, you can do that, right? In our case, we don't want to do anything, so we just start back our build process, which I mentioned. Like, we need a build process in the middle, so we started that back. And right here in the hierarchy structure, you can see we have a bunch of folders we can take a look at, and it pretty much matches very closely to what you will have inside of your local setup. Public src node modules. We hide the node modules folder because that's something you probably don't want to enter. If you do want to enter, you can use the command line anyway, right? So anyway, once you do that, if I open index.jsx right here, you would see that there is a bunch of code already present in these files. So what is this all code and how does this work? We will take a look at that in the next video, because that's the video we'll be writing Hello World. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, what I want to do is tell you how you can write a Hello World program in React.js. And before that, let's just take a look at what exactly is happening right now at this point when I open this in a new tab. So you see that we get a nice little page for us which says edit src React.js, but how does this even work? I mean, if you remember from in the internet fundamentals thing, you know that your server needs to send an HTML file first, right? In order for anything to start. So if we take a look at this page source, you can see we have a bunch of HTML right here, right? Which is probably auto-generated. So we won't go into the source that much. What I would go into is basically this public and index.html file. So what this file is served whenever you load that website, right? You load your development setup. So what this file is, it's pretty much boilerplate. It's a template, right? You would not be working in this file, in the HTML file. Why? Because what you have to realize when you're working with a framework like React, you do not basically write HTML in HTML files, right? You construct that document object model, the DOM thing, which I was talking about, inside of JavaScript. That is important, that when you're using React, we don't write HTML and manipulate it with JavaScript. We actually create the whole HTML, or most of the part, from JavaScript world itself, right? So for that, all we need to do in this case is we have an index.html file. We have this special tag, which you don't need to remember. Like, you don't have to remember this information, which I'm telling you, but this is just me telling you how everything is working. We have the special tag, which is pointing to a file /dist/index.js. And you might wonder that I'm not able to see this directory anyway, right? I'm not able to see this dist directory anywhere. So how does this work? Well, the reason this works is because, remember, I told you that these are not static files. I mean, these are static files, but they are served by this server called Snowpack in our case. Now, this server could be any server, right? It could be Create React App, which we saw in your local setup. In this case, it is Snowpack. It could be ESBuild. It could be any sort of server. The point of the server is to build or slightly or lightly build your code which is being shipped to the browser, right? Even in the development mode. Why? Because if you take a look at this thing right here, you see we are writing some sort of HTML in the JavaScript world, right? And of course, this is not supported in JavaScript out of the box. I mean, you cannot really write JavaScript. You cannot really write this HTML-like thing inside JavaScript right away, right? It will not work. So why does this work? Well, because this is the Snowpack right here, which is sitting right in the center, injects some sort of code or manipulates or, just creates this behavior, which allows your browser to understand what is going on here, right? So this is like super important stuff in the sense that you should always remember that whatever you're seeing in this public.html, public index.html file, it might or it might not be true. What do I mean by that? For example, in this case, /dist/index.js, this file, when accessed, is not actually looking at a file system file, but is actually served automatically by this process right here, right? Which just sees that, hey, if this page is accessing this /dist/index.js file, let me go ahead and serve this page this generated code out of the build process. So anyway, what you have to remember at all from this video is that you will always work with JavaScript files, or most of the times you will work with JavaScript files when you're working with React, right? You would not be interacting with .html files for the most part, right? So this is super important. But yeah, I mean, once we have this, in case of just doing hello world, let me just go ahead and first of all delete this so that we can do a little bit of minimal hello world. And I'm just gonna say react.render h1 hello world, and h1 closes. That's it. That's all I would do. And we could probably remove this as well. Let's see if I refresh this page, because we had some major changes out there, deleting files and stuff. You can see we get a nice little hello world right here. So we'll go into this, what is happening here in this program and how everything is working. But yep, this is your hello world, the very first hello world you have done on React. And I mean, you don't even need these CSS files. If you really want a really minimal hello world, then what you can do is, let's see, something like this. Yep, I mean, You can do this and you get a very basic hello world in React. So all you need is a bundler, which is Snowpack, which is running in our case, an index.html file, which is like the first file which is served, and just a single file saying react dom.render hello world, and there you go. And this is basically this element. We'll get into this, how this is working. But if you're smart, you would be able to see that we have a div ID root on the page, and that's exactly what it's targeting, right? So yep, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you were able to write hello world in React yourself. If not, we would have a lab after this where you have to write. So that's how you would be able to practice with me. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we'll be taking a look at how the Hello World program works in React, because it's super important stuff and super fundamental to get right when you're starting off. So what I want to do first is start from the very first line here, which is importing React from React. And for those of you who don't know what this import syntax is, I'm sure we have discussed this in the JavaScript basics course, some course before. So if you're watching this and if you know, that's fine. But for those people back in the audience who are relatively new to this, this is just the syntax of new ES6 import syntax. If I go ahead and create a file, let's say calculator.js, right? And if I go ahead and create a function, add num1, num2, and if I just console or, just return num1 plus num2, what I can do is add a keyword called export in front of this. And now any single file in this project can import this function, right? So it's basically making your code more modular. So I can go into this index.jsx and I can say import add from calculator, right? And what I can do is I can say console.log add 5.6, right? And what this will do is, let's see, I don't think we'll get a result like this. So maybe we can just probably alert this. So what this will do is it basically give me an alert of 11, right? Console log is probably being blocked by Snowpack here. So alert just works. So I'm able to import this function from this file. Now quickly, I was able to see that I had to write these curly braces when I'm importing. Now we would probably discuss this more in the ES6 syntax, ES6 import syntax, but the TLDR here is that if you use just export, then you have to add these curly braces because you can do it for multiple functions or multiple variables, and looks like we need to disable this alert. There we go. And if I do a subtract, for example, and return num1 minus num2, this will also work. So I can import it like an object-like syntax, but not really, right? So if I do something like this, this will also work. You might sometimes see that your import is not working. Just give it a refresh and it should. And if you use something like export default function abc and return 100, for example, then in order to import this into some file, you just use that without the curly braces, right? That's basically the crash course on ES6 import export syntax. So right here, you can see, there's a lot to it. Don't really just, consider this as the ultimate tutorial. I have kind of like oversimplified a bunch of things here as well, but that should be enough to get you started. But what I want to do here is I just want to show you this React and React DOM, what they are doing. They are basically importing these two important packages, React and React DOM. And further down the line in the further advanced tutorials about React, what we will understand is that React is nothing but a UI library which handles trees, right? That's all React does. React knows how to differentiate, how to diff, that means take difference of two virtual DOM trees and just tell the renderer, in this case the browser, what are the differences which needs to update on the screen, right? So let's say if you had 1,000 hello worlds and I click on the third hello world, you do not need to repaint all the 1,000 hello worlds, right? You just need to repaint that third hello world. That's it. That's all React tells to browser, and that's all React does. And that is the function of React. Now, people realize that this behavior is awesome and we can actually make it generic, right? So they took React out of the browser and started using it in places like mobile. For example, you have React Native. Now, when they did that, they also realized that this has to be generic, like I said. So what they did is they split React into two parts. The first part is the reconciler, which is basically what I said, that this uses the diffing of trees to understand what's happening. And UI consists of trees, right? Whether you're on web, whether you're on mobile, it consists of a root element, then you have a bunch of elements and so on and so forth. And what the second part was of the equation was the renderer. So in this case, React needs to know how to create elements on the screen. For example, React needs to know about document.createElement, right? When you're writing this h1 hello world and React has to render everything in this div id root, then React needs to know how to create this h1, right? Or how to create that div. So React DOM has that job. React DOM tells the React how to create these elements on the screen, right? So yep, that is how it works. And what is happening here is that React DOM has to get a first initialization point of how React should start, or where React should start rather. So what it does is the first argument it takes is a root element, and the second argument it takes is basically the place where you should mount that React tree, right? Whatever that is. So you have one root element which can contain multiple elements, and you need a place to mount that on the screen. So you just create some random place. It could very well be body, but it's usually recommended that you just keep it some div or something so that you can still use other paths in your HTML. So that's what we do by default. Document.getElement by id root, and there we go. So that's all it does. That's all Hello World program does, but it does a lot of things, right? And soon, by the end of this course, or maybe in some other course, we will also discuss about the React 18 and beyond features, which include a bunch of interesting stuff, right? It includes concurrent UI and stuff like this, where this definition actually changes, where you don't have React DOM.render, but something known as create root. We will learn about that. Don't worry about that. It's ahead. But this is like the old and solid way so far of creating React. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I just want to upgrade to React 18 so that we can also use a bunch of React 18 features as we go ahead, because that's the latest React right now. And I'll probably update this whole course, or parts of this course, if React 18 also becomes outdated. But anyway, at the moment, what we have to do in order to just upgrade to React 18, first things first, you can see we have a yarn.log file. That means we are using yarn as the package manager here. So I'm going to say yarn add react @alpha. And why I'm doing alpha, because React 18 is an alpha at the moment, and that's what we need to have, right? Similarly, I'm going to do yarn add react DOM @alpha, right? And the moment I do that, you will see that basically if I cat package.json, you will see our React and React DOM both are on React 18, right? Awesome. So once we do that, let me just go ahead and restart the server here real quick as well. So yep, if I refresh on this, you see that we still have pretty much no change at all. Hopefully it's just the bundler is just starting off the build process. So there's that. But yeah, I mean, it should probably give us the same output more or less. Let us hope. And there we go. So we have an H1 rendered on the screen, but right now we are running React 18. You can see it in the terminal, and we can also verify this real quick on how you can use a new React feature, which is known as create root. So what is this root API? For now, you don't need to worry a lot about this if you're starting off, but I'm just showing you this so that you can show off to your friends that, hey, you are on the latest and greatest React. So I'm going to say container here is my root element. And instead of React DOM.render, I'm going to say React DOM.create root of this container, right? And I'm going to say this is my root element. And then I'm going to finally say root.render. What do I want to render? H1 hello world. There we go. And boom. We basically have the same hello world, but in a different syntax, right? Earlier we used to have react.createElement. Now we have react.createRoot. And if you're confused, it's fine. I mean, it's fine to be confused, because the real benefits of react.createRoot would be out there when you actually understand React internally very well, right? Which is the aim of this course. So anyway, I just wanted to put this out that we are using the latest course, the latest technology, so that you don't feel like you're watching some course from 2017 or something. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I want to go ahead and explain components to you. Now, what component is? It's basically the fundamental building block of React. Now, how React works is, think about this in the following way. Let's say I go to codedamn.com, which you can see right here. Now on the screen, you can see that if you think about it, you can split this layout into multiple components. The first one is this header, which is sticking at the top. And inside even header, we have these links right here, right? The next layout which you can think of is these repeated areas, right? You can see these areas are repeated multiple times. Then this is this block right here on the right, which is floating. So you can split pretty much all of this into multiple components. And finally, we have a footer at the end, right? So what you can do is, in React, the way you work is that you split this whole UI into different sort of components and then code them all individually and then use them together, right? So the first step you need to do in order to start your programming journey basically is to just go ahead and create a folder. Let's say components right here, right? Inside this, I'm going to say I start with header.jsx. And if you're wondering about what this JSX is, the extension, it just stands for JavaScript extensible JavaScript. Now what this is, it's basically the syntax which you are using, right? So if I say, for example, function header like this, and I just return header just like regular HTML, and I just say hello world, or not hello world, too much hello world is there already. This is header. So what's going to happen now is that when I export this, export default header, I could go ahead and use it right here like this, right? And of course I have to import it as well. So I'm going to import it like components header, right? And the moment I do this, you can see on the screen I get this is header, which is pretty awesome, because now what I can do is, instead of creating this as header, I can also create my initial app.jsx component, right? And what this app.jsx component will be, it will pretty much be what we are doing right here, but instead of app, basically I would say a div, and instead of h1, I would just embed our header right here. So it might seem that I'm just going a little faster, but we need this boilerplate code in order to understand it better. But the moment I do this, you can see now I can switch from header to app, and all I need as my root component is this app right here, right? And there is no change basically in the header part because it still renders fine. But now I can split this website into multiple parts. Header, for example, I can include a footer, and in the middle there will go the content. So I can say this is div ID content, and I can say that this is pretty much like hello there, right? So if I have a p opening and p closing, you would see that we get a hello there, which is pretty awesome, right? Now you can make all sorts of changes here, and this will work just like that. So yeah, that's pretty much it. That's how you work with functional components in React. All you need to do is make sure that you create the root component as a single component, and then that component will be kind of like, your bootstrapping way of layout. We can include header, which are different components. We can include a bunch of regular HTML, and we can include footer, etc. as well, which we will see very soon as we proceed. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and explore about JSX in JavaScript and in React basically. So what this JSX is, it's basically this weird syntax which you're able to write, which looks like HTML, but it's not HTML. So what happens with JavaScript, or in React in this case, is that earlier when React was new, what you had to do is you had to import React first, and then you had to do some weird stuff like react.create class, and then pass in basically an element and stuff like this. And I don't even know if this was create class or create element or something like that. But what you had to do is you have to actually write in JavaScript to create the HTML like structure, right? Just like with DOM, what we do let's say a UL is document.create element a UL, right? Then for an li, I do the same thing, document.create element li. Then what I do is ul.append child li, right? And then what I would do is, for example, I would say li.append child document.create text node and so on, right? So this is super verbose, right? All this code, all this 4 or 5 lines of code is generating this syntax, ul li 3 dots li ul. That's it. So much information is there, even though we had so much better syntax like HTML already in place. So what React does is that it combines the best of both worlds. That means you get the best of JavaScript world, that you can compute and do all sorts of stuff in a function. But at the same time, what you're also able to do is you're able to write HTML like syntax here. Now your browser does not understand this, right? Your browser by default does not understand this. Therefore, we have Snowpack, Babel, stuff like this running, which converts this, compiles it down into different syntax, and that is what is understood by your browser. Now, that is awesome because now we can, as developers, we can write in great looking syntax, and the browser can understand in the syntax which it wants, right? So this looks very, very close to HTML with a couple of differences which you will understand. But yeah, that's great, right? Because now you can write HTML like syntax in JavaScript. But the problem here is, or rather I should say a great feature here is that you cannot write invalid HTML, right? Let's say if I remove this div tag, you will see the whole code breaks, right? Now, this is because of the internal validation performed by JavaScript on this JSX syntax which you're writing. But nonetheless, this is awesome because now you cannot write broken HTML. Technically, this would work if this was in an index.html file, but it does not work in a React case. So that's awesome. So anytime you're seeing this error message like, unterminated JSX contents, that probably means that you have messed up somewhere in your HTML like looking syntax. So this is one thing. Another thing which is super important and critical, and which you have to understand, that in JavaScript, in React, at least for now, at least right now, when you want to create a class to an element or assign a class name so that you can style it with CSS, you don't use the class keyword, right? You don't use the class keyword, you use the class name keyword, right? And why is that? Because class is a reserved keyword in JavaScript, and there are reasons for it, the way JavaScript is compiled, how it gets transformed. So React developers just said, screw it, we will not allow people to use class, but rather just go with class name. So a lot of places when you're reading React.js code bases, old and new, you will see that they are using class name instead of class. This is not a special attribute. If you take a look at the DOM, for example, if I open this in a new tab, and let's say I inspect this by taking a look like this, and if I increase the size, you will see if I go to elements, we get a class of DSF, right? Not a class name, but rather a class right here. So this is another thing. The third thing you should know about JSX is that you can write actual JavaScript expressions right here, right? So you can do hello 2 plus 2 like this. And you will see that it actually spits out hello 4 right here instead of hello, 2 plus 2, literally. So in order to write a JavaScript expression, all you need to do is open a curly brace and close a curly brace and write whatever you want here. Now you might think, what can I write here and what cannot I write here? So think about this in the following way. You can write whatever you want here as long as this is something which you can also pass in a function call, right? What do I mean by that? Let's say you had a function called dummy, right? Which just console logs whatever you're printing. Let's say this is one argument, right? Whatever you're sending. So you can call this dummy with 2, correct? You can call this dummy with this, a string value, correct? You can call this dummy with an array, like, correct? You can call this dummy with x greater than 5, or not x, but let's say 4 greater than 5 is true, then hello, otherwise world, like this, like ternary operators and stuff. You can do this stuff, right? But what you cannot do is you cannot write if something, then do something, right? This does not make sense. You cannot pass this as an argument. Similarly, you cannot write this if-else statement like this right here in this stuff, right? All you can write here is what you can probably pass in a function call as well. And we will actually understand later down the line that that is a very good way to realize this, because the syntax is actually converted by Babel and others, is actually converted into a function call argument itself, right? So this JSX expression actually becomes a function call argument. So anyway, that's it. That's all you have to remember. So you can say that if I am I above 18, if this is true, for example, I can say am I above 18 is true, then I am above 18, for example. Otherwise, I just return null. And null is a special JSX element which does not render anything, right? It would not render anything on the screen. So if I make this false, for example, you will see that this is then gone, right? Because, well, I'm not above 18, so it renders null. So instead of this, you can say I am too small, right? Something like this. So now you can see if I toggle between true and false, you will see it just changes into I'm above 18 and I'm too small, right? So on and so forth. So yep, that is your introduction with these JavaScript JSX, how React uses it and how you can work with it as well. We will be using a lot of these components and a lot of stuff, and we will be playing around with some dummy applications as well. So make sure you are able to understand this, you are able to complete the practice labs on codedamn and move forward from there. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and learn about something important, which is known as short circuiting in JavaScript and how does that work, because the further concept which I'll be discussing is based on that. So we need to understand this fundamentally in JavaScript first. So in JavaScript, what happens is, let me just go ahead and actually do nothing here except for a simple console log in the browser. And I want you to guess the output of what would happen, right? So just checking up once. You can see we get 1, so that's fine. What I want to do is I want to say true, and let me just switch it to terminal so you cannot guess it right away, and false. So I want you to guess what would appear in the browser, in the console. If we take a look at the console, you see we get false, right? Now the reason we get false is because when you use double and in JavaScript, what it tries to do is that it tries to keep on checking the argument as long as it does not find one falsy value. What do I mean by that? If I have, let's say, hello, double and, Mehul, double and, undefined. If I have an expression like this, you see we get undefined in the console. Now the reason for that again is because hello is a truthy value, right? It evaluates to true when you force typecast it into a boolean. Similarly, Mehul is a string. It's a truthy value, but undefined is not a string, or it's not a truthy value. It evaluates to false. That is why ampersand, these double ampersand, will keep on checking which one is a falsy value, and the first value which they find, they will stop at that. What do I mean by that? If I don't have any falsy value at all, you see we get Mehul in the console, which is the last value. So pay close attention what's happening here. If I have an expression which is just this, so if I assign this to a variable which is just this, we will get undefined. If I assign this expression to a variable, we will get Mehul as the value, right? If I have undefined in between, you will see again we still get undefined, because remember I mentioned it will go ahead and keep on looking until and unless it does not find the first falsy value. And in this case it just finds it, because it's the second value, so it does not look forward. So this is known as short-circuiting behavior in JavaScript. And why this is important? Because what it allows us to do is do conditional rendering. Now, what do I mean by that? Let's say I have a div here instead of just an h1, which just says h1 hello world, right? And what it does is that it has a paragraph which may be visible, right? So this paragraph may or may not be visible. And the way this works is that, let's say if I want to make this an expression, a JSX expression. Remember we talked about how you can make a JSX expression with these curly braces. And in fact, as a matter of fact, you can write HTML-like tags of JSX within these expressions as well. But what's powerful now about this is that I can bind this to certain expressions. So I can say something like true and double and this thing. Now, what does this mean? Taking a look at this, it will try to evaluate and just keep on evaluating as long as it does not find a falsy value, right? And in case it does not find a falsy value, it will just return you the last one. So in this case, this whole expression actually just becomes this single p tag, right? Similarly, if you had a false here, then you see nothing appears on the screen, right? Because by default, falsy values just are not visible in a JSX expression, right? Even if you have something like 0 here, which is also a falsy value. So you can see here this is a little fun. Why? Because you can see 0 gets rendered on the screen because 0 is a falsy value. So this whole expression becomes 0 and React just shows you 0, right? But in most cases, if this is a Boolean expression, this is a common pattern which people follow, right? A Boolean expression, for example, like age greater than 18 and this thing. So what does this mean? Let's say if there's a variable called 18 age, which is 18, you can see it does not render it. But if I change this to 20, for example, you can see now we get the p tag on the screen, right? So this is super interesting and super important stuff, which is one way of doing conditional rendering in JavaScript. Conditional rendering just means that sometimes the element might appear on the screen, sometimes it might not, right? Another way of doing conditional rendering is using ternary operator, which you should probably know about. So this basically also requires you to specify the false case. So you can say that if age is greater than 18, then you want to do this. Otherwise, you want to just render null or any false value, right? You can also write false here, but null is basically what you should write, because null is a JSX element, a JSX component, a valid JSX component as well. All right, I think this is pretty much it. All you need to know in order to conditionally render elements. We will learn more about them when we work with state in JavaScript. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at what props are in React and how they work. Now we will be spending a lot of time with these things, so you don't have to necessarily worry about them right away, but it's good to know about them. So what props are is basically in React, what happens is just like in HTML we have discussed. If you go to a page source, for example, you see we have this HTML, then it contains a head, then it contains a body and so on, right? So what we know here is that HTML constructs a tree-like structure, which is called as DOM, right? Similarly, what React can also do is it also constructs a tree-like structure, which is also called virtual DOM. But the point here is that React can also have custom components, right? So let's say we have a new component here, which is custom.tsx, or not tsx, but jsx for now. So if I have React from React, and if I do something like function custom like this, what I can do is I can just return h1 hello Mehul, right? So let's say this is a greeting component, which is like a very common example, but there you go. So now what I can do is I can just say custom like this, and it will just render hello Mehul right after importing this like this. But the problem here is, let's say I want to change this name to something dynamic, right? So this should be supplied by an API or something. So what I can do when I'm rendering this component is I can actually pass it custom data alongside this component, which helps it to render properly. Now, this data could be optional, this could be mandatory, depends on how you have created the component. But in this case, what I can do is I can give this function a new argument, the first argument called props. Now this props argument is a custom object which is supplied by React to this function when this is rendering, right? So you could pretty much use these props in here, and React will make sure that these props are available when this function starts rendering. Now we know this props is an object, but what is it exactly? Well, this is an object in which keys are the keys which you pass in here as attributes. So I can have something like name, and the values are in fact the values which you pass in the attribute value. So I have decided that I would just write name equal to Mehul for this custom function. And what this would transform the props into something like this, name as Mehul, right? So what React is doing under the hood is that it will transform this calling signature, and it will make sure the props which you receive in this custom component is in the following object format. So all I need to do now is that go ahead and just write a JSX expression here called props.name, and voila, you can see that I get hello Mehul instead of hello Mehul, which was also before, but we could change it to pretty much like anything and it will immediately reflect, right? So this is pretty powerful, because now what you can do is you can create a very generic component, like you know, I think we discussed an example of e-commerce website, right? So this could very well be a item in the website, right? It could be a singular item, and then all of the data which it needs in order to render, whether it's price, whether it's title, whether it's description, whether it's rating, all of that could be supplied by props. And how would we get that data in props? Through an API, through a fetch API call or whatever. We'll discuss that. But yeah, this is your introduction to props. And one more thing which is possible here, which is usually not possible in the HTML world, that is that you can supply this JSX expression as well, right? So we discussed that you can do weird stuff like 2 + 2 here, and it will evaluate into 4. You can pretty much do the same thing. You can pass like variables, you can pass expressions, you can do anything you want, and you can see it renders correctly. If I pass an age like this, if I square this, you could pretty much do a bunch of stuff here with props. And of course, I mean, you can pass multiple props here. So you can say greeting message as hola, for example. And what you can do is just replace this with props.greeting message, and this will also work, right? So you can customize it as much as you want. It's up to you. But yep, that's pretty much it for your introduction with props. We will be using this a lot, again, like I say, with JSX expression and everything, because this is more or less how JavaScript works in React and how React itself is used a lot, right? Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how you can basically add a DOM event listener kind of thing in React world. Now, this is basically how you would do exactly in JavaScript, but with a little bit of differences. In JavaScript, you would have remembered that we used add event listener to add certain events, right? In React, we do it in a little different way. The way we do it is that we don't use add event listeners and anything, but we directly go ahead on the element. Let's say this button says click me. And on this button right here, I would just go ahead and start writing on click, and see that the C of this on click is capital. This is important because if you make this small, your handler will not be called. So what this is that first things first, you can see that I'm directly giving it a JavaScript expression. Now the reason for that is because I want to pass in a function here. It does not make sense for this on click to be a string, right? So what I'm going to say is let's say this is button click function, for example, and just create this function outside our component, which just says console.log I was pressed, right? Just like that. So now what I can do is I can just go ahead and start clicking this button, and you can see in the console I start getting I was pressed. So all you need to do and all you need to remember in React is the way the event listeners work is that you have an on and then whatever the event is as an attribute, or as a prop rather, I should say, right? So this is a prop which you're passing to this button, which React internally binds to actual event listener on the page, right? Now the funny thing about this is that if you actually open this in a new tab and try to take a look under the hood of how this is working, you will not find this on click attribute in the rendered DOM, right? So if you take a look here, you would see there is no on click attribute present here, right? And the reason for this is because this binding, although it works, this is internally binded using add event listeners and stuff, right? It's not just directly an inline HTML sort of function binding. So this you should remember. But yep, this is how you would work with it. And one more thing which you would often find a lot of people doing is that they would be defining their callback functions for events right into the component. And this might seem like a crazy thing to do, that defining a function inside a function, if you have never seen it before. But this is pretty common in React world, right? What you want to do is you want to keep your functions as tight as possible. So you would just try to keep everything enclosed in a single scope. So this is perfectly fine practice. And in fact, this is actually mandatory if this function wants to access any state variable or anything, which we will take a look at very soon. But yep, this is pretty much it, how you should go ahead and attach a click event listener, for example. And that is how React binds it to your real elements on the page. Hey everyone, welcome back. This is an important video because in this one we'll be starting off with introducing the concept of state in React. So far what you have seen is pretty much useless till a certain extent because we are not using React to its full power, what React is really capable of. It's capable of creating these static pages and static stuff, it's fine, but the true power of React is realized when you actually add interactivity and stateful components. Now, what is a stateful component, or what is state in general? So you see, most useful applications, or most applications which involve some sort of user interaction, need to be stateful. That means they need to remember what has happened in the past. For example, in games, if you're playing tic-tac-toe, your game needs to remember the past, that is which box is square, which box is occupied, which box has not been occupied, who's the winner, and so on. Similar thing you can do with React components as well by introducing the concept of a state. So let's take a look at a very simple example in this one. Let's say I have a counter like this, which is just a number, like you can right away see that I did not use a 0 right inside this, but I gave it a number, right? And we can get rid of the custom component. You can see I have a counter of 0. Let's say this button increase the counter and the next button decrease the counter, right? And I have this first function, which just, pretty much just console logs I was pressed. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to import a function called useState from this React library. And I'm going to say, stick with me here for a while, counter set counter is useState of 0. Now, there's a lot that needs to be explained here. So let me just go ahead and explain it first of all, before we even move forward. So first things first, useState is a function internally provided by React. It's a function, right? It's a regular function you can think of. But this function is called a hook in React, right? So anything which starts with use, it's a convention, technically speaking, but React considers anything which starts with use as a hook, right? What is the difference between a function and a hook? Nothing on the technical sense, but if you're using a React linter, React will warn you if the useState hook, or if any hook, as a matter of fact, is conditionally rendered. That means all of your hooks needs to be at the very top of the function, right? Anyway, what we need to discuss right now, we can just forget about the hooks complexities for later down the line, but what we need to discuss right now is that this hook right here, useState, accepts a default value. So what this default value is that when this app component would render for the very first time, this is the value which would be used as the default value for counter. And the way I have destructured this, you would have observed that this useState actually returns you two values, right? So I could have also done something like counter set. And then I know this is an array. So in order to display this, I would do a counter set of 0. So what this does, you can see it gives me 0. If I make this 100 and refresh this page, you will see I get a counter of 100. Why? Because this is the default value which is available to us, right? And the counter set of 1 is actually a function. So what that function does is that if I call that function with any value, that is what the 0th value, or the counter value becomes. Now this is important because let me just go back to the previous syntax, because that way you would be able to see it in a much better way. So now I have counter, for example. Now what I'm telling is that, let's say in this function, I say the counter becomes -250, right? So the moment I click on this button, you will see that this right here updates to -250. So let's go, and you can see it updates to -250. So what happened? What happened? This is the exciting part, and this is the part where you have to be most careful. You just told React declaratively what you want to do, and React automatically matched it to your UI. Super powerful stuff. Why? Because what you have here is just a counter, right? And a set counter function. The moment you click this button, you call this set counter function with a new updated value. And what React did under the hood is that it repainted this UI, it recreated this function, it actually recreated this whole function, right? It called it again, and it saw that, okay, this counter variable now, in the last render, it was 100, but in this render, it's -250. So I'm gonna go ahead and show this on the screen. Now, the important part here is when this function is called again, so this is like, we can mark this as the first render, right? So in the first render, what happened was that this useState, the array value which this returned was something like 100 and then a function, right? This is what this function returned. But in the second render, which happened when the moment I clicked this button, second render, let's just make this an underscore so that it does not complain. What this useState returned was -250 and a function. Important, the same code, everything same, but React knows that this is the second render, right? React is aware about the state of the render. So this allows React to, basically allow us as developers to use const even though this variable technically changes in the next render, right? So this is why you have to remember why you can use const with state variables, because state variables are not mutated. they are actually created again in the next render. So in this case, in the second render, this is what useState returns. Therefore, your counter is -250. React creates a new tree, new render, which shows you -250 here, and everything else is same, right? So yep, that's pretty much it. That's how I think that's more than enough on what you should know about when you're starting your first, introduction with React state. We will be using state a lot, so it's just getting started. But yeah, that's pretty much it for state in React. That's how it works. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and complete our application, which we were trying to develop, which was just increasing the count of this counter, right? So what I want to do is for you to think about how I can increase the counter's count by 1, because that's what we are trying to do, right? So if you think about it, the most obvious thing which might occur to you is that, hey, let's just go ahead and let's start it with 0 first. And let's just go ahead and set it to counter +1, right? Because it makes sense. I mean, and in fact, it also works. If you just click on this button, you can see it starts on increasing, right? It keeps on increasing and increasing and so on. Now, this is absolutely fine for this application, and it will work just fine as well. Similarly, what we can do is we can create another function. So we can just say this as increase. We can just say this as decrease, increase like this, decrease like this. And in this one, I would just say this as -1. And now we have a little application for us, which increases and decreases the counter declaratively. And the reason I just keep on saying this word declaratively is because you can clearly see nowhere we are mentioning that the UI should update or, document.query selector inner text is equal to counter +1. We are not doing any of that. We simply say that this is a state variable to React, and we control the variable. We only control the variable. We do nothing else. And that's it. React handles the rest. And if any one of you have any doubts about why don't we set like counter ++ or anything like that, you can clearly see that we are using const. So counter is a constant. You cannot do this. And we also discussed this briefly in the last video. But yeah, I mean, understand this carefully, that state variables always need to be updated by their setters. You cannot update them directly. You can technically create this as a let as well, which would allow you to do this thing, but React will not care about this expression which you wrote, and this will be a bug, right? Your UI would not update. So just a quick help tip out there that you need to update your state variables with the setter defined. All right, once you have this application, you can see it pretty much works flawlessly. But what I also want to discuss in this video itself is that there is another way you can increase or decrease or do whatever you want with the setter function. Now, this will be a little hard for me to explain right away all the details why this works. But what you have to understand is that the setter function also accepts a function as the value. Now, this is slightly different from an integer or a string or anything like that, because if I go ahead and set this counter, for example, if I set this to the string, right? And if I click on this, you can see we get this random string. If I set this to, let's say, I don't know, like, some random number, and again, when I click on this, I'll get that random number. But if I set this to a function, then something special happens, because React internally is configured to see that if there is any native Boolean string object, any such value like that, then pretty much just set it directly to the variable. But if there's a function supplied, then do a little different things, right? So maybe if we can just figure out the algorithm of how the set counter works, or the pseudocode, this is probably something like this. So set counter is a function, we know that it has a value, right? So what React kind of does, I mean, of course you can consider this in a different way. React says if type of value is a function, then I want to do something else. Otherwise, it just basically says set counter as value, right? Which is basically just internally setting the value as the same, but basically just saying counter is equal to value and then basically re-render, kind of like this. So what happens here if this is a function? Well, if value is a function, this is what React would do. So React would say updated value is value of old value, and then counter is updated value, and then re-render. So what's happening here? What's the difference? You can see a couple of things. The first thing is React will actually call this function which you have passed to it. And the second thing is React will call this function with an argument which is equal to the older value. Awesome. So in this case, what we have is a code where I can accept an old counter value, which I just told you, right? And whatever I return from this function would be set as the new counter value. That's the thing. So if I return, for example, 200, what's going to happen is that it's just going to set this counter to 200. And I had to just do a quick refresh of the page. But anyway, we are back and you can see I returned 200 from here. And if I click on this, you see we set this to 200. Now this is important because now what I can do is I can also say old counter value plus 1, right? And if I click on this, you can see now we are actually doing the same thing, right? But in a different way. This also works fine, but here we are using the older approach. Now you can reduce this a little bit using arrow functions. So you can say this is basically old counter value as old counter value plus 1, something like this, and an old counter value minus 1. And you're going to see that both of these things work just like before, right? This thing is also working like before and the other one is also working like before. So the question now is that which format should you use? Should you use the functional update or should you use the, the value assignment thing? Remember, for now, for reasons which we will discuss in future when you have a little bit of advanced React knowledge, whenever possible, use the functional updation criteria as long as the newer value depends on the older value. So what do I mean by that? In this case, you can see the counter depends on the old value. That means this is a dependency. The new value cannot be computed if you don't know the older value, right? That's why we were using counter plus 1 here, right? Similarly in decrease as well. As long as the value depends on the newer value, try to use the functional updation way. And there are a bunch of good reasons for this, which we will discuss later. But yeah, this is just a general rule of thumb. If your value does not depend on the older value at all, I mean, just like I wrote 200 here, for example, if you're doing something like this, where it does not depend on the older value, you might as well just go ahead and do it like this. It doesn't matter, right? It really does not matter. But yeah, functional notation is super important if your newer value depends on the older value. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I just quickly want to create a very small project which might help you just understand a bunch of things in React again. Very simple stuff. And that will be a random quote generator, right? And I just want to think about how you would create something like this. So what this would involve is pretty much nothing. It will just involve a button with you, which will just say click me, and it will involve an area. It will involve an area called div where the quote appears, right? And this quote is a random quote. So first things first, we know because this quote is going to change, this should be a state variable, right? Because only state variables, when those are updated, then React re-renders the component, right? So we can import useState from here, and that's it. Now what I want to do is I want to go ahead and create an array of quotes which will include all the quotes which you want, right? So something like, if you are good enough, never do it for free. Even though you're getting this React course probably for free, right? But yeah, I mean, the better courses and the hands-on labs would be paid, but you get the idea. Then let's see, what else do we have? I am not afraid of a man who practice one kick, you know, something like that, 1,000 kicks one time, but rather one kick 1,000 times, something like this. This is like one of my favorite quotes, so that could also be one. Then we can have something like ABC, because I'm lazy, DEF, GHI, and so on. But you can pretty much use an API or anything like that. So what I want to do is, first of all, we can initialize this with the, you know, the first quote if you would like. But second thing which I want to do is I want to go ahead and let me just refresh this real quick. I want to go ahead and create a function, randomize quote, and call it just when I go ahead and click on this button, right? So right here. Now what this button would do is that it will just set the state to a new quote. And remember that in this case, we don't have to depend on the previous state, right? So we don't need to necessarily use the functional approach. So we need to generate a random element in this array. And the way you generate a random element in an array in JavaScript is like following. So you say random quote is quotes and then math.random into quotes.length, and then you just wrap it down into math.floor. So just to explain you what's happening here, if you haven't seen this code ever before, this right here, math.random, returns us a number between 0 and 1, and it will never return you 1, right? It will always return you 0 and probably a number like 0.99999, whatever. So it will never return you 1. That means this number will always be smaller than quotes.length, right? So this means if this length is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this number at max could be 4.999999, whatever, right? But it is finite. And then finally, if this is always less than 5, or, you know, in this case, the length of the array, then math.floor will bring it down by 1, right? So it will make the 4.99999 in worst case a 4. In any other case, this will always lie between 0 and 5, exclusive of 5, and this will just floor it down to 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it pretty much, depending on what math.random does, you're going to select one out of these. So it's a random quote. It's a truly random quote, and you can just set this quote like this. Now, when you click on this, you can see every single time randomly you get a quote, right? So yep, I mean, you can now use your CSS, imported CSS, and style this a little if you want, but that's how you pretty much create a random code generator with React. So yep, that is all for this one. Hopefully you were able to follow along. Pretty simple stuff, nothing fancy, but yeah, covers a bunch of important concepts in JavaScript and React. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how you can create a side effect when something happens. Now, what is a side effect? Well, in general, if English is your first or second language, you know that side effect is basically something that happens after you do something, like maybe taking a wrong medicine or anything like that. So similarly, in React, what happens as a side effect is, let's say you update this variable, right? And you want a side effect to happen in your code, which is, you know, not necessarily bad, like in the analogy, but you get the idea. So the side effect is basically something which happens after you have done something. So what you do in order to do that, in order to have that listener setup or a callback kind of thing set up, is make use of another hook called use effect. Now, what this use effect hook is let me just go ahead and actually show you before even explaining this. So import it just like this, and use effect right here just sits as a standalone hook. It does not return you anything. It does not do anything. It has two parts, however. The first argument is a function, which can be anonymous functions. In the most cases, it's just anonymous. And the second function is a dependency array. Now, if I go ahead and console log I was ran, right? Or I ran or whatever. So what you can do is refresh this page, for example, and you will see the first statement which you get is I ran, and that's it. So what's happening here? Well, you see use effect, although I told you that this is a side effect, but this also runs all the times after the component is mounted for the first time, right? So you see it was mounted for the first time. When I increase the counter, you know it got mounted again because we discussed how the first render and the second render works. So this is a second render, right? But we did not get I ran again because we have no dependencies at all. This function is not listening for any dependency, or it's not observing any dependency. You can see I can just keep on decreasing the counter and nothing happens here. But pay close attention to what will happen here the moment I give this a counter variable as the dependency. And remember, this is an array, right? This is not a regular, just a single value. This is an array of values. That means it can accept more state variables if you would like it to. So anyway, now when I click on this, you can see any single time this counter variable changes, we get an I ran information. And if I try to console log the counter here as well, you would see, give it a refresh, we start with an I ran of 0, which is fine. I mean, it makes sense. Now when I increase the counter, you see we get the console log of I ran of 2000. Careful on what I'm gonna say next. Now you can see that the second console log which we get, I ran of 2000, means that this use effect actually ran again in the second render of the function, right? So when you call the set counter and updated it to 2000, it did not run in the first render. How do we know that? Because if it did run in the first render, we would have got a 0 here. Why? Because counter was 0 in the first render, right? In the second render, we know that this copy was created. This copy was created again by React internally. So this was like app, and in this case, this was 2000. And now we know that this returned at 2000, and therefore this function, when it ran, it console logged 2000. Therefore we know that this function actually ran in the second render and not in the first render, right? Another thing with use effect is that it runs after the component gets mounted or repainted. So what do I mean by that? This means in the second render, this whole thing was mounted and visible on the browser before the console log appeared. Now this might be hard to actually prove or justify until and unless we put a debugger statement or anything, something like that, but you can trust me on this one, right? That the use effect actually runs after the UI is mounted, right? So what's the use case of this? Well, let's say you have a to-do list where whenever you update a list order, you save the order or anything on the back end, right? So in that case, all you need to do is create a use effect, add an order or something like that, which a variable which defines the order of the list, and then basically just write a fetch request here that whenever something changes, or maybe like a local storage save request here, you just update it automatically. Again, this is super declarative. Why? Because you're telling it that this code has a dependency on this one. You're not telling it how to execute it, what should happen, when should it re-render, and so on, right? All of that is managed automatically by other code in your code base, right? So I hope this makes sense. If it does not, then don't worry yet, because there's so much we need to do and we will do in order to solidify these concepts. But yeah, this is a start. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, and I think in this whole section of mini section which we have, we will build a to-do application from scratch using all these videos. And by the end of this section, you would probably also have a full-blown lab where you have to create the same application, pass the test as well. I'm super excited to start this, and let's just go ahead and take a look at how you can build one. If you want, what you can also do is open that lab at the end of this section in a new tab or anywhere and start building it as we learn, and use these videos as a unblocker. If you would like to, you can feel free to just go ahead and start building it yourself as well. You pretty much know all the information more or less you need to know, but we'll cover a bunch of concepts in these videos as well. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and start creating our to-do application in React and how it can work. So first things first, what I'm going to do is create a div in this application space, and I'm just going to give this an h1 of best to-do app ever. Like, why not? All right, so what we want to do is we want to do a couple of things in this app. The first thing is this should have an input field, of course. So this would be an input type text. You can give it an ID or a class if you want to style it with the CSS, but I'm just going to keep it raw at the moment. And what I want to do is also create a UL unordered kind of list, which just shows us our tasks here, whatever we enter. Now, a couple of things here. First thing is whatever I'm typing in this, I need to have a reference. I need to have a track of what I'm typing. Why? Because the moment I hit enter, I want to take this text and append it as a task. And second thing, I want to just take care of all these to-dos in themselves, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create a state variable called to-dos and set to-dos. And we know that these state variables can be pretty much anything, right? Any sort of data type which we have in JavaScript. So I can keep this as an array of to-dos, right? Instead of just having a single string, which you would probably need to split and do something, which will also get ugly. Arrays is best suited for this task. So now, once we have this to-dos, what I want to do is I want to render this inside this UL tag. And how do you render elements? What is the standard practice? How do you do that? Well, what you have to remember here is that ES6 array methods play a very important role when you're working with JavaScript inside of React, because whatever we write is a JSX expression, right? We discussed in JSX that we can only write expressions which we can also pass in as a functional argument, because technically that's what it gets compiled down to. So what we usually do when we are writing JSX expression is we do not make use of for loops like this, for let I is equal to 0, I is less than to-dos dot length I plus plus, because you see, we cannot really write this sort of code, right? What we need to write here, or what we can write here, however, is the array methods, right? So what we can do is I can write, for example, to-dos dot map to do, and then I can just return an li which has this to do. So let's just take a look at what's happening here. Let me just add my name, Mehul, and let's say John as the second name. So what's happening here is that we took both of these elements, right? For each of these elements, .map runs this function and returns a new array, right? A new array of information. So you can see I ran this and I, just put an li around them. Now this thing right here is equivalent for me storing li's directly inside of the state. This is also fine and completely acceptable. So if I do something like this, and I just go ahead and directly try to use to-dos here, those two examples are the same thing, right? If you write these elements directly in the state like this, or you just map it over and then use it here, both are same things, because this thing, as I said in the JSX video also, gets compiled down to a JavaScript-like representation anyway, right? So this is one and the same thing. But the reason we avoid storing it in this way is because this gives us less flexibility. I mean, sure, there are ways to extract out, this text from this, but it's ugly, right? It's complicated. So what we do is instead we keep it in the simplest data type we can, which is string in our case. And then we construct it on the fly, what we want to do, using functions like map or filter or anything which returns us an array, right? Because JSX can display an array with, the JSX elements, right? Like I showed you, you can have a couple of li's here, and you can just display that array as it is, right? And it will render properly. So that's important. So anyway, for now, I can just say this is my example and be done with it, right? So that's it. Now, if I add another name here, let's say hello, for example, you'll see we have another one. So what we want to do is, once we have this set up, is whenever I write something and press enter, then this should basically append it right here. So I'm going to divide this task into two things. First of all, I'm going to just create a button which will say create to do. And then we will also add the enter functionality, which I was talking about. So with button, we know how to access the event, which is using on click. So let's say this is create to do like this. And what I do is, inside of this create to do, I say, I want to append this to do whatever we have written. Now, before we are able to do that, I also need to extract out this value, right? And in JavaScript, or in React rather, I should say, how you do that is you set an attribute called value to a state variable or to any particular value, right? So let's say if I set this to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now what will happen is that even if I try to edit this, I will not be able to edit this input field. And trust me, I'm typing on my keyboard at the moment, but I'm not able to edit this because this value attribute, if set, if this value attribute is not undefined, then React will consider this as a controlled component. That means this value has to change here itself if you need to update the UI, right? And because this is a string static value, this will never happen because, you know, the string would not update automatically. So this has to be a variable. And the way we do this is the follows. So I'm going to say this is, let's say, my task, and I'm going to say set task, and I'm going to initialize this with an empty string, right? Because that's what our value would be initially. So this is my task, right? Now, still you would see this is not very helpful because I'm still not able to type. And the reason for that is same, because, you know, this task is empty string and we are not updating this. So what we want to do in order to make sure this controlled component behaves properly is we want to say something like on change, and then I want to do something here. So on change event receives a E, which is just like the JavaScript event which we receive, which we have also discussed in the JavaScript course. And what this E does is that, you know, E or event or whatever you want to name it, this event contains useful information about what has happened or what has been entered in this text field. So what I can say is I can simply say set task to event.target.value, right? So event.target gives us this input field and the value gives us the current value which is in. So now if I start writing, you would see that I'm able to write pretty much just like I would used to, you know, in a regular input field. But the advantage here now is that on every single keystroke, this on change runs and we always have the updated task value, right, with us. And yep, this is important because now I can access this task value directly whenever this create to do is called. So what I can do is I can just say console log the task value is this task like this. And if I go to browser logs, for example, and start typing and click on this button, you will see I get the correct task value right here, right? If I update to 1, 2, 3, click, we get the correct task value always. Now it's simple right here to update this because all we need to do is we need to set the to-dos and append one more to-do here, right? Now remember what we discussed about the set state. In this case, the future state actually depends on the current one. Why? Because we want to append this to the existing array, right? So in this case, we will use the functional updation methodology, right? So I would say old to-dos, and what I want to do is return all my old to-dos, but also add my task like this to that, right? So what's happening here is that I'm just appending this particular new value to these old to-dos, right? And that's how I'm doing this. So if I try to go ahead and add a task 1 here, click on this to do, you can see we have a task 1 added. And if I go ahead and try to add task 2, click create to do, we have a task 2, and pretty much you can do anything you want here and this will be created. Now it has a bunch of things we can improve and a couple of optimizations as well. Hey everyone, welcome back, and let's just go ahead and proceed with our optimizations and things which we can add in the to-do application which we looked last time. So first things first, what I want to do is whenever we have this onChange event fired, I also want to probably just blank out the task, because right now if you add it, you see the task still remains here. So that's one thing which I want to do. So the way I would do that is just by setting the task as empty like this. And here what might happen is you might think that, hey, what if this code runs before this code and then this task is old and it does not get appended, right? And you might be right? So if we go ahead and try this out and create a to-do, although this kind of works, but I would say we are in a scary territory because it is not given that React executes this part of the code synchronously, right? It might very well be executing it asynchronously. So if I go ahead and console log 1 here, and if I go ahead and console log 2 here, and if I go ahead and write a statement and create a to-do, you can see we get 2 first and then 1 later. That means React is not executing this function synchronously, right? So a safer way for updating this would be actually to set the task as empty here and then use the task like this, right? So this is what is probably we'll stick to as well. But yeah, the moment you do that, create a to-do, it's working just fine. Now, the second thing which we can do is, like I said, right now the enter does not work, right, for us. Now there are a couple of ways to fix this. The first way to fix this is you actually have a key down event on this input field as well. So you have something like on key down and you just say try to check for enter key, something like that. And the way this would work is that you would just go ahead and try to look at the event which you receive here. So event received is this event right here. Now if I try to go ahead and type something here, you can see that we have a lot of console coming in. So instead of looking there, we would probably stick to the native console right here. And what I would do is write 1, 2, 3, for example, and let's just ignore this exception for now because this is because of the web console script, which is custom to codedamn editor. You would probably not see this by the time maybe you're watching this video. But anyway, what this event contains is you can see the key and the key code. So if I try to hit enter here, you would see the event which we get has a key code of 13 and a key of enter, right? So we could very well just use key code right here. And I can just go ahead and say that if e.keycode is in fact 13, this means that we have got a enter input in this field, right? So we pretty much just want to run the create to do function because we already have done the work in that, right? And yep, that's pretty much it. So if I go ahead and give it a refresh, for example, try to enter something and hit enter, you would see it just works just like if I enter something and click on the button, right? So this is pretty cool. This is one way. Another way, which is less JavaScripty, is to actually go ahead and stick to the basics, stick to the native things. And what is that? Well, you might have seen that in HTML world, you already have this behavior where you enter something, hit enter, and the form gets submitted, right? If you go to very old sites which are just constructed with HTML, you will find this behavior where you just enter something in the text box, hit enter, and the form gets submitted, right? The page reloads. Because HTML actually includes this functionality internally. So how do you execute this thing? You wrap the whole thing inside a form element. And this is just HTML. There is no JavaScript or there is no React part involved in this one, right? And the second thing which you do, this is fine, you can keep this input, but the button, which is the button which on click or should happen or it should be present, how it should be present is of type submit, right? So this button should have a type of submit. Why? Because if this does not have a type of submit, then this form does not know what should happen if you hit enter on an input field. So right now what's happening is that this on click would work fine, but if you hit enter, you will see that your page reloads, right? So if I hit enter, you see it gets entered, but our page also reloads. And why is that? Because that is the default behavior of forms in HTML, right? They just reload the page without any attributes if you don't give it a path or anything. And even if you give it a path, it'll reload it at that particular location. So what we want to do is we want to add an event listener on this. So I want to say on submit, I want the create to do to run. And right here, what we will observe is that we no longer need the on click on this button. And why is that? Because whenever you click on this button as well, the create to do function fires, right? So if I write this, click, you can see it refreshes. Or if I write and hit enter, it adds the text and it refreshes. Now the only thing which is left is we want to first of all remove this, and second of all we want to just make sure that the page is not refreshed. So I can also remove this enter key function because we no longer need that. And all I need to do here is grab the event which React gives us on the submit and just say event.prevent default. Now all this is going to do is say to browser that, hey, we don't want the default behavior which happens when this form is submitted. That's it. Now if I go ahead and write hello and hit enter, you can see it works fine. World works fine. 1, 2, 3 works fine. Works fine, right? I can pretty much do anything and everything I want. So this is also a neat hack, or not exactly a hack, but this is actually a standard practice which you should know about, instead of just relying on key down, right? Because this is also technically speaking a bit performance beneficial, right? It's a performance is better than just having on key down on every keystroke and doing that stuff. But yep, that's pretty much it. That's how you're gonna detect all of the enter and button clicks and everything and create a very basic to-do app. In the next video, we'll see how you can also remove these items, right? Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, what we're gonna do is go ahead and take a look at how you can remove these elements as well on a click or anything, right? So what I'm going to do is instead of returning just an li, we could probably return a div or something else, maybe a div inside li or li inside div, doesn't matter. But what I'm going to do is do a couple of things. The first thing is I'm going to go ahead and remove them. And the second thing I'm going to do is actually change the structure a little bit. So instead of setting the task like this, what we will do is we will add a to-do as task, an ID, and an ID as a unique ID, right? For example, in this case, it could just be a global counter or a global ID. And we can start it from 0. And why am I doing this? I'll let you know in a moment. But once we do this, now we have an array of objects, not just an array of strings, right? So in order to render this properly, what we need to do is just say to do, or not to do, but let's say this is item, and then say item.todo, right? So now if I go ahead and hit enter, you can see it still works fine, but we have done a bunch of changes. Now, the second thing we can do is we can say the key of this item is in fact item dot not to do, but item.id, right? Now this item.id, like we saw, is a global ID counter, which basically is unique now, right? So we don't have to worry about just having an index pretty much like this. So we can just have this as global ID and we can just keep on working like we used to do. So once we have done that, what we want to do next is add a button right here which just says delete, for example. And what I want this button to do is whenever I click on this, it should delete item, somehow, which we will see how we can do that. So it's just an empty function for now, which will get called. But now what I can do is when I enter this, well, not at the moment, but let's just see. If I give this a refresh, enter this, you can see now we have a small delete button with us, right? So what I want to do is the moment I click on this delete, this should just disappear from the screen. This should just be deleted. So how do I do that? Well, in this case, we need to give it a little bit of more context, right? What we should do is that we should go ahead and instead of calling it like this, we should go ahead and call this with the ID of the item. So I'm going to say delete item, and I'm going to specify you what the ID of the item is, right? In this case, it's whatever the ID is at the moment. Now, what happens now is I'm receiving the item ID, right? Which we increment every single time. So DSF has an ID of 1. Maybe we can also display it just for the sake of clarity, right? At the time of rendering. So now you can see the IDs of these elements as well, which are also the keys and which are also the values which we are passing to this function. So all I want to do now is I want to set the to-dos to certain list which does not include that ID, which I have, right? And again, you can see the new state depends on the previous state. So again, I'm going to use the functional notation. So I'm going to say set to-dos, old to-dos, and then what these old to-dos would be is old to-dos dot filter item, and then item dot ID is not equal to item ID. Now let's see what I'm doing here. First of all, I'm using the functional updation notation. So that's what this functional call is. Second of all, I'm trying to return an array here where I'm trying to filter out all the items where the ID is not equal to the one which has been passed, right? Which will result in not copying the only ID which I have clicked. All right. So once that has been done, if you click on the delete now, you can see it updates and all the other IDs stay same. So it's 0, 2, 3, 4. Now the reason I did not use index as the key and as the ID and as the thing which you need to pass should be clear now, right? Because the index would change. The index would become 0, 1, 2, 3 again, right? So it is something which is not unique, right? So we broke our contract with React when we said that, hey, our key would be unique to the item which we will bind. Because if this was just index, which we used earlier, then this element would become index number 1. Let's just go ahead and refresh this and use some real items. So I'm going to write apple, mango, banana, pizza, and burger, right? And I can see all of these IDs here. And if I go ahead and delete banana, you can see that pizza still stays at 3. But if I was using index, you could clearly observe that pizza comes at 0, 1, 2. So it will be 2, right? So that's why I told, let's just go ahead and create an ID out of it. And whenever possible, you should use a locally unique ID, right? Not exactly globally, but a locally unique ID. But yep, this is pretty much it. That's how you can create and add more elements and remove them as well with a click of a button, right? And yep, that completes pretty much more or less your basic version of to-do app. I mean, sure, you can have a bunch of functionalities here where, you have a little bit of layout as well. And you can also store this in local storage and stuff. You can do that, but this is the bare bone structure which you require, where you learn about a lot of React concepts. And this is, pretty much touches on a lot of important React concepts as well. So yep, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you were able to follow, because after this video, you will probably also have a lab where you have to create this to-do application. So make sure you do that by yourself. It'll reinforce all the things which we have learned here. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we'll be learning about something known as React Router in React and how you can work with it. So you can see I have a fresh project with me here with basically nothing set up apart from React itself. So we can start with scratch, right? So routing is a very common practice, right? You can see, even if you take a look at the URL at the moment in the browser, it's codedamn.com/playground/something. So what this means is that I'm on a route which is having certain parts, like the path is playground, then inside of playground I'm inside React Snowpack v3 and so on. So you can do the similar thing in React, right? And there are pre-built solutions for you to handle that, right? And one of those is React Router. So first of all, let me just go ahead and clean this up a little bit so it's not as scary as it looks. So it's hello world, for example, right? And let's just replace this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to set up a React router for us here. So I'm going to split my terminal and I'm going to start writing by saying yarn add React router DOM. Now remember, I wrote React router DOM because that's the name of the package, right? Now what this package does, what this package truly does, is that it allows you to work with certain browser APIs to, for the lack of a better word, fake a URL into user believing that you are actually on that page. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. Just stick with me here. Let's just, first of all, once this installs, let's just do a hello world here, right? So it is done. And what we can do now is we can import a bunch of components which allow us to do basically what I'm talking about. So I'm going to say import from React router DOM. And what we need is a couple of things. The first thing we need is a browser router. The second thing which we need is a route, right? So what does this mean? This means that I have a router component, which is going to be a top level component, which is contain all these routes which we will define, right? So the first thing I have to do is I have to define this as the top component in my app, right? Now, once I have defined this component as the top component in my app, I have to define these individual routes, which needs to be, matched. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with a route and end it with a route. And I'm going to say the path, what this path should be, what the path should match, right? So this path should match, let's say, hello world in our case. Once I do that, anything I write here inside of this would be rendered only and only if this matches the hello world route. So let's say this is I am on route hello world, right? And let's just go ahead and actually wrap this whole thing inside a div as well. And I can just say right here, I am just h2, right? Something like this. All right, so once we do that, if I give this page a refresh, what you're gonna see is once Snowpack is done compiling a bit of dependencies, let's see. All right, so it's done, and we can see now that it just spits out I'm just an h2. So if I open this in a new tab, you can see we still get I'm just an h2 because we have defined hello world on this route. So let's just go ahead and visit that. Hit enter, and you can see that we get a 404. And let me tell you why do we get that. Now the reason we get a 404 when I visit a hello world is because Snowpack right here is not configured to send our index.html file, which we have here, on every route, right? So let me tell you what's happening here exactly. When you visit a route like this, or in general, a home page like this, what's happening is that Snowpack, or your backend server in this case, which is Snowpack, sends this index.html file, right? Which contains certain scripts, which boots up React, which boots up this component, and this component realizes what path you are on, right? So in order for this component to run, this needs this index.jsx file. This index.jsx file needs this index.html file. Therefore, in the first place, your backend server should send this index.html file for pretty much everything. But it does not happen in the case of front-end applications. or you have to configure it somehow. So in this case, that's why we get a 404 error when we try to visit that URL directly. But what we can do instead is we can use another component here which can allow us to fake redirect or fake navigate from our application itself. So what I can do is right here, instead of doing I'm an H2, we can define a small navigation, and it would be nav like this, right? You can also put it in div, it's fine, but I'm just going a little fancy. So what you can do is you can say link to and then hello world. So it's like ahref, but it's for React routing, internal React routing. And I can say go to hello world. Because we only have a single link at the moment, we can also define something like link to slash, and I can just say go home. Right, so the moment we have something like this, you can see the first thing we see is an error that you should not use link outside a router. So let's just go ahead and fix this by bringing the router, or actually let's just make the router the actual, the main child of the page. So once we have that, you can see we have our links coming up, and we can actually just throw in a unordered list here for it to just be a little bit prettier, right? And let's see, looks like I have to configure prettier on this editor, right? It's just a waste of time manually formatting all this code. Maybe we'll do that probably sometime later, but now you can see that it has started looking just like you would want it to look like, right? So now if I click on go to hello world, you can see you get I'm on the route hello world. And if I open this in a new tab, take a close look at what happens to the URL up here when I click on hello world. You can see the URL actually in fact changes to I am on hello world, right? I'm on route hello world. And if I go back to home, you're gonna see the URL changes back and forth, right? Now, if I refresh on this page, you're going to see we get the similar error. And I explained you the reason why, because in this case, when I click on this, if I go to inspect in the networks tab, and if I, let's say, remove this, and if I refresh this one more time, or, maybe go back to the home page, oops, refresh, clear this out. And if I click on this, go to hello world now, you're going to see no network request has been made. Right? You can see I'm on all, there is no filter, and no network request has been made. That means React code did not go to server to check if this route existed or not. It handled this routing internally with the help of the browser router, right? So yep, that is what is happening. When you refresh this, it actually goes to the server, right? And the server says that, hey, I don't know what this route is. If somehow you were able to go ahead and return pretty much the same index.js file for this route as well, this route right here as well, you would be able to serve the, the right code even on refreshes, which is exactly what you want on production applications. But it's fine on development if you want to skip it. But yeah, you can configure that here as well if you would like. But yep, that is pretty much it in terms of introduction to the browser router and how you configure it. We will pretty much take a look at a bunch of other things in the upcoming videos. But yeah, that's a solid start. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just quickly go over and take a look at an exact route match. What does that mean? So let's say I define a route, which is our home page, and I just say, I am on home page, right? And if I go ahead and refresh this tab right here, what you will be able to see is that we get I am on home page, which absolutely is fine. But if I go to the hello world route, you can see that I get I am on route hello world, but I also get I am on home page. Now, why is that? Well, this is because by default, the behavior of these routes is to match the route first as a path, and then pretty much anything after that as well. So what do I mean by that? That means if you're on home page, basically what's happening is that you are pretty much routing, the router matches the slash, which is at the end of the URL, but anything after the slash also matches, right? So this route here would also return you I am homepage if you visit this with a link, right? So I can just go ahead and, for example, create a go to random link, and I can just say this is some weird route. And if I refresh this again, and if I click on that random link, you can see I still get I'm on homepage. Why? Because it matches anything after this slash, which is pretty much anything. Similarly, this route would appear every time I'm on hello world, or I'm on pretty much any other route as well. So I can copy this, actually revert back and change this to this. And if I refresh this, click on the link, you would actually see that I still get I'm on hello world, even though I'm on some weird route. Now, in order to fix this problem, all you have to do is always, it's a good practice, set this exact attribute on your route component. And this basically just means exact true, right? In JSX, you can just omit the true bit if you like. It's just a style. So even if you just write exact like this, it just means exact is set to true, right? And the moment you do that, you're gonna see that now it's actually much stricter. Now if I click on the hello world, you can see we no longer get I'm on homepage. I get it here, but I don't get it here, right? And on the random link, you can see we pretty much get nothing. So this has solved our problems, which is, the weird behavior which we were getting with the routes. So this is something more or less what I feel is a common practice which you should anyway do, right? Whenever you're defining routes, just put an exact keyword, because in most of the cases, it'll do what you expect it to do, right? Instead of having these edge cases. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we're going to be taking a look at dynamic routes in React, which is also pretty helpful, especially in case when you're building dynamic apps, which you probably will be when you're working with React. So let's say you are building a social media app or whatever, and you go ahead and you want to have a route which basically catches everything after user, right? So it could be a username, Mehul, or any other name which you want to capture. Now, if you think about it, if you remove the exact keyword, that would kind of fill our purpose, but this is a bad hack, right? Because now you're not only just catching Mehul, but you're also catching Mehul slash this or slash this or slash this, right? So this is clearly not a solution. So we do need exact, but what we can do is we can define a dynamic route or a dynamic piece of the path here. And the way we do that is we put a colon and we write the variable name which we want it to be called, right? In our case, let's just say, we just say username as the variable name, right? And what do I mean by variable name? We'll see. But what this means is I can just go ahead now and I can just say, I want to render a custom user component with me, right? And I can just go ahead and create this function user component probably in a separate file. Yeah, let's just go ahead and create it in a separate file. User.jsx function user like this. We can just import React real quick. And once we do that, we can just say, I am a user component, right? And don't forget to export this. And once you do that, you will be able to see that if I refresh it, let's see, or I haven't imported it yet. Yep. Also need to import user component from user.jsx, right? So the moment I do that, you're gonna see that if we just go ahead and create a bunch of links here, let's say profile 1, which is user/Mehul, right? And let's just create this link a couple of times. File 2, 3, 4, right? Mehul XYZ codedamn playground, whatever, right? So we have 4 profile links, and now whenever I click on one of them, you can see we get I am a user component, right? That is fine. I mean, that's great progress, but how do I capture this part, right? On which path I'm on? That is what this variable name is, and that is what it could help you with. Now, in order to capture this, what you have to do is you have to use a custom hook in React router, right? And the way you do that is you call this hook, but you know what this hook is called, rather I should say, is use params, right? From React router DOM. And actually I'm in the wrong file. This should be user.jsx. So import this and I just go ahead and call this right here. Now what this use param hook returns, this returns us an object of all the parameters which we supplied, right? So if I go ahead and take a look here, you can see we only have a username as the variable. So this will return us an object with the username being the value of the path, right? So I can say this is username, I destructure it like this, and I just say the user is something like this, right? So you can see now I'm on the user component playground. If I click on profile 3, I'm on codedamn, XYZ, and Mehul, right? So this helps us to pretty much set some context, right? And now you can use this username component, for example, in use effect or React query. If you're using React query for performing fetch request, fetch some data with user name variable, right? Like their account details or anything, and pretty much just use it to display some dynamic data right here, right? So that is how it works. That is how the routing part works, right? Maybe it's a public profile or anything, and that's how you can do that. But yeah, that's the basic of it, how you would grab a dynamic path, how you would render a component, and how you would use hooks to grab out that information, right? Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I want to go ahead and show you how you can use fetch request to fetch basic data in React.js. And mind you that we will be learning about React query in a different course, which is an actual library. Just like we use React router DOM for performing routing, we will be using React query for performing all these fetch requests. But React query is a big library in itself, right? So we have a dedicated course on that. Don't worry, that is included in this learning path which you're part of. So it's fine. You would be able to access it once you complete the React course. But anyway, just to give you an idea of how you can do it right away, even without React query library, I gave you a little bit of idea how this would work in the last video when we closed it, but let's just take a look at that formally. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and right here, I'm going to create a file inside of this public folder called users.json, right? And this is just a static file, which I'll just make it myself. And I'm going to say something like Mehul as name, Mehul, and age 22, right? Pretty much similar things for John, and let's say for codedamn as well. So we can just change the name of them as, John as John, and this could be 40, right? Anything. So what this does is that this allows us to have a static file in place which we can fetch, because remember, all the assets in this public folder are available on the main domain. So if I go ahead and write users.json right here, you're gonna see that we get this users.json file, which is pretty awesome, right? So what we will do is we'll dynamically fetch this and we will try to render the content from it. So I'm going to say fetch, what do I want to fetch? Users.json. And then when I fetch the data, I want to set this data to, let's say, a state variable, user data, set user data, which is pretty much use state of empty object at the moment, right? And we can just import use state as well. So once I fetch this, what I want to do with data is I want to get the data of username, right? Which is what our parameter is. And I want to set user data to that, right? And finally, what we can do is we can have a provision where we are trying to do something like paragraph I just say name is user data dot name, right? And the age basically, which we also used, is user data dot age, right? So you can see right now we don't get anything because we are not on we are on codedamn, right? But if I just give it a refresh for this use effect to run, and if I visit the profile one, you can see I'm a user component, which, oh, because we are doing it the wrong way here. It has to be passed at JSON first, and then we can use the data, right? That's a fault, but yeah, the moment we do that, you can see now it, for Mayhole, it starts rendering the correct value. If I visit XYZ, it does not render anything for XYZ, but can you guess why that happens? Well, that happens is because this function does not run once the username changes. And a quick fix for this is you just add username as a dependency to this one, right? Now, if I click on Mayhole, we get the name. Now, if I click on profile 3, we get the updated data again. Playground, well, we don't get it because we don't have that. We have John instead. So let's just replace it with playground and give it a refresh. And let's just see if I click on this now, you can see we get John now, right? So we don't have data for XYZ, that's why. But yep, that is how in a bad way, kind of, you can perform a fetch request. I know that this can be improved a lot. We are just using a single file, so we don't need to perform multiple fetch requests again and again. But think about this in the following way. Let's say if you had mayhole.json and playground.json and all those files there, then you would have to perform all these multiple fetch requests. But yep, this is how you would perform a fetch request inside of React, store it in state variables, and render the data after that. We will take a look at a much better way of handling network requests in the React query course, which is part of this learning path. So don't worry about that anyway. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Things which I want to discuss in this video is just the basics of what we are doing in this course, what Tailwind is, what we'll be doing, and how you can practice using codedamm's playground interface. So Tailwind is an interesting framework for CSS, which allows you to pack your UI and your styling of the UI into the HTML itself, right? So the traditional way of working with CSS is something like you give it a class of hello, let's say, and then you go to your CSS file. Let's say you create one, style.css, you create a file, and then you say hello, and then you give it a background of yellow, something like that. You go back to the HTML, you link the CSS, like link, let's see, link rel style sheet href style.css, and then your styles automatically start reflecting once you put in some content over here, as you can see. So this way is fine, but what Tailwind allows you to do is that it restricts your ability in a way to use certain number of styles only. Now, what do I mean by that? And this is also not fully true statement, but let's say I wanted to create a nice looking button over here, which says something like click me. Now I could have any amount of pixel padding here, which is like, if I say display inline block, I could have any amount of pixel padding, for example, padding 5 pixel, right? I could have any amount of margin 2 pixel or 20 pixel. I could have any sort of color in the whole spectrum of colors of RGB and, you know, web supported colors, which is, to be honest, you know, a huge choice to pick from. And I could have any text color. Now, in theory, this sounds awesome and this sounds wonderful, but in practice, when you're doing styling like this, it becomes very, very tiresome to actually build a UI system yourself, where the margins are pretty much, you know, standardized, the paddings are standardized, the colors are standardized, the color palette is there, and so on. So more than anything, Tailwind does two things for me, which I personally like a lot about. And if you go to the source code of codedamn, you would pretty much see Tailwind being used all the way. This page is not rendered on server side, but if you go to a page like this, you're gonna see on codedamn we pretty much use Tailwind in a lot of places. Flex, px2, you can see it's Tailwind all the way, right? So one of the things which I like a lot about Tailwind are these two things, the most important things. The first is that you can cut this UI and paste it in some other project which is also using Tailwind, or some other page which has Tailwind enabled, and you don't have to include style sheets and everything over there, because this is like a complete widget in itself. And second of all, it binds you in certain best practices with CSS itself. That is, what should your margin values ideally be? What are your colors which you should be using in your project, or which you should be using in your site, and so on. So these abstractions and these value binding, plus the ability to get out of these bindings, that is also Tailwind provides. So that's completely fine. This is super important stuff and super awesome of Tailwind as a framework, because I'm not a UI person. I don't like to work with UIs as a developer. I can rely on Tailwind's measurements and units and ability to create nice UIs. So this is why I believe Tailwind is an important library for you to learn only if you like it, because it will boost your productivity a lot. That is all for this video. In the next interactive videos and labs which we have in this course, we're going to be discussing a lot of new features of Tailwind 3, as well as the fundamentals, the core understanding of Tailwind as well. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we'll be discussing about how you can get started with Tailwind CSS. And this course in general would also be divided into two parts. The first part is where we are actually learning about Tailwind in HTML world. And the second part will be where we will look at the Tailwind configuration. And we'll also tap into React in that section or in that particular video. So right now I'm going to stick with the basic HTML, CSS, JavaScript playground which we have, just to keep things simple. And I'm going to include a Tailwind CSS JIT compiler, which I'll tell you in a moment what that is. And we're going to be learning all about Tailwind using this interface, right? And then further down the line in the course, we'll actually see how to use Tailwind properly with React, because React is the technology which we are learning inside of this full stack or front end or whatever learning path you are enrolled right now. So let's go ahead and take a look at how the new Tailwind CSS you can use in your basic HTML project. So in order to do that, what you have to do is all the stuff we'll do when we are working with React. But for now, we're going to be going all the way down, and I'm going to be going to this place CDN link, and I'm going to be adding this script tag called this script src cdn.tailwindcss.com, right? And I'm just gonna make some space over here and also remove the style sheet because we're not going to need that. And let's just get rid of these few meta tags as well, because we are not shipping any website or anything. So there we are. Now Tailwind is pretty much available to us right away. What this script tag does is if you open this, you're going to see that it redirects you to cdn.tailwindcss.com/version3. Now, you might be thinking that if Tailwind comes with all the pre-built classes and, the things which I mentioned, all the restrictions, then why is it loading a JavaScript bundle instead of CSS? Well, up till Tailwind 2, there was nothing known as JIT compiler. And what a JIT compiler is, it stands for just in time compiler. This just in time means that Tailwind is actually generating your styles just in time. That means as you're writing it, Tailwind is generating those styles in memory. Now, this is important because with CSS, obviously, even if you restrict it, even if I restrict it to 10 margin classes, let's say if I have margin 1 to margin 10, right? And then if I have something like padding 1 to padding 10. So you can see over right here, I have padding at x-axis, padding at y-axis. I would have padding at, maybe both axes and so on. So this would pretty much start to get a lot heavy very soon. And this is one of the problems which Tailwind 2 faced as well, which led to the just-in-time compiler mode. That is, the bundle size of Tailwind in the developer environment was so huge, was probably in megabytes, that it was no longer a viable option to, just keep on loading the whole bundle, whole CSS bundle every single time. I mean, in some cases, it was also approaching the browser limits of how much CSS the browser can handle. So something else needed to be done. So what the smart people at Tailwind did is they come up with a just-in-time compiler, which pretty much allows you to write all the CSS which you want of Tailwind, but it will parse that on the runtime and it will just create styles for those particular classes which you are using instead of just loading all the bundles. So this is why this is a script tag and not a JS and not a CSS bundle. Okay, so how do we verify if this is working or not? So let's verify it with a very simple, let's say h1 tag. I'm going to say my name is Mehul and you are watching this on codedamn, or rather I should say watching plus practicing, right? Because you know why. So if I go ahead and give it a class of bg gray 800, you're going to see something nice happened. Automatically the background is very dark and it is a shade of a gray, but the text is not visible. So I'm going to give it a text of white as well. So you see, it's almost like intuitive. If you read it, it says like background gray of 800. 800 is the intensity of the color. So if you can guess, less intense color would probably be like something like 400 or 300. What you have to realize is that when we talk about intensity of the stuff in Tailwind, it's always in the multiple of 100 except for 50. So there is a shade available of BG gray 50, which is a very, very light gray. I'm not even sure if that is visible in the video, but if it is, I mean, I'm saying the truth. There is a color of BG gray 50. There would not be a color of BG gray 49 or anything. This will just probably not render anything at all because, it's just CSS not found. But 50 is there, 100 is there, then 200 is there, 300 is there, and so on. So as you move above, this color gets a bit stronger and stronger, right? So it just keeps getting stronger. At a point, because you have text white over here, it's advisable to give it something like 700 or 800, right? So these are the classes, and the good thing about this is if I give it a padding of, let's say 2, and I'm going to come to these units as well, a margin of, let's say 4. Now the block which we have created over here, and let's say if I also give it a shadow, and bear with me over here, it'll just become a little bit easier in no time. Now, the good thing about this h1 tag, or a nice thing about this h1 tag, is that this tag would always render this particular layout, and all I have to do is cut and paste this in any place, in any environment where Tailwind is running, right? So this is the awesome thing about Tailwind, that you pretty much have an independence from importing all the CSS styles and stuff like that. So this is one of the aspects which I like a lot. So yep, let's keep this video to this because we have done enough. We have imported Tailwind's JIT compiler. We have understood why JIT is needed. We have done a bit of hello world kind of stuff with Tailwind as well. And we have done the hello world thing. So yeah, that's the most important part of starting something new. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and try to understand what exactly is this 2 and 4 and all this stuff which is going on. I'm going to head back to the Tailwind documentation, and this is like one place where you should be spending a lot of time as a developer, not just in Tailwind, rather I think in pretty much anything which is like the official docs, and especially with a library like Tailwind which has a very nice interface and a lot of things documented. It's always a good idea. But anyway, if we go to something like, let's see, if we search for padding over here, you're gonna see we have all these units over here. Now you can see that Tailwind has does not has a continuous limit, a continuous unit, as in you can create a 0.75 rem in Tailwind utility, but you cannot create a 0.76 rem, right? So when I say that Tailwind restricts you in a way where it would not give you pretty much all the things to do, this is what I mean, right? You cannot just blow up your design by having a left and right width padding of 0.75 and then top and bottom of a weird 0.76, something like that, which does not seem normal. But you can see all of these units, these are like class names on the left. All of these class names actually have a corresponding rem unit, not a pixel one. There were a couple of pixel units at the top if you took a look. That is padding right pixel, padding top pixel, padding y pixel, and so on. But all the other things are not in pixel. Similarly, for margin, you will find similar units, and for space between and all the other utilities which involve any sort of padding or margin or any sort of unit, you're going to see that they do not include pixel. Instead, they include rem. Now, there's an important reason for that. Let's say if I start with this example itself. If I tell you to read this example, how would you read it? Background of gray, text of white, padding of 2. This means padding 2 pretty much everywhere on the side. Let's say if I wanted to have a padding of 10 only on the x-axis and nothing on the y-axis, you can see it reflects. And then on the y-axis, let's say if I wanted to have a 24, which is like a huge padding, but sometimes you will see that 25 would not work, right? Why? Because 25 is not a class. So for that, you would have to check either in the documentation, or if you're working locally on VS Code, your IDE should also give you hints. We are in the process of adding the auto-completion and IDE part of Tailwind in the playground. So if for some reason you think that your style is not working, make sure to double check whether that style even exists in Tailwind or not. So you can see over here, after 24, you're going to see there's a direct jump to 28, right? So the values are also continuous initially, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then they also have gaps, right? So this is something you have to remember when you're using Tailwind, that sometimes if the class is not reflecting, it is possible that you have written the wrong style. So I'm going to go back to 24, and you can see we have a nice little div, and this margin over here also follows the similar format of margin X and then margin Y of, let's say, 10, and you're going to see it gives me 10 units of margin on the Y part and 4 units of margin on the X part, that is the X-axis. Or if I have a similar value, I could just drop X and Y and directly use this. Alright, that is fine, but the question still remains, why do we have rems in Tailwind and not pixel? Now the reason for this is because rems are more customizable than pixel. One rem, essentially one unit over here, if this is 1, then that is 16 pixels by default in pretty much every screen. So you see, when you have a padding of 1 rem, you actually are doing 16 pixels of padding. So if I go ahead and actually take a look at this H1 over here, and if I shift to computed, which actually shows us what the real CSS is being applied, real CSS, right? Not the fancy stuff which Tailwind is doing. This is the real CSS which is being applied to the element. You can see we gave it a padding X of 10, which means padding left and right of 10 units. 10 units, according to the documentation over here, means that the padding is 2.5 frames, and 2.5 frames should technically be equal to 40 pixels of padding. So if I go back and if I check out padding left and right, you can see it's 40 pixels. It's in the computer tab. That means this is what is being applied. Now here's the fun part with rems. The fun part is if I go to the HTML tag at top and if I change the font size of HTML tag from 16 pixel to, let's say, 18 pixel, you can see every single thing on the page which was using a rem automatically got adjusted. If I go back to this computed, you're going to see the padding left and right became 14 pixel. Why? Because the calculation now is not happening on 16, it's happening on 18, which is the base size of the page. Now let me tell you that most systems always have 16 pixels as the default value, so you don't have to worry about it. But you remember, or if you have ever seen, that you can go to the browser settings and toggle that area where it says I'm not able to read font at 16 pixels. So let me just increase it a little bit. So you have those sliders for people who want to see things a little bit bigger on their phones or on their screens. That is where the browser would start injecting this particular thing. And this is, if for example somebody wants to have a 24 pixel kind of thing, it'll automatically adjust according to their preference in their whatever setting they have chosen. Again, let me remind you that probably 95% of the world does not keep it at 24. They will keep it at 16 only. But for some people who want to do that, still your website would look awesome. On the other hand, if you were using pixels, then padding, or not font size actually, if you were using padding left and right of 16 and padding right of 16 as well, this would actually not reflect properly, right? This would actually break in a way where I think in this case it would not really matter as much because h1 is a block element, but still in case of margin you will see the difference, where if I change this margin left and right to different values, you're going to see that the margin and padding, everything would remain same and your site would not scale properly. So this is why Tailwind uses rem as a choice, and this is why you don't really have to worry a lot about rem and pixel. And to be honest, I did this video, I wanted to convey this concept because sometimes you might be confused what is the significance of this unit and everything. So the significance of this unit in itself is that 4 of these units is actually 1 rem, right? So it's 4 is 1 rem. So it's basically like saying every 1 increment is an increase of 0.25 rem, which in itself is something like 0.25 times 16, which is 4 pixels, right? So kind of, if you want to think about this in an intuitive way, when you go from 1 to 2, you're actually increasing 4 pixels, then 3, 4 pixels, then 4, 4 pixels, and so on, right? If you wanted to think about that in that way. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, before we get into all the Tailwind CSS styling and shadows and this and that, what I want to discuss about is a fundamental way Tailwind works with responsive design and with devices of different widths, and that is using these classes. Now, in Tailwind, what you have to understand is that a lot of metadata to the existing classes is attached using colon, right? So let's take a look at these set of classes. This set of class say that SM, MD, large, extra large, and 2 times extra large have these particular breakpoints as the, a minimum width, which is important. And what this means is that if I am in this particular class, and if I say that, hey, this SM should be BG Gray 700, which means anything above 640 pixel should have this style applied, right? If the screen size is above 640 pixels, then only the style should be applied. And this could be visually seen as I drag this. And if I make this above 640, you can see the moment my screen goes above 640 pixel, we get the gray. And the moment it goes down 640 pixel, we pretty much lose the gray because it is lost, right? I mean, this becomes white. If I give this a background of, let's say, BG yellow 900, like this, you can see this is yellow right now as long as it is, under 640 pixel width. And the moment I cross that, you can see it becomes gray. Now this is like a media query, and this is in fact a media query under the hood, which says that anything which is minimum width of 640 should have this particular style, right? And in this case, it doesn't matter the order in which you can put it above as well, because media queries have a higher specificity than a single style. So you can see this would still work. But this is important because using these selectors, using these SM, MD, LG, XL, 2XL, you can customize the behavior of your website, right? So you don't have to write explicit media queries in CSS. You can just write the behavior over here and be done with it. For example, one quick example I can also show you is something like SM, and then you can say text 2XL, right? So you can see that if I increase the size of this div, the text automatically increases because the text is set to 2XL. If I change this to 4XL, for example, you're gonna see it becomes much larger the moment we cross that small boundary, right? So you can see you can play around with a lot of styles in Tailwind using these selectors. And the good thing about them is that there is no limit pretty much to whatever you enter here. So for example, if you enter a background as a normal class, you can also enter that as a background in SM or MD or XL or extra large or anything, right? So you can pretty much apply all the styles, whatever you want, with these responsive selectors as well, and that'll just work out of the box. And this is like most common with layouts and sometimes with font sizes as well, and with paddings as well. A lot of times less common with colors and stuff, because ideally you would not switch colors based on the layout, but yeah, I mean, that's something you can do. Hey everyone, welcome back, and in this video let's just go ahead and take out some time to discuss about all the colors which are available in Tailwind and how you can set them as background or text colors, right? So I'm going to get rid of the responsive styles for now so that we can focus more on the colors part. So if I go ahead and take a look at this colors section in the, let's see, there should be a dedicated section for colors, I think, inside theme, inside colors. There we go. So you can see that Tailwind by default, and because we are using JIT, we get this complete color palette right out of the box, right? So you can see we have slate color, we have gray, zinc, neutral, all these colors, and we have, like I mentioned earlier in the, I think in the introduction video, we have a very light shade in terms of 50. Then after that, it just increments from 100 in terms of 100, right? 100, 200, 300, all the way up to 900. So one of the best things about Tailwind is that it also gives you a nice color palette, which are carefully chosen colors with nice, color theme and nice background contrast with the text colors as well. Obviously, you can add custom colors. We're going to learn about Tailwind configuration later down the line. But for now, the way this works is that you pick up whatever the color you want. For example, in this case, let's pick up this keyword, which I don't know how to pronounce, but looks awesome. So I'm going to paste this over here, lowercase, and I'm going to add an intensity of that particular color, right? In this case, I just chose 900. You could have pretty much chosen 800, 700, and it will work out of the box. Similarly, for text, you can see that white works out of the box because Tailwind just provides that, although you can see that white isn't like really written anywhere, but that still works. But in general, you can play with the gray or the slate variants as well. Text gray wouldn't work. What you have to do is text gray and then an intensity of that as well. So in this case, this is just a little bit gray, so that's why it appears almost like white. This is like even more closer to white, but this over here is pretty much a solid dark gray, right? So you can play with these colors in terms of background and text colors. You can also give background gradients as a color, which is like a really cool and interesting thing you can do with Tailwind. Although I would admit it's not like completely customizable and controllable. If you want anything which is more customizable, you would have to go into CSS files. But here's how the background gradient part works. So for the gradient color, what we can do is say BG gradient to right, which means it should start the gradient from left and to right. And that is also clear in what we're about to write. And then you have to say from the color and the intensity, whatever that color is. So you can see that already the gradient is working just fine. It fades into the transparent color, but that's usually not what we want. If we are creating a gradient, it should probably go all the way. So I can say something like 2 blue 600, right? So blue and cyan is basically, a little bit on the similar side. So it forms a nice gradient over here. Similarly, you can have gradients not only just between different colors, but between same colors as well. So if you do something like this also creates a gradient in terms of just increasing the intensity. So that is also awesome. And what you can do, this is pretty much all you can get in terms of the gradient stops. This is like a 50% kind of 50% in between transition. You can also specify via and then cyan, let's say 400. So what you have the option over here in terms of customizing the gradient is specifying either 2 stops or 3 stops and the colors, which is from the Tailwind color palette, right? So this is pretty much it in terms of what you can achieve with gradients, which is also pretty awesome, right? If you just want to create a nice looking gradient. In fact, if you go to codedamm's website, you're going to see at the home page, this gradient, this is actually a gradient which we have in the background, right? This particular thing. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's look at hover classes in Tailwind as well, because hover is also one of a common action, especially on desktops where you have a mouse pointer. So Tailwind makes it easier to customize your styles based on hovering as well. So instead of writing CSS for this, we have inbuilt support for Tailwind. And just like you would do it with a responsive breakdown, you would do the similar thing in Tailwind with a hover and then a column. And then whatever style you write over here would reflect whenever you are hovering. So if I have text gray 900 and a BG hover, remember that you have to write hover multiple times, BG gray 200. If I do something like this, then when I hover over this, you can see the text turns gray, but the background does not turn gray because you can see we have a gradient. So that might be taking a bit of more specificity. So I can probably give it BG cyan 900, something like that. So now if I hover over this, you can see the text turns black and the background turns gray, right? So this is how you would work with hover in general. Nothing fancy, nothing complicated. You just specify the styles which you want and they will start working the moment you pretty much hover on any other element. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we'll be discussing about how to build Flexbox layouts in Tailwind. And this goes without saying that we would not be discussing Flexbox in general, but only about using Flexbox because we have already done that in the CSS course. So if you're not following the full stack or the front end learning path on CodeDamn, it is high time that you do, because that is a path, that is a structure in which you will be following, or becoming a full stack or a front end developer. But anyway, let's start with the Flexbox in CSS. And just like other classes, it's pretty simple to use Flexbox with Tailwind because they provide out of the box classes and out of the box utilities for most common things. Let's just go ahead and start developing a very simple layout. So I'm going to say something like, let's say this is a div and I have another 3 divs inside this, right? What I can do is at the same time, I can give them all a width, or let's say a height of 10, something like that, with a background color of gray 800. This could be blue, this could be red, something like that, right? And on the top, I could start giving this some flex input, right? So right away, you can see that the moment I give it a flex, everything just disappears because these do not have widths with them. Now with flex, what happens is that if I go ahead and let me just refresh this. If I go ahead and open this, you're going to see that this flex class actually just says display flex and nothing more. So what we want is that every single one of them to be equal width by saying flex1. Now what does this mean in real world CSS is if you go ahead and take a look at flex1, it gives you a flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis of 0. So just a quick revision with Flexbox, flex grow 1 and flex shrink 1 means that you should try to take as much space as you can, And flex basis is basically, a kind of like a width equivalent in Flexbox, and giving it a 0% just means that you fall back to flex, grow and shrink. So this gives you a nice little layout. You can see I can also go ahead and increase this, let's say a little bit, only if this is available. Yep, or maybe we can use the highest one, which I think is 96. And you can see now that we have a nice little layout. Now, a nice thing which we can do in order to combine this with a responsive based layout is I can say that, hey, whenever this is by default, this is flex column, but nope, not flex column, actually flex row. That is the default flex behavior. But whenever I am on a larger screen, for anything which is smaller, it should be flex column. And in this case, you can see because we don't have a definitive width, I can also go ahead and do something like on, SM, this is flex 1, but otherwise it just takes the full width as a block element. Alright, so what's happening over here? You can see the moment I cross that small barrier, the moment I cross that, all of them get this class removed, or not exactly removed, but the effect of this class gone. So this is why you get a flex call. I mean, this is basically, in a stack, in a vertical stack. The moment we grow over this class takes over, and then this renders in a row, right? So if you know how Flexbox operates, this would be useful for triggering mobile based layouts, right? Whenever size goes below 640 pixels. So yep, this is like pretty much how you can work with Flexbox. There are a bunch of utilities: flex none, flex auto, flex 1. On hover you can also kind of like modify the style and the bit of functionality. But for the most part, you probably would see yourself working with this flex property, flex call, flex row property, and the modifiers associated with them. Flex 1, something like, you can also do something like, if we go to this area and get rid of this, then I can say something like flex grow, and then I can say to this, for example, something like width 24, and then this could be width 24 as well, right? So now you can see that this one takes all the available width, and these ones are 24 units of width in this case, right? So you can play around with this, and it's easy to build such layouts. You can see this works just fine. But yeah, that's pretty much it, how you can get started with Flexbox and with Flex in general with Tailwind. All you have to do is understand which class is doing what sort of trigger. So flex triggers display flex, flex calls trigger the direction. Then with responsiveness combined, you can change the direction. Then flex grow, flex shrink, flex 1, all sorts of things can help you trigger various kinds of layout in your file without even changing any sort of external CSS or anything. Hey everyone, welcome back, and in this video let's just go ahead and take a look at grid as well with Tailwind, how you can work with grids. And grid is also a great way to build UIs, especially two-dimensional UIs where you want, a lot of customization and control over a grid sort of formation instead of just the Flexbox, which allows you to either work horizontally or vertically. So in this case, we're going to start off with a very simple example where we could probably create something like this only. So I'm going to start off with the same thing, but let's say if I give this, each of them a dimension of 20 as well. Get rid of the flex grow thing. So we can go ahead and do something like this. And over here, instead of flex, I'm going to change this to grid. Now this allows us to use all the properties which we have, right? So in this case, you can see I can use grid columns 4, which means that this should be organized in columns of 4. So if we have like a bunch of more such elements, right? I can say grid calls 4 or 3 in this case, and you can see they equally line up in 3 different grids, right? And I could just probably say this as W full instead of restricting the width. and you're going to see that it combines. And of course, this is not visible right now. So what we can say is gap of 1, which is like a grid property, which allows you to give a little bit of gap between all these elements. Similarly, you can play around with other properties of column start, template start, row start, and row end. So for example, in case of call start or call span, I can go to a particular grid and give it a property of, let's say, this one right here as call span of 2, and get rid of this one over here. So you can see that the second one now spans 2 columns. So you can play around with more properties of grid by looking at the documentation and whatever your layouts demand you to do. But it's basically CSS, right? You can see the equivalent CSS as well over here. Sometimes the CSS might be a little bit more complex in a way, because Tailwind might be using variables and all sorts of stuff in the CSS. But if you understand the premise of what Tailwind is doing, it's easier to build complex layouts over here as well. So you see it has pretty much support for all the grid properties, which we have learned in the CSS module in the CSS section. And it also has property support for Flexbox, which we also looked at in a couple of videos before. But I think we skipped over the justify content items and this sort of stuff, which is also like pretty basic and one of the few things which we discuss like almost immediately once we start working with Flexbox. So I hope that you remember the justify content and left and right and center and all that stuff from the CSS module. If you do not, then go back into your full stack learning path or front-end learning path and take a look. And these properties basically just plug and play and allows you to write those particular styles. So yep, that's pretty much it for grid as well in Tailwind. In the coming videos, when we'll build some apps or something with the Tailwind CSS, we're going to be using a lot of this stuff. So make sure you keep an eye out on not only just this course, but in other courses ahead where we would use Tailwind to build stuff. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we're going to be taking a look at how to build a simple sort of carousel in CSS with Tailwind, which is not exactly a carousel because it will lack controls and stuff, because we need JS for that, but mostly a nice widget which will snap itself in place just like this particular widget does when I release the scroll, right? And this is because of the new addition of scroll snapping feature in Tailwind, not in CSS. It has been available for CSS for a while, but this scroll snap align, which is possible now inside of Tailwind, is available in version 3. Let's take a look at how we can build this particular app right here. You can see when I leave my mouse, it snaps itself to the center, not exactly center, to the start, because that's what the snap says. But let's see how we can build it with a couple of divs over here. So I'm going to get rid of this code right here. We're going to start a little bit fresh. I'm going to start off with something like, for example, let's build up a few divs. So I'm going to say something like width of 100. Hopefully that is available. Height of, let's say, 48. Then a BG gray 800, something like that. Right, and it looks like it's just way too big, so probably something like, or maybe it's not available. That's a more plausible explanation. Yep. All right, so we have the first div. We're gonna do a bunch of divs with different colors: green, red, blue, yellow. Right, and I'm gonna give this upper div a class of flex. So what this means is that this is now a Flexbox, and you can see that obviously it does not follow our widths set in Flexbox, right? So what I can say is something like overflow x auto, which just means that, hey, you're allowed to scroll out of the original width of your container. And finally, to allow this element to actually use its own width instead of just shrinking to fit, what I can say is flex shrink 0, right? So the moment I say that, you can see now this area is scrollable instead of, just getting shrink down to the individual widths. Awesome. So now, right now you can see in terms of scrollable, this does not do much except for scrolling. So in order to add those snap possibilities, what we can do is give it a direction first of all. So I'm going to snap this into X direction by saying that, right? So this sets certain properties which are required for enabling the scroll snap in CSS. But you're going to see that it still does not work because you have to give where that particular element should snap on an individual level. So in this case, let's say if I give it a snap of center, you can see now if I go ahead and try to scroll, this green over here snaps at center, right? When I scroll and I leave my mouse. Similarly, this red over here snaps at center as well. Similarly for blue and similarly for the last one, yellow. If I change the direction from snap center to snap start, you're going to see it starts to snap at the start. Similarly for green, you can see it snaps at start and so on. So if you give it something like space X of 4, for example, you can see now it is like much nicer in terms of visibility. And even if you give it a nice scroll thing, you're going to see it always lands in the starting part of the particular div, right? So that's awesome. You can also add a margin, a scroll margin to it. So you can see the scroll ML6 creates a left margin of 6 units. So if I go ahead and give this to all of the divs over here, you're going to see that now they pretty much have a 6 units of snap margin to themselves. And if I match this with the space X, that is the padding, this would pretty much mean that, it'll just keep that area to itself and it'll snap to the white area instead of the actual boundary of the element. So yep, that's pretty much it for scrolling in CSS with Tailwind, scrolling and snapping the scroll. So pretty exciting, pretty neat feature of Tailwind version 3. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and discuss about the CSS typography with Tailwind, which is also an important thing because most of the part of a website is actually text. So let's start with the regular H1 tag over here. And if you have not observed it yet, when you include Tailwind, you're going to see that you automatically lose the ability of nice font sizes, which the browser provides, which is not exactly very nice. But you can see here H1, H2, H3 all are of same font size and same font weight and so on. So the reason for this is because Tailwind wants you to explicitly style them according to your layouts or whatever your need is, and it provides you with a rich set of classes to do that. So font family, starting with font family, I'm just going to cover a few important ones. You can see that you can specify a particular font directly with whatever is available inside of Tailwind. And of course, you can add more fonts later down the line as well with configuration, which we'll talk about a bit later in the advanced section. But mostly you would not be setting or hovering, changing fonts on hovering, right? Fonts once set for a website is usually set. So we're going to be moving on to font size, which is super important. And this is what you will be using all the time. So you can see that Tailwind gives you the variants from extra small all the way up to 9XL, which is 8 rems, so 0.75 rems to 8 rems, right? Which is the default system. So usually you would obviously have something like text 4XL for a heading, then maybe text 3XL for an H2 and so on, right? But it's up to you. So let's start with a single H1. Let's say the quick brown fox sentence, whatever that is, because it includes all the alphabets, but I don't know the exact sentence. So specifying a text font size actually increases the size of the thing, which is awesome, right? You need that. The font style is something like you can set it to italic or not italic, depending on what you want. Again, just you have to write a single keyword. Font weight allows you to set a weight. That means how thick the font should be. So you can see the equivalence of this is actually in the font weight of CSS. And this would only work well if you have imported the correct fonts with the correct weights. Most of the fonts sometimes don't have all the variants. So the browser somehow just tries to make up for that. So make sure, if you are looking at custom fonts, make sure you have imported the correct weights of the font. So for example, take a look here. If I do font extra light over here, you're going to see that this is much more thin compared to what the default was, right? And if I say font extra bold, this becomes much more thicker than what it was, right? So depending on what kind of heading you have, you might want extra bold at some places and extra light at other places. So again, this is something you can pick up with the help of Tailwind. Then of course you have basic utilities like text aligning as center. So if you give a text center to this, it will center your text instead of just writing another part of CSS manually. So that all sorts of alignments and stuff is there. But text color, you can see that it specifies text white and all the colors which you have already seen in the current color palette. So that is awesome. So you can just pick up any sort of style and you're going to see the moment you apply it, it turns the style into that color. Similarly, if we move over to text decoration, you're going to see this kind of is a new feature, how you customize the text decoration color in Tailwind CSS 3. So if I just copy, let's say this one over here and paste it right here, you see it'll underline it, and let me just give this a gray of 800. It'll underline it and it'll underline it nicely, right? You can see the cues in the sentence don't get cut off, so that's that looks good. And on top of this, you can also specify the style of the decoration. So you can see you have a bunch of styles. You can have a double decoration, you can have a solid decoration which is the default style. If you opt in into double, you can see you get something like this. You can also have a wavy style, which is, something like if you want to show a grammatical mistake or a sentence, something like that, you can do that. That's also pretty awesome. You can have a dashed decoration, dotted decoration, and so on. So it's almost like whatever you can do with a border kind of thing, you can do over here. And similarly, this can be applied on hover. So that's pretty awesome as well. So if I hover over this, you can see it changes its style. So that's awesome. So these utilities over here is pretty much a lot of what you would need along the way. The font size, the type, the decoration, the colors, the alignment, the thickness, and basically how you want it to present can be done with all of these utilities in Tailwind CSS. I'm going to keep this video short and until this point only. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's talk about shadows in Tailwind, which was being awaited for a long time. And finally, the support for shadows is here, and the color shadows, I should mean, because the regular shadow, which was just that black shadow, was already there. But now you can have colored shadows with Tailwind, and this is awesome. So let's try to create a button like this in our codedamn playground over here. So I'm going to go ahead and write something like, this is the best programming website, you should get a pro account, right? And it seems like it's just too much text, but that's fine. So I'm gonna go ahead and now create a button which would say subscribe via Stripe, something like that. And this would be our subscription button. But right now you can see that it does not look very fancy. So we're gonna start building this button over here. So I'm going to walk you through with the example of how it is done on the main site, on the Tailwind site. So it's gonna need a little bit of padding on the x-axis and on the y-axis. So you can see we have given it, roughly like 12 pixel, assuming that my device is working perfectly fine. So it's 12 pixel padding on the x direction and 8 pixel on the y direction, or rather we should just say 3 units and 2 units. Then we have to give it a background color as well. Let's give it an indigo as the color, and BG indigo 500. That's the opacity. We need the text to be white, and we need a little bit of border around this as well, border radius, right? Which is what we call in CSS. In Tailwind, it is just called rounded, right? And rounded can give your borders a little bit of rounded, but you can also increase the intensity of rounded by having a dash and then, LG or MD or, SM, these sort of modifiers, which you also see in the responsiveness view, right? Then we would do something like shadow. So when I say shadow, it'll automatically create a shadow, which might not be just visible just yet. So I can just give it a shadow of large. You can see now the shadow appears a bit, but that was it. Earlier in the Tailwind earlier versions, that was the only thing you could do. But now, let me just center this first. But now you can, let's just give it a margin top of 8 or 12 so that we have a little bit of gap. But now you can, in Tailwind CSS 3, also give color of the shadow. So the way you do that is you just say shadow, then the color, in this case indigo, and then the intensity of that color, right? So you can see it's 500 right now, but it appears like it's too thick of a color. So in order to control the opacity, you have to give it a slash and then the percentage of opacity. So let's say I just want 90% opacity, right? So this is like 90% of the original shadow. If I give it 10, then this is like 10% of the original shadow, which is pretty much like non-existent. So let's just give it close to like 50%. And this will give a nice shadow effect. What you can also do is on hover, let's say you want the shadow to become a bit more intense at 80% opacity. So when I hover over this, you can see the shadow increases, which is pretty awesome. Now just to complete the demo, you can also play around with the font size and font semi-bold, just to give it a little bit of bold area, bold text. And you have got a nice stripe button, subscribe via stripe. And obviously this is something which you can copy paste anywhere on your website, and this button would render exactly like this as long as you're using Tailwind. So this is the magic of shadows and Tailwind in general. Pretty awesome if you ask me. And now, this shadow could look pretty amazing on different sort of backgrounds as well. So if you have a dark background on the body, you can see that you can have a nice little text gray of 100 as a text color and a nice stripe button over here, right? So yep, that's pretty much it, how you can create shadows in Tailwind CSS and how you work with a lot of this stuff, a lot of buttons and a lot of classes. I think we have done this for the first time in having so many classes on a single element, but that's, you get used to that stuff. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and discuss about functionality in Tailwind CSS, which was only possible because of just-in-time compiler introduced in the last version. And now it seems like a no-brainer a lot of times when you want to opt out of the default styling mechanisms. So what dynamic styling with Tailwind means is that instead of sometimes what happens is that your default styles which Tailwind provides are not enough, right? Whether that's maybe a 1 pixel margin which you wanted to give, or a custom font size, or a custom color, or something which you wanted to give which is not available, and you don't want to go into your CSS files or mess around with that. What you can do is instead use these placeholders with properties. That is like one way to go about. So if I give something like 200 pixel, and remember that I'm doing this inside these square brackets, what Tailwind would do is that it will try to infer what the property did earlier. For example, this property did margin top, and there used to be the value for this particular property, right? So instead of the value, it found that, hey, I have this weird square syntax. So this means that this is a dynamic property. This means whatever the value is inside this is actually the style which should be generated. So if you open this in a new tab, and if you take a look under the hood, you're going to see the style which is generated, the class name which is generated over here is a dynamic class of .margin_top of 200 pixel, the same class which you used, but the style is pretty much the same thing which you would expect it to be, right? Similarly, you can have 3em, for example, doesn't matter what you want, and refresh. You're going to see it's going to generate the same class as your class name, but it's going to dynamically populate that particular style. So this is pretty awesome. Why? Because it allows you to opt out of Tailwind's default boundaries. Although it should not be used pretty much with every single style, because then what's the point of using Tailwind? But sometimes it's a great escape hatch, right? For example, I want to give a custom color to body. So instead of going all the way, to config files or to CSS to add it, what I can do is something like this, where I just specify, or I think I don't know, a black color. I think FD was the one. Yeah, not sure. So for example, let's just have a background of black, or something like, which is a little bit nicer or a little bit less black, 3E. So I can have a 3E, 3E, 3E as a dynamic background color, and this will just work out of the box. So I don't have to add it as a new color or mess around with my CSS and so on. Similarly, for text, I can have a 72 pixel as a size, and it will just work out of the box. But like I say, it's more of a replacement of a existing value, and Tailwind would understand it out of the box. So this is pretty awesome and pretty amazing, which escape hatch, which allows you to work with all sorts of values within your Tailwind. So this is one way of having a property which Tailwind already knows and assigning it a custom value. In Tailwind CSS 3, there is another way of having completely dynamic property and value assigned to your div element or whatever element. So you can see in the dynamic section of the Tailwind docs, it actually says that you can pretty much throw in a full utility, the full property and the value pair, and it will just make it work, right? So if you want to try it out, what we can do is something like background and then the same color, just like that, and it should still work. And yep, it does work. So this is pretty awesome, right? You can have a black background over here. So at this point, you are literally just writing CSS, but in a way which is combined with Tailwind, right? So you can have background black and then display flex, something like that, and it will just work out of the box. So not display flex, I think that won't be visible very much. Opacity 0.5, and then what I can say on hover, opacity is 1. So again, this is like an escape hatch, which works pretty awesome, but you should probably not use it because Tailwind also already has support for opacity and opacity 100 like this. So try to not use the escape hatches if they are not required. BG Gray 900 would be a good option as well. So yep, I mean, but in case you wanted to do that, just letting you know that this is completely fair, completely possible, and completely valid in Tailwind CSS version 3. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I want to show you how you can use Tailwind CSS with React, and that is pretty much what you would be doing in this learning path all along, because we have chosen React as a technology. So in order to use Tailwind with React, you have to set it up according to what your environment is. For example, if I have React Playground on codedamn, at least for now, we use something known as Snowpack as a bundler instead of Create React App because it's a bit faster. If you're running it in a Create React App locally, then you have to follow it a bit differently. If you're running it on Next.js, there's a little bit of different procedure and so on. So if you go to Tailwind CSS installation section under docs path, you're going to see you have multiple options. We have been doing so far with the play CDN, which is not optimal for production and fine for just, having a little bit of experimentation. What you want is go into this frameworks guide and pick up whatever framework you are using. In this case, we are using React, not on server side, but on client side, and that also with Snowpack. So I'm just going to follow this quick Snowpack guide, which in essence is pretty much similar to what your Create React App guide would be. So I'm going to fire up a second terminal and start writing these commands. If you want to follow along, you can do the same thing in the codedamn playground, at least if we are still using the snowpack bundler. You can see that we are using snowpack because of the snowpack keyword. So I'm going to install this. The next thing which we need from the snowpack bundler is the configuration part. So we can do something like yarn tailwind init, I believe, and you can see it has created a tailwind config for us, but not a snowpack, not a post css config.js. So let's go ahead and create that ourselves, post css config.js, and over here in this file I'm just going to keep it like this. And in the tailwind config we have to specify the content part. This is a little bit older configuration, Tailwind version 2. In Tailwind version 3 you just have to specify the content part of all you want to have. So let me just go ahead and copy that instead. So right here we need, what we want to say is that look inside the src folder, and anything you find with JS or JSX, just try to extract out Tailwind styles from that and apply that, right? That's what we are saying. And yep, that is pretty much it in the setup. And finally it says us in the snowpack configuration we have to add this as the dev options. So let's go to snowpack, and over here you can see inside dev options we have to add this tailwind config, and inside the plugins we have to add the snowpack plugin over here. There we go. Finally we have to go to the public global.css in this case, and if that is not a file then we'll create that, global.css, import the tailwind utilities which are the base utilities, and then finally add this as a global css file inside our index.html. Okay, once we have done all of this, hopefully when we restart our server for snowpack it should pick up our tailwind. So for this what I'm going to do is I'm going to say inside src folder I'm going to remove all the css files, right, including this global.css. I'm going to just close this, and inside app I'm going to remove this, refresh this. Even inside index.js let's remove this file and refresh this. And for global.css it says us not found. There we go. Okay, so now you can see that global.css is pretty much empty at the moment, so looks like it did not propagate the changes. So let's just go ahead and copy these utilities one more time to see if it is not being overwritten. And okay, now if I go back to app.jsx, remove this app class and try to write bggray of 800. Okay, so did a quick change in the setup, moved the global.css file in the src folder, and this index file now includes the global file. So now what we can do is do all sorts of Tailwind CSS stuff which we did back in the HTML and CSS tutorials, and whatever we do it will automatically start reflecting it in our React playground. So yep, that's pretty much it. That's how you would set up your Tailwind CSS thing in a React based playground. And the fun part of this is you don't have to reload, so that's awesome, but it will automatically minify and take out all the things, all the required things from your React JSX files thanks to the configure, the content property which you have specified over here. Hey everyone, welcome back, and in this video let's just quickly discuss about dark mode configuration option in Tailwind and what does that do. So in tailwind.config.js you would see that there is nothing over here, but what you can do is add an option known as dark mode of class. So the moment you do this, what's gonna happen is that now wherever you specify dark mode styles in Tailwind, you can make them toggle just with a click of a button. And let me show you how that is done. We have this page over here, which has a couple of dark mode classes. You can see I have a dark selector and then I'm specifying a background, and I have a dark selector and I'm specifying a text color. By default, if I did not have this dark mode class, it would automatically show me dark mode. Why? Because my system is in dark mode. So what Tailwind does is that it prefers the scheme of the system. So if I did not have this class dark mode over here, and if I just wrote these couple of styles and just started my server, I would have the dark background over here. But because I wrote class, then that means whenever I add a dark class at the top of all of these where the dark class is applied, dark selector is applied, then only it gets triggered, right? If I remove that, it goes away. So in order to create a simple toggle button, all you have to do is import a use state. From here you can say x, set x, for a lack of a better word I cannot think right now, and you can say that if x is true, then dark, otherwise no class. And by default you can see we start with a false, and I can say on click on this div itself, I just toggle the x, right? So whenever I click on this div, you can see it turns from light mode to dark mode and vice versa. And the fun part about this is you can pretty much apply any sort of styles. So you can say p class dark text to XL, and this will just start working automatically. So just give it a second for the styles to propagate, and make sure you have the correct name over here as the attribute name. And as you can see, when I click on this now, it increases the font size. So you can pretty much customize your website as you like in the dark mode. And whenever you toggle it on a click of a button, it'll operate just fine. So yep, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you were able to learn something new, something interesting about dark mode in this one. That is all for this one, and I'm gonna see you in the next video really soon. So what is going on, everybody? Welcome to the very first video of React Query course. Now this course is super important for all of you React developers out there who have experience with React but also want to standardize how they perform network requests in a React application. Because what you will see is talking to backends and APIs is one of the most common thing you will do when you're developing a web application. So we're going to be taking up this course. This is not a static video only based course. You are going to watch this course on codedamn.com, and you will have practice sessions in between. So make sure you are practicing completing all the labs which you get along the way. Those are super important and relate to what has been taught in the previous video. And just make sure you are also working in a real playground environment, even with the videos. So you can launch a codedamn playground by going to codedamn.com/playgrounds, and you can see the React playground there. Or if you want, you can just set up a quick React.js project locally on your system as well and follow along with the videos. And of course, complete the hands-on challenges along the way. But for the most part, this terminal, this environment is pretty much how a typical React setup would look like on your system as well. So I don't think you necessarily need to work on your local environment. Just spin it up on your browser, and once you're done, just, spin it down. So you don't really have to do any sort of cleaning and everything. But yeah, that's pretty much it for the introduction part. In the next video onwards, we're going to be seeing some basics, why we need React Query, what exactly it is, how to install it, and all that stuff. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just quickly take a look at why would you even need React Query in the first place. So if you have spent a little bit of time with React.js and some multi-component architectures and multi-component file systems in your React Query, in your React project, and you also have used some sort of network-based logic where you are performing fetch request and everything, a very common pattern for React developers is using a use effect like this, and just having a fetch request here, right? So you would probably have something like fetch this API, not then, data, and then you just set data to data, and you have a state variable here. So you have data, set data, something like this, So you have this stuff going on. Now, this is completely fine. I mean, this is not technically wrong. It's just inefficient if you try to consider some other factors, right? For example, what if I want to cache this API, right? So let's say if this is some sort of different page on which this API is being, made call. And when I navigate away from it and then come back to this page, I want to have the cached response because I know this API, although is slow, but the data won't change that much. So caching is difficult. You have to implement it on your own. How about something like polling, for example? Let's say I have this API, but I want to ping it every couple of seconds or, every couple of minutes or anything like that. So how do I do that, right? So that is also a problem. Refetching is also like one of the problems which can be there. For example, if you just want to refetch this, you probably would copy paste this in a function and then call it again. But these are some of the high level problems. Some of the problems like caching and polling might require a lot of code for you, and some refetching might require a bunch of hacks, right? So the problem here is that React actually does not provide any standardized way of making fetch requests or, making network requests, as a matter of fact. That means you might as well use Axios here. You might as well use, XML HTTP object, that primitive way of making requests. So you could use pretty much everything here, right? There's no right or wrong answer. But in order to keep things sane and in order to keep things relevant, what you can do is you can make use of React Query. React Query comes with certain practices and certain things and certain hooks which you have to follow. It makes your code more declarative. That means you're just telling what needs to be done instead of imperative, where you actually define how it needs to be done, right? So this is sort of an example of, imperative request where you are telling how it needs to be done. You might also specify a method post and all that stuff. If you implement caching on top of it, that will be imperative again, but React Query abstract all of that away from you. So with that being done, let's just quickly take a look at React Query. We're going to be installing it inside the codedamn playground interface as well, in it only, by actually, just going ahead and closing this terminal and doing that. So we'll be doing that in the next video. All right, so let's just go ahead and set up React Query now. And the way we're going to be doing that is, first of all, installing it. So I'm going to go ahead and say yarn add React Query in my terminal. You have to do the same thing in your terminal. And I'm using yarn because we are using yarn.log file. If you're using npm, that means you're seeing a package log.json file, then you would have written npm install React Query, but depending on whatever it is for you. Right, so once that is done, we can go ahead and start our server again so that, if I refresh this, it'll just load our React application. Once that is done as well, what we're going to do is start making some changes here in our index.jsx file, which is the top file. And I'm going to import a couple of things here called as query client and query client provider from React Query. Right, so these two things, basically the first one, we can just get rid of the strict mode. Query client provider injects a query client inside of our full application, right? And what this query client is, this query client simply gives your application the access to modify the cache, the query cache in React Query, right? So this is a mandatory step in React version 3, so you have to do that. But once you have done that, you'll see there's no major difference right here. So what I also want to do is import React Query DevTools. So I'm going to say React Query DevTools from React Query and DevTools, right? And once you do that and just write it right here, you're going to see, you might see this error, no query client set, use query client provider to set one. And this is actually a false error. So just go ahead and restart your server if you see this, right? I'm not sure why this happens on the Snowpack build, but if you refresh it, restart it, it'll just work fine. All right, so once that is done, we can just switch to the browser only mode so that it's cleaner. Now you could see that if you open this, you will also have little React query dev tools by your side, which will actually help you debug any sort of network request you make with React query, right? So we're going to be making tons of them in the further videos, but that's how you're going to do that. Alrighty everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and write our first React query. Make sure your setup is on the point, and it is on the point if you're seeing this little React query logo at the bottom. And we will be using this to debug, or just to see what our queries are looking like. So first things first, what do we do in order to write a query? Now we will not be writing fetch or anything just yet, but instead we will be importing a new hook called as useQuery from React query, right? And you can pretty much use this whatever we will be doing now in any single component, because we have our root setup done correct, right? So you can probably have a nested component as well, where you would just import it and start using it. So how does useQuery work? Well, at its very fundamental level, what you have to understand is React query is doing two things with a hook. The first thing it says is that, hey, developer, go ahead and specify a key to me, something like hello world, for example. This is a valid example of a key, right? And you can see some activity happening over here, which we'll discuss later on. But yeah, let's just skip this for now. So we see that, hey, use query, this is the first argument which I'm going to give you. It's a string, hello world, but it's not useful. So what is it exactly? This is a key to a request which you will make now. What does this key mean? This key is basically used every time you want to, for example, invalidate this request, or use this request again as a cached, or fetch this request again, do any sort of stuff. So basically whatever request you will be making here, whatever request you make as a second argument, it is cached and it is basically pointed with the help of this key right here. Now what this request is, this request, or the second argument, is a function. It is basically a function which should return a promise, right? Which should return a promise. That's the only condition of this function. So you can say return promise.resolve, let's say 5, for example, right? And if you do that, that's it. That's actually a valid thing. That's actually a valid condition you have, right? So you can have a hello world 2 here, and this key actually points to a resolved promise which has a value of 5, right? Now, most likely you will not be using obviously promise.resolve like this, but you will be using some fetch request or anything like that. But what you have to understand is, before getting into fetch, what I want to show you is what happens if we use promise.resolve, right? useQuery is a hook which returns you multiple values and multiple things which are super important. What these are some of the loading states, right? So we're going to start off with data, because that is interesting. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say console.log data right here all along. And let me just jump into terminal browser and move on to the browser preview, right? So if I refresh this page now, what you will be able to see is that inside our console, you can see we are getting this 5 repeatedly, right? If I do a console log data is the data, just to distinguish it, right? So you see 5 is the data a bunch of times, right? So what's happening is that React query returns you whatever this promise resolves, right? That's one thing. Let's say this promise rejects something. So instead of resolving, it is actually rejecting you, whatever you're writing now, right? So what this will do now is that this will actually also have an error parameter, right? And I would say error, for example, error comma data is the data. And let's just go ahead and refresh this again. And you would now see that we first of all get null undefined. Null undefined is the data because it's in the fetching state. And then we start getting this 5 as the error, right? So you can see we are actually logging this 5. React query is also doing it on its own. And then the first argument, which is an error, we get 5 and the data is undefined now, right? Or maybe like, you can just do error data like this, like cool people do, right? And you'll get stuff like this. There's also a couple of, there are also a lot of states as per se, which you can use. And I'm not exactly going to get into all of them because for the most part, you won't necessarily need to know them right away. You can know them, slowly as you're building your application. But these states are, for example, is loading, is error, is success, is idle, all that stuff. So these 4 states right here, what they mean is obviously this is loading will be true whenever the request is being in progress, right? So if I have something like return new promise, resolve, set timeout, resolve 1 second. Basically, this just means resolve this promise in 1 second. Don't really stress about this if you don't understand the syntax. You can check out the advanced practical JavaScript. We discuss stuff like this there as well. But anyway, yeah. So let's just go ahead and refresh this and take a look at the console, what happens. So you can see the very first time we get data as undefined, error as null, is loading as true, is error as false, success as false, and idle as false as well. So what does this mean? That means that our request is in loading state right now. The promise is there, but it has not resolved or rejected right now, right? Finally, once 1 second is over, you can see 1:45:30, we get this message. And after 1 second, we get data as undefined, error as null. Undefined is because we are not calling resolve with anything. Is loading is false, is error is false. Is success is true because the promise resolved. It did not crash or anything. And is idle is also false, right? We'll be discussing more on these states later down the line as well as we progress. But that's the crux of it, right? So it gives you full picture of where your request exactly is. So the first thing which will fire is loading. Then, if data is available, then is success will be true as well. If error is available, is error will be true as a Boolean, and so on and so forth, right? We'll be discussing is idle. It's a special case where your query is disabled. So we'll discuss that. But that's how it works at the moment, right? So yeah, for the most part, what we could just keep it to is data and error. And, whatever we do, we will be able to do it just right here with data and error for the most part. But you can bring in additional flags as well if you want, right? All right, so yeah, that's pretty much it. I think we have written our very first React query, which is technically not making any network request, but you get the idea that anything which is a promise, which it returns, React query internally caches it, uses all sorts of logic behind it. But the underlying assumption of React query is that it just requires you to return a promise as the second function, as the query function. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just discuss a little bit about states of React query itself, these fresh, fetching, stale, and inactive, and what these means, and how React query, assumes your data to be as well. Because just getting into syntax right away won't be as much beneficial as it would be if you know about the core functionality of it first. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, let's just go ahead and create a very simple button component right here, which just has this. And I'm just going to return, button, I am a button. Nothing fancy here. Just want to separate this component from the actual app file, right? And if you do something like this, you can see you get an I am a button like this. So there's that. But what I want to do is I also want to have another button which just says toggle the button component, right? So I'm going to say button on click, hide button, or toggle button. So the idea is that I also want to unmount and remount this component. So I'll say just set visible, visible, and not visible, right? So this is just a convention which says just set it to the state which it is not. And I'm going to have a visible and set visible as a state variable which will just start with true, let's say. And finally, let's just import the use state hook. So what's happening here is that when I click on this toggle, oops, we also need to use this. When I click on this toggle, it will toggle the visibility of the button, right? So if you toggle, that's how it works. Now, the very first thing you could see right away is that if I toggle this, the button is no longer on the screen. You can see the inactive query right here is 1. That means React DevTools and React Query in general will move your query as inactive, as status inactive, whenever, the component is not mounted, right? And it makes sense that your query is inactive at that point. Once the query is active, you can see it immediately fetches the query, right? And this is the default behavior. You can see it toggles off and it toggles on and it fetches. If you increase this duration from 1 to 2 seconds, you'll see that now if I toggle it on, it takes a couple of seconds, and then immediately, once it's done fetching, that means, you get the response and everything. Instead of moving it to fresh, it moves it to stale. And you might be seeing that, hey, why this is happening again and again? I mean, why is React Query fetching everything again and again? So let me just clarify what's happening here is that I'm bringing this window, this embedded browser on codedamn into focus and then out of focus, into focus, out of focus. So whenever you move from out of focus window, whether it's a tab, whether it's anything, and you focus it back on it, React Query would internally update that query, which, has been marked as stale, right? So any particular query which is stale will be updated. That means it will be fetched in the background, and it'll just do that. It'll just show you that thing. What we can do also is that instead of, let's say, just 1337, I also want to resolve a math.random number, and I'm going to do a button with a data right here, right? So you can see right now in the sense that it starts with a random number. Now if I move out of the browser and into the browser, you will see that the number updates. Out of the browser into the browser, you will see the number updates again in a couple of seconds. But if I'm just sitting here, you will see it will not update. If I toggle it again, it will start with the cached value, but it will update again, right? So it starts with the cached value initially, and then as soon as it has the new data, it will just show that. Otherwise, if you're just starting off for the very first time, for example, if you're doing a page reload, it will not have the data with it. So the data is empty. That's why you don't really see anything. And you will have an is loading flag set to true, right? At the initial point as well. So how this is happening again is a couple of things. First of all, React Query will attempt to fetch everything which is stale when it moves from foreground to background to foreground, right? And second of all, the default behavior of React Query is that whenever a request is completed, it's fetched, it moves it to stale. And why is that? Because there's a parameter called stale timeout or stale timer or whatever it is, time to stale, which is 0 in React Query by default. That means as soon as a query is fetched, just move it to stale, right? That means the data is stale and it needs to be updated. So you can increase that, and if you do, it will move to fresh for that particular time duration and then move to stale. Yeah, I mean, right now it's an aggressive data mode. That means it always want to keep showing the user the most up-to-date data, which I think is a sane default, right? And yeah, one thing you might have observed that while it's fetching the data, it actually doesn't clear out the older data, which is fine because it just keeps showing the user a cached version of what was available earlier, right? So that's cool. So that means once you have loaded data with React Query, you won't really see a loading indicator if it needs to be updated. It'll just update it automatically. Now, the other thing which I wanted to discuss is about the React Query DevTools itself, which probably we will do it in the next video, because in this video we have just focused on these 4 states, and I hope you understood how all of them are working. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at this React Query Dev Tools and how we can make use of it, more than just seeing this hello world. So if I toggle it back again, once it fetches, and if I click on this, you will be able to see a lot of more details which React Query internally stores, right? So this is like the internal state of React Query library itself, which is pretty cool. So what's happening here is that you can see inside query details, we have the query name, first of all, and the state at which it is right now, which is stale. Observers 1 basically means that we have just a single component using this query. You can have multiple components using the same query and have all that caching advantage and everything, and just a single request. So this is like a super cool feature as well, which is very, very hard to do manually. I mean, you have to pollute your global scope or something like that if you want to do it. And it's usually not required if you have solutions like React Query. And so you can use the same query in multiple components and not exactly worry about storing the data somewhere in global, right? React Query is doing that for you internally. So, you can basically make request for user profile data in your header component, as well as in your footer component, as well as in your sidebar component, and React Query will make sure that, the request only goes once to the server, but all the caching and revalidation and invalidation is delivered to all the components, right, which have subscribed to it. So that's what this observers is for. Last updated again is just a timestamp of when it was updated last, so that should make sense. Then actions is basically, something you can play around with it internally, right? So if you click on refresh, you can see, you can trigger that behavior, invalidate, reset, remove, all that stuff. You can see the data which you get is the new data, which you get every time the query refetches. And in our case, it's just math.random, nothing fancy here. Query Explorer is basically consisting of, some options which React Query is using, right? So let's see if we can find something interesting here. Options is basically query key, query hash. We'll discuss query hash, what it is and why is this is an array in an array form. We also have observers, which is, again, the same thing, more or less, that how many components are using it. We have the cache, which could be used for, cache revalidation, invalidation, and then fetching the stuff again. Queries map is also there. So this is sort of, if you want to dig a lot into internals of React Query, what all data it is storing, then you can do it from this particular point, right? And inside state, you will get, again, all sorts of stuff. What is the data currently? How many times it has been updated? I mean, you usually won't really need so many details, but it is there if you want it ever, right? So that's a good thing to have. Right, so yeah, I mean, more or less what's important here is that you have a lot of information inside of React Query within the DevTools, and it is accessible in simple terms, right? So these are simple words: is paused, is resolved. You can understand it on your own as well, that data updated count, stuff like this, timestamps, etc. So yeah, that's pretty much it for React Query DevTools tour. And once we start writing more queries, you will see more lines here, and you can, just play along with them, around them as well. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at the query key before we actually get into query functions and in detail of building a project with React Query. So we already have taken a look at what query key is and how it works, but let's just go and formally look at it once in this video. So you can see once you have set up, just to revise, once you have set up the query client provider, you have created a new client and you have imported the use query hook. You can simply go ahead and create any query with like key1, something like this. Just write this hook as it is. And if you open the React DevTools, you're going to see that key1 now exists, right? Although it's saying fetching and all that stuff, but you can leave that for the moment. But you can see key1 is how it is represented in the DevTools is in the form of an array, not as a string. And this is important because React Query internally uses arrays for storing the keys to the query, right? And why it does that? Because it helps you to just forget about, forget about just concatenating the key in a way if it depends on props and something like that, and just focus on passing dependencies to the query. So what I want you to think of this is in the following way. You can have like key 1, you can have key 2, and so on. But how you should think about this is that these are kind of like use effect dependencies, not exactly, but you can think on the similar lines, that the way you specify dependencies in use effect, that whenever those dependencies change, your keys, your use effect function runs. Similarly, your use query result, the final result, is dependent on whatever keys are here, right? And if these keys are changing, then your query can be refreshed, your query can be invalidated, the data can be brought again from the server, and so on. So for example, if I had a to-do list, right, as a to-do list application, and this was just a single item, so I would probably have a prop which was like prop.item ID, and let's say I had a REST API which got that. So I will probably specify an item ID like this, right? And you can see it is null right now, but if you populate it, then it will automatically be relevant. So in this case, you would have something like to do single item as the first key, because it just marks the namespace as such, because you would be using use query later down the line, right, in other components as well. But let's say if the item ID is just 1 or 2 or just a single number, then of course you don't really want that to be just a single key, because that's just too common, right? And some other component might override that. So you just specify what the category is and then the number. So it's more of a convention also what you should follow, and what you could follow is that the first thing could be, you're defining namespace of what is happening, what is going to happen with this query, what you are exactly fetching. And the next few keys could be just dependencies of what you want to bring in, right? And yeah, that's pretty much it. You can also throw in objects if you want here, status, data errors, stuff like this. If you have depends on your use case, but you can throw in objects. Although I would recommend try to stick to primitives. No specific reasons. I just see because just like with use effects, it's kind of a bummer or not a good practice to throw in objects, because they might get recreated on every single render. But this is not the case here. You can safely use objects, but my suggestion is just, if you could, try to stick to primitives. Just keeps the things clean and concise. So yep, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you understood what keys are. We're going to be taking a look at that in the practice labs and the practice projects, hopefully, which you're completing along the way. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how you can make use of dependent queries in React Query, and what exactly does that mean. So first things first, what exactly is a dependent query? A dependent query is a query which you can control by passing in enabled, let's first of all define a fetcher function, and then pass in an enabled enabled as false, right? So this fetcher function is going to be very simple. We're just going to have a promise dot resolve, let's say 100, right? Whatever. So it's just a function which returns your promise. And if I refresh this now, let's see. So we have got our query right here in the dev tools. And what you could see is that if I go ahead and open this query right here, what you will see is that right here inside of the state, you will see the status is idle. So what this means is that whenever you have the enabled as false, this option present as the third argument, whenever that is happening, your query would be in status idle. And you can actually get out this value by saying, is idle, which we talked about as well I think in the beginning videos. I can say is idle, and then just throw in right here, and inside the browser logs, you will see that is idle is true, in fact true for us. So what does that mean? That means that is idle flag is enabled when the query is enabled false. That's something you can make use of. And second thing, what this enable actually do is that it allows you to conditionally render the hook, right? Because you cannot technically use if else right here, because React then complains that you should have equal amount of hooks. So this enable is kind of like, let's say if this enabled was item ID, let's say, right, from the props. So it's kind of like saying that if item ID, then I want to run this query, otherwise I don't want to run this query. So because you cannot do it with a hook, you cannot use if else with a hook, that's why you have this nice little syntax with you, which just says enabled item ID and you're done for the day. Now we can go ahead and create a very simple very small application out there, so just to test it out. And I do recommend you guys are also testing it out as you are playing around, even with the real APIs if you want, or if you can. So I'm just going to grab the use state from React, and what I want to do is, instead of all this, let's just go ahead and have a button on click which just triggers this and sets this to whatever it is not, right? So this, and just say this is state, and what you're gonna see is if I remove this, we have a click me button, and you can see it's in the stale state right now. It started from the stale state and it was in the stale state all along, right? But if I click on this, you could see that, well, you didn't see anything, because the moment I click on this, we got the data, because promise.resolve resolves very fast. So instead what we can do is we can make use of our nice little hack, return new promise resolve, which just returns set timeout resolve after a second, right? Or after a couple of seconds. And if I refresh this, and if I click on this, you can see it goes into fetching and then goes to stale again, right? So you can see now, because the query is enabled, we get all the behaviors which we also talked about earlier, that React query will start fetching whenever you bring the window into focus. But if I click on this again to disable the query, so this enabled is false now you can see we again lose out on that thing. And if you pay close attention to the state here of success, we have a state of success right here. But if I refresh this, you're going to see that it starts with a state of idle, right? And if I click on this button, it goes to loading success, and then it stays at success, and then is fetching true false is just the variable which gets triggered. Now if you click on this to disable it again, you're going to see that it stops working, and because you already have the data, well, it can use that data, right? So it does not need to fetch again to use that data. So yeah, that's pretty much it on how you're going to use the enabled property in the use query hook. I hope you understood how this works. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, what I want to do is create a very simple application using React query so that we could understand how it is exactly working, right? By actually making requests to the backend server. Now, the way we're going to do that is, first of all, we're going to define a fetcher function, right? So it will take in a name of the repository, right? And I'm going to come to that, what this means. And we're just going to return a fetch request. We're going to make a fetch request to api.github.com/repos and then this repo, right? And I'm going to tell you what this means. We are just trying to get some metadata about any GitHub repo, and this just passes it. And then once we have that, I want to convert the result to JSON. And I hope you understand the syntax, that how you make fetch request in JavaScript. You just write fetch. If you just want to make get request, you write the fetch, the URL, .then, and then whatever response body you get, you process it into .json. .json in fact also returns a promise. So this whole line is a promise, right? So you have got a fetcher as a promise. Now, what you want to do is right here, we just want to give this as a function. And now I want to say, let's say Facebook/React, right? So once we do that, and let's say we change this to GitHub data, and let's say for now Facebook/React, because that's our query, right? And let's just get off enabled as well, because we want it to be enabled like forever. All right, so let's see, I think we are missing some semicolons. No, not really. All right, so once we have done that, let me just refresh this real quick. And what you're gonna see that we have this, and instead inside of this, inside the data, you see we get all this nice URLs and all this data. And what this data is exactly, you can go ahead and take a look at. You can just open this in a new window if you want. Facebook React, and you're gonna see this is what GitHub returns you, right? On their public API. So we can extract away some information out of this, whatever we want in the UI. So what I can say is I can say something like, name of the repo, for example, is the name which we get from here, right? And we know that we have the data from here. So I'm going to say data.name. And I'm going to immediately see that if I refresh this, you're going to see that we get a crash, because obviously the first time when it loads, the fetch request has not completed, the data is not available. So this data is in fact null, right? But fortunately, we also have an is loading flag here, which is available to us. So we can just say that, hey, if this is loading, then I just want to return h2 loading, right? Something like this. So now if I refresh, you can see for a split second, we get the loading on the screen. And then once it's ready, we get name as React, right? We can do much more than that. We have more data. So we have a description. We can do data.description, something like this, which is the description which will be available. A declarative, efficient, and flexible, blah, 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 right? And you can do, the repo stars as well. So if you want stars, that is basically data.stargazers_count. This is how the property is available. You can take a look at JSON. It's not something you won't find, but you get the idea. So now what I want to do once we have this is we can have an input type text, and then I could have, value as repo name or whatever. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a state variable, repo name, and set repo name. And this state variable is going to hold this information, which we hard coded, right? So instead of this, I'm going to go ahead and actually do repo name and set repo name like this, right? And of course, close this out. And I can say on change, just set repo name to e.target.value. And you can see repo, we can get the event right here. And you can see right now, we get blank information because, well, we don't really have any data at all. Or, we do have the data, but it does not contain any name or description or anything like that. So that's why it just does not render anything at all. So now if I start writing, you can see FACE, and you can see obviously it's not very helpful because on every single keystroke we are also getting that. So instead of that, what we can do is probably just move it here also, div class name app. There are better ways to do that, but I'm just gonna stick it right now so that we just have to write it once, and of course here as well. So if I write now FACEBOOK/React, you can see that's how it looks like in terms of network requests. So it will start making all these network requests. And once we get to Facebook/React, we have it, right? Another repo which we could do, let's see, api.github.com/ if we just do, let's say, github.com/ I can do codedamn because those are private repos and will not be available. So we can do redex, which is something new. I have not really heard about it. So if I do redex, you can see a bytecode optimizer for Android apps, and it has got a 5,000 stars, right? But the funny thing here is now that if I do react again, you can see that it immediately appears, right? It immediately appears on the screen because we already had data for this request. And you can see if I do redex, it immediately appears, right? Because we already had data for this, and it can just fetch again in the background. So this is where, React Query really shines in. It's not about just making the first request, but it's more about subsequent request in your application, right? And if you have a single page application, you will realize that people, if anyone is staying for more than a couple of minutes, they're not just taking a look at the first page, but actually interacting with your application, there will be a lot of events where they would be actually just interacting with your app and your APIs, and they will be hitting the backend, and a lot of your APIs would be hitting the backend multiple times for the same thing, like user data or whatever it is, user settings, something like that. So React Query can cache it for you automatically, and you can see that what happened here was it displayed older data. I'm not sure if you caught it. If you did not, just rewind the video a little. I'm pretty sure you would be able to see it. But it started with 168.971, and then it updated to 2. And the reason it happened is because, it displayed the older data first, it fetched it in the background, it updated it with the newer data. So it's very smooth. It's something which you would almost always prefer out of the box, and which is something of a headache to maintain if you're doing it yourself, right? I mean, why would you even want to do it when a solution like this already exists and it is very well maintained as well? So this is the place where React Query and things like these really shine up. So yep, I mean, that's why you would use it, right? So this was a very simple application which you can of course improve. Maybe you can have a button here which when clicked then makes the request, but for the most part, you will have this working, right? So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I hope you learned something from this. Probably in the next video or something, you might be required to build this yourself using the React Query and all these hooks. So make sure you are doing this, because I can't enforce you're doing that or not if you're not passing the challenges and passing the labs and passing the tests and all that stuff. So make sure you're practicing along the way. And yeah, that's all for this video. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we're going to be starting off by creating a small blog for you, which would be powered by React Query. And by powered by, I just mean, just having those links and caching and all that good stuff enabled. So we're going to be using a placeholder API, but feel free to create a small backend for yourself and use it, right? And if you want to do it on codedamn, you can do it by splitting the terminal, just creating a server.js file here and by running node server.js in a second terminal. If you want to do that, that's possible. But anyway, what I want to do is I want to say that let's first of all take a look at what JSON placeholder is, right? So it's a sort of a API available for you to just try it out, right? You can just basically get dummy JSON response, and if you do like post, for example, right here, you're gonna see we get a bunch of posts, right? Which looks like, for our use case, these are just random posts with random text, so we can go ahead and play with that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first of all try to get these posts and try to display the data. So I'm going to say use query posts, and I'm going to just have a fetcher function again. So fetcher, but this time this would be just URL, and this would be like just fetching URL, and then result is result.json, right? That's it. Very simple. So we have this, then we have something like fetcher of this, and then finally what we have is, that's it. Yeah, I don't think we need any options here. So what you're gonna be seeing now is that if I refresh this, we will have data eventually, right? Once the loading is complete. So I can say something like is loading, and if it is loading, then I just want to return h1 loading. Otherwise, we have our request is complete, right? All right, so technically we should do a little bit more than just checking for is loading, because APIs also fail, backends fail, networks fail, a lot of things can fail in the way, but we can add error handling data down the line, right? What I want to do right now is I want to say data, whatever we got, we can just rename it to post if you want. So we can say post.map a single post, and then if you take a look inside the API, you're going to see we get 2-3 fields like user ID, ID, title, and body, right? So what we can say is that, hey, I just want to have a post.title, right? And the key which you can give it is probably post.id because it seems like it's unique. So you can say post.id, and there you go. So now you have all these posts and all these titles, and you can also have, you know, a post.id right here, just so that we have a small number or something like that in front of every single post. Right, so that's done. So we have our post on the page, but we also want to link them, right? So what I can say is that instead of a paragraph tag, or, you know, maybe we can keep a paragraph tag, we can also give it an ahref so that we link it to some place on our, you know, on our screen. So either you can go ahead and create a different route, a different component, which will require us to install, you know, React router and stuff like that, which I would probably not do because this is a tutorial focused on React query, but you can do that. So either you can just go ahead and redirect the person to a post ID, or what we can do is just stick with the official documentation example, which is available right now, and just do it in place. So although we are doing it in place, that means whenever somebody clicks, we are just replacing the post into the same component. But it is, like I said, it is completely possible to do it in a different route as well. You just have to redirect that person to a different route and get the post ID from the URL instead of the state, which we'll define here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call a state, or, you know, post ID, set post ID, and I'm going to say it equal to use state null. For example, we're going to start with null, right? And what I'm going to just say is that whenever I click on this A anchor tag, we set the post ID to post.id, right? So now whenever I click on, let's say this or whatever, if I just go ahead and say, you know, if I just go ahead and say if post ID is not equal to null, then I just want to return h1 active post is post ID, right? So what's happening here is now if I click on 5, you can see we get active post as 5. Refresh, we have to refresh because we can't really go back because we are making changes in the same component. Active post is 9, and so on. All right, so once we have done that, how do we display the active post now? So to display the active post, what we can do is we can create another component. So we can say post and then, you know, post ID as post ID, right? And that's it. Now we can go ahead and create a new file that will just make things a little bit easier to see. So we can say post.js6, and this right here, we're just gonna have import React from React. I'm gonna say const post is equal to, we're gonna have a post ID sent to us, and I'm just gonna say export default post as well, right? So now if we just close this, and if we import our post from, you know, post, I hope that will work. Yep, and I just say return h1 post ID is post ID. You would be able to see that now if I click on 4, we get post ID as 4. So fantastic, that's working. Now what we want to do is we also want to say a reset post, right? Or maybe like go back, something like that. So what this go back just does is that it sets the post ID to null again, so that we have all our posts visible, right? So what I can say is that, hey, this is a div which we return, and I can just say, hey, this is fine, but whenever somebody wants to go back, we can just say on click go back, which is again something which we get from the props, right? All right, so now if I click on this, if I click on go back, perfect. So it's working. We have a dynamic post ID available in a component, and it's also working. Now the question is, how do we get more data about this post itself, right? What we can do is we can make use of use query again inside of this component. because that's where the true power will lie, that we can use query multiple times in different places. So what we can do is we can define another use query hook. I'm going to say use query, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to say this is basically, we wrote post here. I'm just going to go with single post, and I'm going to specify the post ID. Now this is important because here, like I said in the previous videos as well, here the post ID is actually dependent. The query's result is actually dependent on the post ID, right? So I'm going to use the same fetcher because it'll just work. We get the fetcher right here, and that's it. We don't really need a third solution or anything. So we extract the data, we extract the is loading as well, and we just say if is loading, we have a return loading, or just loading post, something like that. Now what we want to do is we want to say that once we have, actually first of all let's see how the fetcher would work, because this is the wrong implementation. The way we want to say is that it should fetch this URL which we have with us of posts. So if I go ahead and open this, you see we get a single long list of array of all the posts. But if I go to post slash, let's say 22, so this is the post ID, right? So now we get just that single post with us. Now technically it does not really make a lot of sense because we already have title and body, but just imagine that if you had some more information or some more metadata which you could display in the post, because most likely you will. If you're creating your own personal blog, you will have some more data right here. Now what we can do is we can make use of this inside of the fetcher. So I can say something like JSON placeholder post and then the post ID. Now this is important that you're using this in the URL, obviously for obvious reasons that you want to fetch that data, but that is also important because as a dependency in the use query hook, because when it changes we want it to change as well. So now what we can do is we can finally say data dot whatever we get, title, and then we can also say p data dot body, right? So now if I click on this one which has this title, use query is not defined, very well, import use query from React query, click loading post, boom, right? We have the title, we have the body. Go back, click loading post, boom, title, body. Go back, click loading post, boom, title, body. Go back. Now if I click on this one again, you're gonna see, boom, we have that already loaded in. Although it was stale, I agree, although it was stale and it fetched it again under the hood, but you did not see that happening because you already had some form of cache available anyway, right? So that's awesome. 33, boom, again, done. So yeah, I mean, this could be pretty much, a regular different page as well. Right now we have just hacked it into a single component, but you could just very well be redirecting it to, some slash post or something like that. And then this post ID would be getting from the URL, not from the prop inside of this component. But you get the idea, right? Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, and actually in a few videos now, we're going to be discussing about how you can interact with the React query cache, right? So as a developer, I know that when I have clicked on 3 and I go back and when I click on this 3 again, we will not make the request. I mean, we will, but not immediately and won't show any loading. But how do I, for example, modify the cache or, just get ahead of time what it is? Maybe I want to get it for some reasons. So the way you do that is by accessing this little thing which we created earlier, right? So this query client right here is the thing. So what we can do is we can just go ahead and create a React query client.js, something like that. And what I can say is that, hey, this little guy, or this statement right here is this, and I can just say export default client, right? And we can just have import query client from React query, right? So now what we are doing is, the purpose of this is to have a singleton representation of this client, so that we are working with the same client when we import it other places. So what I can do is I can go ahead and say client like this, but I need to import the client from React query client, right? And once we do that, you would see that it's basically the same thing in the browser preview. Nothing has really changed, but you can now also access the query client inside your app.jsx, for example. And I'm going to tell you why this matters. So we have client from React query client, right? And remember, this is the same client which is being used by the React query client provider. That means whenever you are using use query, whatever data it is fetching, it's actually linking that somehow to this caching, this query client provider. So what you can do, one interesting thing you can do with this query client provider is you can fetch and see what is available inside of the cache, right? Inside of the cache system right now. All right, so the way you would do that is you will say, let's say cached post is equal to client.get query data. Now this get query data is something which will give you a sneak preview inside of what's happening. And the first argument is just like use query, it's a key. So for this one, I'm going to give it a post because, you know, we obviously know post is there because of this thing, but post and then the ID of whatever it is. That's what we want to get, right? That is that post cached, right? So we can have like, let's say just 5 as the ID at the moment, right? So if we have this, if I do something like console.log cached post and then cache post, something like this, if I do like this, and if I refresh this page right here, you're going to see in the browser logs, we have the cache post and as undefined, which makes sense because, you know, we have not really fetched this number 5 yet. But if I click on this now, right, and if I go back now, you're going to see that we get the cache post. So this means that get query data would actually return you undefined if it is not present in the cache, but it will give you something back if it is, right? And obviously it will just give you back what is present in the client. This is useful. This is helpful because now you can get ahead of time. You know, you can not only just fetch data into the cache, which we'll see soon, but you can also get the data out of the cache as well. So what you can do, one thing I can think of is you can go inside this render function and you can say something like, you know, if the cache post is there, then I can just say visited. Otherwise, I just say nothing, right? So this just means that, hey, if the cache post is already there, that means this value is not undefined. We will get a visited. Otherwise, we get nothing. And you could see this is actually not working because we are getting all the visitors because, well, we have visited 5. So we want to replace this with post.id, and now it works like clockwork. We get visited only on the post 5. Maybe we can, you know, if you want, you can just take it out so that it does not appear as a hyperlink or something, but it's your wish. So there we go. So now if you have this, you can see you get a visited in bold and then a link. Otherwise you get nothing. So if I click on 3, go back, boom, right? 4, go back, boom. And it knows that we have visited because it is present in the cache. 19, go back and boom, right? So you'll also have that on 19. So yeah, that's how you get something from the cache. And you can pretty much do anything you want. I mean, if you just import this right here and try to do a cache check, it wouldn't really make a lot of sense because, you know, you would be running the hook eventually. So why would you want to extract it? But, you know, if the use case is there, then you know that it's possible, right? In programming, most of the things, you know, we are watching these videos, you're watching these tutorials, most of the things are not for you to just go ahead and implement immediately, but They're mostly for you to just know that they exist, so that when you need them, you at least know that these things exist and you can take a look at documentation or these videos or any other text later down the line. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I hope you understood how this get query data is working from the client, how you can abstract it away. And yeah, that's super helpful in a lot of cases. Hey everyone, welcome back. And this is a good time to discuss about a parameter called cache time. So cache time in React query is used to determine how long your query result will be available in the cache. And this means that whenever, let's say somebody, in this case, you visit a page or you visit a component, you get a split-second loading and then this loads, but you don't get that again, right? So for how long will you not get that loading again? That means for how long will it keep it inside its cache? That's what the cache time parameter determines, right? That when something becomes inactive, that means, when this component is not mounted, this use query hook is inactive, then how much time will it keep the cache, will it keep the results in the memory, right? Because obviously it does not make sense to keep it forever because, well, you probably want to free up memory a little, but you can customize that by using a cache time parameter, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this parameter cache time to, let's say, 0, right? And when I do that, and if I refresh this, you're going to see what we have done is we have set the cache time of this every single post to 0. That means when I click on this, I get that loading for a split second. I go back, and if I click on this again, you see we still get that loading, right? So what you were able to see was that it was no longer present in the cache, although it says visited here, because when I click back for a split second, it is present in the UI. But let's say if I click on this number 2 and go back, you can see it's gone. The visited is gone from number 1, right? Because the cache time is 0 and it is immediately destroyed as soon as this post is unmounted, right? And you will always get that split second loading, which you see, right? You might not be seeing that much. If that is an issue, what we can do is I can just go ahead and throttle my request to slow 3G. And now if I click on this, you can see we get the loading post. I go back, and if I click on this again, you see we get loading post again. So this is what happens, right? I hope that helped you understand how the cache parameter is working. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's quickly take a look at query data selector in React query, which is a relatively new feature. So you won't find it like in previous versions of React query. And what this essentially means is that, it's nothing fancy as such, but the ability to modify the response of the query or transform it somehow. What do I mean by that? Let's go to the app.jsx, and right here inside of the third argument, which is like, the options argument for us, what I can say is I can pass in a select here. And what this will do is that it will allow me to transform the result of the query. So what do I mean by that? We are getting post, right? Initially. So we get all the posts. So what I can do is I can say post or, result, whatever you want to say it. It's just an anonymous function. And I just say result dot slice 0 to 5, for example. And you can see immediately what we saw is that we just get first 5 results here. And if you console log it, in fact, if you try to console log it, if you console log the post here, you're going to see that in the browser, not really post.length. You're going to see in the browser, you always get 5 posts, right? Now, if I changed this to 6, you're going to see we start getting 6 posts, right? Now, what does this mean is that, you can surely write .slice here if you want, but React query just gives you the ability to pass in a function which can transform your result somehow before your component actually consumes it. It might be super useful if you want to just keep your component level thing clear and there is a transformation required. But if not, well, you can just bounce it off. But like I say, for all the things I say, that you should know that this exists, right? So you have result.slice. Maybe you can just do a result.slice 0 to 1. Just get a single post, right? you can do probably, 1 to 2, whatever, you can just play around with this and get a single post. So this basically gives you the ability, the superpowers, you can just return the first post as well. In this case, it will crash because, we are trying to map over this, but now this is just a regular post. So your call, whatever you want to do, right? This will fix it, but you get the idea. This is similar to like how the slice would work. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I hope you understood how the selector thing works. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let us just go ahead and take a look at what set query data does. Now, if you remember a couple of videos back, we looked at what get query data does. And that's how we implemented this visited thing. You can see right here. Now, just like get query data allows you to query the cache of the React query and extract it out, set query data actually allows you to do something but opposite, right? It allows you to overwrite this cache or update this cache if you want to say that. So what we can do is right here with this anchor tag being done, what I can say is button, and I can say mutate the title, for example, right? And I'm just going to say that. You can see we got this mutate the title button with every single thing now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say on clicking this, I just say, hey, mutate title and poster ID, right? Let's just take it out of this function. It's already getting too messy. I'm going to say function mutate title. And right here, I'm just going to receive an ID, right? So what I'm going to do is, first of all, let's just alert this so that we are sure that we have the right ID. 1, 5. Awesome. So we have the correct ID. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to make use of the same client which we had, and I want to say client dot set query data, right? Instead of get query data. And what this does is that it takes the first key as the query key, like, the first argument as the query key. So we know that this is post and then post ID, right? And the next thing it does is that it takes either new data as the thing, or just like, use state works, that use states handler can either take the new data or it can take a function which has the old data as the first argument, right? So it can do that. So we have the old data first, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and first of all, try to just console log. Yeah, maybe just console log if old data exists, right? Something like this. So let's just go ahead and keep it a little small, give it a refresh because, all that cache is already present there. So if I click on this mutate the title, we get post is not defined. And that is because, we just have to write ID here, not everything. So if I click on this, you can see that we are getting undefined in the console, right? Like right here. Keep your focus here. If I click on this, we keep on getting undefined. So this means that, hey, this is, the post is not present in our cache, right? So that's all it means, that it is, the source is not present. So if I click on this, okay, cannot read property title of undefined. Let us see what went wrong. So we have is loading data.title . Looks like we are missing something. Set post ID. Looks like a network request error, most likely. Let's try this one more time. Click on this. Yep, looks like some network error or something. We should be handling, network errors as well. I'll go through that, how we can do that. But anyway, I can see that I've got the title, I've got the body. If I go back now, and if I click on this mutate the title, you can see now we have the post as the console logged, right? So there's that. So what I can do is right here, I can say if old data is in fact available, I just want to return, old data. And I just want to say title is boom mutated. I have no idea why I went with that. It's just completely random. But yeah, let's do that. So I'm going to click on this and looks like this is something different. Probably not exactly sure if this is a cache problem from React query, or something related to that, but let's see. If that happens again, I'll just pause the video and see it for once and get back to you. But anyway, if I click on this now, we get this, go back, I can mutate the title. So it hopefully has done it. It hopefully has set the title as boom boom title. And if I click on this again, we get that, go back, mutate, click on this again. You see for a split second, we do get boom boom title, right? But it gets replaced after that. So what I can say in order to not make it replace is I can say the stale time is infinity, right? And what stale time means is just like we have cache time, which keeps it in cache. The stale time just means, hey, I'm not gonna refetch it, considering it's not stale, that is, considering it's out of the screen, or, by default, the stale time is 0. We're gonna discuss that in the next video pretty much. But for this video, if I take the stale time as infinity, and if I click on this now, go back, mutate the title, click on this again, you can see we get boom boom mutated, right? This time because stale time is infinity. And let me just actually discuss stale time in the next video in depth real quick so that you guys are not lost. But anyway, you can go back, you can start seeing stuff now. If I click on this, you're gonna see we get this, go back, and if I mutate this, click on this again, we get boom boom mutated. And bonus points to you if you can guess why the title here is not changed. Title here is not changed. It's changed inside this, but it's not changed on the out front. Can you guess why? Well, of course, you should be able to guess that. That is because posts is a different key than post and then the post ID, right? Hopefully you were able to get that. Although the titles are same in both the cases, when of course they are same, but in this case, we are modifying the post ID as the key, right? Using set query data. This is being iterated on post, which is this key right here in use query. So if you modify the post key right here, then it will make some differences, right? So yep, that's pretty much it for this video. Let me quickly jump to stale time as well in the next one so that we are on the same page. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at what is stale time and what are the differences between stale time and cache time. So first things first, let's understand the fact that React query starts with a stale time of 0 as a default value and a cache time of, I believe, 60 seconds. No, not 60 seconds, actually 300 seconds, that is 5 minutes. So these are the default values React query uses for you. But what do they mean exactly? So let's see that. So first of all, about stale time. What stale time means is that whenever React query fetches a request, whenever React query completes a request, that is the data is available and it's done and dusted, what it will do is it will start a counter inside it and it will count it to stale time, right? So if your stale time is 1000, that is 1000 milliseconds, it will start the counter to 1000, that is, for 1 second, and then it will mark the query as stale. So what's going to happen is once your query is fetching, it is into the fetching state, it moves to the fresh state, and then once that stale timer hits, it moves into the stale state. Let me tell you how this works. Let's say I have a stale time of 10 seconds on every single post request. Let me just give it a refresh real quick. We have the cache time as default, so don't worry about that. Let me click on this and you can see it fetched it for a brief amount of second and it is in the fresh state for 10 seconds, right? It's going to stay there for 10 seconds. And you can see once 10 seconds are over, it moves to stale. And you can, even take a look again. If I refresh this, if I click on this, you see this post 1 is green for 10 seconds. And once these 10 seconds are over, it will move to the stale state, right? Yep, there we go. So what's happening here is for 10 seconds, it will not go ahead and refresh the query in any case. Now, what are the cases? The cases could be, if I click on this, the mount, the second one is refocus, like we used to do. And the blue request which you see is of the post request, right? It's not the post one because it's still is fresh, right? That's why. Now you can see if I refocus it again, both of them would be served and this one again gets fresh. So you can see refocusing, unmounting and mounting, that will not happen. So if I change it to, for example, 20 seconds, and if I go ahead and, just go ahead and activate our mutate function, which is already activated. And now if I refresh, what's going to happen is that if I click on the title, quickly go back, mutate the title and click here. Also, before getting into that, one bug which I discovered is the cache time is actually 300 milliseconds, not 300 seconds. So let me just go ahead and remove that. And what I'm going to do, if I go back here, refresh this, and if we click on this, quickly go back, mutate the title and go to this post again, you can see we get boom, boom mutated. But as soon as 10 seconds are over and the query is marked as stale, let's see what's going to happen. So nothing is going to happen as such, once 10 seconds are over. So you can see, let's see, the query is still fresh. I think it's 20, probably. Yeah, it's 20. So you can see now the seconds have passed. And now if I click on, for refocusing, you could see that React query saw that, hey, the query was stale. So I'm going to refetch it, right? So this is how stale time works. If I go back, mutate this, click on this, and now if I go back and, just visit this again and again, over the time, until and unless this query has been marked as stale, it's not going to be refetched, right? You can see nothing is happening to this. But the moment it switches to stale, it's going to be refetched by the browser. This is super important. This is super critical to understand. You can see now it will be refreshed. That seems like a good choice if you think about it. Now, what about the cache time? So the cache time is pretty much for how long it should even keep the stale data in memory. That is cache time, right? All right, so now let's try this with a cache time and stale time both of 0, right? So if I click on this now, you can see it loads for a split second and then, it's just available for you. Then you can go back and click on this again and you can see it still loads back again for you. You get that split second loader. So this is what cache time did. If you had a cache time of, fairly large number like infinity or, even 5 minutes, which is like the default, you will see that if I click on this, go back, if I mutate the title and if I click on this now, you get that boom, boom thing, that cached value, but you did not get the loading indicator. That's what the cache time is. That will keep displaying you the stale value, refetch it in the background and replace it once it's ready. But if your cache is expired, well, then, your query is just as fresh as a new query, right? So yeah, that's how the cache time and stale time work together. I hope this gave you more clarity on what stale time is. Super useful parameter. And the use case really depends on your use case of what you're trying to do. But yeah, for the most part, you can push a little bit of higher value on stale time, right? You don't want to be too aggressive on data which is available on your front end. But yeah, like I said, again, depends on your use case. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I hope you understood something. Let me know what you think about this in the discussions below on the codedamn website. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just quickly take a look at how you can modify the stale time, cache time, and any other parameter value which we have seen and will see at a global level as well, right? Because let's say if you don't want to do it on a per query level, but actually for every single query, how do you do that? Well, the best way to do that is actually go to your app.jsx or, whatever, not exactly app.jsx, but where you have defined the query client provider, right? And right here, you will see the client which you're passing, and we are using an external file. So what I wanted to do is I want to create an object which I pass here with the first key as default options, right? And this default options is basically just gonna be, just being merged with all the options which are available, and they will act as a default base for you to start. So you can say like stale time as infinity, and basically get the same behavior which you were getting earlier. That will not refetch it again. So if I go back, click on this again, oops, and made a mistake. This should also have a query right here. And we also have something known as mutations in React query, so I'll come to that. But now you're defining the default options for queries, only queries, right? So if I refresh this again, click on this, go back, and can you believe that I made the same mistake 2 times in a row? This should be queries, not query. So if I refresh this now, you can see the queries are now always green, right? Once they are fetched. If I click on this, you can see these are always fresh and they'll never go to stale. So pretty much you are locked into an application which is never gonna be updating itself again, unless the cache expires, of course. But yeah, they will not refetch to the backend unless and until the cache expires. So that's it. And if you want to go like total insane mode, you can also set cache time as infinity, and now you have got a truly weird application which will never really contact server ever again once it has visited once, which might seem like something you might want to do, but not really. I mean, why would you want to do that? I wouldn't recommend that, right? So you should keep sane values. I mean, stale time infinity still might make some sense, I don't know, but cache time should be a finite value according to me. Alrighty, so that is pretty much it, how you can customize default options. I'm gonna see you in the next video where we will discuss more stuff about React query, building projects, doing something more interesting with it. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I want to discuss about mutations in React query and what they mean. So we have so far just seen how use query hook works, but there's a important thing which we have not discussed yet. This architecture assumes that we want only the data from server, number one, and number two is that we want only the data whenever the component mounts. But this is usually not the case, right? If you have a form or if you have some sort of interactivity where the user clicks on a button and then the data is fetched. I mean, in case of this, we are just changing the link, changing the whole component. But if we have something like that, then what happens? So in that case, what we can do is we can make use of mutations in React query. And I'm just going to get rid of all the code which we had just to keep things a little bit cleaner. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw in a p tag here as well, just because I feel like it. And I'm going to start with a new mutation. And I'm going to say this is use mutation. And we're going to get this hook from, from the same library, obviously, right? React query. And what you want to do is inside this use mutation, you want to pass in a function which returns you a promise again, right? So I'm going to pass in this fetcher and I'm going to say, whatever it is. You can say a fetcher, or I can just say, a timer. So I can say, duration and new promise resolve, which just sets timeout. And don't be afraid if you don't understand anything, but this is just just a fancy way of making a timer await, right? So this is a promise which just resolves after set duration. That's it. So I can say this timer and after 1 second, right? So expected identifier but found function, what the hell? Anyway, so you see that we have a mutation now with us. But if you take a look at inside the dev tools, what you will not see is that there are no queries as such, and also this mutation has not run. And how do we know that? We can just just see that if we have console log, for example, I was run, something like this, right? And if you go to browser, you can see that we do not get that. We do not have a I was run console log here. That means the mutation is not run when it is defined. And it makes sense. Why? Because the idea of a mutation is that it mutates the state on server, right? It mutates either some database, it mutates something, right? At the end of the day, this is just a convention. This is again calling just an API endpoint. In this case, we just have a promise which resolves after a couple of seconds, but this would ideally call something like, /API/create post, something like this, for example, right? And then, whenever you have a submit button here. You would say P on click, run this mutation somehow. And that's it. That's how you get event-based requests now. So how do you run this? Well, what you can do is you can just create a function called mutation. And right here, we can just say on click call mutation, and I can just, tease you a little bit more by saying console log about to call mutation, right? And if I click on this, you can see in the console we are getting about to call mutation now, right? Now, how do we call the mutation exactly? Is we say mutation dot mutate async, and we're going to start with async right here, right? And there are a couple of methods, but that's one way to go about. So what I can do is I can refresh this. I can click on submit, and you can see that we get I was run right here. And actually, let me just go ahead and move this I was run inside of the promise which is resolved, right? So that we get that, actually not even here. We want to add it right here once it resolves, right? Kind of. So if I refresh it now, you're going to see that now if I have, console.log mutate async called, if I have something like this, and if I click on this, you're going to see we get about to call mutation, mutate async called, and then I was run after a couple of seconds, right? Now, the good thing about mutate async is that you can await on this. That's why async is there, right? So if I create an async function out of this, and if I call await on this, what you're going to see is now if I click on submit, we get about to call, we get mutation. Oops, looks like we need to give it a refresh again. Oh, I think we are not returning this promise. That's why. All right, let's do that. And now click on the submit. You can see about to call, mutation, I was run gets called from here, and then we call this mutate async. So it could be something like, you are updating the post. So you can have updating post as a notification, and then you can say post updated, something like this, right? Assuming that, your request is successful. But there are a couple of more things we have with mutation, not just mutate async. You can have a mutate only function, which we'll discuss in the next video. But yeah, that's how you can do some event-based triggering. And you can see pretty much nothing appears in the React DevTools because of the reason that you obviously don't want to cache mutations. Why? Because like I said, mutations is an idea that something is changing on the server. And you don't want to cache that result. You don't want to, just rebroadcast it again at some interval sometime, because these are these are actual systems which will be affected. Think about somebody who just, tried to log out sometime, and then somehow that cache was invalidated and your application automatically logged them out, right? In case of fetching that mutate async endpoint. So that should not happen, right? So that's why mutations do not cache. They do not work like typical queries work, and they are usually driven with events from users endpoint, like on click and stuff like that, or form submit or anything like that. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at side effects from mutation. And side effects is just a fancy way of saying some sort of callbacks from mutation. So what is it and how does this work? Well, the first thing is that you can pass in an object like this, which is inside of your use mutation hook. Now you can start defining some good stuff. By that, what I mean is you can say something like on success as a callback, and this could be a function which will just be called when request is complete, for example, right? Now, if I click on this submit, you can see we get update post, request is completed, and then post updated. So basically what React Query internally is doing is that once the mutation is successful, it internally also calls this on success handler, right? And not only just this actually gets a bunch of things. So it gets not error, actually, it gets data, and it gets variables and context as well, which we'll discuss later down the line. But most importantly, it gets data. So what we can say is if I do data console log like this, and if I click on submit now, you're going to see we get updating post, request is complete. We get data as undefined, well, because we are not passing anything in the resolve, but let's say yo is what we passed, right? And give it a refresh because probably this is outside the function, so might not get hot reloaded. Click on submit, updating post, request is complete, data is yo, and you can access it here as well if you want, and move ahead with your life. So you can pretty much drop this at all if you just want to keep your side effects at a single place, but that's how it would work. Then of course you also have on error with this, which will accept first argument as error, and if there is any error, then this is what's going to happen, right? So it will just say error with the request, and we can just throw an error. What we can do is to simulate that, I'm just going to have a reject here as well, and I'm going to reject it with yo again, right? So now if I can click on this updating post, we get I was run, we get the error as yo. This error is actually thrown by JavaScript because we are not using try catch. But what the console log says us in the on error, we get error with the request and we get the error as yo, right? So you also get error, you can also get error handling. But on settled, which is another one, is something which will run every single time. So it will just say request either errored or successful. I don't know, but it has happened, right? And of course you can know because onSettle also receives data and error as a couple of arguments if you want to do that, right? So this data is basically if onSuccess was there, error is basically if onError was there, and so on. So this is how you can maintain your side effects like this inside of your mutation hook itself. Sometimes it might make sense to do this, sometimes it might not, right? Depending again how your component is laid down, your component is structured, you might want to do that. But one thing which I know is that when you combine like onSuccess mutation with something like query client.set query data, stuff like this becomes a very useful thing because now your UI can automatically update, refetch new data after a mutation is done, which is pretty sweet. We'll discuss on that, what I mentioned by that, in more practical examples later down the line. But yes, for now, that is pretty much it. I think that is all for this video. I hope you understood something out of it. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I'm gonna discuss with you the syntax of .mutate. So earlier you remember that it was mutate async, but we also have just a mutate as a function available on your mutation. And this one is not asynchronous in the sense that it does not return you a promise. Well, it is asynchronous because it has got callbacks, but that's how it works. So when you call this, for example, if I refresh this and click on the submit, what you will see is if I click on submit, you get updating post updated because this is not awaited, so it does not wait for that. And you get all sorts of logs and errors. But what you can do is you can also pass in a bunch of options, just like how you pass in the use mutation hook. And I have passed null here. I'll explain why, because we don't really need the data right here, but I'll explain it why we have passed null here and what could we have passed. But for now, if I have the same thing as above, what you're gonna see, request is completed from mutate, error with request from mutate and from mutate, right? Just to make a distinction. And now if I click on submit, you will see we get, the same things, request either error or successful. This is basically from the original hook, and we get error with the request mutate. So that's it. And error with the successful mutate, right? So one thing you can understand is that React, first of all, internally calls these before calling the actual ones, right? On the mutation itself. And that is important if you care about order or something, but for the most part, you should not have a code that relies on that thing. But yeah, that's how you have to work with it. The next thing I wanted to discuss is why do we pass null here? Well, this argument could be anything, right? You can have 22 here. That's completely fine. Whatever you pass in here is actually available as a param right here. So if you have, you know, like a second argument which passes some data, and you get a second argument like param like this, and if you can say, you know, yo, and then whatever the param was, you will just see that if I click on submit now, we get you know, this outer function does not update on hot reloading, so we have to give it a refresh. Submit now, and you will see error. Oops, I think it is not updating anyway. Oh, we are using reject, not console log. Oops, so this should be right here, and maybe it does update. Let's see. Submit. I was run. Where is I was run? Yeah, it gets updated. So you can see the param was passed 22. If I change it to like, you know, something else, click on submit, you're gonna see that in the I was run, we get the param as updated. So this mutation is just a, you know, this argument is just one way of transferring some data to your actual handler, which is something you would obviously do, right? You won't just run a mutation without any state. You would probably have some sort of form data or some sort of new post, some sort of JSON, which gets passed here, which gets passed again here. And then, you know, in your fetcher or whatever you're using, you just JSON.stringify it and so on and so forth. So that's how it will work, right? And similarly, it will also work with mutate async. You know, this, not this exactly, but this part, where you have to pass the data. So even if you have something like this right here and give it a refresh, and, you know, just click on submit, you're gonna see that you still get the params as correctly, right? So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I hope you understood how mutations are working, how mutate async work, how you can pass some data, how mutate only works, how these side effects work. Super important stuff, super practical stuff, which you will obviously use when you're building some new applications, some new projects. And yeah, very, very, very standard stuff and very high quality things as well. These are like, you know, standard practices for calling mutations, calling something as mutations for updating data, queries as different things, and so on and so forth. So you can use this, all of this knowledge in production level applications. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I want to give you a real use case of using mutations with the help of queries. But for that, we have to write a very simple Node.js server. And I'm going to do that all in the codedamn playground itself. So feel free to follow along with me, or you would probably have an exercise like that in some one way or another. So what we're going to do is I'm going to have a mutation right here, which has all of these handlers. And, you know, we can just get rid of onsettled for the most part. And what I'm going to do is, first of all, define a fetcher function like this, which gets a URL and then does a fetch of the URL with a method of post, right? And probably like URL and body, because this will be used with the use mutation. We're going to say headers is content type. This is something you have to do with, you know, fetch request application JSON. Then you do a body of JSON.stringify of the body, right? And that's it. That should get you started. Now, once you have this fetcher, I can define this fetcher and I can say this is like body, and I can say, you know, the URL is something like api.create record, something like this. And the body is, of course, the body, right? On success, we have, you know, got response from backend and the data, and on error we pretty much have the same thing, got response from backend, but the error got error from backend, right? Just to distinguish it. Now what we can do is pretty much, you know, get rid of this, even get rid of the async await thing. We can just say mutation.mutate and with some body, whatever we want to pass in. But before that, what I want to do is I want to say some, or, you know, some favorite languages, right? Let's say that is it. Now, what I want to do is I want to say, let's see, first of all, let's just close this up. Let's refresh this guy. And let's say that, hey, here are my favorite languages, and I'm going to have favorite langs.map language, and just returning an li of lang, right? With probably a key of lang as well. And this should probably be lang, not lan. And the only error now we get is that favorite langs is undefined. So let's create a query as well. So I'm going to extract out the data as favorite lang. I'm going to say use query right here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the query as, the key as favorite langs. And the fetcher, we could either define the fetcher or, I can just return fetch here because it's just a single query. API get records and .then t.json to convert it into JSON. And that's it. That's pretty much it, right? Because now we just have to define this very simple server and we'll be up and running. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just split this terminal real quick. I'm going to create a very simple server.js file right here, right? And I'm going to just open this, install Express real quick, and I'm going to start importing stuff, right? So I'm going to just say const app is required Express. And this is going to be just a very simple server, so don't really worry a lot about this. So app.listen, here we have to do a little bit of hacking in this playground interface for now. I'm going to tell you why that is. So I'm going to just give it a refresh, app.listen 1337, because this is the only publicly available port. You should probably not face this issue on your local setup because you would have multiple ports available, but because this interface is just connected to a single port right here, that's why we have to use just 1337. And I can just say console log server started on 1337, right? And I'm just going to say app.get right here what we had, API/get records, app.get this. I'm just going to respond with request response. I'm just going to say response.json favorite langs, and I'm going to say app.post right here with API add record. I think that was it. I'm going to first of all get the record from request.body.record, and then I'm just going to say rest.json status okay. But before that, I'm also going to add it favorite langs.push record, right? And I can just say my favorite langs is an array, which is like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React, right? So what you can say is like, langs here as favorite langs, something like that. Alrighty, looks like we are all good to go. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, let's see, first of all, fix our front end so that we don't exactly need a backend, because we cannot use this port and the server together. So what I'm going to do is right here, make a bunch of more changes. So I'm going to say right here, I'm going to say if is loading or if is error. I'm just going to say if is loading, return loading ... right? Or if there is an error, is error, return error with request. Simple enough, right? Now if I go ahead and close the server, and if I start the server of server.js, what you're going to see is that we still get favorite langs.map is not a function. And that is not pretty awesome, because what we would have in this favorite langs is actually the response like this, lang and then favorite lang. So what we can do is we can actually go ahead and close this. And this is a little inconvenient at codedamn playground, but right now it just supports a single port forwarding. That's why you can only get access to 1337 on a single port. But what we can do is we can go ahead and right here just write as a third argument, select, remember we discussed this, data, and I'm just going to say data dot langs, right? Because that's what we are returning from the server, I guess. Lang, not langs. Okay, let's go ahead, give it a refresh, close this down once we have got the data, start the server, and what you're gonna see is that we get our some favorite langs ready for us, right? So we have got 4 or 5 languages right here from the backend server. What I want to do next is, once we have that in place, what I want to do next is right here, I'm going to have an input type text, with a value of add lang, whatever, or maybe like temp lang or whatever. And on change, I'm just saying e set temp lang as e.target.lang. e.target.value, not lang, right? And the set temp lang is just a state variable. Temp lang, set temp lang is use state of empty string. And finally, what we want to do is, when I call this, I just say record is this temp lang, right? Because at the server side, we get the record like this and use it. One more thing we want to do here at the server side is actually split this down into express and app, and just before that we want to also say app.use express.json so that we are able to send and receive JSON post bodies, right? Alrighty, so there's that. Now once we have that in place, what I also want to do is, whenever I click on submit, we should also fetch the data again. So how do we revalidate that query? How do we get that data again? But for now, if I just go ahead and close this and start the server, not really close this, basically start this, give it a refresh real quick, and then close the server and start the server, close this, start the server, then you will see that we have all the languages available from the server. But now if I click on submit, although we do make requests, but nothing really happens. And the reason for that is that we are not refetching this. So how do we do that? That is something which we'll explore in the next video, because that's all for this one. Alrighty, welcome back. And in this video, what I want to do is actually invalidate our query, our data, so that it refetches it again from the backend once it's, once the mutation has been done. So what does that mean? That means that whenever we have a success, I want to say that whatever our query client was, that is this client right here, I want to say that, hey bro, just invalidate my queries. And my queries are, for example, in this case, it's just this favorite lang queries, right? So the moment I do that, what's React query going to do is that it says that, okay, I think, you told me to invalidate this query, so I'm just going to invalidate this. And because this is already mounted, it will try to get that, refresh the data and show it on the screen. Also, what I can do is also set temp lang as empty once we have got success, or, just press the button as well, depending on whatever you want to do. And that is pretty much it. That is all we need to do. If I close the server right here, start this again, just so that we propagate the React changes at least. And once we have the React changes with us, close this again, start the server again, you can see that we get our application up and running. So our backend is now running. And if I try to add 1212 here, hit submit, what you're going to see is that, well, it goes out and the query is also fetched, but our data right here does not contain 1212 or, anything like that. So that is probably some issue with our, our end on the back end. So let's just see what the record is that we get here. So if I submit it now, maybe give it a refresh, submit. Well, actually it looks like we are not actually making any request at all. So let's just quickly see if we can debug it real quick. So I'm just going to go to the networks tab if it just allows me to. And there we go. So submit, create record. Okay, so we are hitting the wrong endpoint. This should be create. There we go. 1212, submit. There we go. Now it works perfectly fine. So you can see we also got the record on the back end. And what's exactly happening here is that we write something, hit submit, it goes to the back end. Once it is resolved, we get the, we set the input field as empty, and we also invalidate the query. So that means it'll just refetch it again because, it sees that it is mounted. So it's going to refetch that query again, and it's going to populate it with an updated view. Super convenient, super easy to build a to-do application like this now. You just have to use a query, you have to use a mutation, and you're good to go, right? So see how convenient it gets. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to probably take another video and do some good practices on what we have here, right? Because we can definitely improve this. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. And I'm going to see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this brand new course, we'll be talking a bit about GitHub Actions, continuous integration and continuous deployment, why that is important, and how you can set up these basic pipelines for your project on GitHub Actions. Now, by the end of this course, you would not just be able to understand what GitHub Actions is and what CI/CD is, but also would have built your few small build pipelines where your project is being built, is tested, and then deployed automatically wherever you want. So let's just go ahead and get started with this mini course which we have on codedamn, and this is part of your full stack and backend learning paths on codedamn. So make sure you are subscribed to codedamn if you are not yet, because we'll have a lot more things to follow up after the CI/CD course. Let's go. Alright, so in this course, I'll be following up with a simple React playground. I'm just going to say CI/CD with GitHub as the name. And you can pretty much follow along on your local system or on codedamn playgrounds on codedamn.com/playgrounds. And once you get started with the project, what we'll be doing is not focus on the project that much, but focus on something known as YAML files in this little series, and GitHub Actions eventually. So let's talk a little bit about GitHub Actions as well. So GitHub Actions is basically a service which allows you to do continuous integration and continuous deployment. Now let's actually understand what this exactly is and why do we need this, these kind of things. Well, you see, when you're building a project like on codedamn playgrounds or on your local systems, what you are essentially doing is working in the best possible and the best comfortable way you can as a developer, right? So you are working on all of this code and folders and everything as a nice experience for yourself. But a lot of times your project actually needs a build step and sometimes even a compilation step to become production ready. That means trimming off unrequired code, compressing the code, making the code more performant, and so on. And all of this build step and compilation step takes time to run. So what these CI/CD services do is in a nutshell, basically they allow everything which you have coded or written, or any member of your team has coded or written, build and deploy on staging, production, or preview environment, whatever environment you have, automatically once you push on a repository like GitHub. Now, this is again important because you don't want, as a developer, you don't want to spend a lot of time just building and testing all the things by yourself on your local system. Why? Because it wastes your time and it wastes the capacity of compute you have on your system. So you want to make sure that your deployment and testing part is as much automated as possible so that you as a developer spend most of the time working on logic and building new features instead of actually building the project itself and testing it yourself. GitHub provides this as one of the services, but GitHub is not the only place where you can run CI/CD. There are basically countless tools out there which can do that. But we prefer GitHub. I prefer GitHub in this one because GitHub Actions actually sits right across your source code, right? So when we will take a look at how we push this project to GitHub and so on, I'll actually show you that basically, GitHub is just very convenient to push your source code to. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and set up a Git repository in this source code first, because that is what will allow us to also then set up a GitHub action. So I'm going to go ahead and open a second terminal over here, and I'm going to start writing git init, right? You know all of this from basically your GitHub course on codedamn. And I'm going to just initialize, I'm just going to say git remote add origin I'm just going to go ahead and create a repository first. So new repository, I'm going to say, let's say this is test GitHub Actions, or maybe like GitHub Actions codedamn course, something like that. I can make it public, and I'm just going to create this. Now, once I create this, I'm going to just use the HTTPS version. I'm going to say git remote add origin and paste this thing. Now, when I do git remote v, you're going to see that that particular origin is added. Now, one thing we are still missing is the git ignore file over here, so that we can just add node modules and everything. And yep, that should be it. And if I say initial commit, okay, we need to also set up git here real quick. All right, so once that is done, we can say git commit initial commit over here. And I can now just say git push origin master. And apparently GitHub has removed the support for password based authentication. So what we can do is go back and create in the GitHub settings apps, create a personal access token just for this use case. And I'm going to, of course, remove this just tomorrow so that it's not misused, obviously. I'm just going to say this is GitHub Actions token, right? Make sure you select the repo access so that it is able to access all your repositories. Copy this token right here and remove origin, because we need to add it back. So I'm going to say git remote add origin, my token @github.com, mayhole mpt, GitHub Actions codedamn course, and hit enter. Now I can go ahead and push it to the GitHub, right? Now, the moment I do that, you're going to see that if I copy this repository URL and paste it over here, you're going to see that it pushes our code to GitHub, which is awesome. But now we need to set up certain GitHub actions, right? Now, the way GitHub works is that it needs a folder called .github. It's not Git. You can see the Git folder is already here. We created a .github folder, right? Now, this particular folder, whenever this is present, GitHub would try to see what kind of workflows this folder contains, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and create another folder inside this called workflows, right? And when we create that folder, any YAML file which is present inside this particular folder would automatically be marked as a GitHub action. Now, what do I mean by that? Let's say I create a YAML file test.yaml, right? It could be test.yml. And if I go ahead and open this, you can see that we get a YAML file over here, and I can just go ahead and write some crap right here. Let's not worry about this for now. But what this essentially means is that this particular file is now a GitHub action. And now let me go back a couple of directories and just push it again with a test YAML added. And I'm going to say git push origin master. Okay, so we do not have a workflow scope in the access token. So this might not be a problem if you actually go ahead and just use SSH based authentication. In my case, it is a problem because I am using an access token, but you know how to set up an SSH based authentication as well. I would not recommend doing that on the codedamn playground until and unless we secure all your credentials, not just the source code. So maybe when you create a new token, let's say this is GitHub Actions token 2, you also give it the access of the workflow over here. So once you create this token, copy this again, git remote remove origin, git remote, basically do the same thing, and then I'm gonna attempt to push on master branch again. And this time this works because now it is able to create that workflow for us. If I go ahead inside this, take a look, you're gonna see this .github workflows is now created. And if I go to this actions tab over here in my repository, you're gonna see we see something. Test YAML added with the cross because obviously we did not write anything meaningful inside this particular file, but you can see something happened, right? Now this is what the workflow is all about. You create a workflow with a file, a YAML file inside GitHub Workflows folder, and it just gets picked up by GitHub automatically, right? No configuration, nothing needed, no toggles, anything like that. So a lot of work which we'll be doing would be in this YAML file from this point onwards. And I hope you understood so far what we did. We just created a repository, we pushed it on GitHub, we created this folder structure, and GitHub automatically picks it, right? This is all magic of GitHub. It's not the magic of Git as per se. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I want to talk a bit about YAML or YML, like I wrote here, and what this exactly is. So YAML stands for YAML is not a markup language, or sometimes some people say yet another markup language as well. But the point you have to remember is YAML is pretty much what JSON is, right? So you have seen stuff like package.json, right? So when you take a look inside package.json, you see there are these objects which can contain keys and values, right? YAML is pretty much the same thing. The only difference is how YAML is written. JSON is used as a thing to communicate between different kind of languages and build systems and environments, right? So package.json can be read by JavaScript as well. Package.json, this file technically could also be read by a Java program or a Python program, right? So let's say if your Node.js script wanted to spit out some data which your Python backend would read, then one way to do that is to spit out that data into a JSON format. Similarly, YAML is also a similar format for which you would have, you would require a few libraries. For example, there is no native support for YAML in Node.js, but it's more like a data exchange format among different, different languages or different systems. Now, what YAML does better over JSON is readability, right? So we're gonna see eventually, like this is also quite readable, but YAML is even more cleaner. Why? Because it uses very less special characters. Like usually there is no need of these quotes, these brackets, these commas, nothing is required, right? There is very, very minimal language syntax which you need, and a lot of information which needs to go in the file is just basically what your logic is for the data. So in this little section or in this collection of videos, we're gonna learn about YAML a bit because it is really important to understand YAML first before you actually start writing workflow files, because this is almost like a new kind of data format which you're seeing, right? Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's start with YAML basics, right? So we're going to cover a few important things in YAML. The first thing is how you generate keys and value pairs, right? So in YAML, what you do is you say key name and then a colon and then the value, whatever that value is, right? So this is like a completely valid YAML file. Similarly, let's say if I have a service, my codedamn project, then I could have, tests or script as script 1, then test 2 as script 2, and so on. So what essentially we are doing here is if you want to compare it with a JavaScript based rendering, something equivalent in JavaScript, let me just go ahead and actually create a basic.json file because I don't want to destroy our package.json. So I'm going to go ahead and open this basic.json and I'm going to try to convert whatever we have written into the JSON part, right? And the JSON equivalent of this would be something like service, then a quote, then test, then these quotes, and then test2, then this quotes, and then closing. And of course, these keys should also be in quotes, right? So this is a JSON file, and this right here is a YAML file. And you can already see that YAML has much more condensed information compared to JSON, right? And it just gets more condensed as we nest objects and as we go ahead and start working with that. So you can see right now that we just created some top level keys and value pairs. Now it is possible in YAML to also go ahead and create nested objects, right? And the way you do that is pretty much with indentation. So you can say my app as the key of a parent object, and for these 3 keys you have to indent them. Now this is very important in YAML, just like in Python, that these indentations are actually consistent with each other, right? Whether they are spaces or tabs doesn't matter, but they have to be consistent with each other, that if you're using one thing, then it has to be one thing all across your file. The similar logic in JSON would look something like this: my app, and then an object, something like this. And yep, there we go. So these 2 files over here are technically equivalent in terms of the data which they contain, right? So this is important because now you can see that it's much cleaner and much more human readable compared to JSON. So that's pretty much it for this video. I'm going to keep it short because I want you to understand how this YAML file looks like and works. And in the next video, we're going to be taking a look at how you can work with more data types in YAML. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just quickly take a look at comments in YAML. Now, one of the best things I like about YAML is the support of its native comments. So you can say this is my comment. And right here, this would pretty much be ignored by any file which is reading this particular piece of data, right? This is impossible in JSON. I mean, JSON does have some variants where it allows these comments over here, but you'll start seeing that comments are not permitted in JSON is something you will pretty much see every single language or library which does not have some additional functionalities would be complaining about, right? JSON cannot have comments. And this is one of the nice things about YAML is that you can start it with a hash symbol and start leaving comments all the way across, right? You can leave comment over here, hello, you can leave comment, somewhere here. It doesn't matter. It just has to start with a hash symbol and it has to be like a single line, right? Whatever you write in front of that hash symbol would get commented out. There is no multi-line comment as far as I know in YAML. So most of the stuff you do can be done just with single line comments, which is, I think, is fine given that it's mostly organizing data and configuration and not actual code. So as far as that is concerned, that should be good. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at lists in YAML and how that works out. Now, lists in YAML is basically a way of organizing elements in an array, right? So for example, you're going to have something like my array like this in JSON, and you can add something like this, right? This is like a valid JSON over here. The similar thing can be done in YAML as well, basically in the same format, right? So you can copy this and you can paste it right here. You just have to remove the extra stuff. And this is like completely valid YAML syntax over here. Now, the good thing about this YAML part is that there is another way to create an array of objects, and I'm going to tell you what that is. So let's say if you have this array as an array of objects, then you have something like key 1, value 1, and then let's say key 2, value 2, right? Let's say we have this particular JSON object and we want to create a array representation of this particular thing in the YAML world, right? So how would we do that? Now, the way we would do this particular conversion to this over here is as follows. Whenever you want to start a list of things in YAML, you press enter, give it a tab, or in this case, it would work without even a tab, and I'll tell you why. But the general rule is press enter, give it a tab, and put a dash. Now, this dash over here signifies that, hey, this is a single element in this array, right? And when you do a structure like this, and when you start mentioning key value pairs, then YAML automatically knows that this is an object, right? If we wanted to replicate the earlier example of this into this newer format, what we will do is something like 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, right? This particular thing, which I have written, is pretty much equivalent to this thing. But the reason we used this syntax earlier is because it's much more cleaner and concise. This syntax would not work with array of objects because, well, you need multiple properties over there, right? So what we do is we start it with a single dash, and then we'll start mentioning the key value pairs. So I'm going to go ahead and take a look at here, and it says that key 1, value 1. So I'm going to say key 1, value 1, right? And actually, let me just go ahead and add a couple of more keys here. Key random and value random. Right now, in order to create this, I'm just going to give an enter and do this. You can see that I did not put a dash over here. Why? Because this is a single object, right? The moment I put a dash over here, this means that the new object has started in this case, right? So I can now go ahead and put key 2, value 2, and I can go ahead and say key random 2, value random 2. And this would actually represent the following data over here inside of JSON, right? So I'm just giving you a JSON and YAML comparison just because it's easier, and most people have worked with JSON in the past. So it's easier to bring those learnings into the YAML world than actually just understanding everything from start, right? So you can see that it's much cleaner. This syntax already looks much cleaner to eyes compared to this one. And it gets even better as you have more and more things going on, right? But that's the essence of YAML in a nutshell. You can have numbers over here. That's completely possible. You can have booleans, you can have, strings, which we have already discussed. If you want, you can put them in quotes. That's also completely fine. This is also fine. And if you want, if you can just remove the quotes as well. That's also completely possible. So yep, that's pretty much it for this video. In the next one, we're going to discuss some more concepts on YAML and take a look at how, maybe things like multi-line strings or those sort of things would work out in YAML. And the good thing is there is support for that. Hey everyone, welcome back. And I just wanted to make this quick little video. I just Googled YAML validator on Google and wanted to show you that YAML needs to be proper in order to be parsed, right? Because this codedamn editor, although it does provide syntax highlighting, currently we don't tell you if the YAML is valid or not. So whatever YAML stuff you are writing here, you can go ahead and paste it inside this YAML lint. Click on go over here and you'll see that it gives you a valid YAML message, right? Now if I go ahead and mess around with the spacing a bit, you're going to start seeing stuff where it says, some sort of errors and something, and it also highlights the line number. I mean, I don't really have any clue about whether this website is the best one out there or not, but if you Google YAML validator, you should be able to find some nice little online website for the time being, which can help you with just validating YAML. And you can see it already says valid YAML, but if I give it a couple of spaces back, you can see that it starts messing around, right? So that's one thing I wanted to tell you, that YAML needs to be validated. It's not like you can mess around with spaces and padding all the time. So make sure whenever you are, just executing this configuration file, whether that's on GitHub Actions, whether that's on pretty much any other thing. And if I haven't told you yet, YAML is a very, very popular way of writing configuration files in a lot of DevOps and in a lot of infrastructure as a code stuff as well. So if you did not know that, then congratulations, you have been learning a markup language, which would be very, very convenient for you when you are getting into that space. But yeah, I mean, that's the whole point of this particular video. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at what YAML multi-line string is and how you can work with that. And this is also one of the interesting things about YAML, that is you can represent multi-line strings. That is not possible in the native JSON format. Again, second feature which we discovered and which we are talking about. The first one was comments. The second one is this multi-line feature. Okay, so let's say this value over here needed to be multi-line, right? Or let me just get rid of this because we already have discussed how the nested objects and array of objects work. So let's keep it a bit clean. Even this top level would work fine. So let's say if I wanted to have a similar thing over here in my JSON representation. Now the only way I can represent multi-lines in JSON is by actually physically typing the new line character. So I can say something like, my name is Mehul. I am 23 years old. I am the founder of codedamn. Like these three lines, right? But in order to represent this new line, I have to write this new line character, right? I cannot give this an enter key. This would not work. JSON would complain. But this is pretty much possible in YAML world, right? Why? Because you can go ahead and start writing, my name is Mehul, hit enter, and give it a tab. I am 23 years old, hit enter, and I am the founder of codedamn. Now this is fine, but when you copy paste or create a second key, hello world, let's say, and if you copy paste this in the YAML validator, now what happens if I bring the first line also in the next line, right? Now you can see that it starts saying me unable to parse. Now in order to tell this service key that, hey, you're gonna find a lot of multi-line content in the next line, you have to give it a pipe symbol over here. Now the moment you do that, you tell the YAML syntax that, hey, whatever you're writing over here is actually multi-lines, right? So until and unless you encounter another key or the end of the file, that is a string. So in order to make this valid, all we have to do is something like this. And this is now a multi-line string in YAML, which is the equivalent of what we have written here. And now you can see the application of YAML in the human readable stuff, right? So yep, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you understood the basics, the fundamentals of YAML. This is probably more or less all we would need in order to understand and work with the GitHub Actions part. So let's get started with that now and deploy some pipelines on the GitHub Actions. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and write our very first valid action in GitHub Actions. And this is kind of a hello world tutorial for GitHub Actions. So let's go ahead and take a look at how we can do that. So I'm going to go ahead and actually make some space over here because we don't need the terminals just yet. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is remove this, and let's just also remove the basic. We don't need it anymore. And we can start working with test.yml format itself. It does not really matter. Now, the very first thing what a GitHub action needs is a name, right? A name as the key. And let's say this is something like my first GitHub action, right? The second thing a GitHub action needs is when this particular action should run, right? Which is specified with this on keyword, right? And the reason you need to specify this particular thing is because there are many times you want to run a workflow file on sometimes like a push, on a commit push, or sometimes on a pull request when somebody creates a pull request on your repository, or something like on a deployment status. This action is basically, you can think about this in a way that, let's say you have a bot, like a Vercel bot, which deploys your project online and then sends you the URL of that particular project, right? Which is deployed. So you want this action to then run and maybe do whatever end-to-end testing it wants to do. But the most common and the most simple one is on push, because this says that, hey, whenever you push a commit, run this action, which is precisely what we want in this case. The next thing GitHub action needs to know is the jobs which it is supposed to do, right? The jobs which it is supposed to run in the single workflow. Now, one important thing about this jobs is that there could be multiple jobs. I'm specifying this as jobs, not a job, and I can start working in a fashion where I specify all the jobs over here. So let's say one of the jobs is to print hello world, right? This is a single job. And you can see that I'm trying to create an object within an object over here. It's not a list. So this means they're not running in sequential. This is very important that I have not put a dash over here. That means this is not a list. This is not an array. This is actually an object. That means there is no guarantee that this would run in sequence. You know, if I have a second SECOND job, SECOND job, if I have a second job, then also it is not possible. It is not compulsory that these two jobs would run one after another, right? But let's stick to only a single job for now. And let me just go ahead and specify a couple of more keys. I'm going to say runs on Ubuntu latest, which is basically what the underlying image you want on the runner. And we'll discuss about that. Don't worry that much. And then finally, in a single job, you want to have multiple steps, right? Because in an ideal world scenario, this job would be something like, build my project. Then another job would be check linting, right? Another job could be unit testing, something like this, right? So what this would be, let's just rename it back to print hello world, because that's what we will be doing, is we want to specify an array of steps again, because these steps should be executed in order. So I'm going to start creating an array over here, and I'm going to start saying run, and this run pretty much is the bash command over here, which you specify. So I can say something like echo something like hello world, like this, right? So what essentially we have created is a very small GitHub action job, which runs this print hello world job on Ubuntu latest Docker image. And there's only one step in this case, that is to run hello world. I can specify another step, and I can say this is step number 2, and this is guaranteed. And don't worry about the syntax highlighting, which is breaking, but this should work technically. Let's not keep number 2 so that it does not break the tutorial, but this is step number 2, and it is guaranteed that these 2 steps would execute one after another, right? It is not guaranteed, or in fact, not even guaranteed, it does not even happen that if I have a second job over here, that these jobs would run in sequence, right? Like I mentioned earlier. So anyway, we have a working job right now with us. Let's just go ahead and try to push it. So I'm going to say added a new job, hit enter, and I'm going to push this to the master repo. All right. So once that is pushed, I can go ahead and copy this repo over here and open this in a new tab. And what we'll see, the first thing you will see is now you have this nice little yellow dot over here in your repositories, which on clicking shows that, hey, GitHub is running your action. Now you go to Actions tab, and you can see that there is another added a new job workflow which is running over here and which has already ran and completed. So the way you debug this and know more about this is when you click on this. But that is something I want to discuss in the next video. I want to keep these videos short and crisp. So hopefully you were able to build your first GitHub action with me over here. If yes, then that's a great thing. You have just started your journey on the CI/CD and just, removing a lot of headaches of testing and building and everything, just transferred it to GitHub. So congrats on that. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at what this GitHub action did when it ran and how you can actually work with this page as well, because a lot of times you will be working with this page as well. So when you click on this page, and this layout might change maybe in future when GitHub updates their UI, but the fundamental concepts remain same. You can see that GitHub provides you with a bunch of options. The first thing is you can rerun these jobs, which are over here. When you click on this button, GitHub would run this action again. And this is helpful when sometimes your job fails. This whole workflow file fails because of some external reasons which are now fixed. For example, let's say Docker is down or AWS is down or something is down, which led to your workflow failing. So you don't want to push another commit to trigger that workflow or do any sort of other action. You can just go ahead and click on this rerun all jobs button. The second thing over here is these 3 dots. You can see that over here, they provide you with some very minimal information. You can view the workflow file, which was executed. In this case, this is our YAML file, which was executed. You can see the workflow runs, which this has done, which brings us back to our actions tab, kind of more or less, because we only have a single action over here. And the third thing which you can see is that you can create those status badges, which people, Often you might have seen this is embedded on repositories, that build passing and test running and all that kind of stuff. So you can build those badges like this over here. Just copy this and paste it in your GitHub README files and you're good to go. So this is pretty awesome. These set of features are very handy sometimes when you need them, but the way you actually get into what has happened is you click on this step or click on this job, not the step. So what GitHub does is that it'll organize all the jobs which you execute in this section over left. So you can see that if I specify another job, let's say this is print hello world 2, and if I add this and if I commit this job 2 and if I push this, git push origin master, you're gonna see the second action which gets run over here, this job 2 over here has these couple of jobs running, right? And again, they kind of appear in order, but they are not really executing sequentially, right? You can see that they started executing parallelly. So this is very, very important because this is an object. This is not a list. So GitHub follows that particular thing. But what you can see over here is that you can jump into a singular job by clicking on them. So now what this page over here does, it shows you the steps in all the jobs. Now you might be thinking that, hey, I did not specify the setup job and complete job steps, then why are they here? Well, you see that GitHub, obviously, when you specify this runs on thing, obviously needs to set up that particular environment for you, right? In this case, you can see that because we specified Ubuntu latest, it gave me Ubuntu 20.04.3. You could have technically just hard coded your Ubuntu version here as well, and then GitHub would always give you that same environment, right? And you can go ahead and take a look at all these environment variables as well, right? GitHub token also gives you a glimpse into what is possible within your workflow over here, right? We're going to discuss a little bit about GitHub token later. Then once your environment is set up, your next steps start running in sequence. Again, this is in sequence. This is not happening parallelly, right? These two commands are not running parallelly. They are running in sequence. So hello world is executed first, and this is step number 2 is executed second. And then finally the job gets completed. GitHub does some cleanup of processes and this and that. You don't have to worry a lot about this, but this is in general what your job looks like. Then there was a similar but separate job running parallelly to this one. Jobs run parallelly, steps don't run parallelly. And this particular thing pretty much executed the same stuff which was happening, right, in the job one. So there's nothing really to explain here. But yep, that's pretty much it for this video. In the next one, I'll actually tell you how you can execute jobs in sequence as well, because that is also like an important part. But this should get you started with at least writing your first few bash scripts in GitHub Actions. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and actually, instead of, just jumping directly on how to make interdependent jobs, let's actually first of all try to build this project, which we have been trying to do since the very starting. So I'm going to go ahead and say this job as build app, and I'm going to keep this runs on Ubuntu latest step as intact, because this is something which we need. We're going to be going ahead and removing this particular thing, and we're going to be messing up with steps a bit. Now, the reason for this is that if you take a look over here, GitHub Actions at the end of the day, although it is integrated with GitHub closely, I mean, it's just a tab away, but still the environment which it prepares is completely isolated with your repository, right? This is a Docker container. This is a temporary environment running somewhere on the cloud which you don't know about. So obviously it does not have access to your repository right away, but GitHub has created some interesting and some handy actions, default action steps, which allow you to work with your repository easily, right? And we're going to be taking a look at all of them, most of them, and I'm going to show you how you can find them as well. But there is this one action which you can use called Actions Checkout version 2, right? Now, if you Google this string up, you're going to land up on a page like this. Now, if you pay close attention to the URL over here, it is github.com/actions/checkout. So this actions is actually an organization account from GitHub, which includes a lot of interesting and default runners, right? Or step, as you can say. So this checkout action over here, the only thing it is supposed to do is, clone the repository in which it's currently running. And of course, you can customize it with all sorts of options and all sorts of customizations. But the moment you specify this action, what it will do without any customization is that it will clone the currently running directory, right? So if I go back, and right here in the next step, I do something like run and I say, let's say something like ls, for example, or not ls, let's run tree, right? Because tree would show you pretty much all the output which a particular directory has. This is a bash command, right? Nothing GitHub or nothing fancy like that. So if I go ahead and run this now, new action, and if I push this to master, you're going to see that when this action gets deployed and when this action starts running, if I go inside this build step, you can see sometimes it takes a couple of seconds to start the build process. But if you come here on time, you can also see how or what it is doing to initialize that particular action. Sometimes it gets lagged a little, but yeah, right here, you can see in the second step, it ran actions checkout version 2, and it had these bunch of steps. You can see it initialized it with a bunch of default values. This repository over here is of course the default repository because it was able to, compute that particular thing where it is executing. And when we ran this tree command over here, you can see the output which we got was this. This means that our repository was successfully cloned, right? Because this is our repository over here. You can see the file structure. We have the src folder, we have the public folder, and this is exactly what we see in the runner. So at this point over here, we have the repository cloned. That means we can start building stuff, right? So yep, that's basically it in terms of setting up your repository on the GitHub runner. The only next thing you need to do is set up Node.js on this repository and start working on it. Start working on building your project. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you how to do that particular thing in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this one, let's just go ahead and take a look at what should be done to set up Node.js on this repository right now and start building stuff. So of course, thankfully, there is another action which you can specify from GitHub itself, that is actions, and then set up, set up node version 2. Again, if you Google up this string, you're going to land up on this action over here, which the version 2 is a newer version, which allows you to set up a node with any sort of version you like, right? You can specify this with property over here. Let me just copy this, or, let's just write it. So I'm going to specify this with property over here. I'm going to say that, hey, this right here over is node version, and then let's say 14, right? So let's see, there we go. So what this means is that, hey, I want node 14 cloned into my repository, right? Or if you wanted a specific version over here, let's say if you wanted 14.17.0 cloned, right? Then this 14.17.0 would be available in your environment. Now in the next step, you can just have something like node v, and you can just node setup. Once you push it, you're going to see the moment GitHub Actions starts running it, it's going to set up that particular node environment for you. All right, you can see if I expand this run node v section, you can see it ran the node v command and it gave us version 14.17.0, right? Which is exactly what we specified in our setup node area. So that's all fun and games, but how do we do anything from this? Well, when you install node version, it automatically comes with npm and yarn installed. So the next thing you can do is start working on building your project. Now, the good thing about GitHub Actions is that you can also specify, or you can also change the name which appears here. Right now, it just says run and then whatever command you are saying. But I can also specify that by saying name as the property instead of run directly as, build the project. And then I can specify the second property in this array of object, that is the run thing. And now I can say, if I have a package.json, and if I, let's say, specify a build command, I can say snowpack build. And just to see if this is working, we can just run it here as well. And you can see snowpack build is in fact a command and I'm just gonna remove that for now, but this should get us started, right? I have a yarn build command now, and I just have to say yarn build over here, right? And maybe the next step could be set a finish, and I can just say run echo hooray, right? So if I say multiple steps over here and push this to GitHub, what you're gonna see is now when you go to the actions tab, it starts with a multiple steps commit. We can go into the build app job, and right here we should see that it should build your project in the CI/CD runner for the first time, right? And of course this fails because you can see that it is not able to find Snowpack. So can you guess what you have to do over here? What we did wrong? Well, we missed a step, which is that you have to install node modules, right? And to do that, all you have to do is just write yarn. That should be more than enough. And we can add a commit missing installing node modules step, right? Git push origin master, hit enter, go to GitHub, go to actions, go to the build area, and you should be able to see that GitHub now should be able to build your project successfully. As you can see now, it's starting to install node modules, and this is like a great place to be if you want to just take a look at how everything is working out, because GitHub gives you real-time logs of whatever is happening. And you can see now, if I expand this node modules area, we see the logs which were coming in. It built the project. That means it created this build directory over here, right? And the setup got finished, and we got a hooray from GitHub Actions, right? So yep, this is pretty much it for this particular video. We have built a project, we have pushed our project to GitHub, and this just works out of the box, right? Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I'm gonna go ahead and show you how you can deploy the simple React project on Vercel from GitHub Actions as the CI. Right now, Vercel does provide its own CI and the ability to do that, but sometimes it's not just enough. That means you might have to install a bunch of different things, or you might have to do a bunch of different testing, for example. So you might want to just say to Vercel that, hey, I want to run my own action as well. But you can, once it's done, maybe in this case, in React's case, it's simple because, you get a bundle of static files, then you can go ahead and deploy it by yourself, right? So what I'm going to go ahead and do, first of all, is I'm going to go to ignore and add build folder. And I'm going to run the yarn build command locally. And the reason I'm doing this is to show you why I would be writing the commands which I would be writing now. So you can see when I run yarn build, I can go to the build folder and we have this static output over here, right? So on Vercel, we would not be deploying this project as a React project, but in fact as a static HTML project, right? Because in that case, Vercel can just skip the build and deploy this directly. So what I want to do now is go inside the build folder and actually write the command VC, or before that, let me just go ahead and add VC, that is Vercel. I hope that's what they call their CLI tool, but if not, we can check that later. But once you add this Vercel package, you're gonna see over here in the package.json that Vercel should be available, and this Vercel package ships with a binary called VC. So I can say yarn space VC, hit enter, and you can see that it tells you to log in into Vercel first, right? In my case, I'm gonna go ahead and use GitHub, right? So I'm just gonna go ahead and copy this particular URL over here, open this in new tab. And because I already have an account with Vercel, so it should just work right away. You can see I have this token with me. I copy it back, hit enter, and now my Vercel is connected, right? Now it says me to set up and deploy code, for which I'm just gonna reject for now. And that's that. So the next thing I'm gonna do is take a look and see that we still don't have any Vercel configuration. So what we can do is we can say Vercel, that should be yarn Vercel, and then the path to our project. In this case, this is build, right? The build folder. It's not the build command, it's the build folder. And then it says set up and deploy this build folder, which in my case, I want to say yes. And then I would choose my own personal account. I'm going to say no, and we can just say test build project. And I misspelled that, but anyway. So because it's already inside this folder, I'm just going to keep it as it is. That means it is inside the build folder already. So right now you can see that it says me that, hey, do you want to override any settings? I'm just going to go with the default, that is no. And it starts deploying the basic setup with the basic instructions. Okay, so over here you can see it created a .vercel folder which has a project.json inside it, right? And it has a readme over here as well. Now this is all fun and games, but there are a couple of problems here. The first problem is that all of this prompting and setup which we did over here, we cannot do that on GitHub Actions. Why? Because we don't have an interactive terminal, right? Neither do we want to. Nobody wants to go to that action every single time and hit enter a bunch of times. That means this project should automatically be deployed every single time, right? When we push. So what we can do is we can create a small little script which automatically runs, and it does take no input from the user, and it automatically deploys to Vercel, right? So in order to do that, we're going to be taking a look at how we can create such a script inside our package.json. So that's pretty much it for this video. I'm going to continue in the next one where we will discuss this. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this one, we'll be discussing about how we can deploy with Vercel without any intermediary requirement of this keyboard or anything, right? So before we actually go ahead and do that, let me just go ahead and open and verify that our project is in fact deployed on Vercel. And you can see that we have a nice test build project.vercel.app, which loads our Snowpack production build just like we would expect it to, right? Super fast, on the edge, and deployed just like that. Now, if you take a look at the Vercel project deployment pipeline, we had 3 requirements. And in this little series, I'm just discussing about Vercel, but this particular thing basically applies to more or less anything which provider you're deploying, whether that's on an EC2 SSH machine or whether that's on something else. You can see in the project, we have the organization ID, the project ID, and the access token. Remember that token which I copied pasted in the CLI? That is the access token. So we need these 3 things supplied to the Vercel CLI. And thankfully enough, Vercel CLI does allow us to pick these from the commands itself. So I'm going to say something like deploy. And this command over here would actually run Vercel, which is also, you can also call it with Vercel or VC, right? And this command over here, this should deploy our app to production. So that is flag number 1. The flag number 2 is what is the token which we have, right? And this token over here was the value which I copied. So to get that value again, I'm just going to go ahead and copy this and paste it right here. So this is our token over here, which I would obviously remove once this video is done, so that you don't deploy on my environment. But this token is the most important part. The next 2 things, that is the Vercel organization ID and the project ID, they actually come from the environment, right? So Vercel needs those 2 values from the environment, and it's not up to me. It's the way, the Vercel CLI is built. So it's not something I have configured. So for the environment part, now this is interesting because for the environment part, first of all, let's just create a step for deploying the project. I'm going to go ahead and say run, and I'm going to make this multi-line. Remember, we can do that. And I can just start here as well, or I can give it a tab. It doesn't matter. For the run part, I'm going to first of all go inside the build folder because we know it is ready. Then inside the build folder, or actually, let's not do that at all. Let's just run yarn deploy directly. And for that, I think we don't even need a new line, because we can include the build folder command just right here, right? Now, this command is fine, but it's still missing the env, the environment support, right? So in GitHub, what you can do is specify another key called env over here, and you can start mentioning the environment variables which you want in this step, right, to be available in this particular step. And this is again an object, it's not a list or anything. So what we need to specify for Vercel is the Vercel organization and the project ID. So I'm going to copy the organization ID and I'm going to go ahead and paste it right here with the Vercel organization ID. And the second value which we need is Vercel project ID, right? And the project ID over here was this particular thing. Now we have all the necessary parts in this particular deployment pipeline. We have the organization and project ID. That means we can just completely get rid of the build folder, which also contained the Vercel folder. We don't need this anymore. We have the token with us in the deploy command, and we have the build steps running just fine, right? So let's just go ahead and try to push this to the build pipeline and let's see how that works. So I'm going to go ahead and commit this Vercel build test and push it over there. So now if I go ahead and take a look at this GitHub repository, you're going to see the action which is running right now should also build and try to deploy your project on Vercel once it's done with the node modules part. All right, I think we have an error here that this is not a option. So I guess this CLI flag is called prod and not production, and we can just test it once by saying yarn deploy ourselves, and of course this folder is not found. So anyway, let's just go ahead and give it a bug fix message and push it to GitHub for it to deploy, and we're gonna be just sitting down here, sitting back here, just seeing if GitHub is able to deploy this or not. All right, so in this case you can see that Vercel CLI is kind of misbehaving, and I don't understand why or when they changed the behavior where they would not read the organization and project ID from the CLI. So we're gonna do a little bit of improvisation. I'm gonna run yarn build again, and we're gonna deploy it from the build folder directly, and we can construct the Vercel folder on the fly, which is also something interesting you can do with, because you can pretty much script everything in the Vercel CLI. So let me just go ahead and say nope to this, or yarn Vercel. Actually, we don't need to deploy that. We need to deploy yarn Vercel build. And this is also something which we, I guess, missed in the package.json, that we don't need to cd into that. We need to build like this. Yes, Mehul Mohan. Yes, link to the existing project. And the project name for this was the project name, test build project over here. And let us see if it creates a Vercel folder over here. And if we go to the build folder, you can see we have a Vercel folder, and right here we have the project.json with us, right, which is basically the same thing. So what we have to do now is add a build step where over here, before it deploys the project, it sets the Vercel env. So we can say something like run, which is a multi-line command now. And I want to say, I want to go into the build folder. I want to make the directory, which is .vercel. I want to touch the project.json file, and I want to echo this JSON string, which I have, into project.json, right? And this is just a hack, right, for deploying this thing, because Vercel, for some reason, Vercel CLI is misbehaving right now. So this is all we can do at the moment. Now what we can do next is pretty much add, commit, improvise Vercel deployment. And we have already changed the package.json command as well. So that should be fine. And I can just push it and let's see what happens. And of course, Vercel has to give one last error to us because we are missing confirm flag over here, which should skip all these automated questions. Let's do one final build and see. And there is another error where it says that the token is not valid, and today is probably an error day. So I'm going to go ahead inside Vercel dashboard and create a token manually. My Vercel token, create this token. I'm going to copy this and use this instead. And there is one mistake we have to fix, is that we have to go inside the Vercel folder after creating it, so that this is actually inside that particular file, right? So once we do that, we can do a final fix, and let's wait for it to deploy. And as you can see, Vercel has started deploying on the test build project project folder, which was our typo for this particular URL. And once it deploys, you can see that it's ready. And of course, we did not make any change, but when you make any change on this text now, it will automatically reflect. So this right now is an example of a fully functional deployment pipeline over here from GitHub Actions. You just have to make some changes, push your code, and it will automatically deploy it. But it has some obvious serious flaws, like exposing all these secrets like this, right? So we still need to fix that, but we'll take a look at how we fix that in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I want to discuss a very interesting part about GitHub that is known as GitHub secrets. Now, GitHub knows that a lot of times we will need sensitive environments and sensitive values to work with. In this case, the three sensitive values we have is the project ID, organization ID, and those two are not so much sensitive as well compared to this one thing, which is the token ID, right? Which is very, very sensitive. So the way we approach these sort of things in GitHub Actions, especially with something which is like a public project over here, is that you go ahead and convert these things into secrets on GitHub. Now, to do that, what you should do is go ahead inside the settings on GitHub in your particular repository and go to this particular manage access. And let me actually, now I think about this, I should have made this repository private, because anyone at the time of watching this video, creating this video, could have just gone into the repository and copied my Vercel token and remove all those projects which I have. So hopefully nobody did that yet, and that was my bad on my side. But anyway, so now the repository is private. At least we are sure that nobody's messing around. Now what I can do is go ahead inside settings and inside secrets over there. You see over here, this is a place where GitHub allows us to add secrets to our repositories. Now a secret is basically, you can think about this as a kind of a variable, but this is encrypted. That means this is not visible in the logs, and this is not visible to anyone who's using your code as well, right? So I can say something like Vercel project ID, right? This could be named anything, and this goes as a secret. Now you can never see the secret again. You can only overwrite it, but never really see it. And then Vercel organization ID, and there we go. There we go. We have the two secrets now, and the third one is my Vercel token, right? In this case, this token would be this particular thing. And of course, once you add secrets, you should obviously just refresh all the values, so that somebody just does not go into Git history and check out what you have done. Now, in order to access these secrets, you first have to bring them into your runner's environment, right? These secrets are not just available into the environment right away. So in order to bring these secrets into the environment of your YAML file, you have to do two things. The first thing, like we already did a little bit earlier, that is, you have to, in case of the deployment part, we want to do this, you have to add an env block. And the second thing is you have to specify what the secret name was initially in the GitHub secrets panel as well. So in this case, I want to say that, hey, I want to get this back as a Vercel project ID as the env name. And what this value was from secrets dot the same thing, right? Why? Because this thing right here should actually match this thing over here. This thing could be anything, right? Whatever this is the name of the environment variable. In this case, I'm also keeping the same, but this has to match the secret of the GitHub, right? Similarly for token, we can get the token like this, secrets.Vercel token, and then secrets.Vercel organization ID. This over here, this secrets variable is automatically filled by GitHub, so you don't have to do anything over here. But the moment you do that in an env block, now these three environment variables are available, right? And of course, you would want to do this one block above, that is in this particular job itself. Now, when you specify the environment variables on a job itself, then of course they are available for all the steps. When you specify it within a step itself, then it is only available for that particular step, right? So we want to do a little bit of change over here. I want to escape these codes real quick like this. And I'm going to say over here, this is Vercel project ID, right? And this over here is Vercel organization ID, I guess. Yep, there we go. And now we are filling this from the environment. And finally, because this yarn deploy is also running in a step, which is controlled by GitHub Action, we can go ahead and use the Vercel token variable directly as a bash variable, right? Because now this is an environment. So this also secures this now secures all of our environment variables as well. So I can go ahead and add, commit, and moved to secrets. And I can say git push origin master. And this should be more than enough to protect our stuff. And as you can see over here, whenever GitHub tries to echo out a secret variable, it automatically masks it in the input. That means if you use echo Vercel project ID or anything over here, GitHub would not show it in the logs, right? It is still technically, obviously possible that you echo it to a file and then perform an HTTP request and extract it out somehow. Sure, that's possible. Otherwise, how the hell would the command itself use it? But for the most part, the logging part is protected, right? You cannot just log a secret and be done with it. So yep, you can see the builds are still reflected on the main project itself. And now we have a fully functional, secure deployment pipeline where if I say something like hello from codedamn, this is so awesome, all I have to do now is add the change and push it to my GitHub pipeline, and this would deploy my project. It'll build it, it'll minify it, it'll do all sorts of amazing stuff on the Vercel CLI itself, on the GitHub action itself, and deploy it on this particular URL, test build project, which is our typo. You can see right now it's not reflecting because it's not built yet, but this would be built soon, and then it'll basically be visible on the screen. All right, so once built, you can go back to the page, hit refresh, and now you can see that it reflects your production build, and it's on Vercel deployed app, on the edge, super fast, super scalable, all the good stuff with a good, nice deployment pipeline setup as well. So yep, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you were able to follow along, and this video is deliberately, this whole series with Vercel and everything is deliberately done with the Vercel CLI. Otherwise there was a Vercel action as well, just so you know about environment variables and all this hacky stuff and all that stuff. So this is just way to learn. Ideally, you should probably be using some easier solution like Vercel action directly, or even just using Vercel runner if you want. But yeah, hopefully this teaches you a bit about how to work with GitHub Actions, which was the purpose of this series. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how you can create dependent jobs inside of your workflow. Now this is interesting because a lot of times when you start a second job, you don't necessarily want to run it in parallel, right? For example, this might be a build app, this might be a test app, and you cannot really test a web app until it is built and deployed, right? Then that is the point where you will run the Cypress end-to-end test and all that stuff. So in this case, if I also specify a run something as Ubuntu latest, and in this video, let's just keep the steps as very simple. I'm just going to say run echo YOLO, something like that. What I want is that this YOLO waits until the build is complete, right? And the way you can create these dependent jobs is by using something known as needs. Now this needs key is a special key for GitHub, which says that, hey, if I specify this build app over here, it's going to wait for this particular job right here to finish. So now if I deploy this dependent job and push it on GitHub, you're going to see that if I go back to GitHub, it's going to wait for us. It's going to wait for our build to complete, and then it goes to the test app. And you can see this with this little link which GitHub creates, right? Earlier, you knew that when we created this job, both of them appeared here parallelly and they were executing. Right here, you can see this test app is actually, a little dimmed, right? And it will only become active the moment this, the first job actually succeeds, right? Or not exactly succeeds, but it completes. And succeeds is also a correct word, because if it fails, then the next step would not run, right? Which is the test app job. You can see now the moment it completes, it jumps to the test app version now, and now you see a dependent job, and it runs the YOLO command, and that's pretty much it. Now this is of course fun, but how do you get the data from previous job to the next job? Because that is pretty much, you would be doing a lot of times. So there's a way to do that, and we're going to discuss about that, how you can get some information from between the jobs in the next video. That is all for this one. I'm going to see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we're going to be taking a look at how you can pass information between two jobs. Now this becomes super important and super interesting, because in this case, for example, we want our second job to run end-to-end tests, and the first job just builds and deploys, right? Now the reason you need to pass information between them in a special way is because if you take a look, all the different jobs run in completely separate environments. You can see it starts from scratch. It does not share the file system or the underlying anything, variables or anything as well from the previous job, from the previous build, right? So this becomes really important that you understand why we need to transfer this information in a special way. Now the way you do that is using a special syntax. We echo a special variable we call as, we're going to say set output. We're going to set this name in form of a pair, right? So in this case, let's say if I want to send this link or send some information, send some text over here, and this text should be hello world from build job, right? A simple enough text string. Now the way I have exposed this is that there is this variable text in this particular job which can be read by any other job which needs it. This step is also important. So if I copy this text and mark this as a export kind of thing, now again, we know that YAML is not strictly speaking a language, but you can still use these features because GitHub provides them out of the box. You can add an outputs key over here and say that, hey, my text variable would be a variable which would be available from steps dot, and then you have to add the ID of the step which you want where this particular variable is exported. In this case, we do not have an ID on this. So we're going to say something like ID as final step, or, let's just say finished, something like that. And then steps.finished, and then the name of your variable, right? In the output section. So this is text. So what we are essentially saying over here is that the output, we are setting the output variable of text to this particular string job, and we are marking that, hey, this particular text is the output of this whole job itself, this build app itself. Now you can consume this particular output inside of your, basically in your next job, which needs this particular thing. And the way you do that is with another special syntax of GitHub, just like we used in the secrets part. So I can say my job output as needs, remember this needs thing which we did, dot build app dot, and let me just go ahead and mark this as build app because the dashes makes me a little nervous, because that's not how you usually write in programming languages. Build app, and we will also need to change this to build app then. Needs.build app dot outputs and dot text. Why? Because outputs.text is the property which gets outputted, right? And once you do that, and once you try to use this right here, it should just spit out this particular string from the last job. So now if I go ahead and say dependent jobs with data sharing, then this should pretty much be everything you would probably need in most of the cases. This is all you would need to work with GitHub Actions in general, right? You have a build step, you have a test step. You can use this area to not just send a static string, but something like the dynamic deployed URL of the staging or the preview. Write it here, read it from here, and send it to your Cypress runner or something. And why stop here? After test app, for example, you can have another step which says like the email the deployment status, where you get an email from GitHub. I mean, you by default also get emails from GitHub on the default action status, but yeah, I mean, you can, why not just add it as a step? So you can see our build app step is completed. Now we are waiting on the test app part. And right here, if I take a look, you can see it says me hello world from build job, which is exactly what we wrote as the string over here. So yep, that's pretty much it for dependent jobs with data sharing. Super important stuff for building your custom pipelines. That is all for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next video really soon. If you're still watching this video, make sure you comment down in the comment section, I watched this video till the end. Also, if you're not part of CodeDamm's Discord community, you're missing out a lot on events which we organize on a weekly basis to code. You already know the drill. Make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and thank you so much for watching.